How is Tiana? A woman clad in white, her eyes crimson with worry, peered anxiously into the room. A man dressed in a long robe sat silently on a stone bench, his gaze fierce and filled with wrath, a chilling frost enveloping his countenance. He was Xiao Zhan, the foremost figure of the Xiao family in Lufeng City, and the father of the youth lying within the chamber. The Xiao family wielded considerable influence in Lufeng City, their lineage tracing back to the esteemed Xiao clan of the Great Chu dynasty. However, numerous branches of the Xiao family existed, nearly saturating the entire realm of the Great Chu dynasty. Xiao Zhan's combat style was domineering and grand, engaging adversaries with overwhelming force that delivered a tremendous visual impact. Lufeng City, too, was rife with undercurrents as the five prominent families vied for supremacy, each engaged in both overt and covert skirmishes, all wishing to supplant one another. Yet, none dared to strike first. Should two families engage in a life-and-death struggle, the remaining three would seize the opportunity to profit, engulfing the two in the process. While a major upheaval in Lufeng City was unlikely, mutual scheming was a frequent occurrence. Just 2 days prior, Xiao Zhan had been afflicted by a debilitating poison, rendering him unable to harness his inner strength. Furthermore, he had encountered two adversaries from the Zhang and Zhao families. Under normal circumstances, these two would have posed no threat to Xiao Zhan's prowess. However, deprived of his inner strength, he was left to endure their assaults passively. Xiao Zhan hung his head, his fists clenched tightly, his silence betraying his turmoil. As a father, he felt less than a man, unable to protect his own son. As the war god of the Xiao family, to be reduced to such a state before his own eyes was a profound humiliation. Meanwhile, the unconscious Xiao Tian was blissfully unaware that his existence had pushed his parents to the brink of fury. Unbeknownst to him, should he fail to awaken soon, Lufeng City would soon be engulfed in a torrent of blood and carnage. Xiao Tian struggled to open his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Where is this?" he murmured, his tone indifferent, utterly devoid of the demeanor of an injured person. "This must be my soul. Where are the other two souls?" His mind raced, fragments of memories flashing before his eyes, the scenes of his body shattering and scattering, his 3 souls and 7 spirits replaying vividly. He recalled being struck by a palm from Zhonglin, sent flying through the air. "I have been reborn here. But why does this place feel so alien?" Xiao Tian continued to murmur. There will eventually be clarity. He made an effort to rise, yet a sharp pain in his chest compelled him back onto the bed. Such a frail body, he lamented with a wry smile. Yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. At least the previous owner of this body was also named Xiao Tian, thus sparing me the trouble of a name change. In his past life, Xiao Tian had been a peak powerhouse, subjected to countless tribulations, even abandoned by the woman he loved. Filled with resentment, he had shattered his own body, scattering his 3 souls and 7 spirits, taking several enemies down with him. Xiao Tian harbored no enmity toward the world. It was merely his existence that threatened certain beings. Hearing commotion from within the room, Yang Xinru burst through the door, witnessing Xiao Tian as he fell back onto the bed. She gracefully floated to his side, gently caressing his face. "Son, you're awake." Her simple words carried a depth of concern that warmed Xiao Tian's heart. It had been so long since he had felt such warmth in his previous life. He had never seen his parents, let alone experienced the love of a father or mother. As emotions surged within him, his heart trembled slightly. "It's good that you're awake." "It's good." Xiao Zhan remained at the entrance, observing the scene of his wife embracing their son, his heart finally finding solace. He knew that his son would not be taken away, and his wife would not abandon him. "Halt!" Yang Xinru called out, stopping Xiao Zhan in his tracks as he turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "I shall kill Zhonglin and Zhao Qua." Xiao Zhan replied, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. "Do you wish for Tian'er to be left without a father?" Yang Xinru spoke softly. The Zhang and Zhao families stand strong in Lufeng City due to their deep-rooted heritage. Each prominent family has an elder overseeing them, all of whom possess cultivation beyond the Void God realm. If you go, it would only be a death sentence. Tian'er did not deserve that blow. Xiao Zhan was obstinate. He was not one for words. Yet his love for his son rivaled that of Yang Xinru. Xiao Tian felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Is this what paternal and maternal love is? Willing to sacrifice everything for their child. Straining to open his eyes, he spoke with resolve. Father, I wish to avenge the wrongs done to me. His voice was soft yet distinctly resonated with Xiao Zhan and Yang Xinru. Good, that is my son. The frost on Xiao Zhan's face melted away, replaced by a swell of pride. Xiao Tian, feeling a bit bashful, glanced at Yang Xinru and Xiao Zhan. Father, mother, I am gravely injured and in need of some spiritual herbs. Having assimilated his memories, he knew that the former owner of this body possessed some medical knowledge and understood what needed to be said. Spiritual herbs? Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. It was not that he was unwilling to provide his son with the herbs, but the family had nearly exhausted their reserves. Xiao Tian was merely 12 years old, and those 12 years have been the most financially strained for Xiao Zhan. During this time, Xiao Tian had consumed nearly all of the family's spiritual herbs over a millennium old, leaving only a few insufficient ones in the medicine cabinet. Oof, our son needs spiritual herbs. Did you not hear that? Yang Xinru huffed. Xiao Zhan immediately plastered a smile on his face. I heard. I shall fetch the herbs at once. As Xiao Zhan departed, Yang Xinru looked at her son with tender affection. Do not blame your father. He was harmed by treacherous individuals and could not protect you fully. Yet, had you not awakened, he would have stormed the Zhang and Zhao families without hesitation. Xiao Tian nodded, understanding the situation. The Xiao family no longer possesses spiritual herbs. I truly wonder what reincarnation you have undergone to consume so many spiritual herbs. The family's pharmacy has been depleted by you. Thankfully, I still have some reserves. As she spoke, Yang Xinru produced 3 green orbs from her hand, exuding a rich herbal fragrance. Here you go, spiritual herbs for you. Rest well. I shall take my leave now. Yang Xinru's expression grew grim as she rose. She stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but managed to steady herself against the doorframe. Xiao Tian tightly clutched the 3 green orbs in his hand, fully aware of their significance. Yet he could not acknowledge their true nature. These orbs were condensed from Yang Xinru's innate power, containing the purest essence of heaven and earth's vitality, and were also her lifeblood. Xiao Tian could not refuse. He had no choice but to accept. Why must I bear such heavy responsibilities upon awakening? Nevertheless, I embrace this responsibility. Father and mother, you may rest assured that I will protect you. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tian swallowed the 3 green orbs whole. As they entered his body, they transformed into pure medicinal energy, coursing throughout him. Xiao Tian observed carefully, having assimilated the memories. He knew he had consumed many spiritual herbs previously, yet his cultivation realm had never progressed. He needed to discover what was consuming his spiritual herbs. The energy circulated within him, converging toward his chest, gradually filling him with warmth. After a time sufficient for a stick of incense to burn, a mirror materialized at that point. Chapter 2. Worship this deity. The moment the 3 green orbs entered his body, Xiao Tian finally realized their preciousness. A thought flashed through his mind. Yang Xinru possesses the bloodline of a demon clan, and it is an exceptionally pure, plant-based demon bloodline. However, this was not the primary concern for Xiao Tian. He needed to uncover the issue with this body, as he observed the mirror slowly emerging from his chest. The source power was drawn in and continuously infused into it, causing Xiao Tian's expression to gradually turn cold. This was the very reason he had been unable to break through. Time passed slowly, and as a significant portion of the source power was absorbed, the mirror became considerably clearer. This is the source power my mother bestowed upon me. Whatever you absorb, you must compensate me for. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. This was the voice of his heart at that moment. After the mirror ceased to absorb the source power, a projection of a goose appeared upon it, proudly raising its head, stretching its wings, and using its long beak to groom its grayish feathers. Witnessing such a pompous domestic goose, Xiao Tian could no longer contain himself. How dare you call yourself a deity? You are merely a domestic goose. Furthermore, it is not I who wishes to awaken you, but rather you who have stolen my spiritual herb. That mirror may appear to be a fine object, yet it is significantly damaged. What do you say? The goose retorted. How could this deity, so pure and noble, ever engage in theft? Moreover, I am not a domestic goose. I am a true swan. The large goose flapped its wings, filled with immense anger. However, considering your youth and ignorance, I shall not hold it against you that a deity. In your current state, you are but a mere shadow, maintaining your form through the essence of the demon clan. If I am not mistaken, your existence cannot last much longer. Xiao Tian observed the large goose leisurely, his mind racing. I am the omnipotent demon deity. How could I possibly dissipate? The goose grew increasingly furious, its voice trembling slightly, yet had to concede that Xiao Tian spoke the truth. A demon deity. Are you that, little goose? Xiao Tian's gaze deepened, memories resurfacing of a little goose that had always followed him, eager to traverse the world by his side. Who has harmed you? You are Lord of the Underworld. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly be Lord of the Underworld? Lord of the Underworld possesses overwhelming divine might, capable of annihilating the heavens with a mere glance. You are but a child. The goose discerned something from Xiao Tian's tone. Back then, I did not take you to traverse the world. This time, let us journey together. Xiao Tian suddenly laughed, a joyous smile lighting up his face upon encountering an old friend. Still so weak now, the goose feigned contemplation. Were you perhaps frightened when you were with Ling Tianxue, leading to your impotence? Ashamed to meet her again, you resorted to self-destruction. The goose failed to notice Xiao Tian's ashen expression. No, if that were the case, with your cultivation, restoring that aspect of your abilities should be quite easy. Even if you were to grow another, it would be no issue. Enough. Xiao Tian's tone turned frigid, as though he would strike down the goose without mercy in the next moment. Everyone has a reverse scale, even the revered and invincible Lord of the Underworld. What are you pretending for? You are merely a small fry in the body refinement realm, still thinking of yourself as the Lord of the Underworld. The goose rolled its eyes. Even if you're the Lord of the Underworld. What of it? You were still slain, were you not? Find a charming little creature to flaunt its prowess. Truly, you embody the essence of manhood. Xiao Tian was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss when confronted with the goose before him. After devouring so many years of my elixirs and 3 drops of my mother's precious lifeblood, how do you intend to compensate? Xiao Tian had no desire to engage in a futile exchange with the goose, and thus cut straight to the chase. What are you talking about? The goose's demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety. That mirror should be an artifact of immense power. Despite its dilapidated state, I have no desire to speculate on the treasures it conceals. Xiao Tian spoke gravely, asserting that if the goose cooperated now, once he could command the mirror in the future, it would be granted full autonomy, without the fear of being emptied of its contents. The goose felt a surge of anger. Nothing irked it more than the thought of losing its possessions. No, there's nothing left. When the demon god mirror shattered, the storage space malfunctioned, and now it holds naught. The goose exclaimed indignantly, in that case, why not discard the mirror? What purpose does it serve? As long as you follow me, I shall ensure that you can reform your body in due time. Upon hearing the mention of the demon god mirror, Xiao Tian's mind began to form conjectures regarding the goose's history. Don't tell me you survived by relying on that mirror. It's futile. And spare me the tale of your essence being devoured, leaving you a mere shell. I shall not extend my sympathy. Do not regale me with your tragic saga. Not everyone is capable of traversing the world alongside you. Xiao Tian paid no heed to the goose. Well aware of the creature he had raised, its thoughts were far from elusive in his discerning gaze. The goose, prepared to unleash a torrent of grand declarations, found itself at a loss for words, having intended to assume the role of the underworld sovereign, offering a taste of sweetness to ensure loyalty. It soon realized its error, Its intentions had been completely seen through. 3 Pei-yuan pills. Xiao Tian cast his gaze toward the horizon, deliberately avoiding the goose's expression. Point 3 it shall be. The goose's face contorted in anguish. I also require 3 Yao Yuan pills. My mother expended her lifeblood. This cannot be replenished by ordinary elixirs that in a place like Lufeng City, one cannot find high-grade pills. I can forego the 3 Pei-yuan pills, but the 3 Yao Yuan pills are non-negotiable. Xiao Tian fixed his gaze upon the goose. The goose had intended to reprimand, but, recalling its own absorption of a lifeblood, conceded, you shall repay me double in the future. Rest assured, I still possess some hidden treasures. However, my current lowly status prevents me from venturing out carelessly. Xiao Tian exhaled in relief. In that case, I thank you that I shall return your generosity with interest. Do you not find yourself in awe of this deity? Join me as my subordinate, and I shall ensure a path of sincerity. The goose raised its proud head, strutting about the room as if surveying its domain. Oh, goose, have you forgotten who imparted the art of alchemy to you? I should be privy to everything you possess. Xiao Tian, disregarding the goose's feelings entirely, promptly ingested a Pei-yuan pill. The Pei-yuan pill, a relic from the ancient celestial era, is suited for cultivators below the void god realm, far superior to the more commonly known Yuan Ling pills of today. The Pei-yuan pill bears no side effects. Its formula was lost during the Celestial War, making it an exceedingly rare find in the present day. In the ancient battle of immortals, many treasures were lost. I could rise with the aid of those ancient artifacts, yet risks abound in such endeavors. Xiao Tian's body was fervently absorbing the essence of the Pei-yuan Dan, while his mind raced with thoughts, striving for a subtle ascent that necessitated the support of formidable forces. This realm is not whole. You should be able to perceive that. Here, the demon dragon city reigns supreme and governs all. This is the utmost secret I can reveal to you. Even the netherworld you established in the past cannot contend with the demon dragon city. This is their dominion. He pondered for a long time before uttering a truth he was reluctant to accept. To rise, one must harness power. The great Shu dynasty boldly claims supremacy, and they undoubtedly possess their own advantages. There are no eternal allies, only eternal interests, the E-side indeed. What this deity says holds profound truth. Worship me, young one. Chapter 3. The situation, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Beyond the 9th layer of body refinement lies the spirit transformation realm, the void god realm, the heavenly law manifestation, the 3 layers of sagehood, the 5 layers of immortality, the 6 steps of divinity, the death god realm, and the nether realm. All cultivation endeavors are in pursuit of that elusive heavenly realm. 3 days later, Xiao Tian emerged from his chamber, the sunlight outside strikingly bright. Young Master Xiao Tian has awakened. Go inform Lord Xiao Zhan, someone whispered. What a misfortune. I thought he wouldn't pull through this time. The family's spiritual herbs have been entirely depleted by him. Lord Xiao Zhan has recently faced family oppression, all for his sake. A maid quietly remarked. Lower your voice. That is young Master Xiao Tian. How many spiritual herbs has he consumed since childhood, and yet he is not even a strong member of the family. Even without spiritual herbs, the other young masters have already reached the 5th layer of body refinement. The maid, undeterred by Xiao Tian's presence, continued voicing her discontent. You are one of Xiao Feng's attendants, are you not? Xiao Tian approached the maid, his gaze icy. Who informed you that you could come and go as you please here? I am indeed by young Master Xiao Feng's side, yet I speak not a word of falsehood. Young Master Xiao Feng has consumed merely 2 spiritual herbs throughout his life, and those were the ones you left behind. Now my young master has reached the 5th layer of body refinement. What of you, young Master Xiao Tian? The maid's expression shifted, yet she did not alter her tone in light of Xiao Tian's appearance. Humph! Xiao Tian scoffed, his heart seething with silent curses towards the E. Over the years, he had devoured so many spiritual herbs, rendering Xiao Tian a laughingstock within the family. If he consumed the herbs I left behind, then he must be one of my shadows. In 3 months, the family will hold a martial assembly. When that time comes, if your young master has any grievances, we shall meet on the arena. Xiao Tian, resolute and ambitious, had always strived to surpass others. thus becoming the world's foremost figure. Now, being mocked by a servant, he was even less inclined to let matters rest. He would ensure that every member of the family witnessed his strength. Tian, are you unscathed? At that moment, Yang Xinru lay on her bed, her complexion somewhat pallid. The loss of 3 drops of heart's blood had taken a significant toll on her. Upon seeing her son, a smile graced her face. The taunts of the maid echoed in her ears, and she clenched her fists tightly. Mother is truly feeling weary. With that, Yang Xinru closed her eyes. In recent days, she had been closely monitoring Xiao Tian, and coupled with the depletion of her vital essence, she was utterly exhausted that moment. Upon seeing Xiao Tian unharmed, her heart finally eased, and the fatigued Yang Xinru quickly succumbed to slumber. Xiao Tian retrieved 3 demon essence pills and gently placed them into Yang Xinru's mouth. Upon exiting his parents' courtyard, Xiao Tian's expression darkened considerably. The family situation was dire, and he had already incited widespread anger. His parents were also embroiled in this turmoil, and at this juncture, he must act to alleviate the crisis. Xiao Tian was accustomed to resolving his own matters. Xiao Zhan, how the family treats you, you ought to understand. Your son has squandered far too many family resources, failing to present us with any glimmer of hope. Even though I am the clan leader, I can no longer show you favoritism. In 3 months, the family ranking battle will commence. If Xiao Tian can secure a position within the top 3, what once belonged to him will rightfully remain his. An aged voice resonated through the air. Humph. The family treats me thus, merely because they covet my talent. After all these years of sacrificing myself for the family, contributing so much, the clan leader knows this better than I. Now, I merely seek some spiritual herbs. I have no intention of jeopardizing the Xiao family's foundation. With Xiao Tian currently bedridden, how can he compete in 3 months? Xiao Zhan's countenance darkened. Was the clan leader truly abandoning him in his time of need? Xiao Zhan, do not forget that you are a member of the Xiao family. The clan leader's tone shifted. Humph. I, Xiao Zhan, have no shame in my allegiance to the family. If they sever my son's access to spiritual herbs, then I shall leave the clan. Surely the city lord's manor is in need of enforcers. After uttering these words, Xiao Zhan turned to depart. The clan leader of the Xiao family was an elderly man, exuding an aura of authority without anger. You are indeed worthy of the family. For you are a Xiao. Both you and I are well aware of Tian's condition. He has consumed a significant portion of the family's resources, and yet he remains at the 3rd level of body refinement. Dissenting voices within the family are growing louder. You must understand that the family is not solely yours. The dialogue between Xiao Zhan and the clan leader resonated clearly in Xiao Tian's ears. If Xiao Tian cannot offer the family a promising future, we shall have no choice but to abandon him. The clan leader spoke solemnly, his words laced with finality. Xiao Zhan found himself unable to refute. The clan leader spoke the truth, yet their stances diverged. If they forsake my son, then they shall forsake me as well. You may abandon him, but I cannot. He is my son, carrying the blood of Xiao Zhan within him. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Tian is also my descendant. I too do not wish to relinquish him. However, the family cannot expend excessive resources on one who lacks potential. Xiao Lin, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming, all possess commendable talents. The clan leader sighed deeply. Xiao Zhan chose not to utter another word and turned to leave. Little one, you have heard all that you needed to. The clan leader remarked. Xiao Tian's heart raced. Not from the side of the clan leader, but from his father's unwavering dedication. Thank you, clan leader. He was grateful for the profound paternal affection he felt, as well as for the clarity regarding the Xiao family situation. Do persuade your father. The elder's gaze rested upon Xiao Tian, observing his calm demeanor, entirely uncharacteristic of a 12-year-old boy. Xiao Tian spoke with striking directness. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? The elderly man's gaze sharpened as he realized that the youth before him possessed a mind that was difficult to control. Fear coursed through him. I am terrified that you might take my life. Yet, I know you will not. You require my father to instigate this battle. He is the most promising individual among the 3 generations of the Xiao family to fulfill your aspirations. Xiao Tian spoke with a cold demeanor, revealing his mature mindset. He was acutely aware that the elder would divulge today's events to no one. not even to Xiao Zhan. Rest assured, if anyone dares to question me, I shall respond in my own way and deliver a resounding slap to their faces." After declaring this, Xiao Tian turned and departed without hesitation. Although merely a 12-year-old child, there was an enigmatic aura surrounding him that left the elder in deep contemplation as he observed Xiao Tian's retreating figure. Xiao Tian's heart raced, not from anger, but from the fervor surging within him. This endeavor was not solely for self-validation. It was also to demonstrate his capabilities to his parents. Was he not a god of war? "I have heard your son is on the brink of death, yet you still roam aimlessly within the confines of your estate," remarked a narrow-eyed, middle-aged man with a sardonic tone. "Xiao Yunhai, vanish from my sight within 3 breaths, or you will lose the opportunity to convene the family council." Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse as he struggled against the impulse to unleash violence, yet the invisible aura of malice had already drained the color from Xiao Yunhai's face. Chapter 4. 10 days, 10 days. Neither excessively long nor overly brief. Xiao Tian aimed for substantial progress within this time frame, a transformation that would be directly confrontational. The individual most dissatisfied with the Xiao father-son duo was Xiao Yunhai, the current power holder within the Xiao family. Given Xiao Zhan's temperament, the title of patriarch was of little concern to him, let alone someone like Xiao Yunhai. Xiao Yunhai harbored profound apprehension toward Xiao Zhan. Throughout their lives, he had always found himself overshadowed by him. It took Xiao Yunhai 5 years to ascend from the body refinement stage to the spirit transformation stage, whereas Xiao Zhan accomplished the same in merely 3 years. Transitioning from a spirit transformation stage to the void spirit stage, Xiao Zhan required 2 years, while Xiao Yunhai still needed 5. Though they occupied the same realm, Xiao Zhan's combat prowess surpassed that of Xiao Yunhai by a considerable margin. Capable of contending with 3 of him, Xiao Yunhai's son, Xiao Feng, was a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Xiao family. At the tender age of 13, he had already reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Surpassing Xiao Zhan's records within the Xiao family, Xiao Feng enjoyed an unparalleled status and received an abundance of cultivation resources, rivaling those afforded to Xiao Tian. However, all cultivation resources were secretly funneled by Xiao Yunhai to Xiao Tian's benefit. "Yunhai, how has Feng been progressing in his cultivation recently?" The family patriarch inquired with a smile as he mentioned Xiao Feng. "The family council will convene in 10 days, with all the clan elders in attendance. Feng is preparing to break through to the spirit transformation stage, which requires a substantial amount of resources. I have heard that Xiao Tian also needs a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs. Perhaps we could let Feng take his time." Xiao Yunhai ventured tentatively. "Humph. Xiao Tian is but a waste. The family has squandered too many resources on him over the years. Rest assured, this council will focus on the allocation of cultivation resources. Feng will receive his due, while those unworthy shall receive nothing." The family patriarch snorted coldly, his anger mounting as he recalled the tone Xiao Tian had used when speaking to him. However, dealing with Xiao Zhan poses a challenge. Xiao Zhan stands as the contemporary warrior of his family. Should he choose to rebel, the repercussions for the clan would be catastrophic. Xiao Yunhai continues to stoke the flames of dissent, envisioning the disdainful visage of Xiao Zhan in his mind. Rebel against the family? Does he dare? Over the years, the family has exerted tremendous effort for the sake of his ineffectual son. Even if they sever Xiao Tian's resources for cultivation, Xiao Zhan must contribute to the family's welfare. As a scion of the Xiao family, he bears the responsibility of revitalizing the lineage. The clan leader evidently harbors considerable dissatisfaction toward Xiao Zhan. Xiao Tian remains oblivious to the conversation between Xiao Yunhai and the clan leader, yet he understands that he must deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Yunhai and his cohorts. Xiao Tian, 3 years younger than Xiao Feng, has just reached the 4th stage of body refinement. In pursuit of his cultivation, he has made substantial efforts. However, the Great Goose has consumed the medicinal substances Xiao Tian ingested, resulting in no progress. 10 days should have sufficed for one to ascend to the 9th stage of body refinement. Lord of the Underworld, you are indeed a significant figure, and I recall your formidable prowess in body refinement. I believe you should make use of the several remnants of your former selves. The Great Goose strolls leisurely, growing increasingly harmonious in its interactions with Xiao Tian. The power of the Peiyuan pill is formidable. It merely necessitates intense cultivation to awaken the medicinal potency within, making ascension to higher realms quite effortless. Yet, Xiao Tian remains unfazed. He is the creator of the Peiyuan pill, and no one is more knowledgeable than he regarding how to stimulate its effects. To the north of Lufeng City lies a low, abandoned mountain, seldom traversed by anyone. Xiao Tian is exceedingly familiar with this area. He has secretly practiced here alone since childhood. Each visit has yielded no progress. Yet he continues to return repeatedly, yearning to grow stronger. Upon his return, Xiao Tian plunges directly into a deep pool. Allowing his body to sink, he seeks to unleash his potential by harnessing the pressure of the water. Diving in boldly right from the start, the great goose flaps its wings in protest, exclaiming, "Do not wet my pristine feathers. I'm a noble swan." However, being a swan, it muses I should enjoy swimming. The great goose finds its own logic compelling and nods in agreement. Xiao Tian's body descends further, the pressure intensifying, his bones creaking under the strain, having reached the limits of endurance. Yet he does not cease his descent. Xiao Tian aims to utilize the immense pressure of the pool to stimulate his body and awaken the latent medicinal power within. For 5 consecutive days, he remains submerged, enduring unimaginable pain. Yet no expression of suffering graces his face. Instead, it is marked by unwavering determination. To grow stronger, one must endure the trials that accompany it. Xiao Tian is never one to spare himself harshness, particularly when it comes to his own endeavors. Goodness gracious, you finally emerged. I have been swimming here for 5 days and nights. I am utterly exhausted. The great goose, upon seeing Xiao Tian's surface, immediately enters a relentless chatter. Oh, your physical resilience has increased significantly. The most crucial aspect is a method of power application. Cumulative, the heavy mountain fist emphasizes the will of the fist, requiring a robust physique as its foundation. The essence of the heavy mountain fist lies in its ability to deliver punches that mimic the weight of mountains, each strike stacking upon the last, creating the illusion of a mountain descending upon the adversary. Exuding an overwhelming presence, the days of cultivation always seem to pass swiftly. Xiao Tian has been honing his skills amidst the low mountains, and before long, 9 days have flown by. He has made preliminary progress in the heavy mountain fist, and has already mastered the layered techniques. With each technique he employs, his power intensifies, growing fiercer with every strike. Break the mountain. Xiao Tian scoffed softly, his fist smashing towards the massive boulder before him. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the 3-zhong-size stone became riddled with cracks. Xiao Tian blew on his fist, declaring it shattered. Bang! The boulder exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions. He watched in astonishment, his expression frozen in disbelief. Goodness gracious, such a transformation in less than 10 days. My heart can't take it. Not bad. After 9 days, Xiao Tian finally spoke to Not merely not bad. That punch of yours must have possessed at least 70 to 80,000 pounds of force. Even someone at the 9th level of body refinement would not stand a chance against you. Feeling inexplicably vexed, flapped his wings incessantly. I must see how Xiao Tian will abandon me. Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh and turned towards Lufeng City. During Xiao Tian's absence, Xiao Yinhai had been tirelessly promoting Xiao Feng within the family, preparing to elevate him to prominence at the upcoming family meeting, making him the most dazzling figure of the clan. In these 10 days, Xiao Zhan had also been cultivating that, in his view, strength equates to authority, as long as he is powerful enough to crush everything in his path. Then no obstacle would pose a problem. Such was Xiao Zhan's philosophy. Violence, directness. News of the Xiao family suppression of Xiao Zhan had quietly spread throughout Lufeng City, with various prominent families closely observing the movements of the Xiao clan. Chapter 5. Slapping Faces. Upon returning to the family, Xiao Tian refrained from practicing and instead took a restful night. As dawn broke, Xiao Tian rose, for the day of the family meeting had arrived. This gathering was aimed at suppressing Xiao Zhan, and was also specifically directed at Xiao Tian himself. Xiao Tian intended to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those who targeted him. Brother Zhan, perhaps we should forego this meeting. Yang Xinru expressed her discontent. They convened this meeting to target me. I must attend. Just because I, Xiao Zhan, am indifferent to family matters does not mean I am easily bullied. Xiao Zhan replied sternly, I wish to see what qualifications the so-called genius, as stated by the clan leader, possesses to compete for my son's resources. They are undoubtedly well prepared. I fear you might fall into their trap and incite the wrath of the Xiao clan, resulting in harm. As Xiao Zhan stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Xiao Tian. Tenor, what brings you here? Xiao Zhan asked, somewhat surprised. Since this meeting was aimed at Tianer, he naturally wished to accompany his father. Xiao Tian shyly scratched his head. I want to see who cannot tolerate us. Father, excellent. Indeed, you are my son. Xiao Zhan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Xiao Tian followed closely behind Xiao Zhan, feeling the weight of various complex gazes along the way. Jealousy, envy, and even disdain. Xiao Tian calmly accepted these tangled emotions. Today, he aimed to obliterate them entirely. The ancestral hall had gathered quite a crowd. Xiao Yunhai occupied a lower seat, a position that rightfully belonged to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Feng stood respectfully behind Xiao Yunhai, his eyes scanning the room, continually calculating how best to present himself in the forthcoming proceedings. At the very forefront stands Xiao Tanming, his eyes gently closed. His consciousness extending outward, he perceives the presence of Xiao Zhan and his son, and his countenance darkens. He senses the resoluteness and fighting spirit emanating from Xiao Zhan. You are the missing piece. Xiao Tianming coldly remarks. As Xiao Zhan steps into the ancestral hall, many rise to greet him. Yet only Xiao Tianming and Xiao Yunhai remain seated. Indeed, they're the pillars of the family, and all await in anticipation. You need not wait, Xiao Yunhai states in a measured tone. This is my rightful place, Xiao Zhan replies with indifference, casting a glance at his designated seat. Xiao Yunhai, you must recognize your position. Do not assume that performing trivial household tasks grants you any standing. Step aside. I have occupied this position for 5 years. Xiao Yunhai's expression darkens. He is taken aback by Xiao Zhan's audacity. Patriarch, I am uncertain where I ought to sit. Xiao Zhan directs his gaze toward Xiao Tianming. Xiao Tianming opens his eyes, and their gazes collide, producing a fierce resonance. Yunhai, you shall yield. Patriarch, Xiao Yunhai attempts to interject. Patriarch, these years, Yunhai has been indispensable to the family, dedicating himself tirelessly. An elder speaks up, a supporter of Xiao Yunhai. The implication of the third elder's words suggests that Xiao Zhan has merely enjoyed a life of ease within the family, or that the family has been nurturing this so-called waste. Xiao Zhan scoffed derisively, questioning what the third elder was doing 3 years prior when the Zhang and Zhao families were oppressing the Xiao family. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhan tears his garment, revealing a ghastly scar upon his chest, a memento from his clash with Zhang Peng. The prodigy of the Zhang family, Zhang Peng, perished at my hands 3 years ago. 2 years passed. Zhao Lingshu of the Zhao family sought a life-and-death duel with the Xiao family. I, lacking talent, nearly lost my left arm before slaying Zhao Lingshu. 1 year ago, amidst the chaos in the south, the city lord's residents summoned families to quell the rebellion. Xiao Zhan led the Xiao warriors, engaging in a month-long bloody battle. On the battlefield, the losses of the Xiao family were minimal. Yet our achievements were most distinguished. Xiao Tianming's countenance grows increasingly grim. Xiao Zhan shows no signs of yielding today, and the respect he once held for his patriarch has vanished. He fears that Xiao Zhan may rebel. Yunhai, endure a moment and take a lower seat. Endure. Are you implying that Xiao Zhan's actions do not merit this position? Xiao Zhan rejects this condescending offer to retreat. Xiao Zhan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you even realize to whom you are speaking? Xiao Yunhai sneers. When did it become your turn to interrupt my words? Xiao Zhan's gaze flashes with a fierce intent, a palpable killing aura directed at Xiao Yunhai. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Yunhai stumbles back 3 paces, finally stabilizing himself, his face pale, glaring furiously at Xiao Zhan. How dare you act so brazenly before the patriarch? Father! Xiao Feng rushes to support Xiao Yunhai. Xiao Zhan, enough! Xiao Tianming's voice is icy. Enough? Xiao Zhan turns to meet Xiao Tianming's gaze, a formidable aura surging forth, crashing toward Xiao Tianming like a tidal wave. Xiao Tianming likewise exudes his own oppressive presence. Yet he discovers that Xiao Zhan can indeed stand against him. Xiao Tianming discerned that Xiao Zhan was attempting to convey a significant message to him. If a satisfactory outcome could not be achieved today, then a battle would ensue. "Father, please take your seat," Xiao Tian stated, as he remained vigilant to the unfolding dynamics in the arena. Xiao Zhan revealed his formidable prowess, instilling awe in a portion of the assembly while simultaneously exerting considerable pressure on Xiao Tianming, rendering further displays of force unnecessary at that moment. With a dismissive snort, Xiao Zhan took a seat beside Xiao Tianming, signaling the commencement of the meeting. Ever since Xiao Zhan showcased his exceptional combat abilities, a shadow of gloom had settled upon Xiao Tianming's countenance. He realized that the meeting was spiraling out of control. Xiao Zhan now possessed sufficient strength to contend with him, implying that he had attained the pinnacle of power within Lufeng City. "Then allow me to speak," Xiao Yunhai interjected, his expression equally somber as he suppressed the fury bubbling within. It was a well-known fact that the Xiao family had limited resources, which constrained their ability to cultivate a significant number of individuals. For a clan to flourish perpetually, it required a succession of rising talents, rather than relying solely on the capabilities of a single individual. In recent years, the family's cultivation resources have been misappropriated, squandered on a worthless individual, resulting in a severe deficiency of resources for the younger generation. The strength of the Xiao family's youth had already been surpassed by several other major factions, necessitating a strategic shift to allocate resources to genuine prodigies, rather than wasting them on certain ineffectual individuals. Xiao Yunhai's assertion was laced with veiled criticism. Xiao Zhan remained silent, casting a deliberate glance at Xiao Tianming. Yunhai's perspective was indeed cogent. The family martial assembly was imminent, and the top 3 contestants in the arena would receive preferential access to family resources. Xiao Tianming maintained a demeanor of businesslike formality. "I wonder who currently holds the title of the family's foremost genius?" Xiao Tian queried. "This matter does not concern you." "Junior," Elder 3 interjected, casting a glance at Xiao Tian, as a member of the younger generation. "The allocation of cultivation resources is undoubtedly relevant to me. I may be inexperienced, but I fail to comprehend what Uncle Yunhai means by certain ineffectual individuals. From my perspective, anyone who occupies a share of cultivation resources is not worthless. Some merely require time to realize their potential," Xiao Tian stated with unpretentious candor. "Require time to realize potential. You have accumulated considerable time yourself, yet we have yet to witness any significant breakthrough." Xiao Feng retorted with a scoff. "Might I inquire what guidance Brother Xiao Feng has to offer?" Xiao Tian shot back, equally confrontational. "Guidance? Who would dare offer you counsel? Uncle Xiao Zhan could easily silence you with a mere flick of his hand," Xiao Feng remarked without reserve, emboldened by the fact that he was a generation younger than Xiao Zhan. Xiao Tian detests beating around the bush. "Over the years, I have utilized various spiritual herbs. However, I alone hold the authority to ascertain whether those resources were fruitful. Uncle Yunhai, I respect you as my elder and address you as such, yet your conduct does not merit such a title." Xiao Tian retorted with a haughty snort. "Since you are the family's foremost genius, I shall grant you 3 opportunities. Defeat me, and both you and your father shall depart, pledging never to mention the allocation of cultivation resources again. Should I prevail, then you and your father must immediately fall silent. Esteemed clan leader, should I emerge victorious, I demand the title of heir to the clan." Xiao Tian's final proclamation left all present in stunned silence. Chapter 6. Posture. Xiao Tian's voice left the assembly in a state of astonishment. They scrutinized him with curiosity, eager to discern the source of his unwavering confidence. A person who has been stagnant at the body refinement stage for many years daring to challenge someone at the 9th level of the same stage is nothing short of absurd. "Can you really do this?" Xiao Feng couldn't help but interject, declaring you to be nothing but a waste in 4 years' time. Even a servant of the family could have broken through to the 4th level of body refinement. What does the family head think? It seemed that Xiao Tian had not heard Xiao Feng's provocation. You truly represent Xiao Zhan." A flicker of concern crossed Xiao Tianming's heart. Having had prior dealings with Xiao Tian, he remained wary of him. However, that did not imply he believed Xiao Tian possessed the strength to defeat Xiao Feng. Certainly. Before Xiao Zhan could speak, Xiao Tian asserted, "Father, may I take charge of all matters today?" "Very well," Xiao Zhan replied solemnly, his gaze glimmering with intensity. "They claim my son is a waste. I shall see if you can triumph over this so-called waste. Enough, it is now your turn, clan leader. If I win, I will be the next in line for the position of family head, not as a distant successor. You will come after me." Xiao Tian pressed on relentlessly. "How dare you?" Xiao Yunhai could not restrain himself from reprimanding him. "Do you think my son is easy to bully?" Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, a chilling murderous intent aimed directly at Xiao Yunhai. Instantly, Xiao Yunhai's face turned pale. This matter does not seem to concern you at all, does it? Are you Uncle Yunhai, seeking to challenge me? Do you covet the position of family head so desperately?" Xiao Tian sneered. "Very well. If you win, I shall grant you the title of heir to the family head. It is only right for a family genius to receive some reward. Should you succeed, your father would indeed have a worthy successor. This would also be a boon for the Xiao family." Xiao Tianming spoke slowly, stating that today the two of you shall compete, and the victor will become the rightful heir to the clan leader's position, ready to assume leadership upon reaching adulthood. Upon hearing Xiao Tianming's words, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as his mind began to race with endless possibilities. He swallowed hard, remarking, "Boy, I never imagined you to be so incompetent as to wish to contend with me." Xiao Feng burst into laughter. Xiao Tan, however, remained composed, regarding Xiao Feng with the disdain one might reserve for a fool, internally reflecting on the latter's scheming aspirations to govern the Xiao family. This entire scene was captured in Xiao Tianming's eyes, leading him to compare the mentalities of the two, and he couldn't help but shake his head, pondering that Xiao Tian's victory may not be a bad thing after all, for reasons unknown. Xiao Tianming found himself harboring such thoughts. Da Feng. Let him understand what true genius is. It is not merely about consuming spiritual herbs to achieve greatness. Some individuals squander countless resources yet remain ineffectual. Xiao Yunhai said coldly, "Esteemed family head, it seems I have not made myself clear. What I seek is not merely a title, nor any form of recognition. What I desire is power. Should I emerge victorious, I demand the authority to manage the family's spiritual herbs. In simpler terms, all spiritual herbs within the family must be presented to me for selection first." Xiao Tian scoffed. Xiao Tianming fell into deep contemplation. This temptation was indeed monumental. Double the profits. Currently, the Xiao family's spiritual herb earnings stand at 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones per year, doubling that would yield 400,000. That is a significant sum. Xiao Tian signaled to Xiao Zhan with a subtle glance, indicating that it was time for him to express his stance. Xiao Zhan forced a wry smile, stating that if the profits do not meet Xiao Tian's assertions, "I shall bear all losses that I in that case. Why should I, an old man, hesitate to agree?" With a hearty laugh, Xiao Tianming declared, "The younger generation of the Xiao family is flourishing, competing vigorously. The Xiao family shall undoubtedly thrive and never wane. Let us proceed to the martial arts arena." Just as Xiao Tian was about to leave, he was halted by Xiao Zhan. "You little rascal, can you win, Dad? Do you lack confidence in me?" Xiao Tian retorted, feigning indignation that "It is not that your father lacks faith in you, but rather, I feel." Xiao Zhan hesitated, wishing to express his true sentiments without discouraging Xiao Tian. "In no matter, my son, your mother and I are your staunchest supporters. Winning or losing matters not. What is essential is that you charge forward with determination. Dad, rest assured," Xiao Tian replied, somewhat at a loss for words, yet a warmth blossomed within him. The news of the duel between Xiao Tian and Xiao Feng swiftly spread throughout the Xiao family estate, and the martial arts arena became packed with spectators. They were eager to witness the esteemed young master Xiao Tian being thoroughly defeated, seemingly seeking to validate that they could surpass a young master who had consumed so many resources. "Do you think young master Xiao Tian will win?" Someone whispered. "With his ability, does he truly believe he can triumph over young master Xiao Feng? One is at the 4th level of body refinement, while the other is at the 9th, a full 5 levels apart. Moreover, Xiao Tian's fourth level is quite unstable, and he could easily plummet to the third level. Do you truly believe he can emerge victorious? However, Master Xiao Zhan is formidable. He is our family's war god. Surely his son cannot be too inferior. Humph, trash is still trash. Young Master Xiao Feng is the true genius of the family. Had he sufficient training resources, he would have long since entered the spirit transformation realm. Clearly, this was Xiao Yunhai orchestrating a campaign for Xiao Feng, intending to establish an image of him as the foremost genius of the Xiao family through this battle, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for Xiao Feng to become the heir to the family leadership. Xiao Tian observed the assembly of the Xiao family with a cold gaze, the myriad voices of speculation resonating in his ears. Tian, pay no heed to their words. Simply perform at your usual standard. Xiao Zhan whispered in Xiao Tian's ear. Dad, you need not worry. Xiao Tian nodded, his demeanor calm. Having weathered numerous storms, such trivial distractions could hardly sway his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Xiao Tian shall face Xiao Feng, with all present acting as witnesses. The victor will be proclaimed the primary heir to the family headship and shall receive preferential access to the family's cultivation resources. Xiao Tian succinctly announced. Xiao Feng eagerly ascended the stage, exuding an aura as fierce as a wild beast, glaring intently at Xiao Tian as he climbed onto the platform. Xiao Tian frowned, deeply disliking Xiao Feng's arrogance. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Xiao Tian, am not unworthy. I present you with an opportunity for profit. My father, Xiao Zhan, has established a wager, with odds of 1 to 3. Place your bets. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Zhan's face turned ashen, as if he had ingested a dead fly. This rascal intends to bankrupt me. For a fleeting moment, all present wore expressions of disbelief, clearly astonished that Xiao Tian would set such a wager. Without any suspense, nearly everyone placed their bets on Xiao Feng's victory. I shall wager on Xiao Tian 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Tianming also placed his bet. I shall wager 10,000 low-grade spirit stones on Xiao Feng's victory. Xiao Tian's countenance was peculiar as he ascended the arena, gazing at the raucous Xiao Feng like a biting dog seldom barks. Your jubilant cries suggest a facade of bravado. Soon, I shall shatter your canine teeth and witness how you wield your sharp tongue. Xiao Feng coldly remarked. Pay close attention, young one, for I shall demonstrate what a true genius is. I shall shatter stones and rend mountains. With an overwhelming force, Xiao Feng unleashed a punch, the gale from his fist howling with pure physical might. Too feeble, Xiao Tian retorted, eschewing any flamboyance as he met the blow head-on. In their inaugural clash, he chose to confront it directly, aiming to vanquish Xiao Feng in the most formidable manner possible, for only such an impact would etch itself indelibly in the memories of onlookers. With a resounding thud, the collision reverberated. Everyone believed that beneath Xiao Feng's might, Xiao Tian would undoubtedly falter, his right arm shattering under the pressure. To their astonishment, however, Xiao Feng staggered back 5 paces, his countenance shifting dramatically as if he bore a tremendous impact. How is this possible? You possess such strength, Xiao Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Your peak body refinement is far too weak, not even reaching 60,000 pounds of force, Xiao Tian slowly replied. Now receive my blow. Xiao Tian rooted himself, channeling all his strength into his right arm, accumulating it. The power of their punches converged, launching towards Xiao Feng with ferocity. I shall end your life, Xiao Feng bellowed, exerting all his might in a lethal assault on Xiao Tian. A chilling crack echoed through the air. Ah! Following this, Xiao Feng's anguished wail pierced the silence, his entire right arm obliterated, blood gushing forth, bones starkly visible, laid bare amidst the carnage. Xiao Tian, arms crossed behind his back, regarded Xiao Feng with a disdainful gaze, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. Chapter 7. Apothecary Pavilion. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The recent events had been utterly staggering. The young master, once deemed the family's most ineffectual scion, had toppled the family's foremost genius, Xiao Feng, with merely 2 punches. This fundamentally shattered the prevailing perceptions. Impossible! How could Xiao Tian, merely at the 4th level of body refinement, possibly defeat Feng? Xiao Yunhai's face drained a color as he beheld Xiao Feng, motionless on the ground. You cheated. Xiao Tian cheated. He has triumphed. Tian has won. Xiao Zhan erupted in laughter. Did you see that? My son emerged victorious, he exuberantly announced, seizing those nearby. Indeed, indeed, young Master Xiao Tian has prevailed. One individual stammered, pale and trembling. At this moment, the most composed was Xiao Tian on the stage, as if all of this were matter of course, devoid of any emotional turbulence, merely smiling as Xiao Tianming in the family seat, awaiting his words. The chatter surged, drowning out all else, as people engaged in fervent discussion, the consensus overwhelmingly in favor of Xiao Tian. With such an illustrious father, how could his son remain inconspicuous? Of course, young Master Xiao Tian is no ordinary talent. He has simply maintained a low profile, unlike certain individuals who incessantly proclaim themselves the family's greatest genius. Upon hearing such discourse, Xiao Yunhai felt as though he could vomit blood. It was a clear case of the wall collapsing under the weight of the crowd, and crucially, his wall had yet to fall. With venomous eyes fixed on Xiao Tian in the arena, he seethed. It's all you're doing. You little beast. I shall not let you or your father go unpunished. Silence. Xiao Tianming stood up, declaring, I previously stated that whoever prevails shall be the rightful heir to the family head. Xiao Tian, as the most outstanding genius of the Xiao family, shall be the first heir of the Xiao clan. Furthermore, the family's spirit medicine business will be entirely entrusted to him. I, as the patriarch, decree that 10% of the profits from the spirit medicine business will belong to Xiao Tian personally. Xiao Tian, the young master. Xiao Tian, the young master. The cheers surged like waves as Xiao Tian gazed down upon the members of the Xiao family with a serene smile. Xiao Ming silently observed everything, increasingly satisfied with Xiao Tian, believing that perhaps he could realize the old man's ideals. Xiao Zhan had already been engulfed by the crowd, having collected all the spirit stones into his storage artifact. Retreating to a corner to watch his son on the stage, Xiao Yunhai also withdrew from the throng, while several servants behind him carried the oblivious Xiao Feng. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, they paused. Xiao Zhan, my strength pales in comparison to yours. However, the family's business is under my control. If you wish to seize control of the spirit medicine, you must first seek my consent, Xiao Yunhai declared. I have no desire to contend for the family's power, nor do I care for the position of patriarch. However, should you dare to harm my son, I can ensure your demise without a trace. Xiao Zhan replied coldly. True cultivation lies in remaining unperturbed. Yang Xinru shot a glance at Xiao Zhan. Here are your spirit stones, totaling over 100,000. You certainly have a cunning mind, managing to amass such a fortune in one go. Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of envy. These are merely tokens of filial piety from your son. Xiao Tian smiled. The patriarch has granted 10% of the profits, which is no small sum. Those who can concoct elixirs are exalted beings. How could they possibly assist us? Moreover, elixirs require specific formulas. Take these 2 formulas to the apothecary pavilion. Inform them that while they may teach the production method, the business operations must remain with the Xiao family. However, this restriction applies only within the Lufeng city. Elsewhere, I shall not intervene, but I expect 20% of the profits. Chapter 8. A resounding slap in the face. Fenger remained composed. There is no need to wait for the family competition, for Xiao Tian would soon meet a miserable end. To think he could wrest the spirit medicine business from my grasp is sheer folly. Xiao Yunhai scoffed. Father, what plan do you have? Xiao Feng's face twisted with resentment. For years, the family spirit medicine business has been under my control, from sales channels to supply sources, all firmly in my grasp. Even if Xiao Tian takes over the pharmacy, without resources or customers, he is doomed to fail. He has promised the family to double the profits. After speaking, Xiao Yunhai and Xiao Feng burst into laughter. Xiao Tian faced no challenges in taking over the Xiao family's pharmacy, fully aware of the schemes of Xiao Yunhai and his son. Since they revel in being humiliated, I shall strike with greater force this time. Chapter 9. Trouble on the first day of the pharmacy's grand opening. It was exceptionally bustling. With the apothecary pavilion as a guarantor, coupled with on-site verification of the elixir's efficacy, many became fervently enthusiastic about the Holy Spirit elixir and the return to origin powder. Ladies and gentlemen, while the body refinement realm may present no obstacles, each individual's journey through it varies. Only with a sufficiently powerful body refinement realm can one achieve even greater strength in subsequent realms. This is a gradual accumulation of power, and the Holy Spirit elixir can continuously stimulate one's bodily potential, breaking through limits. The voice of Lin Kuan possessed an enchanting quality, causing those present to blush deeply. Most importantly, the Holy Spirit pill bore no side effects, having no adverse impact on future advancements whatsoever. As Lin Kuan's words resonated, the crowd erupted in excitement. "I want 5. I desire 20. A cough interrupted the atmosphere. As a middle-aged man stepped forward. "Lin Kuan, esteemed master, with so many benefits, the price of the Holy Spirit pill must be quite steep, no?" "Zhang Xuhan, what concern is the pricing to you? If you find it too expensive, you need not purchase it. Simply await the day when a younger generation of other families surpasses you." Xiao Tian emerged from the crowd, casting a cold gaze upon Zhang Xuhan. "This is the Xiao family's establishment. You have persistently provoked us. Do not presume that I will refrain from retaliating." Xiao Tian's expression was frosty, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he regarded the Zhang family members. He had not intended to reveal himself, but Zhang Xuhan's appearance had pushed him to his limits. "Leave immediately." Xiao Tian was no meek lamb, especially when faced with adversaries from the Zhang family. Lin Kuan observed in silence, scrutinizing this young master of the Xiao family, intrigued by how he could possess the formulas for the Holy Spirit pill and the returning essence powder. "If I do not end your life with a single blow, it would be a mercy." Zhang Xuhan shot back defiantly. "You were sent by Zhang Lin, were you not?" Xiao Tian's murderous intent intensified, recalling how he had once fallen victim to Zhang Lin's strike. He was well aware of who Zhang Xuhan was, the most inept scion of the Zhang family, over 30 years of age, having just entered the spirit transformation realm, and possessing an unawakened spiritual root. "Do you dare to invoke the name of the Zhang family's war god?" With a single wave of Zhang Xuan's hand, several Zhang family members advanced to confront Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian was not one to remain passive. He was swifter, delivering 4 punches in the span of 4 breaths. The wails of the defeated echoed as 4 Zhang family subordinates were sent flying by Xiao Tian's strikes, landing several yards away in a pool of blood. Witnessing this scene, Lin Kuan's expression shifted slightly. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness at such a young age warranted his attention. "Young Master Xiao, do you require my assistance?" Lin Kuan inquired with a smile. "Just a mere dog. There is no need for the esteemed Master Lin Kuan. I can handle this myself." Xiao Tian replied with a slight smile, eager to test his strength, for he had not unleashed his full power in his prior battle with Xiao Feng. "You seek your own demise." Zhang Xuhan was thoroughly incensed by Xiao Tian's defiance. "Today, let us see who can save you." With a thunderous force, Xiao Tian struck towards Zhang Xuhan's face. Zhang Xuhan retreated a step. Sensing Xiao Tian's immense aura, channeling all his energy to unleash a mountain-crushing blow, a simple punch, infused with energy, met Xiao Tian's fist head-on. Bang! The two exchanged a fierce blow. Xiao Tian staggered back 2 steps, exhilaration coursing through him. He felt stronger than at the pinnacle of body refinement. The momentum of his punch compounded upon the first. Zhang Xuhan was stunned. The sheer strength of Xiao Tian was alarming, causing his expression to grow grave. And no matter how strong you are, you remain merely at the body refinement realm. Crimson flames erupted, although Zhang Xuhan's spiritual root was fire-based and not fully awakened. His energy had already been tainted with fire attributes. As his energy surged forth, a wave of searing heat exploded into the air. Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh. Such a degree of temperature held no significance for him. With unwavering momentum, he unleashed nearly 80,000 pounds of force upon Zhang Xuhan. Zhang Xuhan, grappling with immense pressure, cursed inwardly, wondering how a mere body-refining practitioner could possess such formidable strength. Could it be some sort of divine elixir? As his mind seethed with indignation, his actions quickened. With a resounding clash, Xiao Tian braced himself against Zhang Xuhan's palm, his fist nearing Zhang Xuhan's chest. "Madman!" Zhang Xuhan cried out, having never encountered life-and-death scenarios, let alone comprehending Xiao Tian's strategy of offense as defense. Xiao Tian was not insane. Rather, he was relentless towards others while being even harsher on himself. Possessing unshakable confidence in his own body, bang, the sound of impact resonated. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth, a cruel smile gracing his face as he licked the blood. It was a familiar taste. Zhang Su-han gasped for breath, his chest caving in from Xiao Tian's punch, his expression stripped of composure and tranquility, replaced solely by astonishment and fear. Why? Why could a body-refining practitioner contend against one at the spirit transformation level? Because you deserve it. Xiao Tian inhaled deeply, launching another assault. The mountains trembled. Xiao Tian delivered his third punch, a strike fueled by his utmost power. In an instant, the force of his blow surged forth like an avalanche, hurtling towards Zhang Su-han. No. Ling Kuan interjected, warning that while harm could be inflicted, fatality must be avoided. Conflict between the two families were commonplace, yet fatalities were rare, especially concerning the death of a direct descendant like Zhang Su-han, which could potentially ignite a cataclysmic clash between the clans. The apothecary pavilion could remain aloof, but as they were currently engaged in collaboration with Xiao Tian, Ling Kuan wished to avert any unforeseen calamities. Ling Kuan's words fell on deaf ears. In the midst of his astonishment, Xiao Tian's fist struck Zhang Su-han's chest, and Zhang Su-han fell without any resistance. Chapter 10. Secrets no one knew what Xiao Tian and Ling Kuan had discussed. They merely observed as the two departed from the bustling streets. The ordinary populace paid little heed to such matters, but the prominent families were deeply concerned, wishing to avoid any entanglements between the Xiao family and the apothecary pavilion. In the wake of Zhang Su-han's demise, the Zhang family remained silent, neither sending individuals to vandalize shops nor seeking compensation from the Xiao family. An elder of the clan finally spoke up. As a scion of the Xiao family, you must shoulder the burdens of the clan. How can you, as the family heir, be so selfish? Xiao Feng, standing behind Xiao Yunhai, remarked coldly. Who do you think you are to speak here? Xiao Tian regarded Xiao Feng with indifference, as if observing a mere servant. Have you all deluded yourselves into thinking you are outsiders to the Xiao family? Xiao Feng, step back, without the elder's permission. You shall not attend family meetings henceforth. Xiao Tian's brow furrowed, his words serving to protect Xiao Feng, as he sensed Xiao Tian's murderous intent. Very well. Xiao Feng suppressed his inner fury and humiliation, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Tian before departing from the ancestral hall. Xiao Tian closed his eyes once more to cultivate his spirit, inciting the ire of the elders. Xiao Tian, even if you are the family heir, you cannot adopt such an attitude. This is a blatant disregard for us elders. An elderly man slammed his palm on the table vehemently. Master of the house, I recall that my promise was to elevate the profits by 20%. Xiao Tian opened his eyes, prepared to put an end to this tedious procedure. I have relinquished the rewards bestowed upon me by the family, surrendering the increased profits entirely to the clan. Do you still harbor doubts about my intentions? Xiao Yunhai, your management of the family pharmacy has rendered it barely alive. How dare you raise your voice? Are you still intent on cutting off my avenues? Do not presume that your behind-the-scenes machinations go unnoticed. Xiao Tian's tone shifted. What rightfully belongs to the family shall be returned in full, yet my possessions remain beyond anyone's reach. No one shall touch them. Let us converse seated. As the scion of the family, how can one be so devoid of dignity? Xiao Tianming smiled as he spoke. Could the sacred spirit pills and the returning essence powder from the pharmacy be made available to the family? For the clan to thrive, some resources are essential. Certainly, the master may send someone to negotiate at the pharmacy. The more substantial the quantity, the better the terms. Xiao Tian's expression softened. Master, do exercise restraint, for we are conducting business with the apothecary pavilion, which entails costs. You have gone too far. As a member of the Xiao family, how can you seek to extract benefit from the clan? You are nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. I hold the opinion that Xiao Tian's conduct renders him unfit for the position of family head. Xiao Yunhai spoke solemnly. Xiao Tian, as the young master of the family, it is only right for you to procure some benefits for the clan. Xiao Tianming frowned, clearly displeased with Xiao Tian's actions now you acknowledge that I am indeed a member of the Xiao family. When you severed my access to cultivation resources, You are fully aware of my lineage. When you sought to eliminate me to establish your authority, did you not consider that I am a Xiao Yunhai? Cease your scheming. Do not presume to extract anything from me, for you are neither worthy nor qualified. Xiao Tian gazed coldly at Xiao Yunhai. I have fulfilled every promise made to the family. I owe the clan nothing, neither in resources nor in favors. Of course, if you believe me unfit for the position of young master, you are welcome to strip me of it. The apothecary pavilion would surely welcome my presence. Xiao Tian rose and departed from the ancestral hall, leaving behind a figure of aloofness that a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Tianming's eyes. Just as the aura of menace was released, it met with a force from the left that was equally formidable. Xiao Zhan, I have recently made breakthroughs in my cultivation. Does the master wish to engage in a spar? Suddenly, Xiao Zhan, who had been silent, spoke up, unwavering in his support for his son's endeavors. And no matter who posed a threat to his son, Xiao Zhan would intervene, even if it were the family head. Advancement in cultivation is commendable, yet one must not become complacent, Xiao Tianming said, his brows knitted in concern as he no longer felt confident in overcoming Xiao Zhan. This little wretch Xiao Tian has shown utter disrespect for his elders. Before so many venerable members of the clan, he displays such a lack of decorum. Xiao Yunhai seethed, entirely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Zhan's fists were clenched, ready to insult the young master. This is your notion of propriety? Such behavior deserves punishment. Someone, take Xiao Yunhai away and administer 20 strikes, Xiao Tianming proclaimed, this being his admonishment to the father and son duo. Master, please do not. Upon hearing the sentence of 20 strikes, Xiao Yunhai immediately cried out in despair. Such a punishment could leave him severely injured. Once everyone had departed, only Xiao Tianming and Xiao Zhan remained, each enveloped in silence. Xiao Tianming spoke once more. Uncertain of whether, given my current capabilities and the elixir in Tian'er's possession, I could establish a new faction in Lufeng City. Xiao Zhan rose to his feet, stating that if the family had deemed him and his father a burden to the clan, they could be expelled, and he, Xiao Zhan, would harbor no grievances. As he reached the doorway, his footsteps faltered. He proclaimed, as long as I, Xiao Zhan, draw breath, the Zhang and Zhao families shall surely fall. Gazing at the open door, Xiao Tianming plunged into deep contemplation. At that moment, Xiao Tian was diligently cultivating in his secluded estate, having already attained the 9th level of body refinement. However, he found himself perplexed by his inability to discover the opportunity to break through to the spirit transformation realm. It struck him as odd that such a barrier should pose such difficulty. A contemplative expression crossed Xiao Tian's face. Had he forgotten that the body refinement realm consists of more than just 9 levels? When you were cultivating back in the day, there was no notion of a 9th level barrier. The great goose looked at Xiao Tian with disdain, marveling at how a once great underworld king could be stymied by such a trivial matter, a rare occurrence indeed. The rules here differed. There would be no higher realms of body refinement. Xiao Tian had considered this issue. Yet, you possess the Peiyuan pill. The Peiyuan pill, a legendary elixir from before the age of immortals, can induce transformations in your body that you cannot even fathom. Moreover, you're not truly of this world. The great goose pondered for a moment, then spoke earnestly. The body refinement realm consists of 12 levels. The 10th level is body forging. The 11th is limit of force, and the 12th is meridian expansion. This is the true and complete body refinement realm. However, if I were to forge my body now, Xiao Tian's gaze fell upon the great goose. I have none left. Truly, there are none. The great goose shook its head vigorously, akin to a pendulum. The apothecary has amassed quite a fortune in spirit stones. I believe you would appreciate that. Xiao Tian chose not to pursue this topic further and redirected the conversation to the spirit stones. There are only 2 left. The great goose's eyes sparkled with excitement as 2 Peiyuan pills appeared in its grasp. 1 million spirit stones. Deal. Chapter 11. The Trial of Lufeng Valley under the potent influence of the Peiyuan pill. Xiao Tian's realm ascended continuously, reaching the fabled 12th level of body refinement. This was a level long thought extinct, and it was precisely due to its disappearance that individuals sought alternative paths. hoping to find opportunities for breakthroughs in spirit transformation through the awakening of their spiritual roots. All instances of spirit transformation were accompanied by the awakening of the spiritual roots. This forced awakening was far from perfect, and ascending to the saint realm from such a flawed state carried significant risks. Conversely, progressing from the 12th level of body refinement to the spirit transformation realm nurtured the spiritual roots gently. The arena competitions of Xiao family had lost all significance. Once again, Xiao Tian showcased his formidable strength, crushing the already transformed Xiao Feng and rendering him a complete failure. Xiao Feng lost his resolve. His vital energy turned against him, and he had become a mere shell of his former self. Xiao Yunhai's heart ached as Xiao Tianming stripped him of all titles and relegated him to a separate estate within the Xiao family. From this point onward, everyone recognized Xiao Tian's rise, marking him as the new talent of the Xiao clan, poised to succeed Xiao Tianming. Yet, only Xiao Tian understood that none of this was what he desired. What he sought was a measure of power to facilitate his cultivation. Xiao Tian, in just a few days, the trial of Lufeng Valley awaits. The Xiao family is counting on you, Xiao Tianming remarked thoughtfully. The trial of Lufeng Valley? Xiao Tian was not particularly aware of the situation. His prior lack of cultivation, combined with his youth, rendered him oblivious to the trials of Lufeng Valley. The Lufeng Valley trials are a collaborative endeavor orchestrated by the City Lord's Mansion and the prominent aristocratic families, with the outcomes significantly influencing the distribution of interests among these families within Lufeng City. Given the city's limited expanse, the benefits to be gained are finite, Xiao Tianming spoke at length. Presuming that Xiao Tian could comprehend his discourse. What can I gain from this? Xiao Tian remained indifferent to such matters that it is rumored that Lufeng Valley was once the abode of the formidable deity Gu Lufeng, a place teeming with numerous formations and restrictions, as well as a plethora of fierce beasts. Naturally, there are also some rare spiritual herbs, among which should be items that meet your needs. The trials offer. First and foremost, spiritual artifacts provided by the various families, along with an opportunity for enlightenment. Xiao Tianming scrutinized Xiao Tian, eager to discern any shift in his expression. Yet Xiao Tian's countenance remained calm, devoid of any subtle alterations. As his mind pondered the feasibility of the situation, who would participate? The younger generation of each family would take part, all under the age of 20. The limit is the transformation of spirit realm. Those above this threshold are barred from entering Lufeng Valley, Xiao Tianming slowly articulated. Members of the Zhang and Zhao families would also be present, and indeed, the valley is rife with prohibitions, as each trial has seen fatalities. Furthermore, this trial presents an opportune moment for each family to eliminate rivals. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had finally discovered a point of interest. When does it commence? In 10 days, Xiao Tianming exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he was not conversing with a mere teenager, but rather an astute and seasoned individual. That I cannot guarantee that I will emerge as the victor, yet I shall certainly ensure the family head's satisfaction. With that, Xiao Tian turned and departed. Observing Xiao Tian's retreating figure, Xiao Tianming fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the true nature of this individual. Could he indeed lead the Xiao family towards a new pinnacle of glory? Was he perhaps exhibiting an excess of bravado? The great goose emerged from Xiao Tian's presence. Lufeng Valley should lie within that mountain. There had been previous sensations, albeit rather obscure. That valley must be ensconced with restrictions, appearing cyclically over time. I suspect that Lufeng Valley is far from straightforward. The claims of it being the residence of the esteemed Gu Lufeng are undoubtedly true. However, if it is indeed his dwelling, why are there so many prohibitions, and why is entry restricted solely to those beneath the virtual deity realm? Xiao Tian remarked with a cold chuckle, it is likely that he sustained grave injuries, to the extent that a cultivator of the virtual deity realm could easily slay him, that he may be relying on those restrictions to recuperate, or perhaps he is merely awaiting death. The great goose nodded in agreement, its eyes alight with realization. Thus his divine essence should also reside within that valley. Moreover, it would likely harbor many of his treasures. The collection of a deity is no trifling matter. Therefore, your collection must also be quite substantial. During these 10 days, Xiao Tian brewed a considerable quantity of consumable elixirs, namely gathering yuan pills, through the apothecary pavilion. This particular elixir is intended for practitioners at the spirit transformation realm. A single pill can restore 25% of one's vital energy, and it acts instantaneously, allowing for cumulative use. This means that when one's energy is utterly depleted, for gathering essence pills can completely replenish it. In the heat of battle, such a potion is akin to an insurmountable advantage. Possessing 4 gathering essence pills is tantamount to engaging 2 foes simultaneously, sufficient to exhaust the opponent into submission. Xiao Tian, armed with a batch of these pills, intends to amass a fortune within the Flowing Wind Valley. The leaders of the prominent clans have gathered with their talented progenies at North Mountain. Precisely as the Great Goose had proclaimed, Flowing Wind Valley indeed resides within its embrace, as the first rays of dawn illuminate the landscape. A concealed valley comes into view. Bathed in sunlight, this valley appears tranquil, resembling a sanctuary for the aged. The heads of each clan maintain a composed demeanor, their gazes fixed upon the valley before them. They have all ventured into this domain before, aware of the myriad dangers that lie within, which induce a sense of trepidation. Without further ado, once inside the valley, each shall rely on their own abilities. The criteria for this trial are straightforward. The one who procures the most spiritual herbs from Flowing Wind Valley shall be deemed the victor. The speaker is a middle-aged man adorned in a brocade robe, donning a hat emblematic of the Great Chu dynasty. The clan leaders continuously impart their wisdom to their descendants, sharing experiences from times past. The head of the Xiao family is no exception. However, Xiao Tian remains in a meditative state, contemplating how many spirit stones he might acquire during this trial. His gaze sweeps over the younger generation from various clans. The City Lord's mansion boasts 3 at the spirit transformation realm. The Zhang family has 2. The Zhao family also possesses 2, while the Xiao family is represented by a mere one today. As Xiao Tian surveys the assembly, the City Lord speaks once again. Xiao Tian, accompanied by 3 of his clan's disciples, disappears at the entrance. Upon entering the valley, Xiao Tian finds no sign of those who had entered prior. Random teleportation? He surveys his surroundings. It is indeed a splendid locale, replete with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, instilling a sense of tranquility. Truly a fitting place for retirement. Young master, what shall we do next? Inquires Xiao Ming, another talented youth from the Xiao family. He lacks understanding, merely a callow youth. Aside from Xiao Feng, there exists another unassuming genius within the Xiao family. Xiao Lin. He harbors resentment toward Xiao Tian. Despite Xiao Tian's overwhelming prowess in vanquishing Xiao Feng, he remains unconvinced, believing merely that Xiao Feng is too weak. You may act independently, but should you choose to depart, your life and death shall be of no concern to me. Xiao Tianming. Is your Xiao family not being a tad excessive in targeting my Zhang family? We are all engaged in commerce. The Zhang family is willing to offer double the price, yet you refuse to sell us any of your elixirs. Outside the valley, tensions simmer among the heads of the major clans. The business of spiritual herbs has been entirely entrusted to Xiao Tian. How he conducts himself is beyond my purview. Xiao Tianming responds with a smile. That is your father. You may wish to consult with Xiao Zhan. Perhaps there is some leeway. Chapter 12. The dual blossoms. The entrance to Flowing Wind Valley remains timeless, exuding a serene radiance. Outside the valley, formidable warriors clash, enveloped in a haze of smoke and chaos, particularly between the Zhang and Xiao families. Xiao Zhan's aura is as fierce as a tempest, his powerful presence rendering even the Zhang family's ancestors grave and solemn. Indeed, the war god of the Xiao family lives up to his illustrious reputation, having already manifested the laws of heaven and earth at such a tender age. A single utterance from the venerable ancestor of the Zhang clan elicited a subtle change in the expressions of all present. The celestial law manifestation represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in Lufeng City, with scarcely anyone capable of severing their mortal roots and transcending to sainthood. Perhaps you could elaborate on the circumstances of other factions, suggested Xiao Tian in a hushed tone. The City Lord's manor boasts the most formidable strength, featuring 2 brothers, Hua Feng and Hua Lin, whose bloodline is astonishing. When they join forces, their power becomes truly terrifying. making them arguably the mightiest entities in this trial, chimed in Xiao Ming. Leading the Zhang clan's expedition is their foremost prodigy, Zhang Sun, a powerhouse who has previously clashed with the Hua brothers without ever tasting defeat. Xiao Ming continued to elucidate the strengths of various clans. After this exposition, Xiao Tian had garnered a general understanding of his adversaries. The Xiao family pressed onward, with the scenery around them undergoing constant transformation. Before them lay a dim, golden hue that evoked an aura of twilight. Xiao Tian's pace gradually slowed, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. This twilight glow instilled a sense of him walking towards death. This light is peculiar. It brings me an increasing sense of tranquility, as if I wish to be enveloped by it, and slowly fade away. The voice of the great goose echoed. Xiao Tian's body jolted suddenly as memories flooded back to him. The light of dusk. He murmured, "How could such a light be here? It belongs only to the path of the Yellow Springs." Indeed, it was that very light. I do not wish to die, after enduring so much to awaken. Must I face death once more? The great goose shrieked, "No. To bask in the light of dusk means the body will gradually dissipate, yet your forms remain intact. The dual bloom flower thrives on the blood of the deceased, its essence nourishing it as their flesh dissolves under the light of the Yellow Springs. It is precisely these dual bloom flowers that allow the departed to witness their past lives, alleviating the anguish of death. We've struck gold. We've struck gold." The great goose exclaimed with fervor. There are indeed vast fields of dual bloom flowers. Such divine entities exist solely along the path of the Yellow Springs. Harvest them. What are you waiting for? It urged Xiao Tian. Surely you are aware of the medicinal value of the dual bloom flower. It can mend the soul and fortify the body. The primary ingredient for concocting the spirit cleansing pill is the dual bloom flower. Along with the ascetic's relics, the great goose was already bellowing. Xiao Tian stood transfixed, a vision of a woman clad in white materializing before him, her smile radiant and enchanting. "Why? Schwerer, why is this happening? You promised to traverse the world with me. Why have you made me endure both love and hate?" Xiao Tian muttered, the name Schwerer referring to his beloved Dao partner, Ling Tianxue. "Maintain your emotional composure. Even if memories resurface, you are now Xiao Tian, the young master of the Xiao clan." The great goose's voice resonated in his mind. The dual bloom flower recalls love long past, yet on the Naiha Bridge. One forgets their entire life. Xiao Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he beheld the one he cherished most, yet who had caused him the deepest wounds. "I shall see if you, on this Naiha Bridge, can help me forget my former life." With a serene expression, Xiao Tian traversed the path of the Yellow Springs, neglecting to harvest the dual bloom flowers along the way. He sought to forget the unpleasantness and the deceptions. Xiao Ming murmured, "Awaken." The great goose's voice erupted through Xiao Tian, rousing the members of the Xiao family. "The road is lined with dual bloom flowers. You are tasked with the harvesting." Xiao Tian, expressionless, continued onward, unyielding in his stride toward the terminus of the Yellow Springs path. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the members of the Xiao family were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a palpable sense of fear and unease. They understood the significance of the two blooming flowers. And suddenly, they felt a tearing sensation within, as fissures began to appear, causing their corporeal forms to fracture. At the end of their gaze lay a precipice, upon which swayed an unstable wooden bridge. As they approached the bridge, half of it was shrouded in mist, obscuring their vision, while the sound of rushing water diminished considerably. The surface of the bridge glistened as if it had been frequently polished, untouched by dust and grime. With a resounding thud, Xiao Tian stepped onto the bridge, and the waters below roared to life. An invisible wave of mental energy surged into Xiao Tian's mind, prompting the great goose to immediately detect this intrusive force. Adopting a defensive posture. "Get out of here! Do not even think of encroaching on my territory." The great goose flapped its wings in fury, fixating intently on the source of the mental power. Xiao Tian continued to walk to the center of the bridge, still oblivious to the soup vendor, and gazing into the hazy mist before him. He felt an unexpected sense of tranquility, realizing that since he had come, he must see it through. Thud! 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 Soup for sale! Xiao Tian's body trembled slightly. This was the first sound he had heard since entering the Valley of Flowing Winds. "How much for the soup, sir?" he inquired respectfully, addressing the elderly vendor before him. Though it was called selling, it was more akin to an exchange. The old man smiled, his wrinkled face resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum, his teeth stained with rust. "I require half a bowl." Xiao Tian understood that the exchange the elder referred to was a trade of his memories for a bowl of soup. "Young man, some things cannot be bargained for. Those are mere illusions. Only through relinquishment can new life begin. Your back has already begun to bend." The elder spoke softly, as if uttering trivial matters. "I wish to preserve her and her beauty." Xiao Tian gazed into the distance, where a door stood, behind which lay his beloved. The old man pondered for a moment, then ladled out half a bowl of steaming soup from the barrel. "Since you cannot sever your ties to the mundane, let us see how much earthly sentiment you can retain." Xiao Tian took the bowl, the soup shimmering red, reminiscent of the two blooming flowers by the banks of the yellow springs. In the crimson liquid, he beheld his own eyes, bloodshot and weary, alongside the staggering form of the great goose. "Your soul is insufficient. 3 souls are lacking. The human soul is incomplete. The celestial soul is fragmented. To restore your human soul requires 100,000 spirits of valor, while the celestial soul demands 300,000 spirits of valor, 100,000 divine souls, 50,000 immortal souls, and 30,000 divine beings," the elder stated, his head bowed. Chapter 13. The transaction. The old man on the bridge raised his head, revealing a void where his face should have been. Only 2 flickering flames danced within his pupils. Xiao Tian stepped back, his brows furrowing. "But if you are already dead, why indulge in such spectral antics? Your 2 divine fires are sufficient to restore my human soul. Why divine fire can extinguish at any moment. What would it matter to bestow it upon you?" The elder's tone was indifferent. "You have languished here for countless years, not waiting for your divine fire to extinguish. No one is unafraid of death, especially those who have reached the divine path, all yearning for longevity equal to that of the heavens." Xiao Tian replied with increasing detachment. "Your mere survival until now only attests to this fact. You fear death, yet you harbor an unwillingness to accept it. Spare me your tale. I demand your divine essence and the fire of your soul." Xiao Tian's gaze bored down upon the elder. "When the flame of my soul extinguishes, the existence of Lufeng City will hold no value. Beneath my divine domain, there shall be no sages within Lufeng City. Even external powerhouses will find their realms suppressed beneath the sage level. This may very well be the sole purpose of my existence." The elder remained unmoved. "Speak of your terms." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tian, faced with the threat, acquiesced. He required the divine domain of Lufeng City. "Eliminate the Lingxiao immortal emperor." As the elder uttered these words, an invisible aura of killing intent enveloped the entire Lufeng Valley. The chilling atmosphere made Xiao Tian's skin prickle. This was merely a manifestation of might, devoid of any cultivation or laws. This sensation was quite peculiar. Xiao Tian touched his face, and 2 streams of blood trickled through his fingers. The elder shook his head that, of course, it was employed by this deity. The great goose appeared just in time, stretching its long neck and elegantly flapping its wings a few times. "Which divine general do you serve under the Lingxiao banner?" "You are the Lingyu immortal emperor." The elder's ethereal visage began to contort, seemingly undergoing intense turmoil, and suddenly he rose to his feet, kneeling before the great goose. "Lufeng under the command of the Lingxiao immortal emperor, commander of the Western Ling forces, comprising 500,000 divine soldiers." The elder's figure exuded strength. "Where are the divine soldiers?" The great goose displayed an air of superiority, its gaze sweeping over the elder. "Defeated?" Reporting to the immortal emperor, Gu Lufeng led 500,000 divine soldiers to clash with Chen Wuyu. "I did not disgrace my mission. I eliminated Chen Wuyu. Simultaneously, I sustained grave injuries, and my remaining troops number less than 10,000. While all of Chen Wuyu's forces perished," Gu Lufeng declared with pride. "Where's the divine essence of Chen Wuyu?" The great goose suppressed the fluttering of its heart. "Deep within Lufeng Valley lies the legacy of Chen Wuyu, along with the essence of 500,000 heroic spirits under his command." The demon god mirror materialized, casting a beam of light that enveloped both the great goose and Gu Lufeng's divine essence. Only Xiao Tian and Gu Lufeng remained. Gu Liufeng's face began to form features, appearing aged, with deep wrinkles that seemed poised to peel away at any moment. I do not wish to hear tales. Therefore, let us commence. Xiao Tian paid no heed to Gu Liufeng's expression. Very well. No wonder you are a follower of the Lingyu Immortal Emperor. Gu Lufeng refrained from recounting his experiences. Those were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had received a promise from that individual. My sons are present. Gu Lufeng bellowed from the bridge of helplessness. Instantly, the waters of the Oblivion River surged, faintly echoing with countless cries of battle. Lingxiao, Immortal Emperor, where are you now? Looking down upon the masses. Gu Liufeng's words dripped with sorrow, laden with despair and fury, as he roared in madness. The surge of the Oblivion River grew fiercer. Figures coalesced, clad in armor, kneeling before Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng pointed toward Xiao Tian, and innumerable heroic spirits surged toward him. Xiao Tian felt a force rendering his soul more complete. His essence resembled a parched sponge, perpetually absorbing moisture. 3 days passed before the essence of heroic spirits from the Oblivion River fully infused into Xiao Tian's soul, leaving the riverbed parched and exposed, like the gaunt visage of Gu Lufeng. With creases interlacing, Xiao Tian opened his eyes, brilliance flashing within them. He felt the immense strength of his powerful soul and the formidable energy contained within it. His human soul had been entirely restored, and although his heavenly soul remained fractured, it had been nourished to the point of no longer being feeble. Gu Liufeng's body was increasingly stooped, his voice hoarse. It is time for you to depart. With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, Xiao Tian was swiftly pulled away by a powerful force, vanishing from his original position. Beneath the dusk light, the twin flowers began to fade, their once blood-red petals slowly wilting to a pallid gray, deprived of the nourishing essence of life, making their survival increasingly precarious. That is enough. We must take our leave. The divine battles of the ancient immortal era were indeed brutal, with countless divine soldiers engaged in conflict. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, pondering the reason behind such divine warfare. Was it truly a matter of distributing interests? The celestial wars appear to revolve around the allocation of benefits, yet there were unseen hands orchestrating the chaos. As the celestial emperors clashed, blood flowed freely through the realms. Even those in the divine realm faced the constant threat of death. The great goose sighed, contemplating, do they truly wish for my utter annihilation? Xiao Tian mused to him. Everything felt like a grand scheme, a trap designed to obliterate his very essence. Countless powerful beings had perished. The lingering spirits and divine souls, whether drifting through the cosmos or residing in the ether, were indispensable to Xiao Tian's soul restoration. Those spirits served as bait, luring Xiao Tian into their midst, intent on extinguishing him before he could grow strong. If that were the case, their ambition was indeed vast. The great goose came to a similar realization, its feathers bristling in alarm. Having absorbed Gu Liufeng's divine essence, the great goose found itself capable of separating from Xiao Tian for a longer duration, its form becoming more solidified. Its once gray feathers had transformed into a pristine white, exuding an air of nobility, yet the results were not as significant as hoped. Gu Liufeng's divine essence seems to provide little assistance, Xiao Tian remarked, glancing at the great goose. Much of the essence had dissipated, leaving barely a fraction behind. It is commendable that it helps stabilize my form, and most of the essence has been utilized to repair the demon god mirror. The great goose cautiously surveyed the surroundings. That old wretch had left a contingency. He had retained 1,000 divine soldiers. Since they were deceased, their souls must undoubtedly linger within the Valley of Flowing Wind. Chapter 14. Domineering emerging from the path of Yellow Springs, Xiao Tian and his companions entered a tranquil forest. The woods were eerily silent, devoid of even the whisper of the mountain breeze. Resembling a desolate graveyard, Xiao Tian halted, staring blankly at the forest before him. Why have you stopped? This is unlike your usual demeanor. The great goose's voice broke the stillness, growing grave as it detected the scent of blood. With his human soul restored, Xiao Tian's senses had sharpened considerably, and he felt an unsettling discomfort in this forest, an instinctive wariness stirring within him. This is the tomb of 10,000 souls. Gu Liufeng's over 10,000 divine soldiers had perished here, saturating the area with their lingering deathly energy and resentment, transforming it into a realm of desolation. There's truly no way around this. The great goose shivered at the thought. The deathly aura and grievances of over 10,000 divine beings were not something it would dare to touch, even in its prime, let alone now, when it existed merely as a soul. The most profound fear of the spirit is the presence of deathly energy. Once tainted, it will gradually wither the spirit, leading to a true dissolution into the cosmos. Only by transcending the tribulations of thunder and transforming from yin to yang can one fearlessly confront the deathly energy and become a genuine yang spirit. Do you believe that Gu Lufeng would allow you to obtain his divine essence without consequence? Even if you are a celestial emperor of feathers, your current state betrays a lack of trustworthiness. That old scoundrel. I shall sell him off, sell him to the Baohua sect, and make him a slave. The great goose declared vehemently. This forest ahead is our necessary passage. You too can sense that this woodland is extraordinary, so prepare yourselves for battle. Xiao Tian spoke in a grave tone. Xiao Ming and the others, with solemn expressions, nodded in agreement. The group ventured into the forest. Their feet crackled upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, yet they emitted no sound, as if the woods themselves were devouring noise. The deeper they walked, the darker it became, until light itself vanished. My stamina is steadily depleting, and I cannot recover on my own, a young man from the Xiao family remarked. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. Throughout their journey, he had remained silent, and no dangers had yet arisen. The deathly energy in the woods lay restrained, seemingly exerting no influence on them, save for a mysterious force that continually sapped their strength. Could it be that the essence of their heroic spirits within me renders me immune to attack? Xiao Tian pondered that Gu Lufeng possesses a degree of benevolence. The great goose chuckled ominously. It is not benevolence. Rather, the exertion is too great for him to manipulate this forest, Xiao Tian concluded. Tossing 2 return-to-origin pills to the group, he urged them to hasten. This place reeks of the uncanny, and we must depart swiftly. The 2 pills replenished their energy, and their speed increased once more. After 3 arduous days, Xiao Tian and his companions traversed the forest unscathed, upon glimpsing the light at the edge of the woods. Exhilaration surged within them, yet Xiao Tian's expression turned grave. The scent of blood. He murmured, I did not expect you to possess such audacity. Breaking away from the Xiao family's ranks, that a young man laughed heartily. Lying on the ground was none other than Xiao Lin, drenched in blood, motionless, and had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest, none would believe he still drew breath. Zhao Ting, if you intend to kill, then do so. Why all this needless chatter? Xiao Lin spoke, blood spurting with every word. Why should I kill you? Zhao Ting, with a visage as refined as jade, was an exceptionally handsome man. Yet his delicate demeanor was quite unsettling. At this moment, he languidly raised his orchid-like fingers, saying, What nonsense does your Xiao family speak? Am I a person who revels in slaughter? The elixirs of the Xiao family are indeed coveted, yet they remain sealed off from my Zhao family. As he spoke, Zhao Ting forcefully stomped down on one of Xiao Lin's legs. A scream erupted alongside the sound of cracking bones. I wonder if your worthless life can exchange for those 2 elixirs. Zhao Ting crouched down, gently caressing Xiao Lin's face. You have labeled him a worthless life. How then can he procure the Holy Spirit pill and return to origin pills? Xiao Tian led the Xiao family out of the forest, and as they crossed the threshold, the woods behind them vanished, giving the impression that they had materialized from thin air. Young master, please save Xiao Lin. Although he has shown you disrespect, he is, after all, a member of the family. Xiao Ming spoke. Why should I save someone who defies the commands of the young master? I have stated that once he has strayed from the ranks, his life or death is of no concern to me. Even if he bears the surname Xiao, Xiao Tian said coldly. Zhao Ting laughed, observing, see, just a worthless life. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Xiao Lin's shoulder, a gaping wound appearing as blood gushed forth. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, uttering not a sound. Though he was but a minor figure in the next life, he would undoubtedly revitalize the Xiao family. Enough. Now it is our turn. Xiao Tian stepped forward, his frigid gaze fixated on Xiao Ting. "We. What connection do we have?" Xiao Ting queried, somewhat perplexed. "First and foremost, the Xiao family and the Zhao family are at odds." Xiao Ting, in a fit of rage, laughed ironically. "It is not for you to weigh your options, but rather for you to face death." Xiao Tian's tone was as calm as a gentle breeze, as if discussing the most trivial matter. Yet such inflection struck Xiao Ting as the gravest insult. At that moment, even Xiao Lin, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, his blood surging with fervor. "You seek death." Xiao Ting's aura surged, flames leaping high. His fists danced as they struck towards Xiao Tian. "Is this your spiritual root attribute?" Xiao Tian retreated a half step to steady himself, simultaneously launching his fists. Bang! Sparks flew. Their fists collided, erupting in a deep, resounding boom. Xiao Ting staggered back 3 steps, his complexion pale, warily observing Xiao Tian, sensing something amiss. Xiao Tian remained rooted in place, his expression unchanged, a smile still gracing his face. In a single move, the disparity of strength was glaringly evident. The mountain's might. Xiao Tian advanced, the pressure between his hands surging ominously, enveloping Xiao Ting like the weight of a mountain. Xiao Ting's heart jolted. He drew his long sword and executed a sweeping strike. With a swift upward thrust, the force of his strike erupted, aiming to cleave the very mountain above him. Crack! Xiao Tian roared once more, and the enveloping mountain pressure shattered into countless fragments, an overwhelming force akin to flying debris, assailing Xiao Ting from all directions. Xiao Ting's sword technique shifted again, transforming his upward strike into a sweeping motion. Flames danced around his long sword, shattering the debris entirely. Xiao Tian moved again, breaking the river. His punch surged forth, charging directly at Xiao Ting's long sword. Xiao Ting sneered, shifting the sword's angle, thrusting with deadly precision. The sword's tip emanated a chilling light, infused with boundless intensity, aimed at Xiao Tian. Crack! Xiao Tian's fierce punch shattered Xiao Ting's long sword. Xiao Ting attempted to withdraw, yet could not evade Xiao Tian's onslaught, having to brace himself with all his strength against his chest, attempting to withstand the force of Xiao Tian's punch. Boom! As Xiao Tian's voice rang out, his fist connected with Xiao Ting's palm. Bang! Xiao Ting's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face pallid, a force within him relentlessly ravaging his body. He could envision that it would not be long before his internal organs were utterly destroyed, leading to his demise in the Valley of Flowing Winds. Zhang Sun, how much longer will you wait? Do you think he will spare you? Xiao Ting shouted loudly, as the members of the Xiao family heard the name Zhang Sun. Their expressions shifted dramatically. He was a true powerhouse among the younger generation of Lufeng City, far beyond their reach. Although the young master was formidable, he was merely at the body refinement stage. Xiao Tian remained unfazed, casting a glance at Xiao Lin, who lay on the ground, and declared, "You wait and see. The Xiao family will not suffer humiliation in vain." With determined strides, Xiao Tian approached Xiao Ting, who was obstructed by the Zhao family members attempting to impede his advance. With each punch he unleashed, the Zhao family members fell to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate. Crack! Xiao Tian's foot came down on Xiao Ting's leg, shattering it into a pulp, followed by another crushing blow to his shoulder, rendering his arm useless. The gazes of all Xiao family members toward Xiao Tian were filled with admiration. At that moment, if they were to describe the young master, only 2 words would suffice: overwhelming dominance. Chapter 15. You are quite impressive, Xiao Tian scoffed coldly. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ting's complexion turned even paler, as he comprehended Xiao Tian's implication. The family would not wage war against the Xiao clan over his demise. A confrontation would lead to mutual destruction, something the Zhao family would not pursue, and his death would be left unresolved. What you should consider now is how to survive, rather than how to threaten me. You see, I am most impervious to threats, and I detest them above all else. Xiao Tian reached out to pat Xiao Ting's other shoulder. No, please, I beg you. I can serve you like a beast of burden. Just let me live, and I shall be your servant. Xiao Ting's voice quivered with desperation. But you are the young master of the Xiao family. How can you become my lackey? Here, I have a pill. Its market value is 10,000 spirit stones, but I shall sell it to you for 8,000. Xiao Tian said with a smile, pulling a pill from his pocket. Yes, I want it. I want it, but I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Xiao Ting hurriedly interjected. You think I'm trying to swindle your spirit stones? Xiao Tian's expression turned serious. And no, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Ting shook his head vehemently, fearing he might offend the ancestor before him, risking his life. Come, let me give you a taste of the medicine. Xiao Tian placed the pill into Xiao Ting's mouth. Resigned, Xiao Ting closed his eyes, not believing that Xiao Tian would provide him with any healing pill. However, the moment the pill touched his tongue, he realized it was indeed a genuine high-quality pill. At that instant, Xiao Ting suddenly felt that acknowledging Xiao Tian as his master was not such a humiliation after all. With just 3 gathering spirit pills, you can fully recover. Those 3 pills are worth 24,000 spirit stones. How about this? I shall offer you a preferential price. 3 gathering spirit pills for 2,500 spirit stones, Xiao Tian said with a grin. You must understand that regaining the first 30% of your strength is relatively easy, but the latter portion is quite challenging. Xiao Ting, swear to the heavens that I shall follow Xiao Tian and become his servant. Xiao Ting, enduring the pain, sat upright and invoked his oath. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Just as he had intended to swindle some spirit stones, he found himself outmaneuvered, becoming the master of a servant instead. How could he continue to swindle spirit stones now? Even as a servant, spirit stones were necessary to acquire gathering spirit powder. Xiao Tian spoke solemnly. How about this? Since he desires the spirit gathering pill, and you're also willing to sell it, let him write you an IOU, and I shall act as guarantor. Once that is settled, a fee for my guarantee will suffice. That a robust man draped in a feathered cloak appeared between Xiao Tian and Xiao Ting. Without needing to glance, Xiao Tian recognized that this oddly dressed figure was the Great Goose. Unable to contain its inner impulse upon witnessing Xiao Tian's attempt to amass wealth, the Great Goose leaped forth, interjecting boldly, if he fails to repay my spirit stones, will you seek them from the Xiao family? Xiao Tian regarded the Great Goose with an expression of bewilderment. Certainly, if he dares to default on his repayment, I shall raise the entire Xiao family. The Great Goose unleashed an aura of pressure at the opportune moment, causing Xiao Ting, who had only just begun to recover, to suffer grievous harm once more. Are you two performing a duet? A young man, his demeanor as cold as ice, strode forward, flanked by 5 similarly youthful companions, his gaze towards Xiao Tian rife with murderous intent. Xiao Ting, you are the Xiao family's foremost talent. Yet you have become Xiao Tian's servant. What a disgrace for the Xiao family. Today, I shall rid the family of this calamity. The speaker was Zhang Sun, the leader of the younger generation of the Zhang family. Wielding formidable power. Come, Xiao Ting, unleash your fury upon him. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Tian thrust 3 spirit-gathering pills into Xiao Ting's mouth. Within a few breaths, Xiao Ting's injuries fully mended, his strength reaching its zenith. Since this trial was intended to eliminate adversaries, let us commence with the Zhang family. Xiao Ting rose from the ground. Had it not been for the bloodstains on his robes, one would scarcely suspect he had been gravely wounded. As the two engaged in combat, both were at the spirit transformation realm. Yet Xiao Ting ultimately fell short and soon found himself on the brink of defeat, having taken several blows, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You are remarkably skilled. Among the youth of Lufeng City, you stand out as the clear frontrunners, Xiao Tian proclaimed loudly. However, to any listener, this statement felt disconcerting, for just moments prior, Xiao Ting had been ruthlessly beaten, and now it was claimed he was leading. So, are you capable of overcoming him? Xiao Tian dashed to Xiao Ting's side, wiping the blood from his mouth. What do we do? Do you have any spare elixirs? I noticed Zhang Sun consuming considerable spirit herbs. Master, I desire the spirit-gathering pill. Xiao Ting exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. Though I am injured, I am certain Zhang Sun is not faring any better. Once I regain my strength, I can defeat him. 4 spirit-gathering pills, 30,000 spirit stones. Xiao Tian lamented, a pained expression adorning his face. We cannot lower the price. Come, write the IOU, At that moment, the great goose reappeared, presenting a piece of paper to Xiao Ting. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ting inscribed an IOU, and before Xiao Tian could reach for it, the great goose tucked it securely away, declaring, as the notary, "I shall safeguard this IOU for you." With the 4 spirit-gathering pills consumed, Xiao Ting's strength surged back, revitalized and vibrant, his gaze fixed sharply upon Zhang Sun. "Today, I shall ensure you are left searching for your teeth." Zhang Sun's countenance darkened. Although he was stronger than Xiao Ting, he knew that prolonging the battle would ultimately lead to his downfall. Just as Xiao Ting had said, he would be left searching for his teeth. Are not the two families united? Why then engage in such internal strife? A delicate voice interrupted, causing Xiao Ting to momentarily cease his actions. "Wang Lin, do you intend to meddle as well?" Zhang Sun's countenance was grim. The Wang and Zhang families had never been on cordial terms. Wang Lin, the pride of the Wang family, had no qualms about turning against him. It was nothing more than a dog-eat-dog scenario. How amusing! Yet it remained uncertain which mad dog was more ferocious. Another presence emerged. Before long, nearly all the factions of Lufeng City had gathered here, each displaying distinct affiliations. The members of the City Lord's mansion stood to one side, occasionally uttering sarcastic remarks. The Wang and Zhao families were closely allied, while the Lin and Zhang families were somewhat nearer to one another. Xiao Tian and Yi positioned themselves at the farthest edge of the crowd, observing the unfolding situation. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Lin had recuperated, his injuries mostly healed, yet he bowed his head in silence, unsure how to speak. "You are the sole representative of the Xiao family within the transformation realm. You shall stand for them shortly," Xiao Tian whispered. "Young master." Xiao Lin attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, the young master of the Xiao family, had triumphed over the arrogant Xiao Feng with his formidable prowess at the body refinement realm, and had even compelled Xiao Ting of the Zhao family to acknowledge him as master, stirring considerable intrigue. Finally, someone steered the conversation toward Xiao Tian. "Thank you all for your concern for the Xiao family," Xiao Lin replied with a nonchalant tone, reluctant to elaborate further. "I end this gathering of young masters." "What status do you hold?" Xiao Lin. Zhang Sun scowled. "Let us go for it," Xiao Tian muttered. "Do you wish to engage me in combat?" Zhang Sun. Xiao Lin challenged, fixing his gaze upon him. "You are unworthy," Zhang Sun retorted coldly. "Xiao Tian may possess that qualification, but you do not. If you wish to confront my master, you must first contend with me." Hearing Zhang Sun's arrogant proclamation, Xiao Ting immediately leaped to defend. "To insult our young master is utterly intolerable for one of the Xiao family." Xiao Lin stepped forward, unleashing his aura. "With your true self remaining motionless, others will fight on your behalf. Such is the grandeur of the young master of the Xiao family." Wang Lin remarked with a playful laugh, "We are all friends here. Must we resort to violence? I am quite benevolent and prefer to avoid physical confrontations, especially given your formidable prowess," Xiao Tian said, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Chapter 16. Are you buying or not? The crowd's expressions turned peculiar, sensing that the youth before them did not align with the rumors that it was said that Xiao Tian was decisive in battle, ruthless in his actions, and possessed an unusual calmness, displaying a composure beyond his years. However, the Xiao Tian before them seemed merely a callow youth. Only Yi, who knew him best, was aware that Xiao Tian was preparing to play a trick. Having procured numerous sheets of paper, ready to draft an array of IOUs, "May I have the opportunity to seek guidance from the young master of the Xiao family?" Hua Feng from the City Lord's mansion stepped forth from the crowd. The City Lord's mansion typically refrains from intervening in the disputes of Lufeng City. "I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange to confirm certain cultivation queries. Who could overlook that you just received spirit stones from Zhang Sun? What pretense of innocence is this?" Xiao Ting had become Xiao Tian's most loyal supporter, always considering his interests in conversation. "It matters not how much he took. I shall ensure he returns it all shortly," Xiao Tian replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Then please go ahead." "Ah, esteemed senior, could you assist in organizing them into a queue to maintain some semblance of order?" Xiao Tian requested of Yi. "No problem. However, I shall not undertake such thankless labor without some form of acknowledgement," Yi replied. The great goose assumed a troubled demeanor. "If anyone wishes to forfeit and refrain from engaging with me, I shall collect 10,000 spirit stones from them. How does that sound? Xiao Tian remarked with a smile. Deal. The great goose readily acquiesced. The onlookers were somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Xiao Tian, merely at the body refining stage, appeared to have secured an advantage over everyone, even expressing concern about potential retreat. Very well. Xiao Tian responded decisively. Mountain pressure. The heavy mountain fist was unleashed, his fist bearing down like a mountain, exerting tremendous pressure directly upon Huafeng. Shatter. As Huafeng felt the overwhelming force approaching, he immediately channeled his elemental energy. A chill emanated from his fist, accompanied by immense impact, surging towards Xiao Tian. Boom! The two clashed for the first time, with Xiao Tian retreating 3 steps while Huafeng stepped back 2. Excellent. Truly a formidable opponent hailing from the city lord's manor. Once more, mountain force. The pressure converged once again into Xiao Tian's fist. The might of the first blow had yet to dissipate, as the second punch swept forth, amplifying the force and crashing down upon Huafeng. Seal! Huafeng, astonished internally, maintained an outward calm, unreservedly showcasing his ice attribute's spiritual root. His elemental energy poured forth, forming a circular barrier of condensed energy around him, freezing the oncoming mountain pressure. Xiao Tian's lips twitched. Ice mountain, collapse, crack. A sound reminiscent of shattering glaciers echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd, coinciding with the moment Xiao Tian's other fist descended before him. Huafeng's expression changed drastically. Sensing a grave threat, he attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Shattered snow. A long sword materialized in Huafeng's hand, swiftly unfurling into a sword stance, enveloping him entirely to counter the invisible force of the collapsing ice mountain. Xiao Tian retreated 3 steps again, silently grinning as he fixed his gaze upon Huafeng, who had withdrawn 10 steps, blood trickling from his mouth, equally focused on Xiao Tian. 3 punches to defeat Xiaofeng. Indeed, a reputation well-deserved. I see you are injured and have expended considerable energy. Do you require some recuperation? I have superior elixirs available, each for merely 15,000 spirit stones. Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. Thank you for your kindness. Huafeng's meaning was unmistakable. He did not require recuperation to deal with Xiao Tian. In that case, I shall continue. Xiao Tian's lips curled slightly, still maintaining an air of modesty. Open mountain. The ferocity of Xiao Tian's punches escalated, each blow compounding upon the last, his strength intensifying. Huafeng, a key figure groomed by the city lord's manor, regarded the families of Lufeng City with disdain. Save for the hidden powerhouses of the manor, but he wielded his long sword, executing intricate sword techniques to dismantle Xiao Tian's offensive. Xiao Tian advanced with the speed of the wind, causing the onlookers to shift in expression. Xiao Tian, do you dare? Hua Lin bellowed in fury, his blood surging, ready to strike at Xiao Tian. Am I to be disregarded? The great goose snorted coldly, a formidable pressure descending upon Hua Lin, forcing him half a foot into the ground, leaving him immobile. This scene profoundly shocked the crowd. The great goose's strength was overwhelming. Isn't Lufeng Valley accessible only to those at the spirit transformation stage? How did he gain entry? Someone murmured. His power far surpasses ours, rivaling even our ancestors. Whispers erupted as the crowd exchanged complex glances, deep in contemplation. Junior Wang Lin, may I inquire the esteemed name of the elder? Wang Lin represented the Wang family, requesting the elder to join them as a guest elder. Wang Lin stepped forward, offering a subtle smile to the large goose. Suddenly, an incongruous voice shattered the tranquility. Is it time for some healing now? Look, I have gathering spirit pills. Just 4 of them will restore you completely I assure you. Given your injuries, a maximum of 5 will render you whole again. Xiao Tian squatted before Huafeng, his face brimming with eagerness. Huafeng had initially thought Xiao Tian intended to strike him down, but to his surprise, he was here to offer him elixirs. 5 pills for complete recovery. Huafeng asked tentatively. Absolutely. Zhao Ting. No sooner had Xiao Tian's voice resonated than Zhao Ting dashed out. Brother Feng, the efficacy of the master's pills is remarkable. I can vouch for that. Zhao Ting thumped his chest, recounting how he'd been thoroughly beaten by the master, yet 4 gathering spirit pills had restored him entirely, leaving no trace of injury upon his body. Xiao Ting did not perceive this as a humiliation. Rather, he felt honored to have been bested by Xiao Tian. Furthermore, I had a scuffle with that brat Zhang Sun earlier, and after exhausting my energy, the master's gathering spirit pills brought me back to my peak, leaving Zhang Sun utterly intimidated. What are you waiting for? Xiao Tian felt it was time to intervene, halting Xiao Ting's enthusiasm. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Hua Feng, stating, for pills for merely 60,000 spirit stones. I'll buy. However, before Hua Feng could finish a sentence, the large goose approached, promptly presenting pen and paper. I shall act as your guarantor. Write an IOU, and repay it upon leaving Lufeng Valley. The goose stated earnestly. Xiao Tian felt elated. The earlier skirmish had merely whetted his appetite for battle, allowing him to strike without restraint, providing immense satisfaction. Who shall be next? Xiao Tian's gaze swept across the crowd. You go. The large goose kicked Hua Lin into the arena, as expected. Hua Feng was soon pummeled by Xiao Tian, acquiring 4 gathering spirit pills for the price of 60,000 spirit stones. When Xiao Tian's gaze fell upon Zhang Sun, the latter trembled involuntarily. He had witnessed the fate of the Hua brothers, and despite being stronger than them, he knew he stood no chance against Xiao Tian. Hurry! Do not waste time. I promise not to kill you, Xiao Tian shouted at Zhang Sun. Though Zhang Sun was formidable, he was still outmatched by Xiao Tian. After several exchanges, Xiao Tian broke both his legs and arms, leaving a deep indent in his chest and a crooked nose. Will you buy? Xiao Tian inquired. Gazing at Zhang Sun, I will. 4 pills for 80,000. Zhang Sun hesitated momentarily before Xiao Tian's fist connected with his face. Fine, Zhang Sun replied, spitting blood, looking utterly wretched. Once the IOU was prepared, Xiao Tian handed Zhang Sun the pills and turned to Xiao Ting and Xiao Lin, declaring, Our duel has concluded. However, I believe he has previously insulted you. Will you let him off the hook? Xiao Lin and Xiao Ting exchanged knowing glances, grinning as they approached Zhang Xun and Oni to fight. I'll buy. Before Xiao Tian could speak, Wang Lin interjected, for pills for 90,000 spirit stones. The only one remaining in a black robe, Lin Yu, prompted a frown from Xiao Tian. Will you buy or not? Chapter 17. The Lin hidden sect Xiao Tian sensed an unusual aura emanating from Lin Yu. With the replenishment of his soul, his perception had sharpened significantly, allowing him to detect the latent threat posed by Lin Yu. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Lin Yu stated with an impassive expression. Young master, the Lin family has always maintained a low profile and seldom interacts with the prominent families of Lufeng City. However, even the city lord's manor must show them a modicum of respect. The Lin family has an intricate relationship with the Lin hidden sect, and Lin Yu has been raised within its confines. Mastering its arcane arts, Xiao Ming whispered, they are merely disciples of a sect. Continue to procure pills from Zhang Sun. I intend to make the Zhang family owe me an unquantifiable amount of spirit stones. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Ming complied, leading a group to seek out Zhang Sun. The anguished cries of Zhang Sun echoed intermittently, having been beaten severely by Xiao Lin and Xiao Ting on numerous occasions. After consuming a spirit-gathering pill to recuperate, he was subjected to further assaults. The large goose casually perched beside Zhang Sun and his companions, occasionally pulling out paper and a pen, perusing the numerous IOUs in his grasp with a satisfied grin. It's not that I must engage you in battle. As you can see, this is merely a small-scale transaction, and the risks are mine to bear, Xiao Tian lamented. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, lowering his body like a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Xiao Tian's expression turned grave. This was the most formidable transformation realm opponent he had ever faced. Heavy Mountain Fist, the mountain descends. Kill! Lin Yu launched his attack with lethal intent, his body moving like a specter, suddenly appearing before Xiao Tian. His fingers transformed into claws, reaching for Xiao Tian's face. Xiao Tian's fist struck air as he sidestepped, delivering a left hook in the process, connecting 2 mountains. The force of their strikes interlinked, creating an unyielding momentum that effectively stifled Lin Yu's offensive. Trivial techniques. Lin Yu altered his claws into fingers, striking down with tremendous force, the tip of his finger channeling a torrent of power that met Xiao Tian's fist. breaking the surface with a point. This was Lin Yu's method of response, and it proved to be the most effective approach. Xiao Tian's expression shifted slightly. With his first punch still unwithdrawn, he immediately unleashed a third punch, determined not to allow his momentum to falter. With a cough of blood, Xiao Tian forced the connection of his punches, the third punch erupting forth with tremendous force, colliding with Lin Yu's fingertip. Both fighters were sent staggering backward. Xiao Tian retreated 3 steps while Lin Yu fell back 5. From this exchange, it appeared Xiao Tian held the upper hand, yet only he understood that he possessed no true advantage. The 3 previous punches had the power to crush Wafeng, yet these 3 punches had merely forced Lin Yu back 5 steps. Quite interesting. Lin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That I shall take this seriously. As he spoke, a swirling black mist enveloped him entirely, revealing his dark attribute spiritual roots. Dark attribute elemental force? Xiao Tian's brow furrowed tightly. 4 mountains ascend. He unleashed another punch, the power compounding, saturating the air with an overwhelming pressure. Lin Yu's figure flickered in and out of sight, his speed astonishing, each appearance merely a fleeting shadow. The large goose immediately fixed its gaze on Lin Yu, who was causing considerable trouble for Xiao Tian, observing the black radiance surrounding him, seemingly pondering the lineage of the Dark Emperor. Yet, wherever this divine being resided, light would surely follow. The great goose has acquired the essence of the divine path, its strength only partially restored, yet it is more than sufficient to lock onto Lin Yu. Instantly, images of Lin Yu began to materialize in Xiao Tian's mind, continuously leaping closer to him. This is the ghostly shadow step, a derivative of your underworld king's shadow step. The great goose recognized Lin Yu's footwork and began to elucidate it to Xiao Tian. A cold smile played upon Xiao Tian's lips. Mountain collapse. Having accumulated the might of 6 mountains, he unleashed his most formidable pressure. Boom! No mountains crumbled, yet a tremendous roar resonated in the ears of all present. As Xiao Tian's fist shattered the accumulated force of 6 mountains, puffed, Lin Yu's figure emerged. Where he appeared, the force of the mountain collapse was most intense, striking him grievously, sending his body flying several zhang and splintering several massive trees. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from Lin Yu's mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not fathom how Xiao Tian could see through his footwork, a technique of the Lin hidden sect. Although he had only grasped the rudiments, he believed he could withstand the void god realm without defeat. Xiao Tian's complexion turned pale. Engaging with several formidable experts had taken a tremendous toll on him, particularly the battle with Lin Yu. Under full exertion, the 6 heavy mountain fists had nearly drained all his internal strength. Xiao Ming, assess how severely injured young Master Lin is. Does he require gathering spirit pills? Xiao Tian could not shake the thought of the gathering yuan pills on his person, for he had come to seek fortune. How many gathering yuan pills do you have? I desire them all. Lin Yu interjected before Xiao Ming could speak that that truly appropriate. I wonder if the Lin hidden sect requires gathering yuan pills. My gathering yuan pills are exceedingly rare and sought after. I can offer you a friendly price of 10,000 spirit stones each. Xiao Tian swallowed the elixir he had prepared and approached Lin Yu. Allow me to act as an intermediary, said the great goose, unwilling to be outdone. If our collaboration proves fruitful, I possess additional medicinal pills that could assist your Lin hidden sect in rising within the cultivation world. Lin Yu pondered deeply. He was uncertain of the veracity of the great goose's words. However, gathering spirit pills were indeed worth procuring. Nonetheless, he had no intention of purchasing them in bulk, merely wishing to acquire a few for the strong practitioners within his sect to study. These gathering spirit pills cannot be concocted without my guidance. Even the alchemist pavilion could not possibly produce them. Xiao Tian spoke somewhat sheepishly. Not important. If the Lin hidden sect is willing to engage in business with me, how about I gift young Master Lin 5 gathering spirit pills? At this point, the great goose had already pinned a promissory note, the figures inscribed, as if he were privy to the number of gathering spirit pills Xiao Tian possessed. If there are no objections, then please sign. The great goose had taken Lin Yu's hand, dabbing a bit of Lin Yu's blood onto the promissory note. You see, Xiao Tian stated that the business is settled, and I have noted your 5 pills. The great goose's expression turned serious. As an intermediary, he bore considerable risk. If both parties reached an agreement, Each would pay me a 10% commission. Xiao Tian rolled his eyes. At most, it should be half. Is that not a bit excessive? Lin Yu murmured. Then half it shall be. The Great Goose promptly replied. The gathering Yuan pills once again showcased their formidable prowess. 5 pills consumed restored Lin Yu to his peak condition. Initially fearing he had been deceived by Xiao Tian, he now felt he had struck gold. Do you also desire the... Upon noticing the hesitant expressions of the Hua family brothers and the perpetually silent Wang Lin, Xiao Tian interjected, the quantity you seek is minimal. Thus, no discounts can be granted. Each pill will cost 15,000. The Great Goose took over from Xiao Tian, initiating a negotiation. Xiao Tian, I implore you, spare me. A significant portion of the Zhang family's savings is already in your possession. If you demand more, the ancestor will surely take my life, and you will not acquire your spirit stones. Chapter 18. The 12th layer of body refinement, brilliant beams of light flickered as the younger generation from each family emerged and scathed outside the flowing wind valley. The elders of each clan promptly examined the well-being of their youths, and only after confirming that there were no casualties did they reconvene. Xiao Zhan's expression was as dark as stormy waters, teetering on the brink of eruption, for Xiao Tian was nowhere to be found in the crowd. Uncle Xiao Zhan, Xiao Tian is unharmed. He remains in the flowing wind valley to attend to some matters. Xiao Ming approached, steeling himself. Some matters? Xiao Tian's gaze, sharp as twin swords, swept across those entering the flowing wind valley. The master is safe and sound. Lord Xiao Zhan need not worry. Zhao Ting stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xiao Zhan. The heads of the families exchanged peculiar glances, scrutinizing Zhao Ting before turning their attention to the head of the Zhao family. Zhao Shifan, who had always been at odds with the Xiao family, wore a grim expression. Zhao Ting, you must recognize your own standing. You are the young master of the Zhao family. How dare you refer to that boy from the Xiao family as master? Where shall we place the dignity of the Xiao family? Humph! Do not think that by calling Xiao Tian young master you are preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Ask your family's foremost member, which of them has not been thoroughly subdued by my master, Zhang family head. You may inquire how many spirit stones Zhang Sun owes my master. The Great Goose roamed about, having absorbed the divine essence of Gu Lu Feng. It seemed to have grown quite familiar with this valley, becoming half its master. The order here was incomplete. This was Gu Liufeng's domain, yet he had perished long ago, and the external rules had begun to encroach upon it. The heart of the flowing wind valley remained intact. The Great Goose spoke slowly. Then let us proceed to the heart of the flowing wind valley. Xiao Tian opened his eyes, having regained his optimal state. It took him an entire day to reach the center of the valley, where the spiritual energy was so dense it seemed to be on the verge of liquefaction. Xiao Tian's pores expanded, purging the impurities from his body. The Great Goose also emerged from within Xiao Tian, its feathers gleaming brilliantly, clearly having reaped immense benefits. The spiritual energy from the vast expanse of flowing wind city converged here. To transform it would undoubtedly be much easier. Xiao Tian surveyed his surroundings. You seemed hesitant earlier. What did you wish to convey? The rules here are the most complete. Should you harness them to ascend to the 12th layer of body refinement, it will inevitably trigger unforeseen events. The flowing wind valley will no longer remain a secret, and many powerful beings will seek to investigate it. Consequently, you will find yourself in the sight of formidable opponents, altering the course of your cultivation journey. The Great Goose's tone grew grave. You exist in a state of spiritual essence. To reconstruct your physical form, you will require abundant, ghostly energy. My starting point is in Fengdu. Thus I ought to consider joining the Netherworld sect. Correct? Xiao Tian pondered deeply. The Underworld sect shares profound ties with him. It is the result of his former creation, the Abyssal Rupture, which has evolved into the present-day Underworld sect. These revelations, undoubtedly gleaned from the mouth of the Great Goose, always cause a slight tremor in his heart when mentioned. In my previous life, I vowed grandly for the welfare of all beings and fulfilled that promise. In this lifetime, I shall live for myself. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, regardless of their identity, shall be trampled beneath my feet. Very well, Great Goose, I am ready to breach the barriers. Xiao Tian sat upright, his hands resting on his knees. The Great Goose, having merged with Gu Liufeng's divine essence and some of his memories, began its treasure-seeking expedition here. The residual potency of 2 Peiyuan pills within Xiao Tian's body was continuously unleashed, simultaneously shattering his constraints. For a full 10 days, Xiao Tian remained engaged in this endeavor. The entrance to Lufeng Valley had closed, and it would be a long time before it reopened. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan stood vigil, awaiting his son's emergence from the valley. The entrance to Lufeng Valley gradually shrank as Xiao Zhan's long hair billowed, his gaze fixated on the slowly sealing portal, emanating a fierce radiance as he gathered all his strength. Determined to enter Lufeng Valley, clutching his wife tightly, he understood her reluctance for him to take risks. Xiao Tian was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, his body brimming with power. The 12th level of body refinement, known as the melding of spirits, widened the meridians while enhancing their strength, enabling the absorption of the world's vital energy, which could be compressed into a liquid state, transforming into yuan power. This was the ancient practice of body refinement, allowing one to transcend without awakening their spiritual roots. Open, Xiao Tian's long hair danced wildly, his expression fierce as the medicinal energy surged within him, relentlessly impacting his meridians. Boom! A colossal vortex of vital energy manifested above Xiao Tian's head as he forcefully summoned the world's energy into his body. Crashing through the 12th level of body refinement, the overwhelming vital energy surged violently within him, wreaking havoc upon his meridians, while medicinal power ceaselessly mended, forming a grand cycle. The Great Goose, drawn by the commotion, observed Xiao Tian drenched in blood, filled with concern. Yet, cultivation is a solitary endeavor, and it could not intervene. If that were the case, let it be even more ferocious. The Great Goose's wings fluttered, and the world's vital energy surged, madly integrating into Xiao Tian's body. With each rupture and subsequent repair, Xiao Tian's meridians grew wider and increasingly resilient. After an unknown number of ruptures and repairs, he could finally accommodate the world's vital energy. Condense. With another cold snort, Xiao Tian compressed the vital energy, channeling it throughout his body until it converged in his dantian. Within his dantian, a small pond emerged, filled entirely with liquid vital energy, where a spiritual root floated up and down. The true essence of the melding of spirits lies in using the world's vital energy to nourish the spiritual root, allowing it to grow into a formidable weapon, rather than relying on the spiritual root to gather the world's energy. Ah! Xiao Tian shouted, his black hair swirling wildly. Simultaneously, thick thunderclouds gathered over Lufeng City, continuously lowering as if to engulf the city whole. The powerful beings within the city wore solemn expressions, sensing the immense heavenly might emanating from the dense clouds. Crack! Thunder roared, and bolts of lightning descended into Lufeng Valley. Above the flowing wind valley stood Xiao Zhan and Yang Xinru, their gazes locked in a moment of mutual astonishment. Could this commotion be the doing of your son? A thunder tribulation, indeed. Chapter 19. The 9 styles of flowing wind. The thunderous roar dissipated, restoring tranquility to Flowing Wind City. The ominous black thunderclouds did not herald a terrifying deluge. They were merely a show of force. Elders from various families gathered outside Flowing Wind Valley, particularly the city lord, who had shed his previous demeanor of amiable ease for an expression of grave concern. What had Xiao Tian encountered within Flowing Wind Valley to provoke such a tumult? It seemed that Flowing Wind City was on the brink of a storm. The city lord, filled with trepidation, found his one straight posture beginning to bend under the weight of worry. Secrets surrounded Flowing Wind City, and the major sects would inevitably come to uncover them. Xiao Zhan's gaze remained fixed on Flowing Wind Valley. However, these were merely inconsequential legacies. The true powers would hardly take notice. Yang Xinru appeared to mock the city lord's mobilization of forces. Xiao Tian's body had reached a terrifying level, truly embodying the 12th stage of body refinement, with pure essence of heaven and earth coursing through him. He felt his strength surging, magnitudes greater than before. Within lay a 5 elements sword array, and my legacy is entwined within it. Should the esteemed ones find my inheritance lacking, I beseech you to aid me in seeking a successor to carry forth my teachings." Unbeknownst to him, Gu Lufeng had materialized before Xiao Tian. His mind brimmed with numerous offensive techniques, yet none were within his current capability. His body could not endure them, nor did his realm allow for their execution. Moreover, any technique he was familiar with would invoke ripples, rendering them unusable until he attained sufficient strength. Before stepping into the array, Xiao Tian sensed a flicker of sword intent flowing within, the tumultuous fire elemental force, the tranquil water elemental force, the steadfast earth elemental force, the keen metal elemental force, and the harmonious wood elemental force converged to form an array, leaving Xiao Tian in awe. Without a hint of hesitation, he leaped forward. The moment he entered, a sharp sword chi grazed his chest, leaving a shallow mark. This array was a gift from Gu Lufeng to his successors, and the highest realm permitted within Flowing Wind Valley was the spirit transformation realm. Thus, the array's lethality was not formidable, posing no threat to Xiao Tian at present. Guided by the Great Goose, Xiao Tian made his way directly to the core of the array and sat cross-legged. He relinquished any resistance, allowing the sword chi to penetrate his body and flow into his meridians. In that instant, various elemental forces intertwined within Xiao Tian, each influencing the others in a dynamic interplay, unleashing considerable power that nearly tore his body asunder. Under Xiao Tian's formidable control, the different attributes of sword chi were compressed and directed into his dantian, where they were subsequently absorbed by his spiritual root. Time slipped away quietly, and the rich essence of heaven and earth within Flowing Wind Valley continued to drain, losing its viscosity. The wrinkles on Gu Lufeng's face deepened, some resembling peeling wallpaper, ready to fall at any moment. In such a world, to possess such immense potential, truly worthy of the title of Lord of the Underworld, Xiao Tian was completely unaware of the extent to which he had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Once again, 5 leaves appeared on his spiritual root, signifying the complete manifestation of the 5 elemental attributes. Gu Lufeng bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian. This gesture, representing the honor he extended on behalf of the 500,000 soldiers under his command. My expertise does not lie in swordsmanship, but rather in the profound art of formations. The domain of formations is vast and intricate, a pursuit that could occupy a lifetime without ever reaching its zenith. The celestial emperor Ling Xiao values not me, but rather my accomplishments in formation mastery, as the 500,000 divine soldiers combine form a formation that enhances their power manifold. Even His Majesty the King of Hell can comprehend but a fraction of this. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Lufeng's eyes as a wave of mental energy was transmitted into Xiao Tian's mind. "Thank you. I shall deliver the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao's head to Lufeng Valley to provide an explanation to all." Despite Xiao Tian's robust demeanor, he felt a surge of emotion at that moment. "It is time for you to depart. The changes in Lufeng Valley have attracted much attention. Those coveting my divine legacy will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike." Gu Lufeng appeared frail, as though he might collapse at any moment. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words. In such moments, language often feels utterly inadequate. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Lufeng sent Xiao Tian out of Lufeng Valley. He glanced up at the sky. "Brothers, it seems we are on the brink of yet another fierce battle." This moment, Xiao Tian stood before Xiao Zhan and Yang Xinru, lowering his head in silence. "Speak. What transpired in Lufeng Valley that delayed you for so long? Just a few days ago, fierce thunder rumbled. Your mother, disregarding everything, insisted on entering Lufeng Valley. Do you have any idea how worried she is about you?" Xiao Zhan slammed the table emphatically. "Mother, I was wrong that it was you who unnecessarily worried." Yang Xinru rolled her eyes. "Who was it that proclaimed, if anything were to happen to my son, they would annihilate the younger generations of the Zhang and Zhao families? Who was it that vowed to eradicate the Zhang and Zhao clans? Be serious. We are currently educating our son." Xiao Zhan's expression was peculiar. "Well, son, it seems you are unharmed. Calm down. This is your son. You must have faith in him. Parents cannot protect you forever. There are some experiences that you must endure." Yang Xinru gently patted Xiao Zhan's hand. "Tanner, remember in the future, in all that you do, always consider that your parents are here. Do not cause us worry. We have only you. If anything were to happen to you, Xiao Tian's eyes grew warm, and he forcibly suppressed this wave of emotion. I understand, child. Who would have thought that our formidable and invincible lord of the underworld would have such a gentle side? It couldn't resist teasing. Should we perhaps discuss the spoils within Lufeng Valley? Xiao Tian effortlessly identified the Yi's soft spot. The previous scene was quite touching. No, it was divine. Allow me a moment to bask in this sentiment. Do not disturb me. Yi sought to vanish from Xiao Tian's sight. During my breakthrough, you vanished for quite some time. You must have stumbled upon numerous treasures. I am not greedy. I only seek spiritual herbs. You see, I have just entered the spirit fusion realm and require some elixirs to stabilize my foundation. In fact, the Peiyuan pill is the best option. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Tian smiled knowingly at the Yi. Here you go. Without hesitation, the Yi handed Xiao Tian 5 Peiyuan pills and swiftly made his escape. The upheaval in Lufeng City has drawn the attention of numerous factions. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and thunder rolled ominously. Many powerful beings speculated about the treasures hidden within Lufeng City. However, the formidable aura surrounding Lufeng City has deterred numerous forces, for only those of sufficient strength can exert their full capabilities within its confines. Yet the truly powerful remain unconcerned with Lufeng City. As Gu Lufeng stated, the 9 strikes of the sword could be executed with varying attributes of power, thus forming a sword array. By positioning oneself as the focal point, one can amplify their might exponentially. Xiao Tian has been pondering whether, should he wield the thunder attribute to unleash the Lufeng 9 styles, it would evoke the sensation of lightning descending from the heavens. Father, assist me in testing this technique. Upon spotting Xiao Zhan, Xiao Tian leaped forth, continuously executing the Lufeng 9 styles. What a bold lad, daring to engage her father in combat. Xiao Zhan exclaimed with a chuckle, initiating a duel with Xiao Tian. Chapter 20 Yang Xiao. The various families within Lufeng City have adopted a notably subdued demeanor, as many have sensed an impending crisis. The leaders of each household, being figures of considerable stature, comprehend the necessity of balance, knowing when to yield and when to assert themselves. Over the course of a month, through his battles with Xiao Zhan, Xiao Tian has completely grasped the essence of the Lufeng 9 styles, unleashing its full potential. Though he may not match Xiao Zhan in strength, he is no longer in a position of utter subjugation. You cannot enter. What are you, to dare obstruct my path? Beware, I could easily reduce you to mere fragments. Even if I were to be shattered, you still cannot enter. Madam has decreed that no one is permitted entry without her consent. While Xiao Tian was immersed in his training, he overheard a commotion and went to investigate. Despite his extensive experience, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. A provocatively dressed girl was embroiled in a dispute with a maid from the Xiao family. Her long legs were unabashedly displayed, and a pair of doves seemed poised to take flight from her chest. Yet the girl appeared entirely unfazed. Have you had your fill of staring, you country bumpkin? Is this your first encounter with beauty? The girl had evidently noticed Xiao Tian's presence and spoke without restraint. Ahem. Young lady, it seems this is my home. If you are causing such a ruckus, it is I who should be offended. Xiao Tian coughed to mask his embarrassment, urging the maid to depart. You have heard, without madam's permission, I cannot allow you entry. Regardless of your esteemed status, this is still Lufeng City. Thus, Xiao Tian did not articulate his thoughts too bluntly. He was perplexed, as he had never heard Yang Xinru mention her family, only catching snippets of information here and there. Definer. Allow Xiao to enter. The gentle voice of Yang Xinru resonated. Xiao Tian scratched his nose and led the girl into his parents' villa. Yang Xinru beamed with warmth. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much that a girl must not cry. It diminishes her beauty. She embraced Yang Xiao, who had captured her sympathy, reminiscent of her younger self. Aunt, I do not wish to marry Xiao. I absolutely do not want to marry Xiao. Yang Xiao wept. They're all pressuring me, all compelling me, but I truly do not like him. I do not want to marry him. Aunt, please help me. Help Xiao. Xiao does not want to marry Xiao. Yang Xiao's cries intensified, culminating in a cacophony that resonated throughout the room. Xiao Tian quietly slipped away. This was not a place for him to linger. The bustling flowing wind city has become a vibrant hub, teeming with numerous new faces. The taverns and inns are reaping bountiful profits, and Xiao Tian's elixir shop is experiencing a surge in business as well. Currently, undercurrents are swirling in Flowing Wind City, and our aim is merely to benefit from them. Furthermore, I have reached an agreement with the Linyin sect to sell them a substantial quantity of Gathering Yuan pills. Xiao Tian's expression remained composed, seemingly indifferent to these developments. Starting today, 100 Gathering Yuan pills will be sold daily, with the highest bidder securing the purchase. Suddenly, Xiao Tian pondered an intriguing notion. Could there be someone intent on causing trouble? The portly figure displayed some concern. That will depend on how many individuals desire the Gathering Yuan pills. Xiao Tian let out a cold snicker as he prepared to incite a commotion in Flowing Wind City. Young Master Xiao, what brings you to seek me out at such a late hour? Ling Kuan had never regarded the young master of the Xiao family as merely a boy. Rather, he approached the encounter with heightened caution. Of course, it is to enjoy the moonlight with the esteemed pavilion master Ling Xiao Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The night sky was pitch black, devoid of the moon's presence, and even the stars were nowhere to be seen. Ling Kuan chuckled awkwardly. It is quite late and chilly. Please, young Master Xiao, come inside. The two sat opposite each other, the steam rising from the tea creating a warm embrace against their faces. A comforting sensation. Xiao Tian maintained an air of nonchalance, lightly tapping the table. Ling Kuan, though smiling, bore a semblance of insincerity in his expression. Pavilion Master Ling, the atmosphere in Flowing Wind City is rather unsettled. Isn't it? I wonder how the Apothecary Pavilion plans to navigate these turbulent waters. A seemingly simple statement from Xiao Tian caused subtle shifts in Ling Kuan's demeanor. The Apothecary Pavilion has never been one to wade through murky waters, especially not in such perilous circumstances. Both the Great Xia Dynasty and the Demon Dragon City have sent representatives. While the Apothecary Pavilion possesses some strength, it pales in comparison to these two colossal entities. Ling Kuan lifted his teacup, swirling the floating leaves within. You flatter me, Pavilion Master. I happen to possess certain items. Might the Apothecary Pavilion be interested in hosting an auction? A 10% share of the proceeds. Xiao Tian murmured, the waters are still not murky enough. What is your true intent? Ling Kuan's expression grew grave. The Apothecary Pavilion is certainly not an unassuming force. If there is an opportunity to benefit, they will seize it. Join the underworld sect. I harbor no fondness for the Great Xia Dynasty, nor do I for the Demon Dragon City. The only power that stands on equal footing with them is the underworld sect. Since their members have yet to make an appearance, I shall draw them out myself. Xiao Tian spoke with an air of ease, as if these matters were merely trifles. Ling Kuan's mind churned with trepidation. This was no small affair, involving the three mightiest forces on the continent: the Demon Dragon City, the Great Xia Dynasty, and the underworld sect. Xiao Tian's audacious plan to entangle all three powers was utterly reckless. Very well. Should chaos ensue in Flowing Wind City, the Apothecary Pavilion will be unable to guarantee young Master Zhao's safety. Ling Kuan replied solemnly, as long as the Apothecary Pavilion refrains from betrayal. We shall have ample opportunities for cooperation in the future. NO faction begins as a lord in its own right. Xiao Tian rose, leaving Ling Kuan with a chilling silhouette of his back. You madman, to involve the three great powers. If those from the Demon Dragon City discover my true identity, you will not escape either. The large goose flapped its wings in fury, shouting at Xiao Tian. No one from the divine realm will come to Flowing Wind City. Did you not say this is an abnormal world, where everyone is a ninth-tier body cultivator transcending the spirit? It is uncertain whether any divine beings even exist. How could they possibly come to this Flowing Wind City? Chapter 21. The young Prince Xiao Tian harbored a profound dissatisfaction towards young Xiao, perceiving her as two-faced, upon hearing her refer to herself as a member of a lesser clan. His brows furrowed further. Pray tell, Miss Yang, what business do you have at my doorstep in the dead of night? Do you truly believe you have the authority to meddle in my affairs? Have you deluded yourself into thinking you hold any significant standing? Yang Xiao, with an air of haughtiness, retorted, were it not for my aunt's favor, I would have already dismembered you. She continued, and your father. Xiao Zhan, How dare he so brazenly involve himself with the Yang family? He must be truly impatient with life. Xiao Tian forcibly suppressed the simmering anger within him, maintaining a facade of calm as he regarded Yang Xiao. You may remain in Lufeng City, and I shall grant you a modicum of leniency. However, should you stir trouble, I will not hesitate to leave you here. I am not fond of taking lives. So I implore you, do not provoke me. Tio, say nothing of you. Should the entire Yang clan dare to harm my parents, I would ensure their utter annihilation. His voice was devoid of any emotion. Yang Xiao stood transfixed, watching Xiao Tian's retreating figure, astonished by his audacity to speak to her in such a manner. Yet amidst his words, she detected an immense resolve and unwavering determination. Humph, she scoffed, stomping her foot in frustration. In the face of overwhelming power, let us see how you struggle. I shall bring about the downfall of the entire Xiao family. My lady, Xiao has also arrived in Lufeng City. A stooped figure appeared behind Yang Xiao. His voice raspy and imbued with a chilling aura. Humph, I would fear his arrival. He is merely a young upstart, perfectly suited to be ensnared in the chaos. Yang Xiao chuckled coldly, her demeanor entirely that of an unyielding queen, utterly devoid of the tears typically associated with a girl of her age. Old Ling, go to the Zhang family and eliminate a few of their members. Rumor has it they have previously laid hands on my aunt. Let the tumult begin in Lufeng City. With that, Yang Xiao entered the Xiao residence, while the elderly figure vanished into the night, shrouding Lufeng City. News of deaths within the Zhang family had not yet circulated, having been meticulously suppressed by the family as patriarch. Nevertheless, whispers had inevitably escaped. The demise of the Zhang family members was a matter of considerable significance, known to the higher echelons of all major clans. Yet, in an unusual display of unity, none chose to publicize the incident. Your Highness, do take your time. Ahead lies Lufeng City, where Miss Yang reside. An elderly man persistently called out that a boy of around 11 or 12 years, sword in hand, stood poised against the wind, his sharp brows and bright eyes indicating a promising future. Old man, even Grandpa Ku says you are formidable. After just a few steps, you are already out of breath. What will you do if we encounter an enemy? The speaker was Xiaoyu, the prince of the Daxia dynasty, who had journeyed to Lufeng City solely upon hearing of Yang Xiao's presence. The naive prince understood little of matters of love. He simply desired to meet his betrothed. Your Highness, the old man is merely aging. You are still young. How could he possibly compare to you? The world will eventually belong to you. I am but a spectator. Grandpa Ku sighed deeply, his gaze resting upon Xiaoyu with palpable satisfaction. The world belongs to my father. I have no desire for such dominion. I wish only to roam the world with my sword, to become a figure of legend. Xiaoyu declared, puffing out his chest with pride. Your Majesty is far more formidable than those celestial beings. Just as the aged sage was about to utter a few words, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiaoyu. Upon arriving at Lufeng City, we shall forego visiting the Lord's mansion and instead enjoy the atmosphere as a pair of ordinary grandparents. After Xiaoyu concluded his remarks, he dashed towards Lufeng City with great fervor. The sage shook his head and could only follow in pursuit of this youthful master. After promising countless benefits, Xiao Tian procured some spiritual herbs from the Great Goose, which had been harvested from Lufeng Valley and rightfully belonged to him. However, upon hearing Xiao Tian and Ling Kuan's plans, the Great Goose naturally sought to partake in the spoils. You truly are a miserly goose, more concerned with your feathers than any other creature. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words regarding the Great Goose. A single concentration pill could fetch at least 100,000 spirit stones at auction, and I only ask for 80,000 spirit stones from you. By all calculations, this is a profit for you. Furthermore, the nourishing spirit pill is highly coveted among those who traverse the path of the soul. The Great Goose incessantly preened its pristine feathers, each plume a treasured possession that required meticulous care. Moreover, you wish to utilize my divine fire to concoct the soul-capturing pill, which imposes a significant toll on me. Recovering my strength is quite arduous, as the consumption of divine fire leaves me weakened. I demand 30% of the profits. What loss do you incur? The Great Goose, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, only 30%. How can that be? I am at a great loss. I demand 40%, not a single spirit stone less. The 3 types of pills Xiao Tian selected were chosen with great care. The primary ingredient of the concentration pill is the dual life flower, which can enhance one's spiritual essence and fortify the manifestation of their law during the ascension to the realm of heaven and earth. After nurturing 30 concentration pills for a month, the resulting manifestation will be several times more formidable than that of an ordinary practitioner. The nourishing spirit pill is, of course, a bait prepared by Xiao Tian for the Nether sect. Since you refuse to show yourselves, I shall draw you out. Gazing at the inky black sky, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As for the soul-capturing pill, which requires divine fire for its creation, it serves as Xiao Tian's trump card and is precisely what he intends to have the apothecary pavilion auction. I did not expect such charm from the humble Lufeng city. While it may not rival the imperial capital, it possesses its own unique allure. Xiao marveled at the bustling streets lined with vendors. No sooner had he spoken than passers-by regarded him with various expressions of skepticism and disdain, as if to say, "Who is this impoverished lad, flaunting himself here? Then I shall take 100. He declared. "Brother, you seem quite familiar with the imperial capital." Naturally, it was Xiao Tian who spoke, unable to resist commenting upon seeing Xiaoyu's naive expression. "Indeed, I hail from the imperial capital," Xiaoyu replied with excitement. Though he admitted, "To be honest, I am not well acquainted with the capital. The My family is rather strict, seldom allowing me to venture out. Even when I do, I'm always surrounded by attendants, leaving no opportunity to explore the capital." The sage stepped forward, standing protectively behind Xiaoyu, his gaze fixed on Xiao Tian, and only relaxed when he confirmed that the latter was merely a body refinement practitioner. "Then let me guide you through Lufeng City. Simply gather 100 aspects of Lufeng City together, and you shall come to understand the imperial capital." Xiao Tian extended his hand, preparing to pat Xiaoyu on the shoulder. However, upon sensing the malice lurking behind Xiaoyu, he halted his hand mid-air, unable to bring it down. "Grandpa Ku, I have finally made a friend. Please don't frighten him." Xiaoyu, well aware of the source of the tension, grabbed Xiao Tian's arm and placed it on his own shoulder. "You promised to show me around Lufeng City." Xiao Tian, with a resigned smile, chose to disregard the ominous presence of Grandpa Ku. "Very well, let's take a stroll, then. My name is Xiaoyu, and I'm 11 years old. What is your name?" Xiaoyu was quite the chatterbox, brimming with curiosity. "I am Xiao Tian, 13 years of age, a tad older than you." Xiao Tian Gidge, "Look over there. What are they selling?" "There seems to be quite a crowd," Xiaoyu exclaimed, pointing toward Xiao Tian's medicine shop. "It is merely a herb shop." "Merely a herb shop? That is the finest elixir shop in Lufeng City. The potions sold there may surpass even those found in the imperial capital," a local resident proclaimed loudly. Internally cursing the lack of subtlety, Xiao Tian thought to himself, "Is that true? Xiao Tian Gidge. Let us go take a look." Chapter 22. "The buffoon, are you truly willing to oppose the Lin Yin sect over a few elixirs?" a man in black questioned, alarmed out in the midst of the crowd. Xiao Tian's brows furrowed tightly, his expression cloaked in frost. The dealings with the Lin Yin sect were his responsibility, and he was dismayed by their actions. Noticing Xiao Tian's shift in mood, Xiaoyu stepped forward. "What does the Lin Yin sect do?" Just as Grandpa Ku was about to make a move, Xiao Tian sprang into action. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiaoyu, his right fist swinging out to meet the incoming palm. A resounding thud echoed as fist met palm. The man in black staggered back 2 steps, stabilizing himself while locking his gaze on Xiao Tian. "Who are you, brat? Dare to meddle in this affair? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you had better not be affiliated with the Lin Yin sect." Xiao Tian sneered. "If you are indeed one of them, I shall ensure the complete eradication of the Lin Yin sect from the cultivation world. If you are not, I demand appropriate compensation from the Lin Yin sect. Otherwise, all elixirs produced by me, Xiao Tian, shall be forever out of reach for the Lin Yin sect." At this proclamation, everyone stood in stunned silence. "What do you think you are? How dare you threaten the Lin Yin sect?" The man in black erupted into laughter. Every patron seeking elixirs was well aware of Xiao Tian's name. The shop belonged to him, and the elixirs were crafted by his hand. The value of the elixirs currently for sale was incalculable, and one could only imagine the potential future creations of Xiao Tian. Everyone weighed the worth of Xiao Tian's current offerings against the risk of action. My young master currently offers 3 types of elixirs. One enhances the potential of physical cultivators, another replenishes the stamina of those in the refining body realm, and the last restores 1/4 of the strength of those in the spirit transformation realm. The value of these elixirs is self-evident. Duan Pongzi interjected at an opportune moment. You must understand, my young master is merely 13 years old. At such a tender age, he possesses such remarkable abilities. Should he continue to grow, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable alchemist. Alchemists are rare in the cultivation world, and elixirs are hard to come by. To offend my young master is to stand against a future master of the alchemical arts. Have you ever contemplated the significance of forging a friendship with an alchemist? Duan, the rotund figure, continued to fan the flames of tension. The cloaked figure's expression shifted dramatically, sensing an unmistakable intent to kill. What if he is an alchemist? Whether he can truly ascend is debatable. Yet you choose to oppose the Linyin sect for such hollow promises. The cloaked figure was unwilling to concede. Then let us see if you can indeed grow. Xiao Tian took a step forward, gripping a long sword firmly in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, please step back and observe. Regardless of whether you choose to intervene, the Gathering Spirit Pill is available for purchase at 10,000 spirit stones each, freely for the next 3 days. Xiao Tian presented some enticing offers. You seek your own demise, the cloaked figure sneered. Having no path of retreat left. Fire! Xiao Tian flicked his sword. A blazing light danced upon its edge. The sword's brilliance surged forth, enveloping the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure executed the shadow step, evading Xiao Tian's sword strikes with several swift movements, and then, closing in suddenly, thrust a black dagger toward Xiao Tian's chest. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The speed of the cloaked figure was astonishingly swift. It was already impossible for Xiao Tian to draw his sword again, and retreating could not match the cloaked figure's velocity. Defeat seemed inevitable. Yet, how could Xiao Tian remain unprepared for the shadow step? He had already calculated the cloaked figure's position. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Tian's body executed an incredible twist, and then his left fist struck out through the opening, aiming directly at the cloaked figure's abdomen. The cloaked figure clearly did not anticipate such a reaction from Xiao Tian and immediately retreated. A single strike and a swift withdrawal. There was no hesitation. This was the attacking style of the Linyin sect. Fire begets earth. The second form of the flowing Wind 9 styles was unleashed, the weighty essence infused within Xiao Tian's long sword, pressing relentlessly towards the cloaked figure. Earth begets gold. The weighty essence transformed dramatically, its sharpness now revealing itself, the sword energy coursing through the air, continuously piercing the cloaked figure's position. The cloaked figure found himself entirely at a disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed by Xiao Tian. His speed advantage utterly diminished. You can actually see through the shadow step, the cloaked figure exclaimed, halting his flickering movements, channeling his internal energy. Black energy seeping from his fingertips, forming dark points of light. Gold begets water, Xiao Tian scoffed, unleashing a sword technique that flowed like a blue curtain of water, once again advancing towards the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure had only just brushed against the threshold of the void spirit realm. Slightly stronger than Lin Yu and his companions, yet he was in no position to compare with Xiao Tian. Master, that is Xiao Tian. Lin Yu and an elder stepped to the forefront of the spectators. Indeed, he possesses some character, worthy of cultivation, the elder remarked indifferently. Their conversation was utterly unguarded, resonating clearly for all to hear. Swoosh! A beam of sword light swept through, severing the cloaked figure's head, which rolled to rest directly before Lin Yu and the elder. Xiao Tian delivered a kick to the cloaked figure's body, causing the headless corpse to tumble at their feet. Lin Yu and his master displayed no change in expression, merely observing Xiao Tian with calmness. The young master possesses remarkable skill, slaying a pinnacle void spirit realm opponent while in the body refinement realm. Is this your explanation to me? Xiao Tian inquired, gazing at Lin Yu. This man acted against the young master without permission, violating the rules of the Linyin sect. Fortunately, the young master is unharmed, and he has perished at the young master's hands. How shall we proceed with this matter? The elder's gaze never once strayed to the lifeless figure of the man in black, but remained steadfastly fixed upon Xiao Tian. Oh, is that so? Xiao Tian suddenly came to a realization. Very well then. Ling Kun, as a partner, may I make a request? Certainly. Ling Kun had been intently observing the battle, poised to intervene at any moment. Regarding the elixirs crafted by my hand, might I refuse to sell them to the Lin sect? Xiao Tian erupted into hearty laughter, for I seemed to recall stating that should he be a member of the Lin sect, I would ensure their complete eradication from this world. Alas, what a vexation. Lin Yu, I had originally wished to befriend you, that a youthful spirit brimming with vigor is commendable, yet one must not let pride run rampant. The elder of the Lin sect spoke in a grave tone. Should I take action, none would be able to rescue you. Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself. What utter nonsense from the Lin sect. Truly shameless. Failing to seize what they sought, they resort to murder. This is the great Xia dynasty. Do you not regard its laws? Who is this impudent youth, making such a ruckus? The elder of the Lin sect, having had his facade pierced, was instantly enraged, raising his hand to strike at Xiaoyu. Humph. Do they truly believe the Lin sect can cover the heavens with one hand? The withered elder lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity, the air around him heavy with an ominous stillness that bore down upon the elder of the Lin sect. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, his hair withering away, and the muscles in his face shrank, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Merely a band of buffoons. Do they truly think they can stir up any significant turmoil? Xiao Tian's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Yu, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Chapter 23. Visiting cousin Lin Yu fell lifelessly to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, mingled with a hint of relief. The elder of the Lin sect regarded the withered elder with caution. Withered Taoist, knowing who I am, you dare to lay a hand on my young master? The withered Taoist coldly surveyed the elder of the Lin sect. That I would not presume. The elder of the Lin sect held a deep-seated apprehension towards the withered Taoist, deducing Xiaoyu's identity in his mind. The Lin sect shall express their sincerity regarding this matter. Please forgive us. As he spoke, the elder of the Lin sect bowed respectfully to Xiaoyu, proclaiming that they would abide by the laws of the great Xia dynasty. You old fool, begone. The great goose seized the opportunity once more, releasing a surge of divine pressure. The elder of the Lin sect spat blood as an invisible mountain bore down upon his very soul, nearly shattering it. The sensation evoked thoughts of death, and at that moment, he finally comprehended that a formidable presence was covertly protecting Xiao Tian. The withered elder, with a grave expression, scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no formidable adversaries present before nodding, allowing the Lin sect's members to depart. The various sect had come in disguise, none revealing their true identities. From the Lin sect, they discerned Xiao Tian's profound capabilities, as well as the formidable backing of Xiaoyu. Xiao Tian instantly recognized that the man in black was a member of the Zhang family, used as a pawn by the Lin sect, leading to today's farce. Undoubtedly, the Lin sect must be immensely regretful, having lost such a spirit-gathering elixir, while simultaneously creating a formidable enemy in Xiao Tian. Brother Tian, are you not taking me to your home? Xiaoyu gazed earnestly at Xiao Tian, having completely regarded him as a friend. Of course, I shall take you to my home. Xiao Tian harbored a favorable impression of the guileless youth, yet he felt compelled to issue a warning. My cousin has come to visit, and she is quite a formidable character. You must tread carefully. Cousin, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't she lovely? You'll understand once you meet her. Xiao Tian sighed inwardly. Brother, this is a predicament of your own making, not my concern. Brother Tian, you are truly impressive. Those sword techniques were a sight to behold. Just then, a hasty figure burst forth from the gate of the Xiao residence. Colliding abruptly with Xiao Tian, he stumbled, ready to unleash a tirade, only to discover that it was young Xiao. Cousin, could you perhaps be a bit more careful? If it had been someone else you bumped into, if you had collided with me, I would have let it slide. Cousin, had it been anyone else, I would have dealt with them severely. The thoughtless wretch, not yielding upon seeing this young lady. Yang Xiao rolled her eyes before shifting her gaze to Xia Xiaoyu. Cousin, I didn't realize you had such taste. Just look at this youthful, charming lad. Even your cousin is smitten as she spoke. Yang Xiao playfully poked Xia Xiaoyu's chin with her finger like a tea that moment. Gu Lao lowered his head even further. This was not a matter he could involve himself in. Xia Xiaoyu, unfamiliar with Yang Xiao, remained oblivious, while Gu Lao sensed the distasteful aura surrounding her. Cousin, this is my friend. Xiao Tian interposed himself between Xia Xiaoyu and Yang Xiao, appearing to shield the slender youth. I had noticed, cousin, you are quite the gallant protector of the fairer sex. Very well, I shan't take up more of your time. With that, Yang Xiao departed. Xiao Tian, feeling quite exasperated with Yang Xiao, was about to apologize to Xia Xiaoyu, only to find him grinning foolishly. Hey, are you all right? Xiao Tian felt even more helpless. Brother Tian, who is she? She's truly stunning. Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed dreamily. She touched me. Her hand was so smooth. Xiao Tian's head ached further. In just one encounter, he had been captivated. Surely, you don't have a penchant for mature women, do you? Gu Lao maintained a stoic demeanor, indicating that this matter did not concern him. Brother Tian, could you do me a favor? Xia Xiaoyu mustered considerable courage. His cheeks flushed. What is it? Since you call me brother, naturally, I shall assist you. Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Could you inquire what type of man my cousin prefers? Xia Xiaoyu's voice dropped to a whisper, his gaze fixed on his shoelaces. Puffed. Both Xiao Tian and Gu Lao simultaneously spat out their tea. Cousin, you actually refer to her as cousin. Xiao Tian was infuriated by the absurdity. A man should possess the fortitude to pursue a woman, and especially one as wild as her. You are not permitted to speak ill of my cousin. Xia Xiaoyu puffed out his cheeks, glaring indignantly at Xiao Tian. Very well. Xiao Tian exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Looking at the earnest Xia Xiaoyu, are you asking me to assist you in courting my cousin? Xia Xiaoyu nodded gravely before shaking his head. Not courting. I wish to pursue her. I want her to be my wife. Silence enveloped the room. It was simply too outrageous. Are young people truly this forthright nowadays? Xiao Tian murmured. Cousin, lend me your assistance. Xia Xiaoyu grasped Xiao Tian's collar. I have pondered this matter for quite some time. Pursuing a girl is not a task that can be accomplished in just a day or two. What is it about me that has caught your attention? Cousin, do you harbor considerable discontent towards me? To my astonishment, Yang Xiao emerged from Xiao Tian's bedroom. The lad from the Xia family isn't entirely disagreeable. He is merely a bit dull-witted. Yang Xiao appeared to be speaking to herself. Oh, you know him? Xiao Tian gazed earnestly at Yang Xiao. Certainly. He is my fiancé, so how could I not know him? However, my cousin came to Lufeng City to evade this betrothal, and who would have thought he would also be here? Truly, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths. That lad seems rather decent. I might just offer him a chance. Should he become overly entangled, I would not hesitate to send him on his way. Yang Xiao toyed with a dagger, blowing gently upon it, producing a resonant buzz. He is a prince of the great Xia. At that moment, Xiao Tian comprehended why Xia Xiaoyu had been so concerned about the laws of the great Xia today, that if you intend to use him to safeguard the Xiao family, let me assure you, you shall not succeed. A mere Xia Xiaoyu cannot achieve greatness. Even if you were to be killed, the royal family of the great Xia would not dare to challenge Yaolong City. The true sovereigns of this world are not the royal family of the great Xia, but rather Yaolong City. Xiao Tian watched the direction in which Yang Xiao had vanished. Xiao, I perceive Xiaoyu as a commendable young man. He possesses a kind heart and an innocent disposition, making him a worthy candidate for trust. Yang Xinru was engaged in a game of chess with Yang Xiao. Yet I do not fancy him. I do not require a man. I shall rely on myself. I aspire to truly elevate my family. Yang Xiao shook her head. And what of you, aunt? Do you harbor regrets? Yang Xiao shifted the topic. Regrets? Why would I regret? Because I have fallen for a man from a minor clan? Yang Xinru smiled faintly. Marrying Xiao Tian's father and giving birth to Xiao Tian has been the most blissful event of my life. Even if it has brought endless calamities and torment upon this father and son, it remains the most joyous aspect of my existence. Does it not? Yang Xiao fiddled with the chess piece in her hand. Calamities and torment? Yang Xinru's voice was tinged with bitterness. If it truly brought calamity and torment, I would willingly end it all with my own demise. Enough of this practice. Enough of this practice. I have made my decision. I shall assist you in pursuing my cousin, Xiao Tian shouted towards the diligently training Xia Xiaoyu. Chapter 24. Re-entering Lufeng Valley. Over the course of 3 days, Xiao Tian's apothecary business flourished immensely, depleting the stock of spirit-gathering pills he had accumulated on the 4th day. The spirit-gathering pills were once again released in limited quantities, leading to long lines of eager customers. The disciples of the sect had been tempering their arrogance. For this was the foundation of the great Xia dynasty, and with a prince sent by the dynasty, they had to maintain a facade of decorum. Xia Xiaoyu had completely become Xiao Tian's subordinate, much to the chagrin of old Ku, who found it utterly lamentable that a prince had been reduced to a mere lackey. Each day, Xiao Tian took Xia Xiaoyu to places where Yang Xiao might be found. Yet for 4 consecutive days, her presence remained elusive, leaving Xia Xiaoyu somewhat despondent. Brother Tian, it has been 4 days since I last laid eyes on her. I find myself missing her. Xia Xiaoyu murmured softly. It will eventually be yours. Why the haste? Xiao Tian patted Xia Xiaoyu on the head. Xia Xiaoyu lowered her head and uttered a soft acknowledgement, trailing behind Xiao Tian. The elder Ku, unceremoniously, took residence in the Xiao family home, his consciousness enveloping the entirety of Lufeng City. Should anything transpire with Xia Xiaoyu, he would be there at the earliest opportunity. Old man Ku. As the voice resonated, the entire courtyard turned frigid, seemingly encased in ice. Cold old man, it is indeed you. Elder Ku showed no surprise, casually blowing on the steaming tea before him. An old bone like me still has to accompany you in your escapade. An elderly man with a hawk-like nose appeared before Elder Ku, clad in a gray robe, with frost clinging to his gray-white eyebrows and beard. Your lady has already recognized the prince, hasn't she? Elder Ku remarked, as if engaging in mundane conversation. The moment you appeared, she was aware. She even orchestrated a chance encounter to tease Prince Yu. The youth of today truly gives one a headache, the cold elder sighed, shaking his head. Did you kill him? Did I kill him? The identical question bore 2 starkly different tones, conveying entirely divergent meanings. I have examined the wounds of those individuals, along with the lingering essence within them. Elder Ku remarked while swirling his teacup. That would indeed be my doing. The cold elder chuckled. This is the Daxia dynasty. We in Yaolong City adhere to the rules. If the prince wishes me to find the culprit, I will take action against you. Elder Ku regarded the elder before him with an unperturbed expression, devoid of any visible change in demeanor. After so many years without a spar, it is time for a proper exchange. The cold elder turned away. This is not merely a spar. It is a matter of life and death. Elder Ku caressed the teacup in his hands, a ring of white frost forming upon its exterior, while the tea continued to steam. The disciples of the sect had been in Lufeng City for half a month, patiently biding their time while secretly seeking the hidden secrets of the city. After a fortnight without any discoveries, the various sects had not clashed. Even those with conflicting interests refrained from taking action. It remained unclear who had leaked the information that the greatest secret of Lufeng City lay within Lufeng Valley. In no time, numerous sect members converged upon Lufeng Valley, and after exploration, it was confirmed that the valley was shrouded by an array, requiring a collective effort to unlock. The apothecary pavilion also hinted that an auction would be held following the completion of the exploration, revealing that a soul capture pill would be featured. The guardians of the major sects were shaken. Only cultivators of their caliber understood the formidable nature of the soul capture pill, as well as its rarity and value. Xiao Tian mingled among the crowd as he entered Lufeng Valley, while the offspring of the prominent families were restrained within their houses, each avoiding encounters with the sect disciples, lest they be killed without hesitation. The various families were devising ways to establish connections with the sects, eager to send their progeny into the sects. Tianer, be cautious in Lufeng Valley. The disciples of the sect often hold themselves in high regard. However, remember to possess the courage of a true man. Xiao Zhan and Yang Xinru stood beside Xiao Tian, gazing at the entrance of Lufeng Valley not far away. They are merely a few sect disciples. If they do not sit well with me, I shall eliminate them. Let me see who dares to harm my son. Yang Xinru adjusted her son's attire, urging him onward. He must ultimately grow up. Aunt, if you are so worried about your cousin, I shall protect him. Yang Xiaoxiao approached, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Zhan before directly addressing Yang Xinru. That would be most agreeable. Xiao Tian, initially inclined to refuse, suddenly recalled his royal little brother and responded with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing that Yang Xiaoxiao would accompany them, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached Yang Xiaoxiao with great enthusiasm, declaring, "Cousin, I can protect you." Yang Xiaoxiao frowned, retorting, "Who is your cousin? Brother, are we really going down?" Xia Xiaoyu's expression became somewhat uneasy. "Cousin, shall we descend?" Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. The legendary Lingyun ladder must indeed be traversed. Yang Xiaoxiao extended her long legs forward, recalling the tales that Gu Lu Feng, in a bid to enable his soldiers to ascend, exhausted all his divine power to construct the Lingyun ladder, which connected the depths of the earth to the mortal realm. As soon as he set foot on the Lingyun ladder, Xiao Tian felt the ground behind him vanish, as if he were truly enveloped in endless expanse of clouds, the wind howling past his ears. More imposing than 1,000 armies, gazing upward, he could no longer see the figures of Yang Xiaoxiao and Xia Xiaoyu. Startled, Xiao Tian immediately called out to the big goose, "Help me locate Xia Xiaoyu." Being at such a height, locking onto an individual required immense concentration. The big goose, seemingly just roused from slumber, responded, 50% of the soul, capturing Pill's profit. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian agreed that in an instant, a vision of Xia Xiaoyu materialized in his mind. Walking alongside Yang Xiaoxiao, not far from him, is this Lufeng Valley? The big goose questioned skeptically, "The array for Lufeng Valley has not yet been activated. How can we possibly re-enter?" Emerging from Xiao Tian's body, the big goose surveyed the surroundings before flapping its wings to depart from the Lingyun ladder. The scene in Xiao Tian's mind shifted again, revealing armored warriors marching up the Lingyun ladder, wielding battle blades and bearing fierce gazes. Yet they could never ascend beyond the midpoint of the ladder. An invisible force surged forth, tearing the warriors apart, reducing them to dust, vanishing upon the Lingyun ladder. Before long, the thunderous sound of footsteps reverberated once more. The vanished warriors reappeared on the Lingyun ladder, their presence commanding. This time, they did not charge directly but paused. "Fight!" The roar echoed through the heavens. As the mysterious force shattered, the warriors immediately surged upward. The enigmatic power coalesced once more, manifesting as a colossal hand that struck down upon the Lingyun ladder, reducing the soldiers to ashes once again. Xiao Tian was overwhelmed with shock. These were the souls of the fallen warriors. His body trembled uncontrollably, his blood coursing faster, infused with the heroic spirit of these soldiers. "Help them!" A voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 25. The Weeping War Song. "You do not belong to this world. You can intervene in its rules. My divine power is dwindling, but I shall transfer it to you. This state will persist for the duration of a joss stick." Gu Yofeng's voice echoed again that "I offer my divine soul as a sacrifice to you." A cool voice emerged. "Chen Wuyu, you truly have not perished. All I ask is that you lead my subordinates out of the abyss." Xiao Tian's body shuddered slightly as the heroic spirit flowed directly into his soul, mending his fractured celestial essence. However, the 50,000 heroic spirits proved too scant for Xiao Tian's celestial essence. Dissipating in mere moments, with a chilling voice echoing once more, a woman's figure entered Xiao Tian's mind, subsequently transforming into pure soul energy that merged with Xiao Tian's celestial soul. His celestial soul began to emit a faint glow, and as he opened his eyes, he beheld the entirety of the world. He saw the bronze mirror that loomed above the world, through which he glimpsed a bald-headed Taoist, his dual arms adorned with scales. The Taoist seemed to sense something, and with a cold snort, a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens. Xiao Tian's back unfurled a pair of wings, lifting his body away from the Lingyun ladder. The power of the divine, Gu Lufeng and Chen Wuyu's divine strength surged forth in an instant. "In my name, shatter!" Xiao Tian pointed towards the gray expanse. Crack! The sound of a mirror shattering echoed. The gray area began to distort, the forces of order collapsing in an instant. The old man was enraged. Demon arts, seal the sky. Demon arts, collapse. Demon arts, subdue the soul. Enormous hands continuously formed seals, unleashing 3 demon spells that pressed down upon Xiao Tian. He felt the surrounding space thicken considerably, his mobility hampered, and soon the void began to collapse. Gaping voids emerged, and the ferocious winds of the void whipped his garments into a cacophony. If you do not heed the warning, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. The small python sensed Xiao Tian's icy killing intent and shrieked in terror, begging for mercy. My lord, spare me. For now, let me live. With a swift motion of his right hand, Xiao Tian drew the small python into his meridians, flowing it into his dantian. Xiao Tian's spiritual root sensed the python's essence, rooting itself firmly and absorbing its quintessence. Wang Mang, the lord of Demon Dragon City, suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his face pale, his eyes dimmed. Who has entered the mirrored world with such power that even the demon dragon ancestor's sorcery cannot suppress him? My lord. Numerous subordinates heard the commotion and rushed into the room, witnessing Wang Mang's bloodied state, and immediately knelt in reverence. You may all withdraw. Wang Mang dismissed them all, sent a message to Lung Mian, instructing him to investigate any mysterious figures in Lufeng City. As Wang Mang's words fell, a shadow emerged from the darkness, only to vanish once more. Could it be those from the underworld sect? Although the great Xia dynasty possesses formidable strength with the support of the forces of order, even the Summer Emperor is no match for me. Wang Mang closed his eyes once again. Hundreds of thousands of battle spirits ascended the Lingyun ladder, advancing towards the mortal realm. Perhaps what they see will no longer be their world. Yet they yearn for a glimpse. Ha ha ha. The sound of battle blades clashed. The blood-stained sword danced amidst the battle spears, thirsting for the blood of enemies and craving flesh. Look, 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 whose offspring knows not sorrow? My lord Dajiu Lufeng appeared beneath Xiao Tian, bowing deeply, imploring him to spare Wu Yu. This deity requires no sympathy from you. Chun Wu Yu's voice was frigid. No one can be trusted, regardless of who they may be. Even if you are aware that I intend to kill you, I harbor no remorse. Those heroic spirits, along with my divine soul, are meant for exchange, not for bestowal. You know I prefer not to engage in violence. I possess a gentle nature, and I cannot abide the brutality of conflict, nor can I bear the loss of my comrades in battle. Yu Lufeng uttered some peculiar words. You know that I have cherished feelings for you, feelings that have endured for an eternity. The sole reason for my presence on this divine battlefield is the desire to be with you. Gu Lufeng whispered softly. Chapter 26. Humans and Spirits. The majestic divine soldiers ascended the Lingyun ladder, facing no further hindrance. They shouted with fervor, heading towards the mortal realm they aspired to reach. Xiao Tian, having exhausted his divine power, collapsed upon the Lingyun ladder. His complexion pale, with numerous fissures appearing within his body. Despite his formidable physique, he was ultimately not a divine body and could not withstand the might of the divine path. 5 Peiyuan pills. I bestow upon you the essence of the morning mist rain's divine path. Xiao Tian gasped for breath, fully aware of his limitations, yet still striving to prove himself. The great goose stood before Xiao Tian, flapping its wings as 5 Peiyuan pills descended at his feet. The essence of the divine path was guided by the demon god mirror, infusing into the great goose's form, rendering it more solid. No longer appearing so ephemeral, the great goose's power regained a fraction, bringing immense joy to its being. Your strength is not inherently yours. Once expended, it is arduous to replenish. Therefore, one must cherish the opportunity to emerge. Xiao Tian discerned the great goose's condition at a glance. The wind howled, fierce gusts sweeping across the Lingyun ladder, shrouding the atmosphere in a tempestuous gale. The sword energy danced within the winds, as if intent on piercing the heavens. Mist enveloped the realm, rain cascaded. The world was veiled in a haze, rendering even the closest scenes indistinct, as vision was scattered by the mist and rain. Those traversing the Lingyun ladder halted, wary of the suddenly shifting weather. Thus, let these juniors bear witness. Jiu Liufeng's voice resonated, this time not only heard by Xiao Tian, but by all present. Humph. The morning mist rain scoffed. The mist and rain grew more haunting, the air thick and sticky, hidden sword intent weaving through, racing against the wind. Do you know that I harbor feelings for you? Gu Liufeng's voice trembled slightly. Uttering this sentiment required immense courage. Xiaoyu, I have liked you for an eternity. From the very day we entered the sect, I have held affection for you. You have always been surrounded by exceptional individuals, those who are prodigies within the sect. I could only gaze at you from afar. When I noticed your furrowed brow, I understood that you did not favor them. Gu Liufeng's voice was soft, mingling with the wind, tender in its timbre. I possess no remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Within the sect, I am merely a dispensable figure. However, upon realizing your disfavor towards them, I commenced diligent training, silently, striving onward. Until one day, I challenged senior brother Feng and defeated him, prompting my master to recall my name. That a man clad in a blue robe materialized in the void, his black hair billowing, a long sword at his back. Lacking the sharp features of a swordsman, yet exuding an aura of earnestness that a long scar marred his chest, clear even in spectral form. You are the daughter of the sect leader, and an insurmountable chasm lies between us. Even after my victory over senior brother Feng, you remain oblivious to my identity. As Gu Liufeng spoke, he scarcely dared to lift his gaze. That I can only strive harder, training with fervor. I know that only by becoming sufficiently powerful can I enter your line of sight. Perhaps you would cast a fleeting glance my way, and even that would suffice to satiate my longing. Gu Liufeng smiled softly. The moment I broke free from the shackles of the divine path and stepped into your line of sight, you had already departed. The divine war erupted, with celestial emperors clashing against one another, and in our struggle for survival, we too fought relentlessly. I yearn to seek you out, to join forces in vanquishing our foes. The sect demands my loyalty to the Lingxiao Celestial Emperor, positioning me as your adversary. Gu Liufeng smiled once more. Time and again, we clashed, with countless lives lost, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The chasm between us widened until that fateful day, when we irrevocably became sworn enemies. Gu Liufeng continued to smile. That on that day, as we battled fiercely for our subordinates and brothers, I thought, to perish beneath your sword would at least grant me the solace of finally entering your gaze. You will remember me. Gu Liufeng lifted his head, gazing into the void before him. Yet, I cannot succumb to death. My brothers crave glory. They yearn for the honor of the Celestial Emperor. They seek justice from the Celestial Emperor. Why do reinforcements remain absent? Why have we been cast aside? Gu Liufeng's words were fervent, and now, a woman clad in a flowing dress, her complexion pale, stood before Gu Liufeng, a long sword at her feet, righteousness at her back. Now, I shall proclaim to the world that I hold affection for Chun Wuyu. In the next life, I shall wander the world with her, sword in hand. Gu Liufeng slowly advanced, enveloping Chen Wuyu in his embrace. She offered no resistance, allowing Gu Liufeng to hold her close. Xiao Tian remained silent, his voice resonating directly within Chun Wuyu's mind. Do not speak of righteousness to me. Chun Wuyu collapsed into Gu Liufeng's arms, the silence in her gaze transforming into happiness and emotion, their figures shattering into fragments, vanishing upon the Lingyun ladder. A thunderous roar echoed, bearing witness to their union. Ah! A scream of anguish pierced the air, plunging the Lingyun ladder into chaos. Have they encountered one another? Xiao Tian murmured softly, rising to his feet and taking 3 steps to the left, descending along the path. He recalled that Xia Xiaoyu and Yang Xiao Xiao were positioned here. The Peiyuan pill continuously mended Xiao Tian's body. Through the tempering of divine energy, he grew ever stronger, and most crucially, his form bore the marks of the divine path. The wind howled, sword energy surged, intertwining with the misty rain, sharp and piercing. Mere specters retreat at once. The disciples of the sect, possessing extraordinary insight, recognized their adversaries. A soul-calling banner unfurled in the wind, immediately enveloped in a chilling aura. Sweeping towards the divine weapons before them, whoosh, the mightiest of divine weapons were drawn into the soul-calling banner. Ha! They are indeed valiant spirits of the slain, truly a boon from the heavens. The wielder of the soul-calling banner laughed heartily. The soul-calling banner is designed to absorb living souls, a demonic artifact forged through such practice. Valiant spirits are, after all, living souls, albeit imbued with indomitable battle intent, making them even more beneficial for the banner. Sizzle. A streak of sword energy cleaved through the soul-calling banner, freeing the absorbed living souls, which howled as they surged towards the wielder of the banner. Blood is eternally the most potent stimulant for desire, particularly in the throes of slaughter. Those souls of divine weapons, seasoned by life and death, found their ferocity ignited by blood, charging forward against those who dared to impede. How could these inexperienced youths, untouched by the outside world, stand a chance against these battle-hardened veterans? In the blink of an eye, many fell. They occupied their bodies. The sound of sinister laughter echoed as those tormented souls seized control of one body after another, charging towards the others with murderous intent. Xiao Tian let out a long sigh. This was not the sight he wished to behold, nor was it the expectation of Gu Lufeng. Time had altered everything, even the original intentions of these souls. Perhaps they had lingered in death for too long, yearning to experience life once more. The sheer number of souls was overwhelming. In an instant, it was as if the disciples from various sects had been wiped out entirely, leaving only Xiao Tian and his two companions atop the long Lingyun ladder. Xiao Tian's voice turned icy. This is the path of the living and the dead diverging. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your demise. A man lunged at Xiao Tian. Die. Xiao Tian's voice rang out as a torrent of sword intent surged from his hand, slicing through the air towards his assailant. With a chilling flash of blood, the man was torn to shreds, his soul failing to escape. Kill him! A deep, guttural roar erupted. Kill! In that moment, all the souls on the Lingyun ladder erupted with the fervor of warriors. Gu Lufeng, I shall fulfill my promise to you. But alas, I fear I must betray you today. Xiao Tian murmured to the heavens, reflecting on the smile of Gu Lufeng. Whether timid, sorrowful, helpless, lonely, or joyful, it remained strikingly vivid. Chapter 27. Soul Devourer. The army of restless souls surged forward, relentlessly closing in on Xiao Tian atop the Lingyun ladder. Xia Xiaoyu and Yang Xiaoxiao also sensed the oppressive atmosphere. They halted, each preparing to wield their secret treasures, the low pressure making their breaths increasingly labored. Xiao Tian's gaze swept over the army of souls, devoid of any emotion. He was accustomed to life and death. Having witnessed countless souls dissipate into the ether in the underworld, the destruction of fewer than 1 million souls bore no impact on him. A colossal sword materialized from the winds in his grasp, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent, a sword of a divine being, brimming with lethal essence. Slash! The great sword descended, causing the Lingyun ladder to tremble with a resounding roar. A rift cleaved through the center of the soul army, leaving the expanse of the Lingyun ladder utterly barren. Xiao Tian inhaled deeply, drawing in the dispersed soul energy to nourish his spirit. His fragmented soul was gradually mending. As the king of the underworld, he understood that to repair the soul, one must utilize soul energy. Any ethereal essence served merely to nurture it. That is the sword of the Grand Commander. Why? How could you possess the Grand Commander's sword? As autumn winds sweep away the leaves, countless souls were torn apart beneath the relentless sword aura. In the blink of an eye, vast spaces on the Lingyun ladder lay empty, as 9 streams of sword energy coalesced into a formation, pushing against the souls below. Xiao Tian followed closely behind the sword formation, continually absorbing soul energy, solidifying his own spirit. A faint glimmer enveloped his heavenly soul, as a complex rune began to coalesce. The sword formation. It is the formation of Grand Commander Lufeng. The anguished roars of the souls resounded once more. Form the battle array. Someone commands the army. The power of time is indeed formidable. Thousands of years can transform many aspects. The once fervent soldiers had forgotten far too much, including the valor of charging in a battle. The sword left behind by Gu Lufeng was a terrifying force. The souls stood no chance of resistance, utterly shredded. In the span of a single incense stick, the countless souls under Gu Yofeng's command perished entirely, serving as sustenance for Xiao Tian's spirit. Clad in obsidian armor and wielding a battle spear, they remained silent, even the clinking of their armor making no sound, As they fixed their gaze upon the approaching Xiao Tian, without uttering a word, the subordinates of Chen Wuyu bore witness to the events that had transpired. Since the commander has decreed our demise, then let us embrace death? The leader suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. You seek no guilt, therefore, offer us sufficient temptation, allowing us to act with reckless abandon. I desire your remorse. We have perished because of you, utterly vanishing from this world. Brothers, we seek not another life, only to die together today. Explode. As the leader's voice fell, his spirit shattered. Xiao Tian shook his head, the light in his eyes growing ever more radiant. A glimmer of avarice reflecting his insatiable thirst for soul power. He needed to mend his fragmented spirit, requiring more soul energy. Kill. With a sweep of his right arm, a dense mist of rain surged forth, swiftly enveloping the vast army of souls. Die. The sword of Chen Wuyu, much like its master, was cold and decisive, devoid of any grandiosity, and the entire army shrouded in the mist perished. The mist transformed into a long sword, hovering above Xiao Tian, drawing all the soul power towards him, infusing it into his being through the sword. Boom! The immense soul power surged like a torrential flood, crashing into Xiao Tian's celestial soul. A cold smile played upon his lips. Do you still not relent? The runes upon his celestial soul radiated a dazzling brilliance, and in that moment, all the soul power fell silent, devoured wholly by Xiao Tian's celestial soul. Having absorbed all the soul energy, Xiao Tian's celestial soul opened its eyes once more, a piercing light shooting forth, aimed directly at the misty sword. Hiss! It was as if something had been torn asunder. The long sword trembled and then disintegrated above Xiao Tian's head. Poof! Xiao Tian, should you escape this mirrored realm, I shall personally see to your dismemberment. The speaker was none other than Chen Wuyu. Little Rain, we have merely set a trap. Why must you persist in making things difficult for him? Gu Liufeng's expression was one of helplessness. With the destruction of countless subordinate souls, can you truly remain unmoved? For your so-called survival, can you so easily forsake those brothers who once bled alongside you? Chen Wuyu's voice was icy, saturated with murderous intent. Just as Xiao Tian had asserted, they had long since lost their humanity. By what right could they return to the realm of mortals? Moreover, it was Xiao Tian who had severed the barriers of the rules. They were no longer the brothers who had fought together. They had transformed into a horde of bloodthirsty fiends. Gu Liufeng's gaze drifted into the distance. You and I devised this scheme precisely to ensure he owed a debt of gratitude. Your 2 instances of murderous intent have already depleted this favor. Gu Liufeng shook his head. What I owe them is a measure of honor, not to let them wreak havoc upon the world, even in the mirrored realm of Yaolong City. Their names should be memorialized in battle, not in infamy. Gu Liufeng's tone was resolute. Thus, I strike with utmost finality. Chen Wuyu fell silent, the frost upon her face deepening. Xiao Tian had become a heart demon she must eradicate. They were indeed skillful schemers, employing your hand to eliminate all their subordinates. But does that truly bring solace? At that moment, the great goose jumped forth. These are the brothers who fought valiantly alongside them, yet they were ruthlessly slain. The great goose seethes with indignation. Xiao Tian remained silent, fully aware that this is a trap set by Gu Liufeng and Chen Wuyu. There exists another means to unravel this snare, by releasing these souls to create chaos throughout the world, thereby granting oneself more time to breathe. However, Xiao Tian opts for the most direct method of resolution. Total annihilation is not for the sake of some so-called justice, but rather because they have violated Xiao Tian's forbidden scale. I detest scheming above all else. Xiao Tian speaks with bitterness, recalling the massacre from millennia past. The Lingyun ladder has consumed 1/3 of Gu Liufeng's divine essence. I can also sense the aura of Chen Wuyu within it. Take this. With his right hand, Xiao Tian presses against the Lingyun ladder and then lifts it. Boom! The Lingyun ladder flows into Xiao Tian's body through his palm, subsequently merging into the demon god mirror. In an instant, the magnificent Lingyun ladder vanishes, leaving behind a tranquil forest. The wind has ceased, and the misty rain has dissipated. Only the oppressive aura enveloping the entire woodland remains. Those who had been possessed by the souls awaken once more. Apart from their bloodied garments, Everything feels as though it were a mere dream. Brother, you may insult me, but do not dare to insult my cousin. Xiao steps forward with great conviction that I have affection for my cousin. But I would never act inappropriately toward her. Yang Xiao's countenance darkens significantly as she glares at Xiao Tian and Xiaoyu. You two, silence yourselves. Can you truly silence my tongue? Members of the various sects seldom encounter one another, each wandering into different areas of this forest, seeking their fortunes. Soon, they realize something amiss. Their internal energy depletes increasingly without any means of recovery. They are all relieved to have brought ample spirit-gathering pills. The Linean sect members are quite resilient. One remarks that at last, members of different sects collide. People of the Sky Eagle sect, the Linean sect disciples wear grave expressions as they lack spirit-gathering pills and find themselves in a highly passive position. Tell me, if I were to slay you and sell your heads to Xiao Tian, how many spirit-gathering pills could I procure? The man remained silent. Humph, you think you can kill us? You are far from capable. Merely a scion of an insignificant family, and even if you possess some alchemical skills, what of it? The Linean sect disciples scoff, secretly preparing to strike. And no need for much. Killing you will suffice. Xiao Tian emerges from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips as he regards the Linean sect disciples. Boss Xiao, what price are you willing to pay? The previous man sneers. There is no price. I merely seek to exchange some friendship for my end, though I wonder if the Sky Eagle sect values such camaraderie. Xiao Tian stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Linean sect members as though they were mere corpses. Friendship, you say? The Sky Eagle sect delights in making friends, especially those like Boss Xiao. The Sky Eagle sect members laugh heartily. Death, suddenly, the Linean sect members vanish, their figures flickering. Xiao Tian remains rooted in place, then closes his eyes. Ever since experiencing the power of the divine path, coupled with the vast replenishment of soul energy, Xiao Tian's five senses have become increasingly acute, almost overwhelming those of his peers in the same realm. Left 3, forward 2. As Xiao Tian's voice fell, the members of the Tianying sect took 3 steps to the left, and then advanced 2 steps forward. Kill! The disciples of the Tianying sect unleashed powerful strikes, charging forward with all their might. Bang! The members of the Linean sect, having just revealed their presence, were met with the oncoming fists and were immediately taken aback, hastily preparing to counter. However, how could a hurried defense withstand a premeditated assault? The members of the Linean sect spat blood, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Are you from the Tianying sect seeking to instigate a conflict between 2 great sects? The remaining members of the Linean sect glared intently at the few from the Tianying sect. Do you think you are worthy? The members of the Tianying sect laughed heartily. Numerous disciples from various sects had entered here, with entangled grievances among them. Even if you perish, will the Linean sect know who is responsible? Xiao Tian did not even cast them a glance. What say you, friends of the Tianying sect? What a brilliant strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Everyone understood Xiao Tian's intention. Yet they had no choice but to accept that this was the overt scheme employed by him. As Ba Xiao has declared, it shall undoubtedly be so. The members of the Tianying sect regarded the Linean sect with amusement. The costs of eliminating the Linean sect shall be borne by Xiao Tian. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Tian exclaimed, Indeed, a man of his word. The members of the Tianying sect exchanged glances, and none immediately moved towards the fallen Linean sect disciples. Screech, one member of the Tianying sect, let out a piercing cry, reverberating sharply through the mountains and forests. Xiao Tian furrowed his brows. This was a sonic attack, indiscriminate in nature. The few from the Linean sect were caught off guard. Their evasions slightly delayed, allowing the members of the Tianying sect to ensnare them. The core techniques of the Tianying sect, derived from the eagle, were unmatched in speed and excelled in strength and combat. The Linean sect, originally on the offensive, found themselves at a disadvantage as the Tianying sect seized the initiative. Kill! The members of the Linean sect shouted in unison, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their aura surging. Is this your secret technique? Given your strength, you should be able to endure for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, you shall surely turn to bones. The members of the Tianying sect swiftly retreated. The Linean sect ceased speaking, their bodies flickering incessantly, their speed now surpassing that of the Tianying sect. The members of the Tianying sect finally adopted a serious demeanor, standing back to back in a circle, defending against the Lining sect. 3 to the left, 1 to the right, 4 to the front, 2 to the back. Xiao Tian's voice rang out, and the members of the Tianying sect immediately acted, launching their full force strikes in the directions he indicated. Bang! A confrontation ensued between the Tianying sect and the Lining sect, particularly as two individuals simultaneously attacked, one from the Lining sect, who was instantly slain on the spot. Who exactly are you? How can you see through our movements? The murderous intent of the Lining sect was palpable, their gaze now fixated on Xiao Tian. If you do not protect me, you will be mercilessly slain by the Lining sect scum. Xiao Tian smiled, completely unfazed by the threats from the Lining sect. The 5 members of the Tianying sect immediately lunged towards him. Too late. A young man clad in black was continuously coughing up blood, while simultaneously, a black dagger was thrust from behind Xiao Tian. Is this the extent of the Lining sect's capabilities? Xiao Tian scoffed, having sensed through the great goose's awareness that there were 5 members of the Lining sect in total, with one lurking in the shadows, ready to assist the other 4 at any moment. Xiao Tian pivoted, unleashing a flurry of 6 rapid punches. Due to the astonishing speed, the 6 shadows of his fists coalesced into a singular strike. Bang! His fist evaded the dagger, crashing into the chest of the cloaked assailant. 1 blow to the lung, 1 blow to the heart, 1 blow to the liver, 1 blow to shatter the elixir, 1 blow to break the body, 1 blow to wound the spirit. The convergence of these 6 punches was termed the 7 wounds. The members of the Tianying sect wore expressions of bewilderment. They had always underestimated Xiao Tian, believing their assault was merely to seize the spirit-gathering pills from him. They never anticipated that Xiao Tian possessed the might to utterly dominate them all, the disciples of the Lining sect. However, were bereft of fighting spirit. Their strongest senior brother had been annihilated by Xiao Tian in a mere encounter, rendering them no match. The Lining sect would not perish in vain. Their sect would surely seek vengeance, bloodily avenging the Xiao family. Members of the Lining sect shouted toward Xiao Tian, raising their hands to strike their own temples. Did I command you to die? Xiao Tian's legs suddenly propelled him forward, fissures erupting in the ground. Spreading like a spider's web in all directions, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing instantaneously before a Lining sect disciple intent on self-destruction, delivering a palm strike to his chest, sending the man hurtling backward, leaving a long trace upon the ground. Once more, all were struck dumb. Xiao Tian surveyed the crowd, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Yet this smile bore an unsettling edge. Friends of the Tianying sect, here are 5 spirit-gathering pills, a humble token of friendship. Xiao Tian tossed 4 pills to the Tianying sect members, nodding in their direction. The members of the Tianying sect appeared visibly uncomfortable as they accepted the pills, recognizing that their sect would henceforth be the best of friends with Master Xiao Tian. Once they departed, only Xiao Tian and a few members of the Lining sect remained. Those who had been most vociferous now lay motionless on the ground like defeated dogs. Do not put on an act. Do you think merely spewing some blood has activated some secret technique? Xiao Tian remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 29. The big picture observing the anxious disciples of the Lining sect. Xiao Tian scoffed. Harbor no delusions of launching a desperate counterattack against me. It would prove utterly futile. Your mightiest senior brother has already succumbed to my hands. What are you worth? The disciples of the Lining sect offered no response, merely fixating on the individual who held their fate in his hands. What you ought to ponder now is how to survive, rather than devising ways to confront me. You lack the standing for such ambitions. Xiao Tian continued to dismantle their psychological defenses. Master Xiao Tian, please spare me. I beseech you for mercy. Master Xiao Tian. Instantly, one disciple knelt before Xiao Tian, repeatedly bowing his head. Where there was one, there soon followed another, then a third. All 4 disciples of the Lining sect found themselves kneeling before Xiao Tian, pleading for their lives. In the face of death, they forsook dignity, opting instead for a humble existence that I have no need for worthless dogs. Xiao Tian kicked one Lining sect disciple aside. Master Xiao Tian, I hold some influence within the sect. I can procure numerous benefits for you. A quick-witted young man spoke up that my grandfather is an elder of the Lin sect and wields considerable power within. For disciples of the Lin sect vied eagerly before Xiao Tian, demonstrating their worth with little regard for their status as sect members or the dignity and reputation that came with it. Those concerns seemed far too distant. As Xiao Tian gazed into the distance, he mused, I require many hounds. The Lin sect excels in assassination. We act on behalf of our master, and they would never anticipate such a maneuver. One of them interjected, You are all already dead. Hence, no one can witness your actions. Xiao Tian replied coldly that I can offer you elixirs, providing ample assistance for your cultivation. Your only task is to diligently train and seize control of the Lin sect. He tossed several spirit-gathering pills into the air. Concentrate. He formed a hand seal, pointing towards the 4 individuals before him. Extract their souls. The expressions of the 4 twisted in agony, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. Before long, 4 soul imprints were drawn from their foreheads, landing in Xiao Tian's hands, transforming into their respective forms, and bowing down before him with utmost reverence. Merely a wisp of a soul. It is of no consequence. I shall safeguard it for you. Xiao Tian looked at the Lin disciples on the ground. Go forth, seek new prey. After the Lin individuals departed, the great goose swaggered forth, swallowing the 4 soul imprints in one gulp. Looking at Xiao Tian with confusion, why did you let the Tian sect members go? Xiao Tian had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with the goose. The moment my heavenly soul opened its eyes, I beheld many things, among which was the Taoist of the demon dragon. Xiao Tian spoke in a grave tone. This is his mirror world, where he reigns supreme, irritated by the goose's incessant questioning. Xiao Tian could only explain, I intend to seize this opportunity to place pawns within the major sects. In the future, once I wield great power, these sects will fall within my grasp, serving as leverage against the demon dragon Taoist. The goose, scratching its head in confusion, replied, This is all rather convoluted. Such scheming is ill-suited for me. I would rather accumulate spirit stones, which are so splendid. This encapsulated Xiao Tian's strategy. It was not mere child's play, but a genuine blueprint for dominion. Xiao Tian had never been one to relinquish fate into the hands of others, always preferring to maintain control. Now, he was merely augmenting his stakes. The mountains and forests returned to tranquility, the Lin sect members having vanished into the shadows, with Xiao Tian having helped them discover their true selves. Since murder was committed in darkness, why parade beneath the sun in ostentation? Among the 7 major sects, the Lin sect could only be considered mediocre. Far from a formidable faction, the Tian sect was the true, sovereign force, a powerful entity even on a global scale, capable of challenging the great Xia dynasty. The Tian sect prided itself on its noble lineage, representing the righteous path. Over the past century, its status had risen dramatically, and its strength was formidable, continually rallying alliances to wage a decisive battle against the underworld sect. Are you Xiao Tian? A young disciple of the Tian sect boldly inquired. His lofty demeanor unmistakably evident. 7 disciples from the Tian sect had entered the flowing wind valley. Although they concealed their true strength from the outside world, none dared to question their prowess. There were even rumors that one among the 7 had reached the realm of the void god. Do you know me? Xiao Tian halted, standing alone against 7. I've merely heard of you. Meeting you is not yet warranted. Once again, a voice emerged. Are you all familiar with my elixirs? However, since we are strangers to one another, why not take this opportunity to foster some camaraderie? Coincidentally, I'm also inclined to engage in some business with Tianni. Would you be interested? Xiao Tian smiled, his demeanor as calm as a still pond, seemingly unfazed by the provocations. Did the crow still aspire to perch on high branches? What did it consider itself? Tianni was not a connection that a mere ant like you could hope to establish. The disdainful cold snort echoed from the crowd. Kneel and admit your fault. Failure to do so will only waste your cultivation. Offer 700 gathering spirit pills, and I might spare your life. What did you say? Xiao Tian frowned slightly, sensing that events were unfolding in a manner he had anticipated. Are you deaf? Or do you simply not comprehend human speech? Kneel and confess your wrongdoing. Present 700 gathering spirit pills, and I might grant you mercy. A disciple of Tian sneered maliciously. You may refuse to kneel and apologize, but we shall kill you and deliver your head to your father. Then eradicate them as well. Your entire family will vanish from Lufeng City. Oh no, I misspoke. They will disappear from this world. The disciples of Tian laughed with abandon. Why waste so many years in idle chatter with him? Third senior brother. I have long wished to engage him in combat, to see if he is truly as formidable as the legend suggests. As the younger disciple spoke, he launched an attack against Xiao Tian. Tian finger. Even this younger disciple from Tian possessed formidable strength. With a single finger thrust, the elemental force surged forth, aimed directly at Xiao Tian's brow. Xiao Tian retreated half a step, steadying himself, and unleashed the heavy mountain fist. Mountain approaches. A deep rumble reverberated. The younger disciple stumbled back, feeling as though he had collided with a mountain peak. His right hand trembled incessantly, and elemental energy surged chaotically within him. Heavy mountain fist. Mountain press. Xiao Tian struck again, the pressure intensifying, his fist erupting with tremendous force, relentlessly pushing forward. Crack. The haughty demeanor vanished from the younger disciple's face, as the overwhelming pressure obstructed the flow of his elemental energy. Bang! Explosive sounds emanated from within the younger disciple's body, his meridians bursting under the immense strain. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he gazed at Xiao Tian in terror. Senior brother, save me! The younger disciple, utterly frightened, cried out for help. How dare you, wretch! The one referred to as the third senior brother soared into the air, delivering a powerful palm strike toward Xiao Tian. It's merely a dog to be slain. What is there to fear? Xiao Tian maintained his relentless assault, poised as if to exchange life for life. Tian finger. Another individual intervened, countering the pressure of Xiao Tian's punch to rescue the younger disciple. Press down the 3 mountains. 3 consecutive punches flowed seamlessly, shattering that single finger. Ah! The younger disciple screamed in agony, his voice abruptly cut off, unable to utter another sound. Bang! Under the tremendous pressure, the younger disciple's body was reduced to a bloody pulp. With a swift kick, he retaliated against the third senior brother. A whistling sound erupted, the speed astonishing, creating a thunderous roar as it sliced through the air. The third senior brother's hand could not retract in time. Colliding with Xiao Tian's right leg, crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by the third senior brother's anguished cry. All of this transpired in mere breaths, as Xiao Tian dispatched one and severely injured 2. This was his overwhelming prowess. What did you all think you were? Chapter 30. Xiao Xianhua. The prowess of young master Xiao Tian surpassed the rumors. The man remained impassive, his demeanor cold as ice. Even when Xiao Tian displayed his formidable strength, it failed to evoke any change in Zhao's expression. Xiao Xianhua has slain him. Quickly, end his life. You despicable lowlife, why do you hesitate? Various voices echoed, though soft. They reached Xiao Tian's ears entirely. That it appears he is a man of misfortune. Xiao Tian remarked with indifference. The anguished cry of the third senior brother startled as he beheld Xiao Xianhua before him. Xiao Xianhua withdrew the hand blade embedded in the third senior brother's chest, clutching a still beating heart in his grasp, his visage grotesque as he consumed the pulsing organ, feasting upon human flesh. Xiao Xianhua, how dare you strike at the third senior brother? It is indeed an eye-opener for Xiao. Yet, such matters bear little significance. Young master Xiao Tian, regardless of your intentions, a confrontation is inevitable. Should you triumph over me, you may present your demands. Should you falter, I shall have no choice but to extract your heart. Blood stained the corners of Xiao Xianhua's lips, rendering him a fearsome sight. Flowing winds 9 styles. Xiao Tian did not engage with fists, but rather employed the flowing winds 9 styles. Within him, the essence of energy flowed abundantly. The 9 sword techniques unfurling endlessly, enveloping Xiao Xianhua, a magnificent sword, enveloped by the sword's intent. Xiao Xianhua's robes billowed violently. An invisible tempest surged outward, shattering the myriad sword shadows. Sword array. The flowing winds 9 styles faltered, failing to coalesce into a sword array. Undeterred, Xiao Tian executed the techniques anew, his form shifting continuously, the attributes of his energy fluctuating, as the 9 sword techniques coalesced into a sword array. The cumulative force was applied to the flowing wind's 9 styles, amplifying the might of the 9 techniques. Ha ha! Delightful! Dark energies swirled around Xiao Xuanhua's form, his hands withered. The dark demon palm. The martial technique was formidable, the shadows of his palm detaching and enlarging, only to be shredded by the sword shadows. Followed swiftly by another strike. In an instant dust swirled in the air, the ground fissured. His strength had transcended the void god realm, and he might well have materialized a law avatar. A voice resounded in Xiao Tian's mind. The Great Goose. Misty Rain, his soul had undergone some restoration, greatly enhancing Xiao Tian's mental fortitude. The Misty Rain sword invoked the rules to create chaos, establishing its own order. This was the ultimate essence of the Misty Rain sword. Illusions formed the foundation in the early stages of the Misty Rain sword, rendering the sword techniques inscrutable, allowing one to strike unexpectedly at their foe's heart. His spiritual energy radiated outward, enveloping Xiao Xianhua in a morning mist. Imbued with the sword techniques, descending upon Xiao Xianhua. Sizzle! A foot-long gash was carved into Xiao Xuanhua's robe, yet the long sword left no trace upon his flesh. You wretched boy, you have the audacity to rend my garments. Your prowess is commendable, and shortly, I shall grant you a quick demise. Xiao Xuanhua's countenance finally shifted slightly. Heavy mountain fist, 3 mountains, and 5 peaks. Xiao Tian, ignited by a surge of bloodlust, unleashed 8 punches toward Xiao Xianhua. The shadows of his fists looming as if mountains were descending. Devour! Xiao Xianhua erupted in laughter, inhaling deeply, unleashing a tremendous force of tearing power, seeking to devour my essence. Xiao Tian scoffed. Suppress. The might of the 8 punches was immensely potent. The air compressed continuously, on the verge of explosion, as the ground began to sink beneath them. Xiao Tian remained unfazed by Xiao Xuanhua's voraciousness, drawing upon the strength of his physical form. Hiss! Xiao Xianhua staggered back, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. His eyes gleamed with astonishment. How could your corporeal form be so formidable? Could it be the legendary 12 layers of body refinement? Such a level of cultivation cannot possibly exist in this world. Even the heavenly path has yet to see a practitioner of the 12 layers of body refinement. Xiao Xianhua gazed at Xiao Tian as if he were a rare treasure. Soul! Xiao Xianhua bellowed. The sound reverberated like thunder, exploding in Xiao Tian's mind. Xiao Tian stumbled, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xianhua struck with his palm towards Xiao Tian's shoulder. Dark elemental energy pulsating as he did so. With this blow, Xiao Tian's shoulder would surely shatter. Xiao Tian retreated incessantly, a flicker of panic crossing his face, though his gaze remained calm. You brat! Perish! Xiao Xianhua licked his lips, greedily eyeing Xiao Tian. The one who is truly doomed is you. Inexplicably, a long sword appeared in Xiao Tian's hand, thrusting towards Xiao Xianhua's abdomen. Hiss! The sword penetrated 3 inches but could advance no further. The blade now stood between them, creating a distance. Xiao Tian withdrew the sword and retreated, feeling a surge of blood and energy. His shoulder was already torn, bearing a black palm imprint. Gazing at Xiao Xianhua, Xiao Tian scoffed. Had it been anyone else who had endured that soul attack, they would have long since collapsed. However, let us not forget that within Xiao Tian resides a divine-level goose, capable of withstanding Xiao Xuanhua's soul assault. Even in a state of decline, you brat, you are the first to injure me in many years. Xiao Xianhua waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the wound on his abdomen healed. Injure you? Killing you would be no more than a trifle. Xiao Tian felt his blood surge. Xiao Xuanhua's strength surpassed his wildest imagination, even exceeding the limits of his own combat prowess. Ha ha! Brat, should you manage to kill me, I shall concede defeat. But if you cannot, your very essence will belong to me. Xiao Xianhua laughed heartily. Despite Xiao Tian's formidable power, he had not yet reached a level that instilled fear in him. Flash! Xiao Xianhua suddenly vanished, his disappearance more thorough than that of Lin Yinmin, leaving no trace behind. The goose is locked onto him. Xiao Tian spoke in a deep voice. The long sword trailed a long streak of light, piercing towards Xiao Tian's back. A sense of impending danger surged within him, and he sidestepped to evade the fatal blow. The tip of the sword penetrated Xiao Tian's body, leaving a streak of blood. Xiao Tian spun around, executing the Heavy Mountain Fist. 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Heavy Mountain Fist, mountain approaches. Heavy Mountain Fist, mountain presses. Heavy Mountain Fist, mountain collapses. Heavy Mountain Fist, suppress. Xiao Tian unleashed his fists in rapid succession, mastering the Heavy Mountain Fist to its zenith. The overwhelming force he bore caused fine fissures to appear upon his skin, blood seeping forth. Merely brute strength. Zhao Xianhua billowed his black robe, allowing Xiao Tian's fists to strike him. Bang! 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 Each blow landed upon Zhao Xianhua as if striking a colossal mountain, a series of reverberating impacts causing Xiao Tian's internal organs to quiver. Divine Goose, seizing the opportunity when Zhao Xianhua was at his most arrogant and self-satisfied. Xiao Tian commanded the goose to attack. A sneak attack? You dare to call this a sneak attack? The Divine Goose retorted with righteous indignation. I shall not resort to such underhanded tactics. I will defeat him openly. Crush him. 30,000 spirit stones. Xiao Tian declared outright. 30,005. The Great Goose haggled. 13,000. Xiao Tian made another offer. 14,000. The Great Goose was dissatisfied. The deal was struck. Xiao Tian agreed without hesitation. Chapter 31. The Demon. Zhao Xuanhua's formidable power instilled in Xiao Tian, who was endowed with divine strength, a profound sense of pressure, akin to a suffocating weight. The greater the prowess Xiao Tian displayed, the stronger Zhao Xianhua became, compelling Xiao Tian to present considerable temptation to the Great Goose, engaging in a desperate gamble. The divine power lingering within your body is nearly depleted. Zhao Xianhua resembled a hunter, pursuing Xiao Tian with relentless tenacity. Gu Lufeng, though powerful, was merely a fading force. The strength within you cannot harm me. Demonic arts, transform into a goose. The Great Goose let out a strange cry, unleashing an extraordinary force that struck Zhao Xianhua. Caught off guard, Zhao Xianhua was hit by this power, his features contorting as he gazed at Xiao Tian in disbelief. You actually possess demonic arts. The long sword pierced through his chest, shrouded in black mist that obscured the wound. Emitting a hissing sound, crack, the long sword shattered into fragments. Falling to the ground, Xiao Tian lay on the ground, having endured a forceful strike to his chest, his internal organs shaken. Even a robust body tempered through 12 stages of refinement had reached its limit. It has indeed forced out your true form. Quite impressive. Zhao Xianhua refrained from further attacks, instead watching Xiao Tian with keen interest. The recent demonic art was not of your doing, but rather a primordial one. What manner of person are you to earn Gu Liufeng's esteem? Within you lies another divine master. Zhao Xuanhua's voice was soft and sly as he raised an eyebrow at Xiao Tian. How intriguing, how amusing, truly laughable. Zhao Xianhua uttered some bewildering words to Xiao Tian. As long as you remain in Lufeng Valley and are not a divine master, I can slay you. Xiao Tian's gaze was resolute as he rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Are you referring to his sword array? Zhao Xianhua laughed heartily. Indeed, I am not a divine master, yet the sword array he left behind cannot slay me. The rules of the demonic dragon Taoist were shattered upon the cloud ladder, expending much of the primordial energy here, and your body has also consumed some. The current might of this killing formation is diminished. How do you intend to kill me? What if you transform into a goose first and then use the sword array? Xiao Tian scoffed that in that case, it could indeed slay me, but you lack the strength to do so. Your transforming power is feeble, and the divine master within you is gravely injured. To cast the transformation once is already your limit, and another attempt may plunge you into slumber. Moreover, activating the killing formation must occur the instant you transform. Do you possess such control? Furthermore, do you believe I would afford you the time to awaken the entire killing formation? Zhao Xianhua wore an innocuous smile, yet concealed within it was a chilling intent to kill. If I were at my peak, even with a mere 30% of my strength, I would not allow this pretender to boast here. The Great Goose, somewhat weakened, roared in fury that if death is inevitable, I shall strive to leave you with an unforgettable memory. Xiao Tian stood tall, continuously communicating with Lufeng Valley. In an instant, the primordial energy of Lufeng Valley surged, converging towards various regions, a palpable aura of slaughter arising, instilling fear in the hearts of those within Lufeng Valley. Since everyone's goal is the Demon Dragon City, why must we engage in a life-and-death struggle? I am not one of those self-righteous agents of justice, acting as a pawn for others while clamoring to eradicate evil and uphold the righteous path. What I desire is to devour the world with demonic might and wash the Demon Dragon City in blood. Zhao Xianhua pointed a finger at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's breath faltered, and his vital energy momentarily stalled, causing the surging essence to dissipate instantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? What a waste of energy. Xiao Tian plopped down onto the ground, saying, "Speak, what are your terms?" "Embrace the demonic path," Zhao Xianhua declared, gazing at Xiao Tian. "I have my own way. I do not require others to dictate my path." Xiao Tian stood his ground unwaveringly. Behind Zhao Xianhua loomed a massive black shadow, standing proudly between heaven and earth. It was the manifestation of the demonic essence. In this world, it is the demon that reigns as the most arrogant king, the supreme existence that all ants look up to. Beneath the shadow of the demon lies the true peace and tranquility of the world, where all is but an illusion. In my name, I summon the true form of the demonic shadow. In my name, I ignite the will of demonic blood. In my name, let the demon descend upon the world. The enormous black shadow suddenly opened its left eye, and an almost invincible beam of light descended from the heavens, shooting forth into the distance. The heavens trembled, and the very fabric of reality quaked. "Do you dare?" A thunderous voice resounded from above, accompanied by a rumble of thunder, striking down upon that beam of light. Boom! A collision occurred, silent yet powerful, with the point of impact serving as the epicenter, gradually engulfing large swathes of the sky and disrupting space itself. In that fleeting moment, countless cities were obliterated, mountains were uprooted, and rivers were turned back upon themselves. The demonic figure behind Zhao Xianhua closed its left eye, vanishing without a trace, and Zhao Xianhua returned to normalcy. "Lin Yuan, I, the Demon Dragon Taoist, will not rest until you are annihilated." An enraged roar echoed from the heavens. As a colossal eye appeared in the sky, surveying every corner of the world. Xiao Tian felt a beam of light linger upon him for a brief moment before shifting away. "Even the Demon Dragon Taoist cannot locate me. Embrace the demonic path, and I shall impart to you the essence of the demonic law." Zhao Xianhua continued to engage Xiao Tian in a calm and collected manner, as if nothing had transpired. "All right." Initially expecting Xiao Tian to refuse once more, and having prepared numerous counterarguments, the atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward silence. "It is not that my resolve wavers. The essence of the demonic path is formidable. Forming a manifestation is also commendable, and should something stronger arise in the future, it can simply be severed." Xiao Tian was candid. "Very well. The agreement is reached. Now it is time for me to take action." Xiao Tian regained a modicum of strength, extracting a thread of soul imprint from one of the disciples of the heavenly path, planting a piece of strategy within the heavenly path as well. Zhao Xianhua nodded, collapsing to the ground and adopting a posture of someone who had been grievously injured, causing the disciples of the heavenly path to grow anxious. It wasn't until he had distanced himself significantly from Zhao Xianhua that Xiao Tian violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes becoming hazy and his steps increasingly unsteady, having reached his limit. "Kid, are you all right?" The great goose emerged, transforming into human form, but I've strained my divine power several times. The burden on my body is immense. Enduring several of Zhao Xuanhua's attacks has nearly dismantled me, Xiao Tian said with great difficulty. "Hold on. I will take you to Gu Liufeng's lair." The great goose wore an expression of anguish. He had originally intended to seize Gu Liufeng's treasure for himself. However, at this moment, Xiao Tian had reached his limit. He had to save him, and the only place for healing was Gu Liufeng's stronghold. The great goose moved swiftly, almost lifting off the ground as he carried Xiao Tian through the flowing wind valley. After just a few breaths, they arrived before a massive boulder. After striking the stone several times, a hidden door opened behind it. The great goose darted inside, and the stone door returned to its original state. The cavern was spacious, adorned with numerous ventilation shafts. Upon entry, a refreshing breeze welcomed them, along with a continuous surge of elemental energy from the heavens and earth. It turned out that this was indeed the lair of Gu Lufeng. Shortly after Xiao Tian and the great goose entered, Zhao Xianhua appeared before the giant stone. Chapter 32. The misty diagram of flowing wind. Xiao Tian was utterly exhausted, and the great goose placed him at the center of a formation, where he began to absorb the elemental essence of the universe. The depleted energy within him gradually began to replenish. Xiao Tian's injuries could no longer be healed solely by medicinal pills. He required time for self-recovery. Under the nurturing embrace of rich elemental energy, Xiao Tian recovered swiftly. Combined with the medicinal pills, he was completely restored in merely half a day. Meanwhile, the great goose seemed to have evaporated, vanishing without a trace, despite Xiao Tian's calls. How astute I am! That old scoundrel Gu Lufeng actually concealed his treasures here, clearly intending to cross paths with me. The great goose mused, cursing Gu Lufeng while rummaging through the grand hall. In half a day's time, he had virtually emptied the entire hall, leaving only 9 swords behind. This Zhao Xianhua, being a formidable practitioner of demonic arts, must possess some valuable items. If I eliminate him, they shall all belong to me, Xiao Tian thought to himself. The great goose, initially poised to depart, suddenly had his eyes light up, as if he beheld countless treasures beckoning to him. This old fool dared to deceive me. He truly deserves to be skinned alive. The great goose adopted a posture of righteous indignation, yet he pondered, given his own formidable abilities, why had he not managed to defeat him with my divine techniques? You need not concern yourself with that. You are tired. Go and rest, Xiao Tian said with a smile. Yes, your master. It is only right that I exert myself for you. How could I possibly tire? The great goose declared passionately, transforming into a middle-aged man before Xiao Tian, holding a large, lustrous pearl in his hand. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted as he struggled to suppress the tempest of emotions swirling within him, striving to remain calm. Are you going to help me? Indeed, I am a most loyal supporter of my master, and I have resolved to rally for your cause. Unyielding king of the underworld. Go, unyielding king. The great goose shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiao Tian's face darkened, turning away to avoid looking at the great goose. Arise. Xiao Tian felt the 9 powers within his body and slowly activated one. The 9 swords hovering before him emitted a resonant hum, one of which trembled delicately before soaring out of the formation, circling around Xiao Tian. Demon, Zhao Xianhua roared, his robe billowing as black mist surged forth. The demonic shadow reappearing. Block the sun. The shadow behind Zhao Xianhua raised its right hand and struck towards the great sword. Sizzle. The long sword was sharp, cleaving through the demonic hand, yet it expended all its sword energy, dissipating into the sky. How could a divine artifact be manipulated by one at the spirit transformation stage? Zhao Xuanhua's complexion was ashen. The recent blow had drained considerable energy from him. Yet he was even more convinced that Xiao Tian had expended even greater reserves. I shall see how many swords you can endure. Xiao Tian once again flicked his right hand, sending forth another long sword that sliced towards Zhao Xianhua. A sudden crisis erupted. Startled, Zhao Xianhua swiftly summoned his shadowy magic. Crossing his fists in front of his chest, bang! A beam of sword light abruptly appeared before Zhao Xianhua, cleaving against his crossed arms, forcing him to stagger back as blood gushed from his mouth. Xiao Tian, I shall slay you, you wretched creature! Zhao Xianhua roared in fury, shattering. The dissipating shadow clenched its fists and struck towards the boulder. Humph! Xiao Tian snorted coldly, seeking death. The western white tiger, master slaughter. The long sword rose once more, emanating a frigid chill that stole the breath from all present, leaving them frozen in shock. Even those outside the Lufeng Valley sensed the overwhelming intent to kill, their faces paling in fear. Why are you not making a move? Someone bellowed. No. Once we engage, the Lufeng Valley may very well collapse, and the disciples within shall have no chance of escape. Someone intervened. Humph! Should anything happen to the prince within, you of the heavenly path shall await the wrath of the dynasty. The withered figure appeared, casting a glance towards the heavenly path, engaging in clandestine dealings. Do you truly believe no one is aware? Elder Lung also manifested, swiftly entering the Lufeng Valley. The elder spoke in a grave tone. Gu Lufeng is a paragon of the divine path. Even the remnants he leaves behind are beyond our capacity to shake. No, I must find my elder brother. We have shared blood oaths. We shall die on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Xiao Yu's eyes glistened with crimson, struggling incessantly to seek out Xiao Tian. Inside the grand hall, Xiao Tian observed everything, his heart racing. He had not felt such brotherly affection in ages. Zhao Xianhua seeks to kill me, Xiao Tian sneered, planting a demonic seed within my body, aiming to resurrect through me and seize my fortune. A clever scheme indeed. Grant me the power of the divine path. Xiao Tian transmitted a thought to the Great Goose. Half of the treasures. The Great Goose immediately raised the stakes. Very well, from the moment we entered the Lufeng Valley, all treasure shall be split in half with you. Xiao Tian readily agreed. The heavenly path's oath, the Great Goose exclaimed in delight. By the heavenly path, I swear that from entering the Lufeng Valley to leaving it, all treasure shall be divided in half with the Great Goose. Xiao Tian immediately took the oath. The Great Goose promptly established his own vow. A contented smile gracing his face as he lent his divine power to Xiao Tian. Soul extraction. Xiao Tian's fingers curled like claws, reaching towards Zhao Xianhua depicted in the vision. Zhao Xianhua felt a force invade his very soul, followed by a violent tug. As a mark of his soul was wrenched free, a pained howl escaping his lips. From this day forth, you shall be the lowest of servants to me, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian bit through his fingertip, inscribing a rune with his blood, branding it upon Zhao Xianhua as soul mark. Ah, Xiao Tian, how dare you? Zhao Xianhua shouted in rage. I shall kill you, you wretched creature, for daring to employ such a vile sorcery against me. Vile? If I did not act thus, you would likely have crushed me with a single palm. Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh, ceasing his concealment, emerging from the cave to stand before Zhao Xianhua, casting a disdainful gaze upon the prostrate servant. To harbor intentions of murder, one must always be prepared for death. Xiao Tian squatted down, gently patting Zhao Xianhua's face, commanding, leave the Lufeng Valley and come to the Xiao residence in 3 days. As Zhao Xianhua contemplated a violent retaliation, a surge of murderous intent sparked within him. Yet his body began to spasm uncontrollably. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. A slave must fulfill the duties expected of a slave. I desire not a slave who perpetually contemplates rebellion. Zhao Xianhua rose from the ground. Addressing him with utmost respect, the defiance entirely extinguished. What a splendid tableau of mist and rain in Lufeng. The sentiment of Gu Lufeng I, Xiao Tian, shall honor. One day, I will seek the celestial Emperor Ling Xiao to grant you glory. With a wave of his hand, the entirety of Lufeng Valley began to compress slowly. Mountains and rivers, forests and grasses, all within Lufeng Valley began to levitate. A scroll materialized above Lufeng Valley, encompassing everything within it, filled with the ominous aura of lifeless woodlands, rolling low hills, and cascading waterfalls. To each of the 8 cardinal points of the scroll, a small sword emanated a sharp intent, accompanied by the whistling of the wind, while a mesmerizing mist continued to swirl, creating the illusion that the entire scroll existed in reality. The scroll soared forth, and with a beckoning gesture from Xiao Tian, it descended into his grasp, where he secured it away that a promise was made for the division of treasures. You dared to let Zhao Xianhua escape. The Great Goose glared furiously at Xiao Tian, demanding compensation for my divine power. My divine power is consumptive, irretrievable. A reduction is a genuine loss. Oh, do you desire the misty tableau of Lufeng? Xiao Tian regarded the Great Goose with a peculiar expression. It is not an absolute necessity. As long as you provide adequate collateral, it suffices. Spirit stones are, of course, the most desirable, particularly those that glimmer. The great goose's eyes shone once more with excitement. Then you should present all your treasures. Our celestial oath stipulates that from the moment one enters Lufeng Valley until departure, all treasures are to be divided in half. Whatever you obtain, half must be given to me, or else you shall incur heavenly wrath. Xiao Tian's lips twitched slightly. You rascal, you deceive this deity. The great goose feigned a heart-wrenching demeanor, lamenting how a grand demon deity like himself had been outmaneuvered by a mere stripling. Oh heavens! Take my life! No, heavens, take his instead. The great goose hastily changed its tune. Hark! What is that? Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened, his expression growing grave. Chapter 33. Exiting the valley, a stream of orange mist wafted forth, permeating the misty tableau of Lufeng, causing the scenes within to shift continuously. The great goose emerged from Xiao Tian's form, staring in astonishment at the wisp of orange mist, the essence. Could it be the world's essence? Xiao Tian frowned. He had not anticipated the emergence of the world's essence here. Is it of any use to you? I must immediately seal this rift, or else the city of demon dragons will swiftly discover the leak of the world's essence. The great goose exhibited an unusual steadiness, flapping its wings as a shattered copper mirror burst forth from Xiao Tian's chest, landing upon the stream of orange essence. Liufeng's prowess surpasses all expectations. He possesses the remarkable ability to penetrate the very essence of the world, leaving behind a significant opportunity. The flowing wind misty rain painting must have consumed a great deal of Gu Liufeng's efforts. Otherwise, how could he have surreptitiously appropriated the world's essence without the detection of the demon dragon Taoist? The great goose unabashedly expressed admiration for Gu Lufeng, even offering me a boon of transformation. Let us keep you here. After all of this was originally yours. The great goose spoke cryptically. Because of me, you were shattered, and this time, for your sake, I shall shatter this world. Xiao Tian refrained from interrupting the great goose. Quietly observing the flowing wind misty rain painting, that he noted that even though the connection between the painting and this world had been severed, it continued to operate autonomously. Within the flowing wind misty rain painting, a considerable amount of the world's essence had accumulated, and it had begun to take shape as a miniature world, capable of generating its own essence. However, invoking it remained a challenge. The dynamics of this world would gradually transform. Yet such matters were of little consequence. The great goose scoffed. What truly matters is that I shall ensure the eradication of Demon Dragon City. Lufeng Valley returned to a state of tranquility, with the various powerhouses leading their disciples away from this locale. They remained oblivious to Xiao Tian's stealthy exit from Lufeng Valley, and no one noticed that the valley had undergone no significant changes. Save for the diminished vigor of the flora and mountains, disciples from various sects had encountered Xiao Tian at different times. He had bestowed upon them numerous elixirs, with only one directive: to cultivate. To cultivate with utmost fervor. The elixirs Xiao Tian provided were sufficient for each individual to ascend 2 ranks, alleviating any concerns regarding a lack of resources. Xiao, like a devoted shadow, trailed behind Xiao Tian. His curiosity piqued about Xiao Tian's whereabouts on that fateful day and how he had managed to exit Lufeng Valley unscathed. Xiao Tian suddenly came to a realization. For mere girl. One could even sacrifice his own brother. No, I merely care for my brother, Xiao replied, his countenance betraying his unease as he instinctively shifted his position. The apothecary pavilion was set to host an auction, rumored to feature an array of valuable items. By the way, your cousin will be attending as well. You should accompany her, Xiao Tian suggested, feigning reluctance. You can use this opportunity to strengthen your bond with her by purchasing some trinkets. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, thank you. I shall seek out my cousin at once. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, finally able to relax, stretching his limbs. However, the moment of ease was swiftly replaced by tension. Upon arriving at the apothecary pavilion, he was promptly ushered into a secret chamber by Ling Kun. The announcement of the auction had cast the apothecary pavilion into the spotlight, drawing countless gazes, with Xiao Tian himself becoming an object of scrutiny. Young Master Xiao, are you aware of the tremendous response this auction has elicited? Ling Kun's eyes gleamed with unabashed enthusiasm. Thanks to our promotion, Various sects have dispatched large quantities of spirit stones. The items for auction have also been subtly publicized. The soul-capturing pill has garnered the attention of several major sects, ensuring it will fetch a handsome price. Moreover, high-ranking individuals from the underworld sect have also entered Lufeng City. Ling Kuan struggled to contain his excitement, that a smile played on Xiao Tian's lips. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. And those formidable entities entering Lufeng City? Just after Xiao Tian's departure, an elderly man with gray-white hair appeared in the recently vacated chamber, performing a ritual. Is this the Xiao Tian you spoke of, a mere boy who has just stepped into the spirit transformation realm? The old man spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, he is Xiao Tian, and he is of the spirit transformation realm. However, the value he has demonstrated is immeasurable. Merely the 2 types of elixirs he provided have generated immense wealth for the Apothecary Guild, as you old Kuan should well know. Furthermore, the primary items for this auction are also the elixirs he has presented. Ling Kuan stated solemnly, if they are so valuable, why not simply incorporate them into the Apothecary Guild? Old Kuan snorted coldly, his demeanor revealing discontent towards Ling Kuan. How can a mere scion of a small family contend with my Apothecary Guild? I shall visit the Xiao family, and if he refuses to join the Apothecary Guild, I will shatter the Xiao family with a single strike. Old Kuan, you have come to Lufeng City to assist me in this auction. The relationship between Xiao Tian and the Apothecary Guild has been maintained by me, so I kindly ask you to keep your hands short, lest you suffer the consequences. Ling Kuan rose from his seat. Are you threatening me? Old Kuan's expression turned cold. I would not dare. I am merely a steward of Lufeng City. How could I compare with your esteemed rank? However, this auction is under my purview. Old Kuan is here to assist me, so I ask that you center your focus on me. Otherwise, any unfortunate events that occur would be regrettable. Ling Kuan exited the chamber. Bang! Old Kuan smashed the stone table before him with a single palm, his face contorted with rage. Boy, had you not possessed my soul jade, I would have long since crushed you. The voice of the great goose resonated. Even if they are dissatisfied, they would not act against me. At least for now, we are still in the same boat, especially since Ling Kuan is aboard. No one needs me more than he does. Only I can help Ling Kuan ascend, gaining higher status and power. Xiao Tian scoffed. Ling Kuan will not let me perish. Nor shall I, is that so? I shall see who can save you. A voice devoid of emotion echoed. A chill ran through Xiao Tian's body, and a sense of crisis surged forth. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet he realized he had no opportunity to resist the speaker. Big brother! At that moment, Hades Xiao Tian appeared, witnessing Xiao Tian being obstructed. Grandpa Ku, please save my brother. Grandpa Ku, with a resigned smile, took a step forward. In just one step, he positioned himself in front of Xiao Tian. Locking eyes with the person opposing him, I wonder if I possess the qualifications to rescue him from your grasp. Grandpa Ku's voice was powerful and confident. Old Ku, are you intent on resorting to violence? The elderly man opposite him was none other than Cold Old, the guardian of Yang Xiao Xiao. You may retreat. Miss Xiao Xiao would not wish to act so soon, severing ties with the Xiao family. Grandpa Ku's eyes widened, an invisible aura emanating from him, dispelling the chill enveloping Xiao Tian. You seek to instigate a conflict between the Great Xia dynasty and the Demon Dragon City? Yang Xiao Xiao's voice emerged that he is my cousin, and my aunt remains in Demon Dragon City. Do you not fear wrath? Humph. Cold Old snorted coldly and vanished behind Yang Xiao Xiao. The aged figure, devoid of any expression, approached Hades Xiao Tian from behind. Cousin, Hades Xiao Tian exclaimed as he hurried forward. Where have you been? I searched for you numerous times without success. I am merely stating a fact. Yang Xiao Xiao replied coldly. The might of Yaolong City is beyond your imagination. Thus, I advise you to act wisely and persuade your father to release your aunt, rather than attempting to obstruct us. Xiao Tian's voice remained calm, yet it was within this tranquility that his profound intent for retribution lay. I care not for any formidable opponents. All I desire is for my mother to remain by my father's side. Should Yaolong City insist on taking action, I, Xiao Tian, shall personally dismantle the city. As they journeyed, Hades Xiao Tian remained silent until they finally halted. Brother Tian, he proclaimed, with me by your side, you shall not fall to Yaolong City's hand. Not even Yang Xiao Xiao can harm you. or my brother?" A shadow lifted from Xiao Tian's countenance, and he reassured, "Rest assured, Yaolong City dares not lay a finger on me. The subject of life and death is invariably a grave one, even for the perpetually jovial Xia Xiaoyu. Your Highness, is it worth it for such a person? After all, it is merely a fleeting acquaintance," the aged figure remarked helplessly. "Though it may be a chance encounter, I can sense Brother Tian's care for me. In the Lufeng Valley, had Brother Tian not been present, I would have perished long ago on the Lingyun steppes in that desolate, eerie forest. Despite not encountering any dangers, we heard the sounds of battle, and I knew it was Brother Tian shielding us." Xia Xiaoyu let out a long sigh. "To be born into a royal family is to forfeit the privilege of discussing the warmth and chill of human relationships. However, allow me this one indulgence. If Yaolong City dares to harm Xiao Tian, I, Xia Xiaoyu, shall undoubtedly ascend to the throne and dispatch troops against them." His tone carried a chilling resolve. A smile finally graced the aged man's face, for he recognized that the prince had matured during this journey. Though impulsive, it was a reflection of genuine emotion. "But, Grandpa Ku, I have no desire to become an emperor. Observing my father toil endlessly is truly burdensome. I prefer a life of leisure," Xia Xiaoyu suddenly declared. The auction, orchestrated by the Apothecary Pavilion, was set to commence, generating considerable excitement and attracting numerous powerful sect members in the absence of the divine domain. Lufeng City was teeming with strength, with several sages in attendance, and rumors suggested even more formidable beings had appeared. Xiao Tian was a distinguished guest at the auction, assigned to the VIP room designated for the elite. Xia Xiaoyu, despite his qualifications, shamelessly followed in Xiao Tian's wake, while the representative of the Great Xia dynasty occupied a seat in the VIP area, alongside the city lord of Lufeng City. Disciples of various sects were allocated to different sections based on their strength, with only a select few sects attaining VIP status. "It is my honor to host today's auction. I am Ling Kun, an attendant of the Apothecary Pavilion in Lufeng City." Clad in formal attire, Ling Kun, despite being accustomed to the presence of dignitaries, felt a twinge of nervousness, overshadowed mostly by excitement. Should this auction prove successful, Ling Kun would become a key figure within the Apothecary Pavilion, potentially rising to a position of new influence. For an individual laboring in a remote town, this is indeed an extraordinarily honorable occasion. Without further ado, the first item up for auction today is a rare elixir that has drifted from the flowing Wind Valley. Ling Kun raised his hand to unveil the curtain, revealing a flower of a crimson hue, as red as blood, before the gathered audience. The dual-form flower. Such a botanical rarity exists only in the realm of the underworld cult. The dual-form flower possesses the remarkable ability to center one's mind and spirit, capable of being refined into even the highest-grade elixirs, akin to those of saintly caliber. You are all connoisseurs, undoubtedly more aware than I of the true value of the dual-form flower. Ling Kun continued to stoke the fervor in the atmosphere. I nearly forgot to mention another point. The dual-form flower has the power to dispel illusions. By placing one of its blooms under the tongue, one can shatter the majority of mirages. As for the specifics, I invite you all to experience it firsthand. Ling Kun's gaze swept across the crowd, and he proclaimed, "The starting bid is 300,000 spirit stones." A brief silence fell over the auction house before someone dared to speak. While the dual-form flower holds some value, 300,000 seems rather steep. "To my friend from the Linyin sect, should you possess a sufficient quantity of dual-form flowers, what say you to 300,000 per bloom?" Ling Kun's expression turned cold. "Esteemed guests, the true worth of the dual-form flower lies in its ability to transcend the saintly realm, a feat requiring one to confront nightmares. The horrors of these nightmares are known to many, at least in whispers. Let me simply state that with the dual-form flower in hand, nightmares cease to be a calamity." Ling Kun continued, 500,000. Ultimately, the final bloom of the dual-form flower was auctioned off for 1,300,000 spirit stones. Most bidders for the dual-form flower were solitary cultivators, lacking the protection of sexual might or the defensive formations against heavenly tribulations, relying solely on their own strength. The next item on the auction block is a magical artifact. As he spoke, the enchanting beauty from the Apothecary Pavilion presented a tray, and Ling Kun deftly unveiled the true nature of the artifact. Upon the tray rested a kettle, with a slight crack at the spout. Its body exuding an ancient aura, adorned with obscure carvings, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary copper kettle. Ling Kuan, why present a mere wine kettle at such a grand auction? Are you inviting us to partake in a drink? Laughter erupted throughout the auction house. The members of various sects remained silent, yet some of the stronger individuals recognized the kettle at a glance. It is the spirit refining kettle. Someone ventured to speak. At the mention of this name, the audience grew parched with anticipation. The spirit refining kettle, renowned for its ability to refine even the strongest of divine beings, once held an immense reputation. Ling Kuan maintained a silent smile, listening to the discussions swirling in the hall. When the name of the spirit refining kettle was uttered, the atmosphere in the hall erupted like a boiling pot as the chatter began to subside. Ling Kuan spoke once more. This, of course, is not the spirit refining kettle. What lies before you is merely a replica, crafted by a master of artifact creation. Ling Kuan's speech was deliberate and measured. Upon hearing it was a replica, the crowd's enthusiasm waned somewhat. The reason it is labeled as a replica is due to a fissure that appeared at the spout during its final crafting, significantly diminishing the kettle's efficacy. However, this spirit refining kettle remains a rare artifact. While it may not possess the power to refine divine beings, one with sufficient strength could still achieve the refinement of saints. Ling Kuan's gaze remained fixed upon the assembly in the hall. Old Kuan, would you kindly demonstrate the spirit refining pot to everyone? Ling Kuan stepped back slightly. The gray-haired Old Kuan ascended the auction platform, and with a flourish of his sleeves, infused the spirit refining pot with a surge of elemental energy. The previously dormant pot suddenly illuminated, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept through the venue. Even the saints in the VIP room felt a pang of trepidation. This pot is indeed formidable. Xiao Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Tiange, do you think my cousin would appreciate this pot? The wise gleam in Old Ku's eyes shone as he gazed from afar at the replica of the spirit refining pot. Young master, the price of this copper pot is likely to be quite substantial. You think I cannot afford a mere pot? Xiao Xiao replied, eyes wide with disbelief. It's merely a consumable. It's not worth excessive expenditure. Old Ku sighed with a wry smile. The power of this copper pot is indeed remarkable. However, if used to refine a saint, it can only be utilized once. Below the saint level, it may be employed several times. Old Ku explained that he was not mistaken. The cracked spout was its greatest flaw, an irreparable shortcoming. The true strength of the spirit refining pot lay in the divine fire that flowed from its spout. The pot itself was merely a vessel. The voice of the great goose echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. As they conversed, the spirit refining pot had already been sold for 5 million spirit stones. The Apothecary Guild truly deserved its reputation as a powerful commercial entity on the continent, as each auction item stirred the crowd into a frenzy, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The previous auction items had been trifles. Now, the Apothecary Guild was showcasing its true expertise. The next item for auction was the concentration pill. Crafted with the rare twin blossoms as a catalyst, this pill could enhance one's spiritual strength and forge a mightier. The pills have been tested. 30 concentration pills, nurtured over a month, could yield with tenfold strength compared to the ordinary. Ling Kuan's words propelled the auction into another crescendo. Esteemed guests, the power of is well understood among you. Thus, we shall auction off 30 concentration pills for 30 million spirit stones. This price effectively deterred a significant number of bidders, leaving only those from sects eager to vie for the concentration pills. As they sought formidable successors to carry on their legacies, might I request a favor from you all on behalf of the Sky Eagle sect? Allow me to secure the 30 concentration pills. Intoned the leader of the Sky Eagle sect. Perhaps they should be granted to the Crimson Flame sect instead, suggested another, as the various sects' eyes glimmered with fervor, unwilling to relinquish such a valuable elixir. Then let strength be the arbiter. No one was willing to concede. The 30 concentration pills could cultivate a warrior 10 times more powerful than their own successors. They were determined to acquire them. 43 million spirit stones. When Xiao Tian heard this figure, his pupils constricted slightly, far exceeding his expectations. Congratulations to our friends from the Lin Yin sect for securing the concentration pills. Esteemed guests, The concentration pills will be available for sale at the Apothecary Guild in the future, with prices aligned to today's auction figures. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. However, please note that the refinement of the concentration pills is quite taxing. Producing one batch in a month is already commendable. Ling Kuan concluded succinctly. The next item to be auctioned was the Nourishing Spirit Pill. This particular elixir originated from the Xiao family's apothecary in Lufeng City. According to the provider, the Nourishing Spirit Pill's efficacy lies in its ability to nurture the spirit. Nurturing the spirit is akin to nurturing the soul, and the profound mysteries of the soul can only be comprehended by genuinely formidable practitioners. Ling Kuan, adhering to Xiao Tian's request, proceeded to introduce the spirit-nurturing pill, which commanded an auction price of 1,000,000 spirit stones. With a smile, Ling Kuan remarked, "Who knows what effects it possesses, yet it is sold at such a steep price." A voice boomed from the crowd. 2,000,000 for one. How many do you have? I shall take as many as possible. From a corner of the hall, a figure clad in gray slowly spoke. The gray-clad man's words drew countless gazes, as if they were observing a fool. The principal had finally made his appearance, that a smile curled at the corners of Xiao Tian's mouth. If you require them in bulk, they can be offered at 80,000 per pill, Ling Kuan announced, leaving everyone astonished by the blatant price reduction. What sort of auction was this? Chapter 35. The gray figure, the gray-clad man, and the Apothecary Guild's demeanor left everyone in a state of hesitation. However, no one dared to break this mutual concession. Friends of the Apothecary Guild, you should be aware that the underworld sect lacks for spirit stones. Moreover, they are merely pills. I can easily forego them, the gray-clad elder declared, causing an uproar in the hall. The Apothecary Guild had clearly extended an olive branch to the underworld sect, yet the underworld sect had not accepted this goodwill. The underworld sect had no need for allies. The gray-clad man was direct and imposing. Ling Kuan harbored no displeasure. The underworld sect held a transcendent status on the continent, rarely engaging with the Daxia dynasty or the Demon Dragon City. The underworld sect possessed its own territory on the continent, referred to as the underworld lands. The underworld lands were a veritable forbidden zone, inaccessible even to the Demon Dragon City and the Daxia dynasty. The Apothecary Guild had never aspired to become allies with the underworld sect. They were merely fulfilling a request. Ling Kuan spoke calmly. Shall we discuss this matter privately? The auction must proceed. The gray-clad man did not insist further. He was keen to observe who was plotting against the underworld sect. Next came the besieged, assistants of this auction. Ling Kuan refrained from hastily presenting the item and initiated a new round of atmospheric embellishment. The soul-capturing pill was a legendary concoction. With its formula long lost in the ancient celestial wars, that it was a rare honor for the Apothecary Guild to acquire a single soul-capturing pill. For practitioners, the soul-capturing pill was a genuine treasure beyond price, capable of condensing one's soul. For those on the path of cultivation, as long as the soul remained intact, there existed a chance for rebirth. Thus, possessing a soul-capturing pill was tantamount to acquiring a second life. The value of the soul-capturing pill was incalculable for those who cultivated the spirit, and Ling Kuan expounded passionately. 50,000,000 spirit stones, interrupted the gray-clad man. Senior, 50,000,000 is merely the starting bid, Ling Kuan said apologetically, gazing at the gray figure. The gray-clad man raised an eyebrow. I meant 50,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Boom! This time, the auction truly erupted in fervor. What did 50,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones signify? They could purchase the entirety of Lufeng City. 50,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Senior, are you jesting with your junior? Ling Kuan stammered, parched, for he had never encountered such a sum. At my age, what jesting could there be? Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The gray-clad man waved his hand impatiently. Silence enveloped the arena, as the prominent sects indeed possessed the prowess to vie for this soul-capturing pill. However, the attendees of this auction were not the true powerhouses within their respective sects. Such a staggering amount of spirit stones was beyond their authority to command. Moreover, their rivals were none other than the nether cult. 60 million. A voice emanated from the VIP room of the highest tier. The figure in gray, feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd, wore an expression of enjoyment. Yet upon hearing this untimely proclamation, he was instantly incensed. 80 million. Let it be for the elder then. The one speaking from the VIP room was, of course, Xiao Tian, who had initially intended to dip into his own pockets, only to be taken aback by the opponent's insatiable appetite. The auction concluded, and each major sect walked away with some gains. However, they were caught off guard by the Nether cult's intervention, lamenting why they had not displayed more audacity earlier, perhaps bidding on additional items, even if it were merely spirit-nurturing pills, within the secluded chamber of the alchemist pavilion. Xiao Tian and Ling Kuan sat facing each other. Young Master Xiao, you have indeed reaped bountiful rewards this time. Ling Kuan jested. Thanks to your assistance. Nevertheless, it was truly unexpected that the soul-capturing pill was acquired by the Nether cult. Xiao Tian replied solemnly. The soul-capturing pill was prepared by me for the Nether cult. However, the manner of its acquisition was not as I had envisioned. The figure in gray, lacking in decorum, sipped tea while summoning a servant to bring forth food. Upon their arrival at the VIP room, Xiao Tian and Ling Kuan chanced upon the sight of the figure in gray devouring 2 chicken legs in one breath, which led to a shared, helpless glance. You two need not feign sophistication. I have spent an exorbitant amount of spirit stones at the alchemist pavilion. Is it not reasonable to indulge in some food and drink? The figure in gray remarked, mouth full. Indeed, quite so. If the elder requires anything further, I shall instruct them to accommodate you immediately. Ling Kuan interjected hastily. 3 gene of phoenix gallbladder, 5 gene of dragon heart, 3 pairs of vermilion bird wings, 9 North Sea toads. The figure in gray continued to list his demands. Ling Kuan wore a bitter smile. Elder, please do not put the younger generation in a difficult position. This is the provider of the spirit-nurturing pill. The soul-capturing pill in your hand also originates from this young master, he added. The figure in gray scrutinized Xiao Tian with skepticism. Is there something that troubles you, elder? Xiao Tian asked, unceremoniously taking a seat opposite him. How can a mere boy like you possibly possess the spirit-nurturing pill and the soul-capturing pill? Have you stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity within a secret realm? The figure in gray assessed Xiao Tian. You appear young, and being a local of Lufeng City, the only notable place here is Lufeng Valley. Yet, Gu Lufeng is adept in formations and swordsmanship, not in alchemy. Could you be his consort? No, that cannot be right. His consort relishes in bloodshed and would not possess such pills, he murmured to himself. These pills seem freshly concocted. They could not have been unearthed from some ancient ruin. Shaking his head, the figure in gray remarked, the pills indeed originate from my hands. Elder, there is no need to dwell on their provenance. Xiao Tian said, with a renewed smile. Speak, what are your thoughts, young man? The 3 types of pills must surely be directed towards the Nether cult. While the spirit-nurturing pill can indeed cultivate the spirit and elevate the level of the natural laws, such usage is merely the most wasteful application of its efficacy. Only the cultivators of the Nether cult can fully harness the pill's potential, the figure in gray stated, cutting straight to the point. The soul-capturing pill and the spirit-nurturing pill are more direct, particularly for soul practitioners, as only the underworld sect in the entire continent cultivates the soul. The elder possesses keen insight. Xiao Tian wore a bashful expression. Indeed, how could I possibly be mistaken? Greyguard drained the wine from his cup in one gulp. The junior wishes to join the underworld sect. Xiao Tian fixed his gaze upon Greyguard's eyes. Impossible. This is not the time for the underworld sect to recruit disciples, and besides, your strength is feeble, rendering you unworthy of special consideration. Greygarb raised a hand to dismiss Xiao Tian's claims. I have elixirs. Xiao Tian presented his sincerity. Why the underworld sect? This was Greygarb's primary concern. Because my adversary is the Demon Dragon City. If there exists a power on the continent that dares not provoke the Demon Dragon City, it is none other than the underworld sect. Xiao Tian maintained his stance. If the underworld sect is too formidable, then the Demon Dragon City will take action. This is the realm of the Demon Dragon City, and their existence cannot tolerate threats. Greygarb continued to indulge in his meal. Nonetheless, the underworld sect has endured for so many years, has it not? Xiao Tian exhibited great patience. Young man, you are quite articulate. You have barely met the underworld sect criteria for discipleship, having reached the 12th level of body refinement. Even in the netherworld, such a level is rare. If you wish to join the underworld sect, become my disciple. Grey Garb licked the grease from his fingers. Deal. Xiao Tian rose, stating, I have another soul-capturing pill, which I shall bestow upon my master. As he spoke, he extended a jade vial containing another soul-capturing pill. Keep it for yourself, that I have no need for the soul-capturing pill any longer. Moreover, what kind of master takes his disciples' belongings? Grey Garb stood up and gathered the elixirs prepared by the apothecary pavilion staff. Upon entering the underworld sect, should you fail to meet my expectations, I can dismiss you from the netherworld at any time, and you shall never be permitted to return. Grey Garb looked at Xiao Tian, delivering this solemn statement, and added, Furthermore, I shall depart from Lufeng City in 10 days. You may attend to your matters. I will seek you out in 10 days. Xiao Tian pursued him to the entrance of the apothecary pavilion. But Grey Garb seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. Young man, you are exceedingly wasteful. Do you realize what you nearly gave away? That amounts to 80 million medium-grade spirit stones. How can you be so extravagant? That was but 40% of my divine earnings. The Great Goose vehemently chastised Xiao Tian. Then why did you not intervene earlier? Xiao Tian's retort left the Great Goose speechless. After a long pause, the Great Goose leaped forth again, claiming, I merely did not wish to embarrass you. Very well then, you may go to the demon god mirror. Do not follow me to the underworld sect. After all, I have heard that the soul energy within the netherworld is rather scarce. Your presence would be of little use. I shall keep the spirit stones earned from selling the soul-capturing pill for you. Xiao Tian was preoccupied. What did you say? Am I a goose that is so concerned with spirit stones? You insult my noble character. A few trifling spirit stones could never rival our blood-soaked friendship. The Great Goose proclaimed with righteous fervor. Then you should obediently silence yourself. Xiao Tian had developed a strategy for dealing with the Great Goose, rendering it unable to struggle. Upon returning to the Xiao family home, his parents awaited him. Yang Xinru wore a beaming smile. No matter the time, seeing her son always filled her with immense satisfaction. Xiao Tian raised his gaze toward Xiao Zhan, perceiving the overwhelming aura emanating from him, and was taken aback. Father, are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Indeed, I am, Xiao Zhan replied softly. For these past years, there's been an inexplicable pressure in Lufeng City, stifling the cultivation of practitioners. After the recent devastation of Lufeng Valley by the major sects, this pressure has dissipated. That I believe it is not only my breakthrough that is imminent. Many others are also poised to transcend. Congratulations, Father, Xiao Tian said with a beaming smile. The rare gathering of the 3 family members was filled with laughter and joy, and the smile on Yang Xinru's face never wavered. However, when the conversation turned to the predicament of the Xiao family, a shadow of concern crossed Xiao Zhan's countenance. A multitude of forces had surged into Lufeng City, and the strength of the Xiao family had diminished significantly. I must continuously strive to grow stronger, to safeguard our family amidst this turmoil. Xiao Zhan stated solemnly. Chapter 36. Wife, I love you. Lufeng City has always existed under the divine domain of Gu Lufeng, where the realms of practitioners have been suppressed beneath the saint level. The city's mightiest combatants have merely reached the level of heaven and earth law manifestation. The ancestors of various clans have accumulated power at this level for many years, and with the removal of the divine domain suppression, they have begun to exhibit signs of impending breakthroughs. In just a month, the ancestors of each family made their attempts, facing the heavenly tribulation. However, none succeeded in truly stepping into the saint realm. To ascend from heaven and earth law manifestation to the saint realm, one must not only attain the requisite level, but also sever their mortal roots. Each individual's mortal roots differ. They may reside in the physical body or the law manifestation. Those who fail to navigate the tribulation become pseudo-saints, their ultimate achievements forever halted. Although their combat power pales in comparison to genuine saints, it far exceeds that of the heaven and earth law manifestation. With the emergence of several pseudo-saints in Lufeng City, the outsiders finally found a semblance of stability. Pseudo-saints can challenge saints in fierce combat, yet they dare not gamble their lives, for they have promising futures ahead and the pursuit of longevity to consider. Father, have you discerned anything from the recent saint tribulations? Xiao Tian inquired, looking at Xiao Zhan across from him. Is it that the heavens do not permit true saints to manifest? Not a single person has succeeded in their tribulation. Xiao Zhan replied gravely, "It is unrelated to the heavens. It is merely that Lufeng City's understanding of the heavenly tribulation is limited, hindering their ability to prepare adequately. The saint tribulation is a significant transformation for practitioners, requiring the severance of mortal roots to achieve the saint body. From then on, one can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, attaining true clarity of body and mind." Xiao Tian elucidated, not regard me in such a light. I gleaned this knowledge from the texts of Lufeng Valley. The saint tribulation consists of 3 trials: the thunder tribulation, the heart tribulation, and the body tribulation. The thunder tribulation tests and challenges one's strength, while the heart tribulation poses a perilous trial of character. The body tribulation encompasses life, death, and great fortune. Most pseudo-saints falter at the second tribulation, never encountering the third. Thus, they are labeled as pseudo-saints. Xiao Tian shifted the blame onto Gu Lufeng. Has he ever mentioned a method to traverse the tribulation? A flicker of hope sparkled in Xiao Zhan's eyes, though it quickly subsided. Perhaps he had been too greedy. Why tribulation shall be faced by me? Xiao Zhan, without reliance on others' methods. Father, you are correct in this regard. Each individual's saint tribulation is unique. While some insights may be gleaned from others, the most crucial aspect is to rely on oneself. Xiao Tian smiled knowingly. You truly won't lend a hand to your old man? The grand goose strutted before Xiao Tian, swaying its body with an elegance that was nothing short of captivating. Of course, I shall assist. The saint's tribulation is indeed a manifestation of the very essence of heaven and earth. O revered deity, do you not require the world's essence? Xiao Tian gazed at the goose with a cheerful smile. You speak nonsense. The goose fluffed its feathers in indignation. Mountains, rivers, and all of creation are equally birthed from the world's essence. Do you expect this divine being to consume the entirety of this world? Even if I were to need the world's essence, I would not be so foolish as to gamble my life on it. The heavenly tribulation is lethal. No, it is fatal for geese. It is a demise meant for swans. How can you be so devoid of compassion, directing such a beautiful swan towards its doom? The goose grew increasingly agitated. One saint's tribulation is far more valuable than your devouring an entire Lufeng city. I shall face the thunderous tribulation, while you contend with the demons of the heart and the flames of karma. Xiao Tian, without even glancing at the goose, was already aware that it was preparing to negotiate. Karma flames, they are the nemesis of the soul. The goose quivered slightly, yet the thought of devouring the karma flames ignited the possibility of achieving true immortality of the soul, transitioning from yin to yang, and becoming a genuine yang soul. Damn it, let us proceed, Xiao Tian declared solemnly. Oh, hell with it. The goose interjected. Such a strong taste. Xiao Tian observed the goose with amusement. In my heart, 1,000 grass mud horses gallop wildly. If I were to encounter the demon dragon Taoist, I would not only address his mother, but also his ancestors for 18 generations, and I would ensure they lay goose eggs. The goose rolled its eyes, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Tian's jest. Xiao Zhan is about to face the saint's tribulation. This news caused quite a stir in Lufeng City. Long referred to as the god of war, Xiao Zhan was finally confronting the saint's tribulation. With several established powerhouses having failed their tribulations, more and more people placed their hopes upon Xiao Zhan. Prominent families were closely monitoring his progress, their sentiments complex. They wished for Xiao Zhan's success to demonstrate that Lufeng City harbored strength, yet simultaneously hoped for his failure to justify their own inadequacies against the might of the heavenly tribulation. The Zhang family was the sole lineage wishing for Xiao Zhan's failure, having become bitter enemies with the Xiao family. My lord, might you intervene to disrupt Xiao Zhan's tribulation? The head of the Zhang family respectfully inquired before an elder. The elder stirred slightly. The enmity between Xiao and Zhang families was irreconcilable. Should Xiao Zhan ascend to sainthood, he would undoubtedly suppress the Zhang family with great fervor. The Zhang family had already been reduced to an affiliate of the Tianyin sect, and if the ancestor of the Zhang family paused deliberately. Do you know who resides within the Xiao family? The prince of the Daxia dynasty, Xia Xiaoyu, and the gem of the Yang family, Yang Xiao Xiao. Not to mention the old withered man beside Prince Yu. and the cold elder accompanying Yang Xiao, they are enough to elevate the Tianyun sect's standing. A murderous intent surged in the elder's eyes. With a thud, the ancestor of the Zhang family fell to his knees. Repeatedly bowing his head, sweat soaking his back, his forehead swollen and red. This lowly one deserves death. This lowly one acknowledges his wrongs. I beseech my lord for mercy. The voice of the Zhang family ancestor was filled with despair. Rise, the elder waved his hand. Despite the Xiao family having the Yang family and the Daxia royal family backing them, it was unacceptable for them to casually suppress the affiliated families of my Tianyun sect. Let our clan seek out a few acquaintances to join forces, for I wish to see if the Yang family and the Daxia royal family dare to oppose several major sects simultaneously. It was only after the elder vanished that the Zhang family ancestor gradually straightened his back. Leading his descendants with a countenance of sorrow, he is indifferent to his own life and death, and even less fearful of the old man's formidable power. However, behind him stands the entire Zhang family. The mortal roots that the ancestral Zhang could not sever are his kin, the family he single-handedly established. The old man may perish, may fight to the death against the Tianyun sect. But what of you? The ancestral Zhang smiled bitterly. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days had elapsed. Xiao Zhan was now prepared to undergo the tribulation. Xiao Tianming, who had already attained the status of pseudo-saint, personally presided over the formation to protect Xiao Zhan. Boom! As Xiao Zhan felt the provocation, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, rumbling incessantly. While bolts of lightning streaked across the heavens, the calamity clouds descended ever lower, almost touching the city walls. Everyone felt a weight pressing upon their chests, their breaths becoming increasingly labored. Crack! The first bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Aimed directly at Xiao Zhan. Excellent! Xiao Zhan threw a punch at the thunder, and as his fist met the lightning, the thunder shattered inch by inch, vanishing into nothingness. Xiao Tian quietly slipped away from the crowd, sprouting a pair of wings, soaring towards the clouds from a secluded spot. The pressure bearing down on him made Xiao Tian's expression grow increasingly grave. This tribulation was indeed abnormal. He directly entered the layer of calamity clouds and beheld a thunder pool, where lightning roiled tumultuously, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Feeling the surging primordial force akin to a tide, the great goose's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, the demon god, this time, I have indeed gambled correctly. Looking ahead, he saw the black hellfire continuously converging towards the thunder pool, and the great goose flapped its wings, taking flight. Plop! Above the thunder pool, the great goose detached from Xiao Tian's body, who then plunged directly into the thunder pool. Ziz! Lightning coursed rapidly through Xiao Tian's body, striking him repeatedly. The great goose's eyes glowed crimson as it charged towards the blazing hellfire. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, who was undergoing the tribulation, was already battered and bruised. A sorrowful smile gracing his lips, he had endured 4 bolts of heavenly thunder. With only 2 more to go before the ordeal would conclude, yet he was utterly devoid of the strength to fight. Casting a tender gaze towards his wife, Xiao Zhan's eyes brimmed with warmth as he whispered, "My dear wife, I love you." Chapter 37. As strong as the underworld sect, as the momentum of the heavenly tribulation above Xiao Zhan weakened, he surged forward, launching a more ferocious counterattack. Under the final layer of heavenly thunder, purple light engulfed Xiao Zhan, which was the greatest benefit of the tribulation, gaining the recognition of heaven and earth, reinforcing his physical form, thereby facilitating a deeper communion with the cosmos and comprehension of its laws. Xiao Tian trembled all over, cursing the great goose internally, yet he remained fully alert. Outside the thunder pool, the heavenly thunder surged, while within the pool, it remained as still as a mountain. The liquid contained within the thunder pool was the true essence of heavenly thunder, with only a faint electric glow. Xiao Tian immersed himself in it, greedily consuming this primordial liquid, causing his body to undergo yet another transformation at that moment. Not only was Xiao Tian's body affected, but even his spirit was quietly evolving. The heavenly soul soaked in the thunder liquid, shimmering like a protective aura, continuously radiating brilliance. As strands of primordial essence flowed into it, a hint of purple appeared on his perpetually closed eyes. In Xiao Tian's mind, an ethereal figure materialized, gradually solidifying as time elapsed. Who? Xiao Tian opened his eyes, and in his mind formed the ethereal manifestation of Xiao Tian himself. He could see that moment. He ascended to the status of a true master within the realm of the ethereal. His ethereal form was not solely comprised of mental energy. It was also infused with the power of heavenly thunder. This ethereal presence appeared not merely as a pale golden hue, but rather as a mesmerizing blend of purple and pale gold. Gazing upon a pool of heavenly thunder liquid, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor. Such a treasure of this caliber was beyond his current ability to fully harness. The flowing wind and mist rain diagram. The flowing wind and mist rain diagram detached from Xiao Tian's back, sweeping toward the thunder pool, completely engulfing it within its embrace. In that instant, an enraged roar erupted from the very core of Yaolong City, reverberating throughout the entire city, which felt the might of that furious cry. Boom! A surge of heavenly and earthly essence, as thick as a yard, poured into Xiao Zhan's body, which was fervently absorbing the essence he had just coalesced into his saintly form. However, the sheer magnitude of this heavenly and earthly essence was overwhelming, and Xiao Zhan found himself on the brink of collapse. The heavenly and earthly Dharma manifestation. Xiao Zhan bellowed. Two manifestations emerged. One was a fierce white tiger, while the other was a vaguely human figure. Under the infusion of heavenly and earthly essence, the two manifestations solidified into their true forms, becoming spiritual entities based on this essence. Yet, the heavenly and earthly essence had not yet dissipated, still pouring in with fervor. Such was the grandeur of Yaolong City. The figure in gray appeared, standing atop the lofty clouds, bellowing into the sky. Gray garb, do not meddle unnecessarily. Someone has pilfered my essence, and I must uncover their identity. A serpentine dragon, twisting and turning, spoke with human words. Had you not recklessly altered the saint's tribulation, how could you provoke others? Do you not see? The entire flowing wind city is filled with pseudo-saints. All because of you. They could have all attained sainthood, but under Gu Yofeng's divine domain suppression, they were left to accumulate their power, only for your personal obsession to render them all pseudo-saints. Gray Garb spoke with a heavy tone. In him, the relentless influx of essence into his body will inevitably lead to his explosive demise. Is this your warning to the realm of cultivation? Or is it a warning from Yaolong City to the entire cultivation world? A murderous intent surged from Gray Garb. What does the cultivation world amount to? The serpentine dragon sneered, exhaling dragon breath that surged toward Xiao Zhan. Observing the tumultuous heavenly and earthly essence in the sky, the great goose was filled with excitement. Had it not been for Xiao Tian restraining it, it would have rushed forward to begin its gluttonous feast. Is it possible to activate the Demigod mirror and secretly siphon this essence without detection? Xiao Tian inquired softly. The great goose's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Of course, the Demigod mirror within Flowing Wind Valley, under the great goose's urging, quietly descended to rest beneath Xiao Zhan's feet, silently commencing its operation to draw the heavenly and earthly essence entering Xiao Zhan's body into its own realm. Father, you may absorb at ease. Utilizing the great goose, Xiao Tian communicated with Xiao Zhan. Upon hearing his son's voice, Xiao Zhan found solace. The two manifestations descended, heading straight for the Xiao family's courtyard. Xiao Zhan did not sever the manifestations, nor did he discard his so-called mortal roots. These manifestations possessed saintly-level cultivation and the potential for further enhancement, thus bestowing the Xiao family with 3 saint-level combatants. What does the underworld amount to in your eyes? Gray Garb furrowed his brow. The underworld. Humph. One day, I shall expel the underworld from my world. The serpentine dragon roared in fury. The underworld, unlike any other force, had forcibly intruded, filling the serpentine dragon with a deep sense of humiliation. Ha! How dare you? The figure in gray sensed something, casting a glance at the descending Xiao Zhan. With a flourish of his wide sleeves, he declared, "Let me test this ancient relic imbued with the essence of the netherworld. Can you banish it?" The gray-clad figure waved his sleeves, unleashing a formidable force that surged toward the dragon. The sky was torn apart by this power, creating a dark rift. The dragon roared in fury. its long tail lashing out with overwhelming ferocity toward the figure in gray. Boom! A sound more thunderous than the heavens erupted, as if the sky itself were being rent asunder, revealing a tear. Nether, the figure in gray, stepped back, forming a seal with his hands, and struck once more at the dragon. Demon, the dragon, equally fierce, unleashed its demonic energy. Beneath the word nether, all is engulfed in the netherworld. Even within your realm, it remains the netherworld. Such is the tyranny of the nether. With the utterance of demon, the sky warped, as if it were drawing upon the forces of the universe to crush this netherworld. My netherworld is not so easily trifled with. The heavens open wide, like a geyser erupting, as the nether energy surged downward. Descend. Another cold command echoed, as an ethereal realm manifested in the sky above. Demon dragon, given your arduous training, I shall sever this dragon. Another proclamation. The three voices resonated with an undeniable authority, causing the thrashing dragon to lose all its bravado. Trembling in fear, the gray figure regarded the dragon with indifference. Kill. Please, nether sect, quell your anger. The demon dragon shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. A vague visage appeared, addressing the murky nether energy and indistinct realm above the gray figure with a solemn tone. Exiling my netherworld from this domain. This is your response to us? The questioning voice rang out once more. The cosmos cleared, the essence of the heavens dissipated, and Xiao Tian finally attained sanctity. No one witnessed the scene unfolding in the sky, except for Xiao Tian, who alone beheld it. Is this the current state of the nether sect? My former nether? Xiao Tian mused softly. The survival of the fittest is an immutable law of nature, even more pronounced in the realm of cultivation. The figure in gray appeared beside Xiao Tian. I do not know who you are or your purpose in entering the netherworld, but I must inform you. The might of the netherworld is a source of pride for every disciple. Is there a force more powerful than the nether sect? Xiao Tian pondered. Indeed, that would be the nether under the dominion of the nether king, the most formidable power in existence. A nostalgic expression crossed the gray figure's face. I shall become a being more powerful than the nether king. Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly. Just you. You dare to compare yourself to the nether king. You engage only in underhanded dealings. Petty thefts. Were it not for you, I would not have to expend such effort, nor create such a grand spectacle. The gray figure tapped Xiao Tian on the head. Chapter 38. The Yang Residence. Xiao Tian attains sanctity. A great upheaval surged through Lufeng City, as numerous sects covertly visited the Xiao family, eager to invite Xiao Tian to join their ranks, all of which he politely declined. Brother Tian, it is all my fault for causing you to miss so many opportunities. Yang Xinru's face radiated admiration as she lowered her gaze, casually attending to various matters, her words laced with unmistakable affection. Xiao Tian cultivated solely to protect our family and you all. For the sake of my training, I could never forsake you and your son. A man has little to guard, the land beneath his feet, and the woman behind him. Xiao Tian spoke softly. With the ascension of Xiao Tian, the status of the Xiao family in Lufeng City has risen dramatically. The sense of crisis among the prominent families has intensified, prompting them to expend great resources to send their descendants into the sects, hoping to establish connections. However, these disciples, who rely on such costly means to enter the sects, merely bear the name of the sect. Once their wealth is completely extracted, they will inevitably become discarded pawns of the sect. The aristocratic families of Lufeng City are hardly considered significant players in a desperate bid for their lineage to endure. Even though they know such futile actions will only delay their decline, they still cling to the hope that their descendants can genuinely grow strong, rather than merely serving as a link to the sect. Lin Ting, the rise of the Xiao family has become an inevitability, and the family's hopes rest solely upon the youth. Your addressing Xiao Tian as master is, at first, quite absurd. Yet now it has turned into an opportunity for us to forge a connection with the Xiao family. You shall take 300,000 spirit stones to the Xiao family to demonstrate our sincerity. The tone of the Zhao family's ancestor was laced with resignation. Ancestor, why must we associate with a sect? The strength of the Xiao family holds no bearing on us. Presently, members of various sects have trampled all over the threshold of the Xiao family. Zhao Linting appeared unfazed. Impudence. The Zhao ancestor slammed the table fiercely. The entire future of our family rests upon your shoulders. Do you comprehend the sacrifices made for you to enter the Tianying sect? I have lived for a long time. I could be indifferent to life and death, to decline or prosperity, but there are many others in the family. They need our lineage to endure. Should our family fall, they would be reduced to mere street dogs, or even worse, become true strays. The Zhao ancestor sighed deeply. Our family humbles itself before the Xiao family, not out of fear of Xiao Tianming, but because the members of the family require this lineage with a heavy heart. The Zhao ancestor declared, "Go. With Xiao Zhan's sanctification, the future is boundless. Cultivating a good rapport with Xiao Tian might provide a safety net for your uncles and elders." He waved his hand, fatigue overtaking him as he closed his eyes. Not only the Zhao family, but nearly all the aristocratic families in Lufeng City were enacting similar scenes. Yet, lacking Zhao Linting, they could only choose to sever ties with the Xiao family or remain passive observers. After seeing off a wave of guests, Xiao Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xiao Zhan's ascension, many have sought to follow his path, striving to establish connections with the Xiao family. As the young patriarch of the family, Xiao Tian possessed such authority. Understanding the intricacies of human interaction, he maintained a consistent stance of neither acceptance nor rejection. "Brother Tian, how can you behave in this manner?" Xia Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Tian, having received others' gifts, yet failing to reciprocate with assistance. "Do you think I am exploiting my influence, or hoarding for profit?" Xiao Tian responded with a slight smile. "If I were to accept their gifts, would that not render me even more mercenary?" Xiao Tian was already aware of Xia Xiaoyu's identity, and he had taken to having Xia Xiaoyu accompany him daily to welcome the visitors. Initially, the elder would discreetly follow, but gradually cease to pay attention. Xiao Tian's intention was clear: to allow Xia Xiaoyu to experience the warmth and chill of human relationships, the fickleness of societal dynamics. Have you ever seen anyone visit the Xiao family before? When my father had not yet achieved sanctification, who would have regarded the Xiao family? Those self-important sect had never truly acknowledged the families of Lufeng City. Not only for myself, but also for those around me, that I am the young master of the Xiao family, and I must consider the interests of the entire clan, even if something benefits me. If it contradicts the family's interests, I cannot accept it. Is there truly no genuine friendship between people? Must it be tethered solely by so-called interests? Xia Xiaoyu appeared somewhat lost in thought. "Tiange. There is. We're the best of brothers. No matter where I am, as long as you call my name, I will come at the shortest notice." Xiao Tian interrupted Xia Xiaoyu. "I do not wish to know who you are. All I need to know is that you are Xia Xiaoyu, the one who has always followed me, calling me Tiange, and that is sufficient. I am the prince of the great Xia." Xia Xiaoyu spoke again. "And so what?" Xiao Tian replied with a smile. "Ha. Indeed, and so what? We are brothers. Whenever Tiange is in need, Xia Xiaoyu will undoubtedly appear at the earliest opportunity, even if the whole world stands against us." Elder Ku rose. "Cold old man, how about sharing a drink with me?" "Very well." Cold old man responded. "I have long forgotten how long it has been since I last heard the word brother." Elder Ku's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. "If one day you betray Prince Yu, I shall take it upon myself to deal with you, the one who has desecrated brotherhood. After so many years, the obsession remains so profound." Cold old man looked at Elder Ku with helplessness. "Aren't you the same? Who would serve as a bound servant if not for brotherhood?" Elder Ku and cold old man vanished from the Xiao family's courtyard. Opposite the city lord's mansion stood a large residence that had been vacant for many years, the ownership of which remained a mystery. Aside from the occasional maintenance workers, almost no one stepped inside, not even the people from the city lord's mansion. Yang Xiao spent nearly all her days within this estate, and Xia Xiaoyu, when following her out, would invariably be cleverly shaken off by her. At the last, a grand plaque was hung on the estate, surpassing even the city lord's mansion in prominence. Yang Mansion. Only one faction on the entire continent dared to use the name Yang Mansion, and that was the Yang clan of Demon Dragon City, the true colossus of the continent, which even the great Xia dynasty had to show deference to. The emergence of the Yang clan caused a tremendous stir in Lufeng City. Members from various sects vied to pay their respects, but all were turned away without exception. This is the Yang clan, so powerful that numerous sects sought their favor. Yet they remained indifferent to any one sect. Even the city lord of Lufeng City could not enter the Yang mansion. However, Yang Xiao personally declined the city lord's visit to the gates. This Yang mansion is too much. How dare they disregard all the major sects? Some patrons in the tavern voiced their dissatisfaction with the Yang clan's arrogance. And so what? Even if the Yang clan wears a cold face, do the major sects not still approach with eager faces? This can only indicate the Yang clan's formidable strength and their indifference to the sects. It is hard to fathom who in Lufeng City could gain entry into the Yang mansion. One wondered if the newly ascended sage, Xiao Tian, could. Someone sighed, in the eyes of the Yang clan, a sage is no better than a dog. Everyone look! Someone is heading to the Yang mansion again, with a loud call. Many patrons in the tavern departed. Even the tavern keeper wished to join the fray. It was indeed Hades Xiao who made his way to the Yang residence, as a prince of the great Xia dynasty. He felt compelled to visit the Yang household, even if merely for appearances. The two factions required this display. The prince of the great Hades Xiao, was there as a guest of the Yang family. The city lord stood cautiously by Hades Xiao's side and spoke in a resounding voice. His words echoed. All onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the brash youth trailing behind Xiao Tian was, in fact, a prince of the great Xia. In that moment, all gazes converged upon Hades Xiao, completely disregarding whether the Yang residence would open its doors. Out of my sight, Hades Xiao. I have no interest in you. If you wish to pursue me, it shall come to naught, came a powerful shout from within the closed gates of the Yang residence. Chapter 39. Into the netherworld, Hades Xiao's face flushed crimson. The dignified image of the prince was shattered. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the city lord tugged at his sleeve. Meanwhile, the aged and withered figure had turned away, feigning ignorance. The prince represented the imperial family of the great Xia. And although the Yang clan was formidable, this was still the territory of the great Xia dynasty. The city lord's voice resonated with authority, imbued with an aura of innate power, since we were bound by a marriage contract. When shall we wed? Hades Xiao promptly inquired. Yang Xiao shot a fierce glare at Hades Xiao. Stay in your lane. Today, I stand as Yang Xiao. I do not represent the Yang clan. All my actions are my personal responsibility. Therefore, esteemed city lord, if you harbor any anger, direct it at me instead, that I wish to see if the blade that once slaughtered thousands has grown rusty. They say your strikes bring forth 30 miles of bloodshed. I am quite curious to know if that is indeed true. Cold elder raised an eyebrow, regarding the city lord with disdain. Cold face, so you become Miss Xiao's protector, the city lord remarked with a hearty laugh. His spirits lifted. Old man Ku, do not hinder me. Cold elder cast a glance at the aged figure behind Xiao. If Su Mo wishes to fight, what concern is it of mine? So long as you do not harm Prince Yu, I shall not intervene, regardless of the chaos that ensues. Old Ku rolled his eyes, entirely disregarding the escalating tension. Prince Yu, I, your humble servant Su Mo, request to duel Cold Face. The city lord knelt before Xiao. Uncle Su, must we really fight? Xiao asked softly. For the sake of the dynasty, Su Mo bowed his head. Lufeng City has enjoyed tranquility for so long. Let it continue in peace. Cold Face, Su Mo. If you both wish to engage, I shall take your place. The figure clad in white emerged from the crowd, exuding an extraordinary presence, an aura of sanctity naturally emanating from her. All hail, Her Holiness. Cold Face, Su Mo, and Old Ku immediately knelt in reverence. That not Xiao Zhan's wife. How has she become Her Holiness? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The god of war from the Xiao family is indeed formidable. He has even won the Yang clan's Saintess. Upon witnessing the divine dragon Saintess, the cold voice of Cold Face rang out, commanding, all of you, kneel and pay your respects. Instantly, the street was filled with kneeling figures. Amidst the throng, Xiao Zhan regarded Yang Xinru's silhouette with a calm expression, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Father, you are incredible. You've even married the Saintess of the divine dragon city. Xiao Tian emerged from the crowd. Only because your mother does not mind your father, came a nonchalant reply. Xiao Zhan gazed at his mischievous son and said, "Just remember, she is your mother." "Father." Xiao Zhan interrupted his son's concern. "You are still young. Many matters do not require your attention. The identity of the heir of the Xiao family already places a significant burden upon you. There are certain things that a father must handle." He shifted the topic, a hint of melancholy permeating his words. "When do you plan to depart? Once you join the underworld sect, take good care of yourself. What your parents care about is not your cultivation, but your well-being. I will leave today." Xiao Tian's heart warmed at the affirmation. "I will look after myself. I am the god of war of Lufeng City, the son of Xiao Zhan. I shall not bring shame to my father." "Then go to D. Oh, not allow your mother to witness this farewell. I fear she might be unable to bear it and would wish for you to stay." Xiao Zhan, too, wished for his son to remain. "But I am also afraid to see your mother. I cannot help but want to stay." Xiao Tian's gaze remained fixed on Yang Xinru. Yang Xiaoxiao knelt on the ground, her eyes searching for Xiao Tian's figure. She had once exchanged words with Xiao Tian, but the conversation had ended in discord. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, there lingered in her heart a proud silhouette. "If you harm my family, I shall ensure your entire clan suffers." She dismissed any concern for young men in Yaolong City. To her, their smiles paled in comparison to the priceless expressions of her parents. The presence of young men in Yaolong City was indeed a result of Yang Xiaoxiao's actions. Only she understood that all this was merely to compel Xiao Tian to remain. Yang Xiaoxiao sought to instill a sense of urgency within Xiao Tian, preventing his departure from Yaolong City. "Scoundrel, Xiao Tian, you are a scoundrel." Yang Xiaoxiao berated him in her heart, tears welling up. Could he not even acquiesce to her just this once? "Xiao, may I take charge of young men in Lufeng City?" Yang Xinru halted before Yang Xiaoxiao, not casting her gaze upon her. "I shall abide by the arrangements of her highness, the saintess," Yang Xiaoxiao murmured. "Today, neither the Daxia dynasty nor the members of Yang Men may leave Lufeng City." Upon concluding her words, Yang Xinru proceeded towards the gates of the Yang residence, beckoning the others to follow her inside. "Xia Mingyuan, is he not the father of Xia Xiaoyu?" Xiao Tian mused. "Indeed, he is. You cannot fathom how magnificent Xia Mingyuan was in his youth. He was a paragon of grace, possessing extraordinary cultivation talent. Even the underworld sect desired to recruit him, and the saintess of Yaolong City. She is your mother, also a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. A prince and a saintess, it indeed sounds quite splendid. The underworld sect has never involved itself in the disputes of the cultivation world." After 5 days of flight, the gray-robed figure brought Xiao Tian to the underworld land. As he beheld the realm shrouded in a ghostly aura, Xiao Tian's eyes unexpectedly reddened. This was once his underworld land, a territory forged alongside his brothers. Familiar faces flashed through Xiao Tian's mind. "This is the ghostly aura." The presence of the gray-robed figure kept the great goose in a state of silence. "Your aura is somewhat peculiar," the gray-robed figure remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Tian. Not encountering the grand gates of the underworld sect, the gray-robed figure led Xiao Tian into a hazy area where 3 peaks were interconnected, not particularly prominent within the underworld land. "Why is it called the 3 linked peaks and not the breaking sky peak?" Xiao Tian questioned, a look of confusion on his face. "You know of the 3 linked peaks and the breaking sky peak?" "I have learned a bit about them." Xiao Tian casually concocted an excuse. The gaze of the figure clad in gray grew increasingly profound. "Since you are aware of the Somnian Peak, I shall not waste words. Your chances of entering the underworld sect are minimal. It is not solely your talent that is at stake, but also the aura that envelopes you. Furthermore, it seems you are perpetually absorbing the essence of the underworld. Thus, Master, you are not a member of the underworld sect, yet you possess your own standing within the realm of the dead." Xiao Tian grasped the underlying message in the gray-clad figure's words. "You do not intend to take me to the underworld sect, but rather to the Somnian Peak." Chapter 40. Somnian Mountain. The vast expanse of the underworld held numerous Somnian mountains, most of which were desolate peaks. Somnian Mountain occupies a unique position within the underworld sect. They do not belong to the sect, yet they exist within the realm of the dead. They are unbound by the sect's constraints and do not partake in its various rituals, save for one principle. When the underworld sect is in peril, they shall defend it with their lives. Somnian Mountain was established by the king of the underworld to protect those connected to the realm of the dead. setting forth regulations that are mere formalities. If any true calamity were to befall the underworld, how could the king of the underworld withstand it, let alone those of Sanlian Mountain? Master, does our Sanlian Mountain have a name? Xiao Tian pondered, overwhelmed with emotion, never anticipating he would one day ascend Sanlian Mountain. Sanlian Mountain is simply called Sanlian Mountain. What else would you have it named? The gray-clad figure rolled his eyes. Do you think the underworld is filled with numerous Sanlian mountains? After a moment's contemplation, the gray-clad figure conceded that indeed there were many Sanlian mountains in the underworld, but only this particular Sanlian mountain was inhabited. Gazing at the imposing entrance of the underworld sect, the glaring characters of underworld sect at the mountain's foot were almost blinding. Who coined the name of the underworld sect? Xiao Tian inquired solemnly. It was the sect master. Yin Luo Tianzi, who named it. As they traversed halfway up the mountain, the atmosphere transformed into one of floral fragrance and melodious birdsong, with fewer trees, creating a more open vista. Do not ask me why. This is all due to your second senior brother. The gray-clad figure hastily shook his head. Come, meet your junior brother. Congratulations, master. A man dressed in white descended from the sky, wielding a folding fan, his scholarly attire presenting an air of refinement as he inclined his head slightly toward Xiao Tian. This is your eldest senior brother. He has named himself Lin Yuan. The gray-clad figure seemed somewhat taken aback, unable to fully accept such a literary name. For the first time, I present you with a character. Lin Yuan remarked, disregarding the gray-clad figure as he inscribed the character in Xiao Tian's hand. The character flickered momentarily before dissipating into nothingness. Thank you. Eldest senior brother, Xiao Tian felt a surge of power within his hand, ready to be summoned at will. Master, have you gone off to swindle again? A woman descended from the mountain, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, gliding forward gracefully. Such a handsome junior brother. If anyone dares to bully you, inform your senior sister. I shall help you reclaim your honor. This is your second senior sister, Zhizhi, the gray-clad figure introduced succinctly. The eldest senior brother maintained a demeanor of indifference, feigning ignorance of the situation. Junior brother, run. Suddenly, a villager laden with firewood burst forth from the woods, seizing Xiao Tian's hand in haste. Mount Dazhuang, if you dare take a single step away, I shall break one of your legs. 2 steps, and I shall take both. 3 steps, and the third leg shall remain as well. Second senior sister, are we the only ones at Sanlian Mountain? Xiao Tian inquired. Do you believe anyone can enter Sanlian Mountain? Even those disciples of the underworld sect are not permitted to set foot upon its grounds. Zhizhi, with an air of pride, replied, Very well, woodcutter, today, for the sake of my junior brother, I shall spare you this once. However, should you dare to speak ill of me to him, you are well aware of the consequences. De Zhuang trembled with unease. Rest assured, second sister, you are the most beautiful in Sanlian Mountain, with unparalleled strength. That is more like it. I must go see my treasures now. They must have missed me dearly in my absence. Zhizhi laughed lightly, taking strides of 10 zhang with each step, vanishing from sight in an instant. De Zhuang patted his chest, exclaiming, But she has left. That nearly frightened me to death. Is second sister truly that terrifying? Xiao Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Although second sister could be a bit violent, she was generally quite agreeable. Of course, you have no idea. Before De Zhuang could finish, a cough echoed from afar. Second sister is gentle and virtuous, not only in Sanlian Mountain, but throughout the entire realm of the underworld. One would be hard-pressed to find a girl more tender than her. The figure clad in gray, who had seemingly vanished, reappeared at the same spot, casting a wary glance towards the mountain's peak. Master, were you searching for me? Zhizhi suddenly emerged, seizing the gray figure by the beard. Do not think I am unaware that it was you who informed De Zhuang of my fierce nature. Calling me a she-tiger, a female yiksha? No. How could I ever speak such words about my disciple? Please take it easy. Ouch, you are killing me. The anguished cries of the gray figure echoed. De Zhuang, walking alongside Xiao Tian, stumbled and nearly fell, but was fortunately steadied by Xiao Tian. Junior brother, women are indeed tigers, De Zhuang remarked, still shaken. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was writing, felt his brush tremble, ruining a piece of work, and he shook his head in resignation. Come, Let me show you Master S treasury. That old man once told me that Somnian Mountain is home to boundless secrets, countless magical artifacts, and many wondrous elixirs. De Zhuang led Xiao Tian toward the secluded peak. Torch in hand, be cautious. Master often visits this place alone, that I once saw him secretly wiping away tears. Indeed, what about you? Unbeknownst to them, the gray figure had arrived, gazing at the dilapidated weapons with murky eyes. All my brothers have perished. Only I remain. Many years have passed, and I fear not death. What I fear is that should I die, no one will safeguard these for you, and no one will remember you. The gray figure murmured softly, ultimately revealing a fear of death. Seeking reasons to continue living, we are the valiant heroes of the underworld, yet we are rebels against the underworld's sect. The IT is rather absurd. No one would have anticipated the fall of the mighty underworld king, nor the rise of the king of hell, who single-handedly reshaped the underworld. In an instant, the entire underworld transformed of the 10 Yama kings. 5 stood behind the king of hell, while 5 chose silence. The underworld has vanished, and with it, our dreams. The gray figure had undergone a profound change, blood streaming from his eyes. You have perished, bearing the glory of the underworld king. Crushed beneath the oppression of the king of hell, I have become a traitor. Someone must survive. Someone must gather the fragments of our shattered dreams. De Zhuang abruptly pulled Xiao Tian up and burst forth from the cave. Immediately, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the entire Somnian Mountain to tremble. Outside the cave stood Zhi and Lin Yuan, their gazes penetrating as they observed the entrance. Little junior brother, Master harbors many secrets within. Lin Yuan spoke solemnly. I shall grow stronger and tread the path that Master could not complete, Zhi declared with unwavering resolve. Though I may not fully comprehend, I sense Master's discontent. I know not of this so-called king of hell, nor the lord of the underworld. All I know is that I must ensure Master can enjoy a peaceful retirement. De Zhuang scratched his head. To the king of hell, I owe you an apology. I will reclaim the shattered dreams you once held. Xiao Tian murmured in a voice only he could hear. Chapter 41. The Path in Life. There are certain obligations that one cannot evade, such as brotherhood and responsibility. Xiao Tian yearned for strength, longing to glimpse the truth of his own netherworld and the events that transpired. His memories were fragmented, a mere collection of disjointed pieces that not dwell on the futile. Do you possess the void spirit realm? The lord of the underworld remarked. A single glance from him could spell doom for you countless times. The great goose unceremoniously revealed a truth to Xiao Tian. It appears your master is rather fractured. Amused thoughtfully, I sense a multitude of divergent energies emanating from him. You grasp my meaning? Your master is not a solitary being. He bears the weight of many. Xiao Tian whispered, those burdens are my own making. This mountain, as it stands, is a triad of peaks interconnected and mutually reliant, merging seamlessly with the earth below. The base is robust, while the summit is razor-sharp, akin to the Tao. Its brilliance is concealed within profound strength. Lin Yuan's voice resonated. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. This is your path, not mine, Xiao Tian remarked as he departed from Lin Yuan's cave. Little junior brother, I knew you would not appreciate the doodles of senior brother, Zhi exclaimed, seizing Xiao Tian's hand. De Zhuang raised his hand, intending to call out to Xiao Tian, but the two transformed into a streak of light, departing Somnian Mountain. Little junior brother, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, Zhi reassured him as they soared through the retreating landscape. Zhi guided Xiao Tian into a city, its towering walls rising high, while beyond lay an expanse of desolation, yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see. With a profound gaze, Zhi declared, Little junior brother, a man ought to take to the battlefield and earn military merit. Xiao Tian felt the fierce winds battering against him, the palpable aura of slaughter emanating from the soldiers. Let us engage in battle. At dusk, a dark line appeared on the horizon, reminiscent of a tide, slowly advancing towards the city, the encroaching pressure rendering the air within the city heavy and labored as the defenders' eyes gradually reddened. We shall fight to the death. Their shouts resounded throughout the city. Kid, when the charge begins, stay close behind me, an old soldier instructed Xiao Tian, I have spent my entire life atop these walls, never once descending. I cannot fathom the sensation of charging into enemy lines. Those who survive the onslaught say it is exhilarating. This time, the enemy approaches with great ferocity, and the loss of the city is a real possibility. We old-timers have volunteered to serve as vanguards, risking our lives to provide a buffer for the younger ones on the walls, and more importantly, to grant them a greater chance of survival. As one ages, regardless of the fervor that still burns within, the desire for the safety of one's family back in the city becomes paramount. The old soldier slowly spoke, gripping his battle blade ever tighter. Young brother, you are still in the bloom of youth. When the charge commences, stay behind the main force. Allow us old bones to secure you a greater chance of survival. The veteran gazed at Xiao Tian's youthful visage, murmuring to himself, if my son were alive, he would be of a similar age to you. Alas, he perished, lost during a charge. This time, we shall avenge him. We shall avenge our fallen brothers. Xiao Tian felt a pang in his heart. Very well. Let us seek vengeance for those who have fallen. The old soldier's eyes glistened with intensity. As night fell, the moonlight glimmered upon the armor, casting a chilling radiance. With a battle blade in hand, Xiao Tian's heartbeat quickened. Though this was not his first experience with bloodshed, it was undeniably the most exhilarating. Without any grand proclamation, the two charging forces collided, plunging into a gruesome melee. The veteran remained steadfast by Xiao Tian's side. Each strike he delivered claiming an enemy's life. Soon, crimson stained his garments, and ghastly wounds marred his body. War is a colossal meat grinder. The battlefield soon bore witness to severed limbs and dismembered bodies. With a piercing sound, a war spear breached the old soldier's chest armor, carving a deep gash down to the bone. Xiao Tian caught the fallen veteran, raising his blade to sever the enemy's torso in half. The old man is aging. He hasn't claimed many lives, the veteran chuckled. For those you haven't slain, I shall take up the task. Xiao Tian offered a healing pill and assisted the veteran to sit upon the ground. I implore you all to gather the bodies of our brothers. Even in death, they must lie undisturbed upon the soil of their homeland. Xiao Tian advanced once more, positioning himself before the enemy. One man stands strong against 1,000. He resounded the battle hymn. Kill. Energy surged within him as he unleashed the flowing Wind 9 techniques. Blades danced in the air, and flesh flew amidst the carnage. Xiao Tian was oblivious to the number of lives he had taken. His complexion grew pale as the energy within him waned, and the enemy's relentless charge offered him no respite. A battle of attrition? Xiao Tian thrived in prolonged struggles. He possessed an abundance of spirit-gathering pills. Unaware of how many foes he had felled or how many pills he had consumed, behind him lay a mountain of corpses. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Zhi and a Zhuang before him. His body felt frail. Senior sister, that is my path. Come, follow your senior brother to gather firewood. You must know that some trees in the forest are particularly troublesome to fell. I've worn out several axes in the past few years. That De Zhuang led Xiao Tian into the woods, where the rustling of leaves filled the air. The path beneath their feet grew increasingly rugged, and a tremendous roar echoed, reminiscent of a stampede, as a dampness permeated the atmosphere. We shall soon arrive. De Zhuang pointed ahead. Xiao Tian's facial muscles twitched. The direction indicated by De Zhuang led to a grove of iron trees. Senior brother, do you chop these every day? Xiao Tian inquired cautiously. Indeed, nothing else is worth the effort. This grove is manageable. Junior brother, you shall see for yourself shortly. Iron trees are not as impenetrable as they seem. Once you discover the technique, you can fell them with ease. De Zhuang scratched his head, recalling his master's words. The moment I finish clearing this forest, that will be the moment I can sever my path. Severing the path, Xiao Tian pondered. Why must one abandon their own path? The journey I tread is one of my own choosing. Even if I were to face a deluge or be opposed by the entire world, that is still my path. Brother, your path is not suited for me. Chapter 42. The shedding of the mortal frame. De Zhuang felt a pang of disappointment. He yearned to assist his junior brother. Yet this is a personal journey. Before the waterfall, Xiao Tian sat in tranquil contemplation, gazing at the cascading waters with profound eyes. The concept of the Tao is deceptively simple, yet utterly ethereal. Every blade of grass and every leaf can embody the Tao. Every mountain and river can manifest the Tao. Everything you have ever witnessed may lead to the Tao. Then go and pursue it. The figure in gray patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. This is your path. Follow your heart. Master, it seems I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Tian rose to his feet. The manifestation of the heavenly laws is a transitional realm. While the condensation of the laws serves as a test of 1SD, to achieve the sage realm. If your path is worthy, there is no need to sever it. It is absurd to claim that a sage must abandon their mortal roots. The figure in gray retorted angrily, I wish to visit the underworld ruins. Xiao Tian fixed his gaze on the figure in gray. The underworld ruins? The figure mused. Very well, I shall take you there. The underworld ruins are one of the sacred grounds of the underworld sect, a resting place for the fallen heroes of the sect, and also a site where the severed mortal remains of those heroes lie. Many in this world fear death, and the underworld is filled with numerous bodies, remnants of those who sought to preserve their own vitality. The figure in gray scoffed. Xiao Tian remained silent, closely trailing behind the figure in gray. Stop. This is a forbidden area of the underworld sect. Entry is prohibited. Two elderly men blocked Xiao Tian and the figure's path. Begone! With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the figure in gray unleashed a formidable force that sent the two elders flying. I shall grant you half a stick of incense as time. Regardless of your success or failure, you must exit the underworld ruins. With another wave of his sleeve, the figure lifted Xiao Tian and sent him into the depths of the ruins. The entrance to the underworld ruins shimmered with light, resembling a colossal beast that swallowed Xiao Tian whole. The figure in gray fully unleashed his power, summoning winds and thunder, creating a tremendous tempest outside the ruins. The powerful figures from the underworld sect arrived, their expressions grave as they regarded the figure in gray. This is the underworld ruins, yet as a member of the Sanlian Mountain, he had the right to enter. Time was of the essence. The figure in gray cast a glance at the newcomers. For elders, their hair and beards white, exuding a calm, yet formidable presence. Gray garb, step aside. Bring your disciple out from the underworld ruins and nullify his cultivation. We can treat this as if nothing has occurred. Proceed with your attack. The earth of the underworld trembled violently. Powerful fluctuations of energy surged forth, causing mountains to collapse into ruins. Upon entering the underworld ruins, Xiao Tian was immediately met with overwhelming pressure that forced his body down 3 inches. The sound of his bones grinding echoed painfully, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Within the underworld ruins lay the remnants of supreme beings, whose physical forms, even devoid of divinity, exuded immense oppressive force. Thankfully, I recalled placing my body on the first level. Otherwise, I would truly lack the ability to retrieve it. Xiao Tian chuckled bitterly. The moment he stepped into the underworld, he sensed a faint connection, though it felt vague. However, as he traversed deeper into the underworld ruins, that sensation became startlingly clear. The deeper one delves into the abyss, the greater the pressure becomes. Xiao Tian, having refined his body to the 12th level, is capable of withstanding a force of 100,000 pounds. Yet now, he finds himself nearly unable to move. His master granted him half a stick of incense's worth of time, which is likely at the very limit of his endurance. I must hasten. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian hastily consumes a handful of spirit-gathering powder. Under the potent influence of the medicine, his speed increases slightly, but it remains insufficient. The king of the underworld left behind a total of 9 corporeal remnants. The first was severed from his mortal roots upon achieving sanctity. And following years of fierce battles alongside the king, he attained the status of Saint King. Thud! Xiao Tian has long lost count of how many times he has collapsed. Even his leg bones are shattered, dragging himself forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Come forth! Xiao Tian roars, blood trickling from his lips, while the celestial soul that had fallen silent within his mind furrows its brow, striving to open its eyes, yet failing to do so. This is my realm of the dead. My abyss, come forth. Xiao Tian calls out once more, his eyes bloodshot. The celestial soul struggles, managing to crack its eyes open just a sliver. And this minuscule opening triggers a monumental shift within the abyss. The remnants of the ancients seem to sense something, all turning toward the direction of Xiao Tian. the king of the underworld. Without the remnants of the gods, they instinctively utter, "Return." This time, it is not Xiao Tian who speaks, but the celestial soul. In an instant, a figure clad in a black robe materializes before Xiao Tian, its gaze vacant, staring at Xiao Tian on the ground, a face almost indistinguishable from his own. "Return," Xiao Tian calls out again. The figure lifts Xiao Tian from the ground and strides toward him, their bodies merging into one. Moments later, Xiao Tian opens his eyes, brilliance flashing forth as he acclimates to this new body, the overwhelming power causing his heart to race. The pressure of the abyss holds no sway over Xiao Tian. Rather, it feels strangely familiar. Time is running short. It is time to depart. Xiao Tian steps forward, and the shadow of the king of the underworld follows suit, appearing at the exit in mere flashes. 10,000 slashes. The figure in gray ascends into the sky, separating countless silhouettes from its body, each wielding a blade raised high above their heads. An innumerable array of blade light converges into the war blade held by the figure in gray, slicing through the heavens. Who would have thought that such a day would truly arrive? The war blade in my hand is aimed at a former friend. The figure in gray self-deprecates, "Mom Mian. This strike is for you." The blade light sweeps past the crowd, heading toward the gates of the underworld sect. An iron chain shoots forth from the mountain gate, colliding with the blade light in a silent obliteration. 4 white-haired elders are caught in the residual force of the blade light, their garments torn asunder, one even losing an arm. Gray-clad, this is but a one-time occurrence. I shall not let it happen again. An imposing voice emanates from within the gates of the underworld sect. The 4 elderly figures glare at the gray-clad one, unwilling to accept their fate. In their eyes, their combined strength should suffice to vanquish him. Yet they cannot fathom why their master would forego this opportunity. "I have no desire to kill you, and your master does not wish to confront me directly. Do you understand?" The gray-clad figure taunts the 4 powerful beings of the underworld sect. "Slaying you would be akin to crushing ants." In an instant, murderous intent surges forth like a tidal wave, crashing toward the 4 elders of the underworld sect. Bang! One of the elders is instantly reduced to a mist of blood. "Gray-clad, you have gone too far." The remaining 3 white-haired elders grunted in anger, simultaneously launching their fists towards the figure clad in gray. Xiao Tian, having just emerged from the exit, beheld this scene as the 3 assailants converged upon the gray-clad individual. "How dare you?" Xiao Tian bellowed, his body surging forth, arms crossed defiantly before his chest. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 collisions echoed as Xiao Tian braced himself against the onslaught of their punches. The first strike sent him staggering back 10 paces. The second forced him to retreat 20. Yet, with the third blow, he stood his ground, refusing to yield an inch. He could retreat no further, for behind him lay the gray figure. Any attempt to withdraw would result in a collision with his master, leaving him no choice but to stand firm. Chapter 43. The celestial sign in the fleeting moment when the body of the Dark King was taken, countless gazes swept across the nether ruins, landing upon the fallen remnants of their erstwhile selves, witnessing the Dark King emerge from the abyss. Impossible. The Dark King is dead. Gasps echoed through the air. Has he already attained spiritual communion? Someone murmured, though the aura he emanated seemed feeble. The mirrored realm of the demon dragon path was indeed intriguing. Master, junior brother, a jovial voice resonated, announcing the arrival of the elder disciple, wielding a pen of dark golden hue. You seek death. Zhiji descended from the heavens, his entire being brimming with murderous intent. Having endured countless battles, Zhiji excelled in the art of killing. Master, junior brother, you truly do not make it easy for me. De Zhuang lamented. When it comes to fighting, I'm not particularly formidable. All I can do is chop down the trees of the netherworld, leaving it a barren wasteland that De Zhuang was unable to soar high, wearing a look of distress. Master, when will I finally sever my path? Look at how powerful senior brother and senior sister have become. Standing in the air, the figure in white raised his hand, poised with his pen. With 3 strokes, he inscribed the character for mountain. Press. With a flick of his wrist, the character soared forth, bearing down upon the 3 white-haired elders. Kill. The figure in white raised his pen once more, this time inscribing the character for kill directly. As the character manifested, a wave of murderous intent surged through the heavens and the earth, sharp and fierce. Puff! One of the white-haired elders was pierced by this murderous aura, a gaping wound appearing in his chest as he plummeted, staring in horror at the figure in white. The remaining two elders, finally stripped of their courage to continue the fight, recognized the overwhelming strength of the figure in white. What a splendid saying! When flowers are ripe for the plucking, one must not wait until they wither to seize the branch. If you pluck the flower, I shall take the branch. Such is the way of Zhiji. The two white-haired elders were forced to retreat, their bodies hurled by the tremendous force, embedding themselves into a mountain peak. Let us depart. The gray-clad figure shook his head in resignation, observing, now you know whom to provoke and whom to avoid. 2 days later, he emerged from seclusion, sporting a mischievous, rogue-like appearance. Master, I can introduce you to a friend. You two would truly make a fine pair. Xiao Tian's expression was peculiar as he gazed at the gray figure in disbelief. Are you referring to that goose? The gray figure replied in a hushed tone. Where did you acquire that goose? It looks rather intriguing. We could slaughter it for a grand feast, although it seems that your large goose has already learned to speak. Eating it would be quite a shame. The gray figure entered into a rambling mode. Half an hour later, unable to endure the incessant chatter any longer, Xiao Tian shot a mournful glance at the gray figure. Master, I wish to cultivate. Master, that large goose enjoys chatting. Perhaps you could seek it out. Xiao Tian's expression was one of incredulity. The manifestation of the heavenly law was a test of one as cultivation. Xiao Tian harbored no desire to condense any formidable manifestation. He sought to carve his own path, thus opting to embody himself as the manifestation, as the figure of the king of the underworld rose. It detached itself from Xiao Tian. Although Xiao Tian's celestial soul remained with closed eyes, it nonetheless soared forth, landing within the body of the king of the underworld. The figure in gray squinted, observing his disciple from a distance, and raised his hand to obscure the extraordinary phenomena that Xiao Tian had incited. Indeed, it was the king of the underworld, who had not disappointed me. The gray-clad figure's expression was intricate as he beheld the descending essence of the heavens and earth. The netherworld was unlike any place upon the continent. They had forcefully entered this realm, possessing their own means of departure, and moreover, the netherworld could traverse worlds to be precise. This essence of heaven and earth was not of this realm, but had crossed over from another. Not only was the gray-clad figure present. In the other three directions stood Xiao Tian's senior brothers and sisters. The disciples of the Nether sect had not appeared at Sanlian Mountain, nor did they pursue Xiao Tian's accountability. Yet the news of his audacious intrusion into the Nether ruins had spread throughout the sect. The younger disciples of the Nether sect incessantly berated Xiao Tian, the outsider, with some even clamoring at the foot of Sanlian Mountain, vowing to slay him. The realm of the law of heaven and earth could be deemed intermediate within the Nether sect. However, Xiao Tian had merely condensed the celestial aspect, still lacking half a step to achieve the human aspect. Nevertheless, his celestial aspect was extraordinarily formidable compared to the average individual. As Xiao Tian felt the surging power within him, it seemed inexhaustible. My celestial aspect may have some advantages, yet it remains merely the first step. The law of heaven and earth requires divinity, which in turn gives rise to independent power. That is the true essence of the My celestial soul remains dormant. I must venture into the inferno. I cannot allow my master to bear the consequences this time, Xiao Tian pondered. Among the three forbidden grounds of the Nether sect, the Nether ruins undoubtedly ranked first, followed by the graveyard, and thirdly, the inferno. The locations of confinement varied according to one's realm. Within the 12th prison, even souls of the Nether position were imprisoned. With sufficient contributions to the sect, one could enter the inferno for training and trials. Many years have passed. I wonder if the rules have changed, Xiao Tian mused. Junior disciple, have you broken through yet? I am utterly exhausted from descending the mountain daily to engage in battles on your behalf. De Zhuang, wielding an axe, approached Xiao Tian's cave. Thank you for your hard work. Third senior brother, Xiao Tian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have successfully broken through. The subsequent matters can be entrusted to you. Junior brother. By the way, senior brother, I wish to enter the inferno. How can I earn contributions for the sect? Is the inferno open to Sanlian Mountain? Xiao Tian inquired. Are you all right, junior disciple? You've just emerged from the nether ruins. Yet you wish to enter the inferno again. De Zhuang reached out to pat Xiao Tian's head. It is indeed open to Sanlian Mountain. However, at present, you need to undertake tasks, which may prove rather challenging. De Zhuang shrugged helplessly. I recall there being some challenge tasks. Did you not mention that many disciples of the Nether sect wish to kill me? Perfect, they can undertake some tasks to earn contributions for the sect. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. You are indeed clever, junior disciple. In truth, we can not only accept challenge tasks. We can set up a betting scheme to accumulate contributions for the sect. The two brothers linked arms. Their voices growing softer, yet their laughter became increasingly mischievous. Chapter 44. The Accountant. Each day at the foot of Sanlian Mountain, there were shouts from the disciples of the Nether sect, clamoring to have Xiao Tian's blood on their hands. De Zhuang took action a few times, primarily teaching them a lesson, with no casualties to report. Xiao Tian is far from a benevolent soul, especially after enduring numerous tribulations that have only deepened his disdain for the underworld sect. As the two brothers descended from the mountain, their laughter echoed, but once they reached the base, their expressions turned grave. What are you all yelling about? Has the master perished? Xiao Tian barked at the bustling crowd. A brief silence enveloped the throng. They were taken aback by the venom in Xiao Tian's words. Sneaking into the underworld ruins to pilfer the battle remnants of our predecessors is a crime deserving of the gravest punishment. Such shamelessness is utterly intolerable. They must be executed. Step forward, kneel before the gates of the underworld sect, confess your sins, and accompany us to the hall of punishment. The language grew increasingly crude and devoid of restraint, while Xiao Tian maintained an air of indifference, in stark contrast to De Zhuang, whose face flushed crimson. Teetering on the brink of fury, I abhor nothing more than insults directed at my sect. Xiao Tian stated coolly. That senile old Taoist, showing no respect for his elders, brought you into the underworld ruins, blatantly disregarding the sect's regulations. He should be punished alongside you. The young man immediately shouted back. Oh, so you believe my senior brothers and sisters are also sinners? Xiao Tian replied with a smile directed at the speaker. Indeed, they are sinners. Moreover, they deserve execution. They remain obstinately ignorant, having harmed 3 law-enforcing elders. They must be put to death. Provoked by Xiao Tian's words, the man lost all semblance of reason, speaking without considering the consequences, even as those around him tugged at his sleeve. Do not pull me, he retorted, continuing. The Sanlian Mountain is a mere appendage of the underworld sect, its slave. You insult my sect, thus I shall duel you, regardless of who you are within the underworld sect, and it shall be a battle to the death. Xiao Tian regarded the speaker calmly, each word piercingly clear to the onlookers. Moreover, in this unrestricted challenge mode, you may initiate challenges at will. For every opponent you defeat, you will earn 50 contribution points for the sect. After defeating 10 opponents consecutively, each subsequent victory will grant you 100 contribution points. Master, why do you look so disheveled? De Zhuang instantly recognized the gray robe. Upon hearing De Zhuang's remark, the underworld sect disciples gathered at the foot of Sanlian Mountain turned pale. This was a figure who could contend with the esteemed ones of the underworld sect. Just as they considered retreating, they were met with an even more exasperating exchange. Xiao Tian, look at that clumsy bear. De Zhuang. He might be of some use in a skirmish, but when it comes to settling accounts, he's utterly hopeless. Come now, De Zhuang. What is 12 times 36? The gray robe provocatively challenged him. De Zhuang immediately wilted, fumbling to count on his fingers. Junior brother, I can't figure out. See? This is why you need a bookkeeper. The gray robe puffed out his chest. However, I believe the senior brother is more suitable. He possesses greater charisma than a master, De Zhuang muttered quietly. Smack! The gray robe delivered a merciless slap to De Zhuang's head. Who are you calling lacking in charisma? I am your master. Xiao Tian found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Recalling his master's recent acquaintances, those unscrupulous geese, he remarked, Master, let me clarify that I intend to amass contribution points for the sect to enter the inferno. Any surplus contribution points will belong to you and the senior brother. Agreed. I shall take 70. You take 30. The gray robe decisively concluded, while De Zhuang remained bewildered, still trying to calculate 12 times 36. Are you prepared for a battle to the death with me? Xiao Tian turned to face the disciple of the underworld sect. Ignored by Xiao Tian, the disciple seethed with rage, and being so scorned only fueled his fury further. I am ready to take your head. Remember, I am Zhao Ku, a disciple of the underworld sect from the Snowy Mountain. The wager is set. The voice of the gray-clad figure rang out. Xiao Tian from Snowy Mountain versus Zhao Ku from Snowy Mountain. Who will place their bets? The expression of the underworld sect disciples was peculiar, yet soon someone stepped forward. What are the odds? Bet on Zhao Ku for 3-1, on Xiao Tian for 10-1. The gray-clad figure appeared rather dubious. Upon hearing this, even he lacked confidence in Xiao Tian's victory. Otherwise, such odds would not exist. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone placed their bets on Zhao Ku to win. Zhao Ku, a formidable presence in the realm of celestial manifestations, although not overtly prominent in his sect, clearly surpassed Xiao Tian in strength. I bet on my junior brother to win, De Zhuang spoke up, only to be slapped down by the gray-clad figure once more. Are you truly foolish? Your junior brother is destined to lose. The gray-clad figure purposely lowered his voice, yet many disciples of the underworld sect caught wind of his judgment. Bet on Zhao Ku to win, and you might earn something. You can then supplement my losses, ensuring I do not suffer too greatly. The gray figure spoke earnestly that I bet on Zhao Ku to win, and I'll add 30 contribution points. Someone added. Upon hearing the gray figure's words, Xiao Tian's conviction grew stronger. Everything stemmed from the manipulations of the Great Goose. Master, don't we have some spiritual herbs and precious artifacts in our sect? Do you intend to gamble away the entire mountain gate? The old man raged. I have but this meager wealth, and you've set your sights on it. The gray figure scolded, yet secretly admired. You truly are astute. As the duel commenced, Zhao Ku unleashed his pent-up fury, advancing with a powerful assault, aiming a fist directly at Xiao Tian's face, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Heavy Mountain Fist. Xiao Tian scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, responding with a fist of his own. Boom! Their fists collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. Somnian Mountain. Xiao Tian unleashed another strike, 3 punches stacking together like 3 peaks converging upon Zhao Ku. Shatter for me. The overwhelming pressure instilled a sense of crisis in Zhao Ku, who gathered his energy at the forefront of his fist. Though devoid of any tangible mountains, a series of booming sounds echoed. Mountain collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian launched the 4th punch of the Heavy Mountain Fist. The roar intensified, and energy surged forth. PFF. Before the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Zhao Ku spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring furiously at Xiao Tian. Celestial manifestation. From Zhao Ku's body emerged 2 manifestations, one resembling a humanoid bull's head, the other a bull's body with a human head. Charge! Zhao Ku ascended, the bull-headed manifestation charging recklessly towards Xiao Tian. The manifestations embodied sheer power, both surging towards Xiao Tian in succession. Xiao Tian took a half-step back, his feet slightly apart, making no effort to evade, instead bracing himself to confront Zhao Ku's manifestations head-on. You seek death. Zhao Ku, incensed by Xiao Tian's disdain, extended his hand to channel 2 streams of energy into the manifestations, amplifying their might. Boom! The manifestations collided with Xiao Tian, who sidestepped and bent at the waist, his fists soaring over his head to strike the first manifestation. The second manifestation of a law arrived subsequently, intertwining with the first, as the 2 forms merged seamlessly. That it was akin to a figure astride a bull, engaged in combat with Xiao Tian. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian carved a long scar into the ground beneath him, his feet deeply entrenched. Unfazed and resolute, the rider atop the bull spoke coldly, wielding a long whip that seemed to have materialized from thin air, striking towards Xiao Tian. Humph! Channeling his primordial energy, Xiao Tian felt his strength surge dramatically, his hands exerting tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Give way!" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Tian seized the bull's horns, tearing them apart with sheer might. As the bull was ripped asunder, the rider was similarly split in 2. Zhao Ku, blood pouring from his mouth, collapsed, teetering on the brink of life and death. Xiao Tian emerged victorious, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Never retreating even a single step, showcasing his formidable prowess through a visually stunning spectacle. The contest concluded with Xiao Tian as the undisputed victor. Come forth and settle your contribution points. The figure in gray rose with a grin, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the throng of onlookers. Chapter 45. Advancing through retreat. Xiao Tian's battle against Zhao Ku was marked by an assertive demeanor, utterly overpowering Zhao Ku in a series of confrontations that were strikingly direct, providing a profound visual impact. Zhao Ku succumbed, forcibly rendered unconscious, unable to accept the reality of his defeat at the hands of Xiao Tian. Come. The odds were 10-1 for Xiao Tian's victory. Yet you all wagered on Zhao Ku. Hurry and produce your contribution points. The figure in gray rapped on the table, incessantly urging them on. Do you wish to renege on your bets? He unleashed an overwhelming aura of authority, commanding, call your second senior sister here. Inform her that there is a large crowd ripe for slaughter. Upon hearing the mention of the second senior sister of Sanlian Mountain, the disciples of the Ming sect ceased their hesitations, hastily submitting their contribution points. Some even pledged spirit herbs and spirit stones, all of which were promptly collected by the figure in gray. He beamed with delight, realizing that this windfall could rival his earnings over several years. Observing Xiao Tian, he felt an increasing sense of satisfaction with this apprentice, reflecting that leading him into the underworld had been a wise decision. As the crowd prepared to depart from Sanlian Mountain, Xiao Tian coughed up blood, his expression waning, resembling a spent force, supported by De Zhuang. Junior brother, are you all right? De Zhuang inquired with concern, lifting Xiao Tian and heading towards the peak. This scene was witnessed by the disciples of the Ming sect, who glared furiously in the direction of Sanlian Mountain. Can you believe it? Xiao Tian is incredibly strong, having defeated Zhao Ku. Did you not see? His victory came at a significant cost. He might very well be merely a facade of strength. Some scoffed. Zhao Ku, that waste, unable to handle even a minor character like Xiao Tian. What a disgrace. The Ming sect cannot be bested by Sanlian Mountain. Sanlian Mountain is our subordinate, our slave. Tomorrow, we shall challenge them again. And this time we must prevail. As soon as they reached the mountain, Xiao Tian leapt down from De Zhuang's grasp. Junior brother, are you truly unhurt? De Zhuang glared at Xiao Tian in anger. You deceived me. How could it be a deception? Xiao Tian reassured him. I'll explain later. When our master arrives, we should have won a considerable amount of contribution points from the wager. Xiao Tian comforted De Zhuang. Xiao Tian, do you wish to venture into the inferno? The figure in gray approached Xiao Tian, speaking earnestly, resembling an elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. Indeed, the disciple, wishing not to burden his master, softly declared, this time, I shall enter the abyss with utmost integrity. I am your master. How could you speak of being a burden? Gray Robe retorted, casting a sharp glance at Xiao Tian, deliberately avoiding any mention of sect contributions. Master, please spare us the pleasantries. We have been waiting for quite some time. Let us divide the spoils. De Zhuang impatiently interjected. Indeed, Xiao Tian, I shall send you into the inferno without requiring any contributions from the sect. Moreover, having such a substantial amount of contributions is perilous. I shall safeguard them for you, Gray Robe proclaimed, exuding an air of righteous authority. Xiao Tian's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, Master, could it be that your time spent with the Great Goose has rendered you susceptible to its influence? Junior brother, I told you, matters like these should not involve the master. You see, he has always been as miserly as a crow. What good could come from associating with that unscrupulous goose? Next time, it shall be just the two of us. If not, we can enlist the second senior sister for support. De Zhuang scorned Gray Robe vehemently. De Zhuang, how dare you speak of your master in such a manner? Gray Robe feigned anger. Ignoring Gray Robe, De Zhuang seized Xiao Tian and began to depart. Xiao Tian willingly followed De Zhuang's lead. Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve today. By feigning injury, those disciples of the underworld sect will undoubtedly challenge us once more. Xiao Tian whispered to De Zhuang. Kid, it's best to collaborate with me. The great goose suddenly appeared, grinning as it approached Xiao Tian. Upon seeing the goose, Gray Robe nearly leapt in surprise. Disciples, the master has reconsidered. It was my oversight. We are a team, and we must share our fortunes, Gray Robe proclaimed, eyeing the goose warily. The two engaged in a lengthy exchange, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Yet at that moment, envy simmered beneath the surface. It would be a jest if the Great Goose became Xiao Tian's partner. What then for Grey Robe? Not only would the benefits be reaped by the goose, but he would also be left with the moniker of a miser. Indeed, we require a partner. Now that we have two, I believe a selection contest is in order. Xiao Tian mused mischievously at the goose and Grey Robe. You old charlatan, how dare you compete with me? I've taught you so many techniques. You ought to consider yourself half my disciple. The Great Goose exclaimed, hopping with indignation. What of being half a master? How can a master contend with his disciple? Moreover, did you not claim that in the face of spirit stones, all else is but a fleeting illusion? Only tangible benefits are truly worthwhile. Grey Robe retorted sharply. Kid, if we collaborate, I demand a 20% share. The Great Goose hissed through clenched teeth that I shall settle for 10%. Grey Robe replied, unfazed. The Great Goose glared at Grey Robe, narrowing its eyes, and swiftly approached him, sidestepping Xiao Tian and Zhuang. Those two will undoubtedly conspire together, proposing a relatively secure profit-sharing arrangement, the Great Goose declared with a loud voice. When Xiao Tian heard the mention of the Grey Goose partnership, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. What can you accomplish? Naturally, we will promote and create a buzz. We shall unleash our most formidable powers, orchestrating a grand momentum within the infernal sect, ensuring that its disciples recognize your unrivaled supremacy, your arrogance, and your disdain for others. The Great Goose beams with delight. Young one, what say you? Such prowess is not bestowed upon everyone. My esteemed master, and I will also endure considerable pressure. The Great Goose speaks with a weighty tone, simultaneously reveling in his own cunning scheme. Xiao Tian, the current animosity between Sanlian Mountain and the infernal sect is akin to fire and water. My actions come with significant risks. The gray attire interjects. This is hardly a prudent approach. Xiao Tian shakes his head. Indeed, this could attract numerous challengers. But how many will truly place their bets? Master, you should publicly declare that for 10 days, no challenges will be accepted. This will sow seeds of doubt among the infernal sect disciples regarding my abilities, thus inviting a wave of challengers. Xiao Tian had already devised a plan. Furthermore, do not hasten to collect contributions from the sects. I intend to lose a few battles to create a greater temptation for a substantial gain. Xiao Tian declares solemnly. Precisely, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Were it not for your miserly master, I would never have resorted to such a lackluster strategy. The Great Goose dismisses the gray attire. News of Xiao Tian's 10-day truce spreads, inciting the infernal sect disciples to become even more vociferous. Their words growing increasingly intolerable. Severely injured, Zhao could find some solace, for at least in that battle, he was not utterly crushed. The infernal sect boasts a multitude of disciples, predominantly from the outer sect, whose cultivation levels are modest. However, each possesses the potential of the celestial law manifestation. Only those of the sage realm have the opportunity to ascend to intersect status, and those displaying extraordinary talent in the sage realm are nurtured as core disciples of the infernal sect. Despite its long-standing history, the sect has cultivated merely a few hundred core disciples, individuals capable of dominating the realm of cultivation, as Sanlian Mountain and the infernal sect engage in conflict for elders sustain injuries, prompting the outer disciples to clamor for Sanlian Mountain, eager to seize the opportunity to catch the eye of the higher echelons, aspiring to leap through the Dragoness Gate and become inner disciples, thus obtaining greater resources for cultivation. The upper echelons of the infernal sect naturally keep a close watch on these developments. They cannot directly confront Sanlian Mountain, as even the gray attire can withstand their esteemed members, rendering them no match. Moreover, Sanlian Mountain is far from the simple entity it appears. Thus they allow their disciples to create a ruckus, and should anyone cause Sanlian Mountain to lose face, they would not hesitate to bestow an identity upon them. On the 10th day, a greater number of infernal sect disciples gather beneath Sanlian Mountain. Before Xiao Tian descends, he is met with a chorus of challenges. Enraged, Xiao Tian fights a battle and suffers a crushing defeat. The infernal sect disciples erupt in cheers. Xiao Tian announces another bout in 3 days. 3 days later, Yet another fierce battle ensues, culminating in Xiao Tian's repeated defeat and relentless bloodshed in succession. He loses 5 battles, each time narrowly escaping complete defeat. 10 days. Once again, a 10-day recuperation period ensues, having intentionally allowed himself to lose 5 battles. Even the gray attire is led to believe that Xiao Tian has genuinely faltered. The celestial alignment has nearly reached its zenith. Xiao Tian reflects on the insights gleaned from these encounters. These 5 battles hold significant meaning, serving as his whetstone. With the gray attire present, he need not concern himself with life and death, allowing him to fight with abandon. The gray attire harbors some doubts, for he is indeed formidable. The great goose sprang forth, yet it was evident that there remained a certain deficiency in its realm. Master, having retreated this many steps, the pit is sufficiently deep. Let us allow them all to leap in this time. A faint smile lingered on Xiao Tian's face. You possess confidence? Gue, he inquired tentatively. Chapter 46. A thunderclap at the foot of Somlian Mountain. A throng of people gathered. Nearly all disciples from the outer sect of the Ming sect were present, along with a few discreet inner sect disciples. And even some elders made an appearance. Witnessing the spectacle, De Zhuang could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, junior brother, perhaps we should reconsider. Let Master initiate the mountain defense battle. We can hide within Somlian Mountain for a few years and seek out more individuals later. Disciple, do you truly possess assurance? If we fail this time, I fear I may pay with my life." Gui, he had long been aware of the multitude gathering below, yet when confronted with the scene before him, he experienced considerable shock. "Master, this must serve as a form of apprenticeship." Xiao Tian laughed heartily. Such a scene had not graced him in quite some time. "Otherwise, perhaps you should withdraw to. I shall collaborate with this young lad. I am unafraid of his defeat." The great goose sidled up to get me. "Away with you. Am I to lack confidence in my own disciple?" Gue, he cast a disdainful glance at the great goose. Xiao Tian walked at a measured pace. Gradually, the breaths of the crowd at the mountain's base began to synchronize with his rhythm. However, this harmony was swiftly disrupted by a sharp admonition. Ling Luo Yu was quite renowned among the outer disciples of the Ming sect, rumored to have a significant chance of becoming an inner disciple, her strength undeniably formidable, as she had entered the inner sect several times to receive guidance from the sect elders. The appearance of Ling Luo Yu signaled to all that the higher echelons of the Ming sect desired Xiao Tian's demise. Xiao Tian maintained his smile, unfazed by the turmoil. "How about we, the Ming sect, take the lead this time?" An elderly man spoke slowly, his voice raspy as if he had not spoken in years. "Certainly not. This is the foot of Somlian Mountain. It is only fitting that Somlian Mountain takes the lead." Gue, he did not even glance at the elderly speaker. "Somlian Mountain belongs to the Ming sect." The elder reiterated, "We shall not engage in combat." Shichi, the younger brother of the 16 Night Wanderers, possessed immense power, as did his brethren. Shichi himself was exceptionally formidable, nearly invincible among his peers since he began his cultivation. Originally, he was not named Shichi. During a mission, he caught the attention of the 16 Night Wanderers, who bestowed upon him this name. Within the Ming sect, Shichi held a preeminent status, capable of commanding authority in this realm. Yet he still could not contend with Gue. He had once clashed with the 16 Night Wanderers and emerged undefeated. Might the esteemed Mountain Master Gue offer a lesson? Shichi yearned to engage with Gue. Even in defeat, he sought the encounter, for otherwise his heart would remain unsettled. An unsettled heart obstructs the path. "You think you can?" Gue raised his head, his 2 piercing gazes striking like arrows towards Shichi. Shichi remained steadfast, his feet sinking deeper, nearly half-dash submerged. An intangible confrontation commenced between the two, swift to arise and equally swift to dissipate. "Let us begin. Do not squander time." Gue declared. Shichi's countenance turned pale for a fleeting moment. He swiftly regained his composure and bowed respectfully to the gray robe, acknowledging his defeat in this encounter. He expressed gratitude to the gray robe mountain master for showing mercy. "Do not fret. You are still young and will undoubtedly surpass us old-timers," the gray robe remarked, waving his hand. "Hurry and place your bets. The odds are 20 to 1. You have the time it takes to burn an incense stick?" Boom! The disciples of the underworld sect surged forth, encircling the gray robe. Not rush. Close your eyes and silently recite the name of your chosen better. The great goose urged softly. Lingluo Yu, what is your ranking among the outer disciples? Xiao Tian inquired, gazing at Lingluo Yu. 19th, Lingluo Yu replied calmly, yet the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, clearly dismissing Xiao Tian as a worthy opponent. So, merely 19th. Xiao Tian pondered. Then let us commence. He launched his fist. Brute! Lingluo Yu leaped into the air, channeling his primordial energy, invoking the underworld codex. An invisible force quietly permeated the surroundings, creating a peculiar domain. Xiao Tian felt his body ensnared but scoffed, recognizing that this was a technique he had developed. Cultivate the underworld codex to such a level was commendable. Xiao Tian struck, his fist soaring like a rainbow. Utterly unaffected by the surrounding force. Shatter! The special domain collapsed without inflicting any harm or hindrance upon him. Lingluo Yu's brow twitched slightly. Kill! The long sword danced like silk, weaving a path that was difficult to decipher. Heavy Mountain Fist, mountain approaches. Once again employing the Heavy Mountain Fist, Xiao Tian utilized his most familiar and favored method. Direct and ferocious. Clang! The long sword met his fist momentarily, producing a ringing sound. Lingluo Yu withdrew, opting not to engage in a direct clash. Rain of Death. The long sword swung again, striking like a torrential downpour upon the heart. Lingluo Yu's strikes intensified, assailing Xiao Tian from all directions. Yet Xiao Tian remained as steadfast as a mountain, delivering a single punch each time, dispersing even the most ferocious sword techniques. Triad Mountain. With 3 consecutive punches, memories of that day in the Senior Brothers cave resurfaced in his mind, a mountain character embodying both sharpness and weightiness. When I am still, I stand firm in the world. When I am sharp, I pierce the heavens. In that moment, Xiao Tian found himself in a wondrous state, everything flowing effortlessly and naturally. The gray robe among the crowd raised his head, squinting at Xiao Tian as an invisible domain emanated from him, obstructing any potential disturbances to Xiao Tian. Wai Shichi also observed Xiao Tian, sensing his transformation and the domain released by the gray robe. Lingluo Yu. Lingluo Yu called out, his figure splitting into 3, each wielding a long sword. The heavens align as silk. I grant you death. The people align as nets. I ensnare your form. The earth aligns as rain. I extinguish your soul. Lingluo Yu had manifested 3, merely a step away from unification, which bolstered his confidence. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the attacks from both sides collided, unleashing chaotic primordial energy and generating shockwaves that spread outward. As the dust settled, a 3-zhang deep pit appeared on the ground. Lingluo Yu retreated, the 3 forms converging, his complexion pale and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tian, you are stronger than I had anticipated. I have one final move. If you can withstand it, I, Lingluo Yu, will wholeheartedly concede. Knight 17 displayed a contemplative expression, his gaze towards Lingluo Yu filled with admiration. With a thunderous boom, he unleashed a strike reminiscent of the 3 Union Mountains. Once again, Xiao Tian executed this technique, but this time the sound morphed, echoing like a roaring cascade. No, it was a single clap of thunder. A single clap of thunder. Xiao Tian unleashed dozens of punches until the thunderous roar transformed into a chilling wail, at which point a smile graced his face. This was the sensation he sought. 3 Union Mountains, a clap of thunder. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, Xiao Tian's fist surged forward with unstoppable momentum. And indeed, a flash of lightning appeared. In this match, I concede on his behalf. Knight 17 interposed himself before Lingluo Yu, raising a hand to block Xiao Tian's punch. Xiao Tian emerged from his moment of enlightenment, looking quite pleased as he regarded his own hands, seemingly indifferent to the person standing before him. Master, how unfair of you, little junior disciple, to describe the sounds of your torment by the 2nd senior sister as a clap of thunder. De Zhuang muttered, evidently displeased with Xiao Tian's actions. Chapter 47. An aura like a rainbow, Lingluo Yu wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He had undeniably lost, and it was a resounding defeat. his opponent having consistently employed punches while he practiced his own. With a bitter smile, Ling Luo, who considered himself exceptionally gifted, contemplated. Xiao Tian, you are formidable, yet I shall surely defeat you. He gazed earnestly at Xiao Tian as he spoke. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed one. Indeed, let us proceed to 17 Mountain in the future. Knight 17 openly expressed his admiration for Ling Luo. Ling Luo stood frozen, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Thank you, esteemed one, still calling me esteemed one. Knight 17 replied with a smile. Disciple Ling Luo, pays his respects to the master. Ling Luo exclaimed joyfully. Someone else spoke up, that I am indeed this imposing. What of it? This is my territory, a domain I claim from the 10 great underworld masters. What are you all? The transformation of the gray-clad figure left many bewildered. It is only natural for me to bring my disciple into the nether ruins. Yet that old fool, Ma Mian, dared to obstruct me. Today it's Ling Luo. Tomorrow, it might be a sunny day. Do they truly think the 3 Union Mountains can be easily trifled with? The gray-clad figure huffed in anger, his oppressive aura causing everyone's knees to tremble, instinctively yearning to kneel. All of you shall surrender your contributions to your sect and then vacate the 3 Union Mountains. The gray-clad figure coldly commanded. Such grandeur from the master of Gray Mountain. Knight 17 could not help but interject. You seek death, the gray-clad figure sneered, extending his hand to grasp directly at Knight 17's face. A terrifying force radiated from him, and even Knight 17, with his strength, felt the looming threat of death. Let the youth handle their own affairs. It is too disruptive for us old monsters to intervene in their growth. A commanding voice resonated from the nether sect, as an iron hook descended from the heavens, intercepting the gray figure's strike. Inner disciple of the nether sect, Fong Hong. I request your guidance, senior brother. A burly man stepped forth from the crowd. Hands clasped behind his back, he had just witnessed Xiao Tian's prowess and felt confident he could overpower his opponent. Fong Hong. Very well, it matters not who you are. Let us begin. Xiao Tian launched his assault with the thunderous might of the 3 Union Mountains. The wails once more echoed, this time even more piercing, and the ferocity of his punches intensified. Fong Hong took a half-step back, also clenching his fist, and then launched an attack toward Xiao Tian. You excel in martial arts. Thus, I shall crush you with my fists. Bang! The two collided fiercely, both stepping back in response. Excellent. San Lianshan chuckled heartily. Xiao Tian struck again, this time with a move imbued with the vast and profound essence of the universe. The silhouette of San Lianshan faintly appeared upon his fist, accompanied by the laughter of a young man wielding a folding fan. Break! A faint golden light enveloped Fong Hong's fist, forcefully meeting Xiao Tian's attack head-on. Crack! The laughter abruptly ceased. Lin Yuan, who had been writing, stood up and gazed towards the mountain's base, his eyes seemingly piercing through the distance, fixating on the scene of Xiao Tian and Fong Hong in combat. San Lianshan. A cry echoed. Xiao Tian's expression turned peculiar as he timidly glanced at the imposing De Zhuang supporting him. Just as his voice emerged, the figure in gray burst into laughter. De Zhuang, you've come out, junior apprentice brother. How could you treat me this way? De Zhuang's voice was filled with desperation. Atop the mountain, a graceful figure stood, a faint smile gracing her lips, pondering how her junior apprentice brother would transform her into this madwoman. A ghostly wail emanated from Fong Hong's mouth, the golden light on his fist dissipating into darkness, swirling as if countless figures were writhing within. Bang! Their fists collided once more, the darkness receding, and simultaneously, the cry of San Lianshan vanished. Your martial intent is quite remarkable. Fong Hong regarded Xiao Tian with solemnity. Perhaps the opponent was not his equal, yet in the realm of martial arts. He perceived him as a formidable rival. Let me test you with my ultimate technique. San Lianshan. Execute. Xiao Tian's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. In an instant, the battleground fell silent. Even the onlookers held their breath. Sensing an eerie atmosphere, one that heralded the imminent arrival of the second senior sister of San Lianshan, De Zhuang instinctively looked around. Has the second senior sister arrived? Indeed, to possess such profound mastery at the realm of heavenly law, You are bound for extraordinary achievements. The figure in gray rarely offered praise. The second senior sister atop the mountain chuckled softly. Just you wait, little brat. Your intentions are not pure. At that moment, Fong Hong's momentum waned, revealing a temporary opening. Heavy mountain fist, like a mountain, Xiao Tian's gaze deepened, his mind no longer conjuring the image of Sanlian Shan, but rather that of a seasoned warrior with whom he had once fought valiantly. He recalled the unavoidable war, a battle where life and death were not mere options, but responsibilities as heavy as mountains. Xiao Tian's spirit surged to its zenith, awakening the power of the underworld warrior body. Unleashing formidable physical strength? Ah! A scream pierced the air. The profundity of Xiao Tian's fist brought an overwhelming pressure upon all who witnessed it, embodying a weight known as responsibility. The second senior sister cast a complex glance at Xiao Tian before vanishing from the mountain peak. Fong Hong, drenched in blood, felt half his body shattered by Xiao Tian's blow, flesh and bones scattering in disarray. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Xiao Tian, acutely aware of the mortal peril that punch had instigated. The opponent possessed the capability to slay him. Why was there no betting on this match? Damn it! What is the meaning of this? The great goose suddenly let out a resounding cry, shattering the tranquility of the arena. Under the gaze of all present, Xiao Tian lifted his head and addressed the disciples of the underworld sect, declaring, "I have one final punch to deliver. Whoever can withstand it shall receive all my contributions to the sect." The disciples of the underworld sect glared with crimson eyes, not merely enticed by the alluring contributions, but also incensed by Xiao Tian's audacious proclamation, which seemed utterly arrogant. Yet, did anyone dare to challenge him? Xiao Tian shouted once more, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of underworld disciples. The disciples lowered their heads, fists clenched tightly, yet none stepped forward to accept Xiao Tian's challenge. In the vast expanse of the underworld sect, not a single soul dared to face Xiao Tian's punch, a spectacle that was truly disappointing. There was a tone of dominance laced with disappointment in Xiao Tian's voice. Outer sect disciple Wang Zhong will take your punch. Outer sect disciple Lin Qi will take your punch. Outer sect disciple Zhang Fenglin will take your punch. Soon, over a dozen voices rang out in unison. Then let you all come at once. Xiao Tian scoffed coldly. Heavy mountain fist, a mountain pressing down, shattering all beneath it, cascading down the ravine, with a smile as radiant as a flower. As his fist struck forth, it bore an ominous crimson hue, a manifestation of Xiao Tian's own lifeblood, transcending the limits of his physical capacity. Within Xiao Tian's mind, a vision of a woman clad in white appeared, eternally by his side, her laughter melodious, her smile enchanting. The dozen or so disciples of the underworld sect launched their attacks simultaneously to counter Xiao Tian's formidable punch. A tremendous force surged forth, bearing down upon the disciples of the underworld sect. Puffed! The outer sect disciples staggered back, bloodied, their eyes dimmed as they gazed at Xiao Tian. The disciples of the underworld sect fell into a stunned silence, awestruck by Xiao Tian's overwhelming prowess. Such was the essence of momentum, the aura of a true powerhouse, capable of standing alone against a multitude, radiating an indomitable spirit. Chapter 48. Yi Lingshu at dozens of underworld disciples retreated, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Tian stood proudly at the forefront, his gaze sharp, sweeping over the gathered disciples. Those who met his eyes lowered their heads, unable to maintain eye contact. This was the intimidation that Xiao Tian exuded, a profound shock stemming from his strength. This is the underworld sect. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The underworld sect transcends the continent, possessing the most complete realm of heaven and earth. Yet its combat prowess is merely so. Xiao Tian, you are far too arrogant." One disciple retorted, "Are the disciples of the underworld sect such that you can insult at will?" A young man flushed with indignation spoke up, "Senior brother, they simply do not wish to stoop to your level, which is why they have refrained from making a move." Indeed, at the mention of Qianyu, the disciples' eyes gleamed once more. "I offer the top 10 disciples of the underworld sect a chance." 10 against 1. Xiao Tian sneered. One individual was sufficient to render the multitude of underworld disciples unable to raise their heads. "Then allow me to go first." A woman clad in red emerged from the gates of the underworld sect. her steps slow yet swift. Her presence announced before she arrived. Xiao Tian raised his gaze to the woman in red. "Who are you?" His words ignited the fury of her supporters. "She is the immortal of Lingshu." Top 10. Xiao Tian continued his inquiries. The immortal of Lingshu, indifferent to fame and fortune, had rarely made a move since joining the underworld sect. Behold, the immortal of Lingshu is indeed a stroke of luck. Someone reproached Xiao Tian, revealing the depths of his cowardice. Xiao Tian remained unfazed, yet his gaze lingered on Ling Shui, a subtle ripple of familiarity washing over him. "I do not know who you are, but my desire to see you has brought me here," he declared. Ling Shui, unperturbed by Xiao Tian's words, wore a smile upon her face. "Are you not here to fight?" Xiao Tian's demeanor was rather dreary. "Indeed, we shall fight." It was as if Ling Shui were reminding herself that if she were to be defeated, she would follow him. As Ling Shui's words echoed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Ling Shui was a celestial figure, held in high esteem within the underworld sect, and even the top 10 disciples treated her with utmost respect. Moreover, numerous inner disciples had sought to be her Tao partner, only to be rejected. Xiao Tian's expression turned peculiar. He could not fathom Ling Shui's thoughts. Yet if a battle was to ensue, then let it begin. Should you lose, you will accompany me. Ling Shui gazed earnestly at Xiao Tian. The disciples of the underworld sect could no longer maintain their composure, their minds thrown into disarray. How could Ling Shui, their goddess, utter such words in public? Regardless of victory or defeat, it seemed she was intent on being with him. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, recognizing that his opponent was deliberately creating adversaries for herself, and the number was indeed staggering. "I have someone I care for. Let us commence." The figure clad in gray cleared his throat, somewhat bewildered by the world of the young. "Spread your wings." Ling Shui ascended gracefully, a pair of wings unfurling behind her, enhancing her ethereal presence. Beneath her blood-red gown lay a dazzling brilliance, snow, with a swift motion. Ling Shui extended her right arm from her voluminous sleeves, her fingers glistening like ice, radiating a chilling light as she pointed at Xiao Tian, causing a flurry of snowflakes to blossom from her hand. "Mountain." Xiao Tian continued to execute the heavy mountain fist, the mountain's might unwavering. 3 linked mountains. Avalanche. Ling Shui's crimson lips parted slightly as the snowflakes at her fingertips burst forth, transforming into a veritable blizzard. Xiao Tian's fist was hindered, the mountain concealed beneath a shroud of snow, pressing down heavily upon him. With a raised brow, he declared, "Collapse." Ling Shui smiled gently. "Collapse." Though both uttered the same term, the essence of their actions diverged. Xiao Tian's collapse was that of the mountain, while Ling Shui's was that of the snow. Xiao Tian staggered back, blood trickling from his lips, the immense recoil causing his vital energy to surge. In their first confrontation, Ling Shui emerged victorious, the avalanche amplifying its ferocious force. The wings behind Ling Shui fluttered slowly, hovering in the air as she regarded Xiao Tian below. Snow. In her second strike, it was still snow. Mountain. Xiao Tian pressed forward once more, layering his power with each punch, the pressure utterly terrifying. Hiss. Under the searing heat, the snowflakes began to melt. Wind. Ling Shui's wings flapped, unleashing a fierce gust that lowered the temperature in the arena. Mountain. Xiao Tian unleashed another punch, the mountain's might reasserting itself to block the gale. Ling Shui frowned slightly. Under the force of the wind, it was effortless for snow to blanket the mountains. Even with fire, one could not withstand such a trend. Why would Xiao Tian resort to the mountain once again? Explode. Xiao Tian sneered. A sudden eruption of fierce fire energy burst forth from the mountains, akin to a volcanic eruption, instantly melting the snow that had blanketed the area, transforming even the gusting winds into a warm breeze. Ling Shui, the fairy of frost, extended one of her arms, revealing a blood-red palm that emanated a chilling aura, one that whispered of death itself. With a swift motion, she pressed against the mountainside, dissipating the explosive elemental force. Flowing wind 9 styles. Xiao Tian unsheathed his sword, skillfully executing the flowing wind 9 styles, launching 9 distinct strikes, each infused with a different elemental essence, targeting 9 separate directions. Ling Shui received his 9-sword techniques barehanded, her wings fluttering with remarkable frequency as her body moved swiftly, constantly shifting positions. Xiao Tian's pupils constricted. He unleashed his bizarre technique, transforming into a sheep. An uncanny power manifested, morphing Ling Shui's form into that of a goose, flapping its wings. Xiao Tian's complexion paled. This was a secret art he had been reluctant to employ, but he had no choice now. After 3 breaths, Ling Shui reverted to her human form, a long sword poised at her throat. Very well. You have one. Take me away. Ling Shui retracted her wings, the elemental energy from her hands dissipating, returning her to a normal state. Master. Xiao Tian glanced at the gray-clad figure, feeling somewhat conflicted. The figure seemed oblivious. Urging, hurry. Gather everyone to submit their contribution points. I recall the days when someone took me to wander the world, not this indecisive demeanor. Chapter 49. Purple Sun. Following this, 3 more battles ensued, during which Xiao Tian refrained from ostentatious techniques, relying solely on his fists to shatter the confidence and arrogance of his opponents. Even the 8th-ranked disciple of the underworld sect fell to his prowess, plunging the spirits of the underworld disciples into despair. An outer sect disciple ranked 8th. This signified a peak mastery of the laws of heaven and earth, an impressive feat for someone merely in their 20s. Today, I shall battle 10 times, Xiao Tian proclaimed with a hearty laugh. By now, the underworld disciples harbored no ill will towards him. Instead, a sense of admiration began to blossom in many hearts. The thought of one person dominating so many formidable opponents was exhilarating, especially considering those strong figures were often unsociable. Quickly, are there any ranked within the top 10 of the underworld sect? Unbeknownst to them, the disciples' address toward Xiao Tian began to shift. I am Tian. I humbly seek guidance from junior brother Xiao Tian. Tian smiled, exuding grace in his blue robe. Xiao Tian held a favorable impression of Tian and nodded slightly. Please, the underworld's void technique. As Tian initiated his attack, he unleashed the formidable offensive art of the underworld sect, his palms shrouded in a ghostly light, shadows twisting as they surged toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's expression turned grave as he responded without reservation. Employing the heavy mountain fist, their fists collided, and within mere moments, they exchanged blows over a dozen times, each strike resonating with thunderous booms, sending ripples through the onlookers, forcing them to retreat. Indeed, junior brother Xiao Tian is formidable. Allow me to test my dark soul technique. A blue ethereal glow erupted from Tian Yi's eyes, soul power surging forth, bearing down on Xiao Tian. Suppression. Xiao Tian swung his hand, redirecting his fist to strike the ground with tremendous force. Producing a deafening roar, Tian Yi stumbled, his complexion paling suddenly, blood trickling from his mouth. His soul technique was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Tian, who gazed at him in astonishment. How did you achieve this? Your realm is insufficient. Lack of composure makes it easy to disrupt. I merely halted your elemental power during your moment of breath. Xiao Tian found himself in a challenging predicament, tirelessly searching for the slightest flaw. His mental fortitude greatly depleted. Thank you. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat at your hands. Tian, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed slightly to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian accepted this gesture with equanimity, understanding that the essence of the dark soul technique lies in the soul. Your soul is already sufficiently robust. What you require is nurturing to attain complete mastery over it. Tian appeared contemplative, resolving that next time, he would surely vanquish you. Tian has been defeated. All 5 of the outer sect disciples ranked among the top have fallen. The distinction between the top 5 outer sect disciples and those ranked lower is glaring. A mere Tian could triumph over the combined efforts of those ranked 6 to 10. However, the 5 within the top ranks are closely matched, save for the unparalleled first, Ziri. By now, it is abundantly clear to all that the only hope of defeating Xiao Tian rests upon Ziri, yet Ziri remains elusive, rarely seen even by disciples of the dark cult. It seems he treads the path of the mortal realm. Xiao Tian offered a slight smile, questioning the state of the sage realm. A fortuitous breakthrough from 2 years prior, Ziri neither affirmed nor denied. Ziri is a legend of the dark cult. an inconspicuous individual who rose to prominence, within 3 days breaking into the top 10 of the outer sect disciples, and in another 3 days, becoming the foremost among them. The higher echelons of the dark cult have repeatedly attempted to elevate him to the inner sect, yet he has graciously declined, wishing not to play second fiddle. He aims to enter the inner sect only when he possesses sufficient strength to ascend as a leader, not as a mere subordinate. I never anticipated you would reach such heights, having defeated Tian, and even the illustrious Ling Shui Xianzi has succumbed to your prowess. Ziri's tone remained indifferent. However, for me, you stand little chance. The gulf between us is vast. Even your remarkable demonic arts will have no effect on me. Why elaborate so much? Are you fearful of defeat? Xiao Tian interjected, interrupting Ziri's discourse. I merely wish for you to reconsider your course of action. At least for the moment, Ziri held no anger, exhibiting remarkable patience toward Xiao Tian that I am not one to retreat. Xiao Tian's brow furrowed as he released an aura of power, steadily augmenting his strength. A formidable presence emanated from Xiao Tian, a force that the average realm of earthly manifestations could scarcely contend with, let alone engage in combat. This was the true might of Xiao Tian. Then come forth. Ziri smiled, raising his left hand. A radiant purple light emanating forth, swiftly coalescing into a purple orb of energy. Dark Soul Technique. Ziri proclaimed once more, unleashing 2 simultaneous assaults. The thunderous roar of the 3 linked mountains. Xiao Tian unleashed the heavy mountain fist. The soul energy surged, directly targeting Xiao Tian's spirit, intent on delivering a crippling blow. The 2 attacks converged almost simultaneously. Xiao Tian could only brace himself against the purple sun, his soul jolted, vision dimming. Xiao Tian's hands trembled under the tremendous force of the confrontation with Ziri, feeling an overwhelming impact. Even his physical form struggled to withstand it. Slash. Xiao Tian's celestial manifestation fused with his corporeal form, executing a single strike devoid of energy fluctuations, relying solely on the strength of his body. Sizzle. The 2 attacks sliced through the air, creating stark and undeniable traces from their friction. Boom. The 2 forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, stirring up dust and debris from the ground, engulfing the onlookers. Chapter 50. The cycle technique. As the purple aura encountered the fist of Xiao Tian, it instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. However, the momentum of the punch remained unabated, even intensifying as it struck fiercely at Ziri's face. The song of the soul's lament. Ziri staggered back, his eyes swelling with purple energy, his complexion pale, as a shadowy figure materialized behind him. The apparition lifted its head, and within its void-like visage, 2 seemingly tangible gazes fixated intently upon Xiao Tian, before emitting a piercing wail. The soul's howl. Xiao Tian murmured, instantly recognizing that spectral figure. The celestial form trembled, emerging from Xiao Tian, its lips parting slightly as a deep voice resonated from its mouth. Come. The shadow behind Ziri's appeared to confront something terrifying, trembling incessantly until it transformed into a wisp of black mist, which was devoured by Xiao Tian's celestial form. Blood trickled from the corner of Ziri's mouth, although the loss of 2 soul powers did not threaten his essence. It would nonetheless require a lengthy period of recuperation. Ziri's, the devourer of the heavens. His flowing purple hair billowed, presenting him as a figure of divine majesty, as a solar disk of purple radiance in his hand expanded continuously, radiating dazzling brilliance. Xiao Tian focused, nearing his limits. The 9 styles of flowing wind. Xiao Tian's true self and celestial form each wielded a sword, as the former executed the 9 styles of flowing wind, summoning various elemental energies to construct a sword array, enveloping Ziri's within. The morning wind and misty rain sword. The celestial form moved, the sword in hand growing more fluid, devoid of elemental fluctuations. Yet, each strike seemed capable of stirring the very essence. The wind and rain pervaded the atmosphere, penetrating the gaps to strike Ziri's, leaving a trail of wounds. The morning wind and misty rain sword was inherently a deadly weapon. Every silent whisper of the dawn was a sword, and with each sword drawn, A life was extinguished. Bang! Xiao Tian was sent sprawling several paces, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater beneath him. Struggling to rise, he was drenched in blood. His gaze fixed fiercely upon the wounded Xeris. The injuries on Xeris were numerous, some so deep they revealed bone. Though not fatal, they were nonetheless shocking, as he grimaced at Xiao Tian, who had once thought defeating him would be as effortless as a snap of the fingers. Little did he expect to pay such a heavy price. I have lost. Silence. The arena was filled only with the sound of breathing. No one dared to utter a word. Even Xeris conceded his defeat. This was the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the underworld sect. You have not lost. Xiao Tian spoke softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with each word. His chest heaved violently. As if that single utterance had drained all strength from his body, Dezhuang stepped forward, supporting Xiao Tian. Junior brother, do not speak. Preserve your essence. It was merely that your soul path happened to be restrained by mine. The figure in gray chuckled, his face a map of wrinkles, his voice booming. Good, good, good. Young junior brother, your martial arts have acquired new techniques, Dezhuang murmured. Ensure that contributions are not overlooked, lest my disciple come knocking at your door. The figure in gray proclaimed loudly, for nothing could be more exhilarating than witnessing one's disciple rise above the rest. The disciples of the underworld sect no longer harbored animosity towards Xiao Tian. Watching his and Yu Lingshue's retreating figures, all expressing their sentiments, perhaps only Xiao Tian truly deserved to be with the fairy Lingxue. Someone whispered, indeed, since ancient times, heroes have been paired with beauties. We mere mortals can only indulge in fleeting glimpses. Xiao Tian single-handedly defeated all the outer disciples of the Ming sect, stirring a significant uproar within the sect, which even reached the inner disciples, garnering the attention of many. They inquired about Xiao Tian through their informants. Chapter 51. Those years Xiao Tian gradually grew accustomed to having Ling Shui, the fairy, by his side, making life feel increasingly natural. In fact, he found this sensation strangely familiar, immersing himself in it. Ling Shui. The fairy. Xiao Tian hesitated to speak. A faint smile graced Ling Shui's face. Did we truly know each other back then? Xiao Tian inquired. Of course. We did it. I can sense his aura emanating from you. Your 3 souls and 7 spirits have scattered, leaving only the human and heavenly souls within your body. Once you merge with the earthly soul, your memories will return, Ling Shui replied, unperturbed by Xiao Tian's question. Your ability to merge with his battle form is the best proof, is it not? The Ming King, in all his pride, would never allow another to touch the remnants of his battle essence. Ling Shui remarked, a blissful smile illuminating her face as she spoke of the Ming King. Back then. Ling Shui seemed to have made a resolution. I never truly intended to deceive you. Our initial encounter was orchestrated by my sect. Being with you was also part of my mentor's plan. Yet, falling in love with you was entirely my own heart's doing. That I never anticipated that I would genuinely love you, and that love has ensnared me. I even forgot that my purpose for being with you was to kill you. You held no defenses against me, and I had countless opportunities to slay you, but I could not bring myself to do it. Tears cascaded down Ling Shui's cheeks. I often thought, if I never killed you, or if you never killed me, we could remain together forever. Such a thought brings immense happiness. Xiao Tian, I am grateful for being born in Kunlun's immortal mountains. Had it not been for them, I would never have met you. Ling Shui recounted the past. That day, my master suddenly sought me out and instructed me to bring you to the heavenly gate. He told me it was a chance to step into the heavenly realm. Yet I knew it was a trap set for you I truly did not wish to take you there. My parents still reside in the Kunlun immortal clan, and after years of guidance from my master, I could not forsake all of it for my own sake. Ling Shui's shoulders trembled, devoid of sobs or whimpers. I do not want you to die. I genuinely do not want you to die. Ling Shui repeated fervently. Xiao Tian embraced Ling Shui from behind, allowing her to rest in his arms. I beheld the heavenly gate, vast and imposing, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Even at my level, merely casting a glance from afar required enduring immense strain. That it was a prison crafted with the collective strength of the entire Kunlun immortal clan. Ling Shui's tone shifted abruptly, becoming cold and detached. That day, many arrived, your 10 subordinates, and formidable figures from other sections. I know not what benefits the Kunlun immortal clan offered them, but they united to strike against you. Ling Xue's voice brimmed with murderous intent. They could not kill you, that I was your Achilles heel, that I desired your life even less, which is why I stepped into the heavenly gate, since it was a prison. Regardless of who occupied it, it remained a prison. The moment I entered, I felt the loosening of the heavenly realm's boundaries, and then I became one with the heavens. Ling Xue's smile was tinged with melancholy. Within the heavenly gate, I watched you fight, engaged in a frenzied battle. Blood stained the skies. However, I find myself unable to step beyond the celestial gate. I possess the power of divine rank, yet I am powerless to assist you. I loathe myself. I despise my own cowardice. Ling Xue could no longer suppress her emotions. Your 3 souls and 7 spirits began to disperse. The celestial gate exhibited a slight loosening point. One of my divided spirits penetrated forth in search of you. Countless years have passed in this pursuit, yet I remain unable to find you. So I shall wait here. I believe that once you awaken, you will certainly return to this place. It is your home. Ling Xue held on to Xiao Tian tightly. Master, Big Goose. Xiao Tian's calls compelled the two to flee. I will count to 3. If you do not appear by then, do not harbor any illusions about following me to earn spirit stones. Xiao Tian succinctly exposed the duo's vulnerability. 3.2. A smile adorned Xiao Tian's face. Da Zhuang, standing beside Xiao Tian, inquired, Junior brother, do you truly believe Master and that goose will show up? Of course they will. After all, our Master would never seize his disciples' possessions. Moreover, it's merely a matter of sect contributions that if they refuse, we can engage in a few battles at the underworld sect, and you can collect the rewards. These matters are trivial, Xiao Tian declared loudly. One must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. Dage muttered to himself, realizing Xiao Tian's potential was worth nurturing. Indeed, is Master that kind of person? Gray Robe stepped forward, his expression particularly grim. After all these years of camaraderie with this lad, could such a trivial matter drive us apart? Dage also emerged, avoiding Gray Robe's gaze, fearful of seeing hesitation in the other's eyes, and abruptly turned away. Exactly, I knew both of you would honor your promises. Now, produce my spoils as we previously agreed upon for distribution. You understand? I am not one to remain idle. I might seek out some battles at any moment. I have plenty of ways to acquire contribution points, Xiao Tian asserted confidently. In truth, there were not many contribution points to speak of. Gray Robe forced a smile. There should be at least 500,000 sect contributions. Master, you cannot do this. And you have at least 400,000 in hand. De Zhuang bluntly dispelled their illusions. I require spirit herbs and the qualification to enter the Inferno. Xiao Tian was straightforward. You should have said so earlier. I can send you to the Inferno, Gray Robe replied with a weary tone. 200,000 contributions should go to Master. Xiao Tian was generous. I will provide you with spirit herbs, Dage declared through gritted teeth. Xiao Tian's gaze remained fixed on Gray Robe. I have no spirit herbs. Gray Robe defended. Then produce 300,000 contribution points, and I shall exchange them for spirit herbs at the underworld sect. Xiao Tian, my dear boy, one must not be so impatient. It's merely a few spirit herbs. Master, I will find a solution for you that if you take contribution points to the underworld sect, they will undoubtedly take advantage of you. Gray Robe quickly flattered. Before noon, I require Lingshu grass, 10,000-year pine branches. As Xiao Tian named several spirit herbs, Gray Robe's facial muscles twitched with each mentioned AS for you. You should know what I currently lack the most. Hand it over, Xiao Tian said, looking at Dage. Here, Dage waved a hand, presenting a jade vial to Xiao Tian. Gently opening the vial, Xiao Tian inhaled the potent aroma of the elixir within. 2 pills. And my senior brother, I can only provide 1 more soul capture pill, Dage declared through clenched teeth. Deal! Xiao Tian wore a radiant smile. Did you give Xiao Tian the spirit refining pill? The voice of the gray-clad figure was tinged with hesitation and suppressed excitement. It seems you possess a modicum of discernment. Indeed, it is the spirit refining pill. The proud goose puffed out its chest, but soon realized, old fellow, do not harbor any designs on this deity. There is but a single spirit refining pill, Master above. I humbly bow before you. The gray figure unexpectedly knelt before the proud goose. "And no need for such formalities," the goose replied, not wishing to decline. "Master, shouldn't you provide a token of our first meeting?" the gray figure inquired. "None. You old rascal. Do you dare to swindle this deity? Dream on." "No, absolutely nothing. Nothing at all." The goose was filled with indignation, its wings flaring out and fluttering incessantly. Although not particularly skilled in alchemy, having spent many years alongside a certain individual, it could be considered quite the expert in the field. Ling Shuel looked at Xiao Tian with a cheerful smile. 18 noon. The gray figure delivered the potions Xiao Tian required, and remarkably brought twice the amount he had requested. "This is about all Master could procure. Be cautious while refining." The gray figure advised before departing that I need some soul fusion pills. "Once I enter the Inferno, it will facilitate the merging of soul power," Xiao Tian murmured softly as he gazed at the spiritual herbs before him. Chapter 52. The Inferno disciples of the Nether sect primarily train their souls. Whether it be strengthening the soul's potency, capturing soul beasts, or mastering soul techniques, all necessitate entry into the Inferno for soul refinement. In the context of the Nether sect, the Inferno is not truly a forbidden zone. One merely needs to contribute a sufficient amount to the sect to gain entry, and there are no limitations on the number of times one may enter, provided there is adequate sect contribution. The duration of each visit is also unrestricted. As long as one's soul is sufficiently powerful, one can remain inside for 2 to 3 years. The sole requirement for entering the Inferno is that the applicant must be at the saint level. Having refined numerous soul fusion pills, Xiao Tian was quite familiar with the layout of the Inferno, but he intended to utilize it to complete his heavenly soul, allowing him to condense the earth aspect and achieve perfection in the manifestation of heaven and earth. After his battle against the outer disciples, Xiao Tian's reputation spread throughout the Nether sect. As the gray figure escorted Xiao Tian closer to the Inferno, the guards immediately recognized Xiao Tian, not the gray figure. This left the gray figure feeling rather disgruntled. "You are Xiao Tian?" The guard scrutinized Xiao Tian from head to toe. "You're the one who single-handedly swept through the outer disciples of the Nether sect?" Another guard inquired. "Dai Ti was merely a stroke of luck," Xiao Tian replied with a smile. "Humph. The current disciples truly are a disappointing lot, unable to handle even a mere brat with the earth aspect." "Indeed. When did the Somnian Mountain start to flaunt its might within the Nether sect?" The two guards began to grumble in front of Xiao Tian, their words growing increasingly sharp and caustic. Xiao Tian frowned deeply. "Respected seniors, if there is anything you wish to express, please go directly to Somnian Mountain. With your status, while you may not meet my master, my second senior sister can provide you with a response." The gray figure cleared his throat a few times to draw their attention. "According to the rules, Somnian Mountain has an allocation for entering the Inferno that I have not utilized at all these years." The gray figure spoke with solemnity. "Master of Gray Mountain, are you intending to exercise the privileges of Somnian Mountain this time?" The two guards had long noticed the presence of the gray figure, but had not paid him undue attention. However, entering the abyss requires a cultivation level of a sage, as per the established rules. Another guard remarked, "We must take responsibility for the disciples who venture into the abyss. Only those at the sage level can draw our attention. Otherwise, should they perish within, we would remain oblivious. If anything were to befall your disciple, we would surely incur the wrath of the Lord of the Grey Robes." The two guards harmonized in their warning. "Once I enter the abyss, I accept full responsibility for my life and death," Xiao Tian declared solemnly. "You have heard him. My disciple has stated that once he enters the abyss, he bears responsibility for his own fate. If he is overwhelmed by wandering souls, I shall have no words to say. However, should there be any foul play against him, I will seek an explanation, even if it means confronting the Lord of the Dark Peaks." The Lord of the Grey Robes replied coldly, "The dangers within the abyss are ever present, and without the sage level, we cannot guarantee the safety of your disciple. Even if he were at the sage level, I could only do my utmost to ensure his safety. Without offering absolute assurance, I ask for your understanding." "Master, trust me, I will be just fine," Xiao Tian said with a smile. "Humph. You two had better not do anything foolish." The Lord of the Grey Robes warned before sweeping away in displeasure. The two guards immediately changed their expressions. "Young man, the perils within the abyss are exceedingly grave, and you may find it difficult to return. Be prepared for that reality. Thank you, esteemed seniors. I will surely emerge from the abyss alive, Xiao Tian asserted, cutting off any further discussion as he stepped directly into the abyss. A chilling wind swept through the abyss as he entered, and he instinctively shrank his neck. It was indeed not a place for humans. Among the 12 layers of the abyss, with Xiao Tian's cultivation, he could only absorb soul energy from the first 3 layers. The souls in the first layer possessed the cultivation of the realm of heavenly law. The second layer was at the half-sage level, and the third layer harbored true sage-level souls. Whoosh, a shadow of a soul flew past Xiao Tian. The souls in the first 3 layers of the abyss lacked consciousness, existing purely by instinct. Yet they possessed formidable strength, capable of battling cultivators merely by instinct. Prepared thoroughly and with familiarity of the abyss, Xiao Tian advanced resolutely towards his destination. Was I perhaps too powerful in my previous life to have created such a realm as this? Xiao Tian couldn't help but sigh deeply. Being excessively powerful was not without its drawbacks, as it could impose pressure in the next life. How disgusting! The voice of the great goose echoed in Xiao Tian's mind, who then emerged from his body, twisting and taking a deep breath, utterly enraptured, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Was I not powerful in my previous life? Xiao Tian glanced at the great goose. What does that have to do with you? The great goose rolled its eyes, indifferent. Without my immense strength, would you even have the opportunity to come here and absorb soul energy? Xiao Tian, filled with enthusiasm, engaged in a playful banter with the great goose. Enough. Now we shall part ways. You go seek your soul energy absorption, and I shall remain here. We will reconvene at the exit in 3 months. If you do not find me at the exit, you may leave first, Xiao Tian interjected, waving the great goose away. I shall not hold it against you today. The great goose flapped its wings and transformed into a shadow of a soul, departing. After the departure of the great goose, Xiao Tian busied himself with the intricate task of arranging a formation. Firstly, this formation would ensure his safety within the purgatory. Secondly, it would enable him to absorb greater amounts of soul force. Simultaneously, the formation would draw in more souls, allowing Xiao Tian to devour an even greater reservoir of spiritual power. It took him a full day and night to finalize the arrangement, gazing upon the formation he had created. Xiao Tian felt a pang of regret, for this endeavor had cost him half of his fortune. Stepping into the formation, he channeled his elemental energy into the focal point, triggering its activation. Instantly, a vortex of vitality materialized. The soul force was torn apart, continuously injected into the formation, which became increasingly resplendent, fully activating its powers. As the formation operated, it wasn't long before the soul force settled into tranquility from the outside. No trace of the formation could be discerned, nor could Xiao Tian's presence be seen. This formation was a product of Xiao Tian's own ingenuity, drawing from his past life's experiences with formations and the notes left by Gulu foam. Although his memories were somewhat hazy, he retained a vague impression of the purgatory, making the search for its core not overly difficult, albeit with significant risks. This formation was interconnected with the core of the purgatory, rendering Xiao Tian's location a secondary core of this realm. Xiao Tian sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, embodying its core, while soul force flowed ceaselessly into his being. The celestial spirit detached from him, and the heavenly soul residing within it voraciously absorbed the soul force of the purgatory. Xiao Tian's human soul had been replenished, and through the baptism of immense soul power, it had grown significantly stronger. The aura surrounding the heavenly soul intensified, and more of its essence began to manifest. Upon the heavenly soul were terrifying fissures, which, nourished by the soul force, glimmered with a faint golden light. These were the scars left by Xiao Tian's self-destruction of his soul. The fact that he survived was a stroke of sheer luck. As time slowly passed, the soul force of the first layer of purgatory gradually thinned under the absorption of Xiao Tian's heavenly soul, and the once ubiquitous souls became increasingly scarce. The disciples of the underworld sect, who had been cultivating in the first layer of purgatory, emerged from their seclusion to investigate the unfolding events within. The disciples patrolled the first purgatory several times, yet found no weaknesses. With gritted teeth, They could only venture into the second layer. Meanwhile, due to the immense absorption of soul force, the wounds on Xiao Tian's heavenly soul began to heal. Though the process was painstakingly slow due to the chaotic nature of the soul force, Xiao Tian then took out a divine fusion pill and placed it into the mouth of the celestial spirit. Upon ingestion, the diverse soul forces were immediately refined and purified by the pill's potency, transforming into pure spiritual power to replenish the heavenly soul. After an entire month, the first layer of purgatory no longer served any purpose for Xiao Tian. He retracted the formation, casting a lingering gaze around, yet found nothing of interest. Purgatory itself was a vast cycle. As long as its foundation remained intact, it could restore itself. The underworld sect continuously supplied souls into the purgatory to replenish the consumed essence. While the formations beneath the 12 layers of purgatory communicated with the heavens, constructing new spiritual entities, it was now time to enter the second layer of purgatory. However, the souls within this layer posed a more formidable challenge. Xiao Tian's eyes shone with determination. This was his purgatory. Chapter 53. Treasure-picking. The soul power of the second level of purgatory was more refined, and the cycle was more complete. However, Xiao Tian sensed an additional force here, an aura of death that he had previously experienced in the Lufeng Valley. Why was there such a dense presence of death in purgatory? There were only souls here, no corpses, Xiao Tian pondered. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged towards him. Xiao Tian swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the assailant, only to find before him a white-haired zombie. Its claws were half a foot long, and its pale face was covered with a layer of short white fur, emitting a constant stream of howls. Xiao Tian furrowed his brows. The zombie was clad in an ancient Taoist robe, not of this world, suggesting it had been here for an extensive period, perhaps causing the formation to weaken. Nevertheless, since such creatures existed, it was an opportune moment to hone his skills, especially since the body was intact. Its previous treasures surely remained with it. The zombie howled and leaped at Xiao Tian once more, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as they aimed directly for his chest. Heavy Mountain Fist, the one executing the technique, was not Xiao Tian himself, but rather his celestial avatar. The celestial avatar unleashed a punch, its might formidable, colliding with the zombie's claws and shattering them completely. The zombie cried out in pain, revealing its sharp fangs in a display of defiance. The celestial avatar pressed forward, still wielding its fists. The zombie had no time to evade and was struck squarely in the chest by Xiao Tian's fist. Collapsing to the ground, lifeless, without hesitation, Xiao Tian rifled through the zombie's belongings, collecting a considerable amount of valuables. Earning a fortune from the dead was quite gratifying. Xiao Tian grew fond of this exhilarating feeling of slaying and plundering, and began to search for more zombies in Purgatory Point 3 days later. Xiao Tian found himself fleeing at breakneck speed, blood streaming from numerous wounds, cursing under his breath, while a horde of white-haired zombies pursued him. Initially seeking to track down zombies and amass wealth from their remains, he had inadvertently stumbled into a nest of them, no fewer than 200 to 300 white-haired zombies, while he could manage a handful. Facing such a multitude left him with no choice but to flee. As he fought while running, Xiao Tian bore many scars, yet he also reaped substantial rewards from the few zombies he managed to slay amidst the chaos. Zombies were acutely sensitive to blood, and with Xiao Tian continuously bleeding, he found it impossible to shake off the swarm. For an entire month, Xiao Tian was relentlessly pursued by the zombies, from the original 200 to 300. Only a few dozen remained, while his wounds had completely healed, albeit his body was still stained with blood. This month of pursuit and counterattack had allowed Xiao Tian to master the control over his celestial avatar to a greater extent. With a deep breath, Xiao Tian turned around, a grim smile gracing his face. The group of zombies chasing him suddenly halted, seemingly caught off guard by his unexpected maneuver. Some nearly stumbled in their abrupt stop. Xiao Tian's lips twitched. To have been chased for a month by creatures of such low intellect was hardly a flattering tale to tell. After being pursued for so long, it was time to put an end to this. He endeavored to keep his tone as calm as possible. The white-haired zombies, lacking in intelligence, of course could not comprehend Xiao Tian's words, their actions driven purely by instinct. Heavenly Avatar, Heavy Mountain Fist, Xiao Tian declared in a low, commanding voice. Tianxiang emerged from Xiao Tian's body, enveloped in a faint luminescence. With a powerful punch, the light surged forth, striking directly at a horde of zombies. Boom! Under the immense shadow of the fist, more than half of the zombies were obliterated. The remaining zombies, undaunted by death, charged toward Xiao Tian's Tianxiang. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xiao Tian infiltrated the zombie horde. Commencing his plunder, within the throng of undead, Tianxiang displayed unmatched valor, dispatching the zombies in mere breaths. Before his gaze waned, and he weakened, merging back into Xiao Tian's form, a windfall indeed. Xiao Tian rejoiced, reveling in the absence of the great goose and his master. Such freedom was exhilarating. All the spoils were rightfully his. "What are you up to, little thief? Those treasures belong to me." A dissonant voice interrupted Xiao Tian's private celebration. His countenance darkened. He recognized the voice immediately. "Get lost," Xiao Tian bellowed. The great goose flapped its wings. Lifting off the ground, "What are you screeching about? You nearly scared me to death." The goose's voice trembled slightly. Its breath quickened. "You frightened me. Now you owe me compensation. I demand half of those riches." Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Given your condition, it seems you've recovered quite a bit here. Have you not? Has your power surged as well? O Lord of the Demon Gods, naturally, stick with me, and I shall ensure your every desire is fulfilled." The great goose puffed out its chest proudly. "Lord of the Demon Gods, I know of a place teeming with treasures. You ought to investigate." Xiao Tian raised his brows suggestively. This led to a grandiose boast from Xiao Tian, as he divulged the location of the zombies' lair to the great goose. "With such a prime location, why haven't you gone there?" The great goose was brimming with excitement, yet maintained composure. "Are you attempting to deceive me? How could I ever deceive you? We are allies. Besides, as the Lord of the Demon Gods, what harm could a mere horde of zombies pose?" Xiao Tian responded nonchalantly, "At worst, the Lord could lead the zombies through purgatory, instigating a clash with the disciples of the underworld, and emerge as the ultimate beneficiary." Xiao Tian elaborated with a leisurely gait. The great goose's eyes instantly gleamed with understanding. "The ultimate beneficiary, what a splendid notion. Boy, do you intend for me to engage in a life and death struggle with the zombies while you profit from the chaos?" The great goose leapt into the air. "You dare to deceive me. Deceive the pure and untainted swan. I am utterly heartbroken. I need some time alone. I need to be alone." As the great goose berated Xiao Tian, it retreated into the distance. Xiao Tian merely smiled, fully aware of the goose's intentions, silently watching it depart before commencing the formation of a magical array. Soon, the array took shape, and with a surge of spiritual energy, Xiao Tian vanished once more. Once the array settled, several figures materialized in the space Xiao Tian had occupied, their expressions tinged with hesitation as they surveyed their surroundings. Could it be that some celestial treasures have emerged? Zhang Shidi murmured that a series of roars erupted, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhang Shidi and Wang Shixiang's expressions shifted as they discerned their suspicions reflected in each other's eyes. "Indeed, it is those creatures. Let us go." Zhang Shidi and Wang Shixiang simultaneously rose to depart, but suddenly their bodies felt immensely heavy, their breaths unstable, nearly toppling to the ground. "Who goes there?" Wang Shixiang spoke coldly, just as the two struggled. The horde of zombies drew ever closer. Before the horde of zombies stood a ragged middle-aged man, who, while running, unleashed a torrent of curses. "Xiao Tian, you scoundrel, you have betrayed me," he bellowed. "Come over here. I've already prepared skilled rescuers for you." Xiao Tian, using a secretive method, cleverly evaded the scrutiny of Zhang and Wang by harnessing the array's power to filled with joy, followed Xiao Tian's guidance and lured the massive throng of zombies towards the area where Zhang and Wang were located. "Damn it! Where did this madman come from to attract so many zombies?" Zhang, unable to contain his outrage, shouted, "Don't you dare come any closer. If you do, I will ensure your demise." Wang directly yelled at the "How dare you threaten me? I shall seek you out regardless." He quickened his pace, lunging toward Wang. "Soul." Wang's eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed a formidable soul force that surged towards the However, He suddenly vanished. Wang's attack struck only the horde of zombies, knocking one of them down. The zombies, momentarily stunned by the disappearance of their pursuer, were soon drawn back to Wang by his presence. Cursed be this! Wang cursed vehemently. Once Yi disappeared, Zhang and Wang felt the weight pressing upon them lift, granting them the freedom to act that moment. They realized they had been outmaneuvered. Let us unite and break through these creatures, Wang declared, leading the charge into the throng of zombies. Without hesitation, Zhang followed suit, knowing he had to strike or risk being overwhelmed alone. Meanwhile, Yi settled beside Xiao Tian, crossing his legs and observing the battle with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. I relish the benefits of a bystander. When I venture out later to collect treasures, it will be all the more exhilarating. Chapter 54. The awakening of the heavenly soul. An invisible storm began to form within the second purgatory, swiftly engulfing the entire realm. 10 miles away from Xiao Tian, Yi was embroiled in a fierce battle with a swarm of zombies, his tattered clothing and numerous wounds a testament to the struggle. The disciples of the underworld sect are utterly pathetic. They can't even handle a few white-haired zombies, forcing me to intervene personally. With a sharp intake of breath, he felt a chill rise from the depths of his being, sensing an overwhelming threat. Looking towards the zombies, he noticed they had all come to a halt. No matter, I shall dispatch these white-haired fiends first. He swiftly maneuvered through the horde. Not only he felt the immense pressure. All disciples of the underworld sect within the second purgatory sensed it as well, a wave of panic and helplessness washing over them as they realized they could not contend with such a formidable force. Xiao Tian rose, having spent nearly 3 months within the purgatory. The heavenly soul had reached its limits of restoration, while the human soul had grown considerably stronger. The heavenly aspect should be able to exert about 70% of its power. The Saint Realm should be sufficient to engage in battle, Xiao Tian murmured. The key issue remains my low realm, that I can allow the heavenly soul to open its eyes for 5 breaths. In a top-tier battle, 5 breaths may still be insufficient. Xiao Tian spoke solemnly. In the third purgatory, there existed souls with intelligence. There was another way to expedite the growth of the heavenly soul, and that was through combat. Engaging in battle would continually stimulate the heavenly soul's power, allowing for rapid restoration. However, there exists a significant peril that could once again inflict harm upon the heavenly spirit. I believe my celestial essence can endure the trials of the first 3 infernos. Even if injured, I can return to the second inferno for restoration. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian set forth towards the third inferno. Boom! As he stepped into the third inferno, a sound akin to thunder reverberated around him. The soul energy here became chaotic, yet was also more refined and potent, surpassing that of the second inferno by more than 10-fold upon entering his body. The roar of anguished souls continuously reached Xiao Tian's ears, emanating from the lurking spirits, issuing a warning to intruders. With a cold snort, Xiao Tian unleashed his celestial manifestation. Whoosh! A figure darted from the shadows, lunging towards Xiao Tian's manifestation. Bang! Though lacking a physical form, the nearly corporeal soul of a sage still unleashed formidable power, clashing fiercely with the celestial manifestation to dare engage with the third level of the inferno merely through the embodiment of heaven and earth. The attacking spirit sneered, having believed he would spend his life languishing in the inferno, only to be confronted by an audacious young man. Enough with the idle chatter. Xiao Tian acted decisively, his celestial manifestation locking onto the spirit. Striking once more, shadows. The spirit's sinister laughter echoed as dozens of phantoms suddenly materialized, assailing Xiao Tian from all directions. Souls. Xiao Tian opened his mouth again, his heavenly eye of the soul abruptly widening. An invisible tempest swept through the area, causing the multitude of shadows to vanish. The spirit immediately retreated, its form flickering in and out of existence, gazing at Xiao Tian in horror. Who are you? How can you possess such formidable soul power? Devour! Xiao Tian spoke again, his celestial manifestation surging forth, arriving before the spirit in the blink of an eye, his right palm pressing against its form. The stunned spirit, caught off guard, failed to evade Xiao Tian's strike. The spirit emitted a piercing scream. No. Please don't. The spirit twisted incessantly, its radiance gradually dimming. Xiao Tian's palm harbored a terrifying devouring force, especially devastating against spiritual entities. The underworld was a creation of Xiao Tian himself, and the soul cultivation techniques were naturally birthed from his own ingenuity. Despite some fragmentation in his memories, the mastery of these soul techniques flowed effortlessly from him. The spirit's shrieks faded, and it vanished beneath Xiao Tian's grasp. A hazy glow enveloped the eyes of the celestial manifestation, faint yet flickering persistently. Indeed, the spirits that remained alive proved to be far more effective. Xiao Tian murmured. The third inferno was rife with chilling winds, far less gentle than the previous two. The chaotic soul energy, under Xiao Tian's meticulous guidance, continually flowed into his being, fortifying his essence. Clang! A chilling sound echoed. The unmistakable clinking of iron chains. Impossible! How could such entities exist in the third inferno? Xiao Tian heard the sound of chains. Any spirit bound by chains within the inferno was an immensely powerful existence, only present in the latter three levels, and such formidable beings were primarily suppressed in the final inferno. I detect a familiar aura. Who is it? Who has ventured here? An ancient voice resonated, reminiscent of a decrepit door creaking. Xiao Tian had already retracted his celestial manifestation, hastily setting up formations. He aimed to establish everything before this powerful presence noticed him. The sound grew ever closer, beads of sweat cascading down Xiao Tian's face as his fingers danced like the wind, incessantly tapping around him. The formation was on the verge of completion. Merely a final step remained. So, you were here. A dry voice echoed once more, and a dark shadow plummeted from the heavens, hurtling toward Xiao Tian. Boom! 100-meter-long chain descended from the sky. Xiao Tian swiftly evaded the blow. The ground split open with a colossal crack, the shockwaves causing him to spew forth several mouthfuls of blood. Glancing ahead, he beheld an abyss of darkness, and without further hesitation, he stepped into the formation. Activate! Xiao Tian infused his vital energy, igniting the array, and a radiant light burst forth, with runes shimmering into existence. Nowhere to flee. At the precise moment the formation was fully activated, a disheveled spirit emerged, dragging 4 long chains, appearing at the very spot Xiao Tian had just occupied. Its eyes gleamed with a piercing light. Fixating on the location of Xiao Tian's formation, observing for a moment before slowly shifting away. Within the formation, Xiao Tian was drenched in sweat. The previous 2 glares seemed to have detected his presence, and he even felt as though that person was locking eyes with him. Through the formation, Xiao Tian held unwavering confidence in this array, particularly due to its ability to commune with the essence of the underworld. The adversary's near penetration of the formation sent his mind into a frenzy. Their realm was utterly terrifying. Surely, they must be a divine being. Xiao Tian murmured, if my soul can devour this spirit, my eyes will surely open completely. No longer shut, and my human soul will undoubtedly grow even stronger, perhaps even materializing a human form. The thought flashed and vanished, and Xiao Tian chuckled at himself. The chasm between their realms was too vast. Having narrowly escaped calamity, he couldn't believe he was contemplating devouring the opponent. Once he distanced himself, he resolved to leave promptly, seeking a spirit of lesser strength. Though it may take time, it was safer. Old man Ru Feng, you've run far away. A voice familiar to Xiao Tian resonated through the darkness. Yi Shiqi, the voice of the withered elder, rang out again, the sound of chains scraping, sending shivers down one's spine. If my true form were present, what would you be? Chapter 55. Ru Feng, do you think you can erase me? Ha! What a farce! Ru Feng laughed heartily while dragging the black chains. Your 16 brothers would fare better. You are woefully inadequate. Yi Shiqi regarded Ru Feng with a frigid glare, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This was the second time he had been ridiculed. First by the one in gray, now by the spirit before him. You seek death. Yi Shiqi's long hair billowed as he unleashed his aura. The entire underworld became suffused with oppressive pressure, silencing the clamorous spirits all around. Several formidable divine thoughts swiftly swept across the underworld. halting at the confrontation between Yi and Ru Feng. The underworld had its own rules. Whether you willingly entered seeking another form of immortality or merely sought to regain humanity, Ru Feng scoffed, exposing Yi Shiqi's realm with a single phrase. Killing you is sufficient. Yi Shiqi's eyes were shrouded in darkness, his entire being enveloped in black for 10 yards. That was his path, knight. Ru Feng swung the chains, launching a straightforward attack towards Yi Shiqi. Boom! The thunderous sound erupted once more, the chains crashing down to the ground with a resounding roar. Yi Shiqi flickered, launching into an assault, his figure vanishing in an instant. As the wind remained expressionless, he raised his right hand and brought it down forcefully before him. A sharp sound echoed as the blade sliced through flesh. A short dagger manifested beneath the wind's palm, cutting into his hand. The wind withdrew his hand, causing the chains to dance and ensnare the dagger. With a resounding crash, Yi Shiqi appeared, a surge of elemental force flowing into the dagger, shattering the chains that bound it. The wind's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he swiftly withdrew his leg, propelling the chains forward with a fierce gust. Crack! The chains lashed towards Yi Shiqi's waist. Once more, Yi Shiqi swung the black blade in his grasp, striking down upon the chains with no discernible trajectory. The chains snapped under the force, falling into Xiao Tian's formation. Yi Shiqi, it seems I underestimated you. You possess some skill after all. The wind's expression turned grave. Had I not been a soul entity, I would have reduced you to mere fragments by now. Such excessive chatter. Yi Shiqi made another move, the expanse of darkness enveloping them both, casting the wind into shadow. Die! The black blade reappeared, descending from above. The wind crossed his arms over his head, shielding his vital points. Yi Shiqi struck and retreated, seeking another opportunity. This fool, Yi Shiqi, cannot see that the wind is using him to rid himself of the chains? Xiao Tian murmured from within the formation, observing the battle through the lens of the heavens. Ha ha! Yi Shiqi, I thank you for assisting me in removing these bothersome chains, as the clang of metal echoed. The wind spoke again, his long hair billowed, revealing a resolute visage, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, flickering like ethereal flames. Fixed intently upon Yi Shiqi before him, I have lost track of how long I have lingered in this purgatory. Your brothers have wronged me and imprisoned me in this inferno. Once I escape, I shall seek retribution. Night, Yi Shiqi spoke again, the entire realm cloaked in darkness, his sacred domain. Wind, the wind replied, as the night air suddenly stirred. Flash, Yi Shiqi's voice resounded, his figure flickering, each appearance accompanied by a thrust. Tempestuous waves, the sound of wind roared, a ceaseless howl echoing. From whence do these tumultuous waves arise? From the wind. The aqueous night was instantly torn asunder, revealing bright streaks of light. Scatter. The wind remained motionless, his divine domain expanding, relentlessly compressing Yi Shiqi's sacred domain. The blackness receded, his divine realm surpassing that of the sacred by an entire tier, a high-tier divine realm with no chance of resistance. As the darkness dissipated, Yi Shiqi emerged not far off, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze chillingly fierce. He had been defeated this time. What of your prowess in the divine path? This is purgatory. This is the domain of my nether sect. Windblade. The wind raised his right hand, conjuring blades of wind that coalesced in his grasp, sweeping forth. Countless wind blades encircled Yi Shiqi. The inky night spread once more, and in an instant, the wind blades were consumed by the darkness. Rise! The wind waved his hand again, and suddenly a whirlwind appeared behind Yi Shiqi, engulfing him in an instant. Yi Shiqi vanished within the tempest, seemingly devoid of any means of resistance. Yet the wind did not relax his expression. Instead, his fingers danced in a flurry, forming seals as he directed them towards the heart of the whirlwind. Night. The voice of E17 resounded once more, as a shroud of darkness seeped forth from the swirling vortex. Following this, E17 rose from the encroaching night, with hair cascading around him and a piercing gaze fixated upon Ruofeng not far away. He declared, "You are formidable, yet today you shall still meet your demise, the brightest star in the night sky." Yi-17 softly spoke, his luminous eyes shimmering like celestial bodies within the darkness that enveloped him. "Ah, so it is you. You are the purgatory spirit," Ruofing exclaimed, astonished, realizing that one could indeed be forcibly severed from the depths of purgatory. The figures of the underworld were truly powerful. Xiao Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had heard Ruofeng's anguished shout, and, peering through the formation, saw traces of purgatory upon Yi-17. This was his realm of purgatory. If Yi-17 was indeed the purgatory spirit, why did he not evoke any sense of familiarity or affinity? No, you are not the purgatory spirit. You are merely a vessel forcefully imbued with the light of purgatory. Ha! So you are but a puppet. Ruofing burst into laughter at Yi-17, regardless of what you are. You possess no right to erase my existence. Even in death, it is not within your grasp. With a fierce countenance, Ruofing forcefully tore away the area that Yi-17's gaze had saturated. You cannot escape. As long as you dwell in purgatory, I am the sovereign. Even the ethereal bodies of the celestial realm cannot withstand my glimmering jade light. Yi-17 scoffed, observing the struggling Ruofing. Young man, since you can elude my scrutiny and evade the perception of Yi-17, you must have some reliance. Your arrival in purgatory is merely to devour souls. I shall present you with a fortuitous opportunity, and we shall see if you dare to accept. Ruofing suddenly spoke. Xiao Tian's expression hardened as he met Ruofing's gaze once more through the formation. Since you dare to offer, what is there for me to fear in accepting? Xiao Tian's words resonated in Ruofing's ears. Ha ha ha! Shatter! Ruofing laughed heartily as his soul form surged toward Xiao Tian's position. Boom! Ruofing's soul form imploded, transforming into pure soul energy. Xiao Tian opened a fissure in the formation and inhaled deeply, drawing Ruofing's soul energy into the array. Everything transpired with remarkable swiftness, leaving Yi-17 with no time to react. The force of Ruofing's soul explosion pushed him back, and by the time he regained his footing, Ruofing had vanished without a trace. Xiao Tian's formation closed completely, leaving no hint of a presence behind. At a moment ago, there had been the breath of a living being. Although it was but a fleeting instant, it could not have escaped my scrutiny. Yi-17's eyes gleamed as he searched, the light of purgatory emanating forth. Xiao Tian remained fixated on Yi-17, his heartbeat quickening. The light of purgatory could effortlessly locate anything that did not belong to its realm. Could it truly have dissipated? It could not be so swift. Surely, some trickery was at play. Yi-17 retracted the light of purgatory, selecting a direction and shooting forth with great speed. Xiao Tian exhibited no signs of slackness, diligently striving to maintain the stability of the formation. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Yi-Shichi reemerged, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the scene once more. Could it be that I truly misperceived? If the disciples of the underworld sect were to hear of my presence, they would undoubtedly come forth to meet me. Therefore, if there is indeed someone here, it can only be a member of Somnian Mountain. With this realization, Yi-Shichi grew agitated. Having once suffered defeat at the hands of the gray-robed one in Somnian Mountain, he now confronted yet another enigmatic individual, likely affiliated with Somnian Mountain. And he found himself at a loss. Of course, aside from Lin Yuan, Zhi could also be a possibility, but Yi-Shichi chose to disregard Zhi. The entirety of the underworld knew that Zhi was a madman, one who relished in murder without restraint. Even Yi-Shichi was reluctant to engage with him. Xiao Tian sighed. Master brother, I am truly sorry. Your junior did not intend to bring you trouble. The Yi-Shichi departed, genuinely leaving. Xiao Tian awaited for a considerable time, yet Yi-Shichi did not return, allowing him to finally relax. The heavenly soul had absorbed all of Ruofeng's soul energy, yet there was still no sign of awakening. Why, after absorbing such a vast quantity of soul energy, was there still no restoration? Xiao Tian fell into deep contemplation. This conundrum perplexed him. An intact divine soul should suffice to permanently open the eyes of his heavenly soul. Ruofeng's presence in this purgatory was due to traversing a pathway connecting two realms of torment, appearing once every century, to be precise. This was not Ruofeng's true soul, but rather an image of his soul manifested through this pathway in the demon god mirror. However, From whence did these eminent figures arise? Those individuals did not appear to be mere illusions, nor were they mere likenesses. Suddenly, Ruofeng's voice resonated. Xiao Tian immediately channeled his energy to erase Ruofeng. Otherwise, all efforts would serve to adorn another's garment. There is no need for such alarm. I merely cling to my last breath. The realm you currently inhabit was not originally known as the Underworld, but rather as the Sealed Land. It was once sealed by the hands of the Underworld King himself. And even now, no one has been able to unravel this seal. The phantom of Ruofeng manifested within Xiao Tian's mind. The Sealed Land was initially meant to protect the realm of the Underworld. However, after the disappearance of the Underworld King, the King of Hell transformed this place into its current form. It subsequently became a site for the King of Hell to exile the sinners. Ruofeng spoke with disdain towards the King of Hell. The soul energy I absorb is merely a projection. Thus, it will not affect my own soul. The soul energy absorbed here may appear illusory, yet it still possesses existence, Ruofeng pondered, surmising that, according to his divine insight into this world, the souls of the purgatory could indeed traverse this mirrored realm. The demon dragon Taoist had made strides in his cultivation, yet he remained far from being a match for the underworld sect. As his words faded, Ruofeng vanished entirely from Xiao Tian's consciousness. Beyond the demon god mirror lay an even grander expanse of underworld. Within this underworld were 12 interconnected peaks, the true realm of purgatory, where a soul bound by 4 chains suddenly opened its eyes. Why did I speak so much to him? He is not a formidable individual, yet in his presence, I harbor no thoughts of resistance. Not even the slightest. The true essence of Ruofeng murmured softly. Yaolong Daoist, I truly do not comprehend your intentions. Having devoured the divine origin of the demon god, have you already ascended to the status of a powerful being in the nether realms? Ruofeng pondered aloud. Xiao Tian, without pausing, retracted the formation and proceeded towards the exit of the Inferno, wishing to avoid any chance encounter with Yishichi. The guardians of the Inferno, witnessing his unscathed appearance, wore expressions of incredulity. It seems that Somnian Mountain is not to be underestimated. One sneered. Indeed, otherwise, how could it be worthy of the affiliation with another sect? Another concurred. Given your role as guardians of the Inferno, I shall not hold it against you. Like the Yaolong Daoist, I have always existed, merely remaining undetected by him. As for dealing with the Yaolong Daoist, there is no hurry. Judging by Ruofeng's tone, it appears that the Yaolong Daoist dares to scheme against the King of Hell, suggesting formidable strength. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, sensing the unyielding spirit emanating from the great goose. I must endure. What grounds do I have for not enduring? I can only bear it, the great goose lamented despondently. I promise to take you on a journey. I also vow to bring the Yaolong Daoist before you, allowing you to deal with him as you wish, Xiao Tian declared earnestly. Chapter 57. The sorrow of Tegertsi, Somnian Mountain remained tranquil. Yet at its foot, a man with an axe often sat for a long while, gazing at the sun by the mountainside. Dezhuang sat at the base, his face clouded with worry, idly toying with the gravel beneath his feet. Why do I still feel no breakthrough? The master said that once I felled all the trees on the mountain, I could swiftly attain sanctity and sever my own self. Yet, after years of felling trees, the sensation has only waned. Dezhuang mused, why junior brother grows ever stronger, while the eldest senior brother and second senior sister need no mention. I am but a burden to Somnian Mountain. As Dezhuang pondered this, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. Seeing a figure approaching Somnian Mountain, he hurled the axe from his hand. Quite an improvement. The eldest senior brother, clad in white, emerged from seclusion. Dezhuang's gloom deepened. Realizing he had been surpassed by his junior brother, Dezhuang paid no heed to Xiao Tian's advancement. His sorrow stemmed from his own inadequacies. Junior disciple, seeing your strength has significantly increased, shouldn't you practice against those scoundrels from the nether sect to acclimate to your new realm? The gray-clad figure gazed at Xiao Tian with sycophantic eyes. Master, you wish for the junior disciple to engage in life-and-death battles for spirit stones. Dezhuang ruthlessly exposed the gray-clad figure. When great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure trials of the heart and will. After a lengthy discourse, Everyone looked down upon the gray-clad figure. Master, you could easily challenge the elders of the Nether sect yourself. Their treasures are far more abundant. Da Zhuang rolled his eyes. Who among such skilled masters would foolishly seek battle? It is evident they would lose. We must offer them hope, while also making them pay the price for such hope. The gray-clad figure stroked his beard, his heart unwavering. Master, senior brother, and senior sister, I have gained some insights during my time in purgatory and wish to enter seclusion, so I shall take my leave for now. Xiao Tian hastily departed from the scene. I still have a few words left unwritten. Please continue your discussion without me. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian's escape, the eldest senior brother also departed without hesitation. Zhiji scrutinized the gray-clad figure and suggested, Master, how about I challenge you instead? The gray figure shuddered at the thought, and Zhiji asserted, if a fierce battle were to ensue, the underworld sect would surely be overwhelmed. It is better to avoid conflict. Harmony is to be cherished. The gray figure spoke with righteous indignation. Before the gray figure could respond, Zhiji vanished, leaving only De Zhuang and the gray figure behind. Master, what exactly is in purgatory that can aid one in enhancing their cultivation? De Zhuang inquired earnestly. Whether it can assist in elevating your cultivation, I cannot say, but it will certainly not aid you in that regard. The gray figure replied with a roll of the eyes. Master, I have been chopping wood for several years now, yet I have not found the opportunity to break through my limitations for all these years. You and the senior brothers have protected me, and I had hoped that with the arrival of a junior brother, I could assume a protective role myself. Yet now, the junior brother surpasses me. Not only can I not protect him, but I find myself in need of his protection. Do you understand how difficult it is to take a life? It requires shedding blood and severing limbs. I want to try it out. No. Stay true to your path and continue chopping wood. That is your way. Zhiji transformed into a streak of light and headed northward. De Zhuang fell silent, watching Zhiji's disappearing figure. Feeling a profound sense of desolation, I am utterly useless. I cannot even take a life. Must I remain this helpless, relying on others for protection? No, I cannot allow that. There is still the eldest senior brother. He will surely help me. The cave of Lin Yuan was serene, adorned in shades of black and white, exuding an air of elegance. De Zhuang, come in. Lin Yuan's voice resonated. When De Zhuang entered the cave, he found Lin Yuan not writing, but painting. The faint aroma of ink wafted from the rice paper, depicting a mountain, a forest, and a solitary figure. The figure in the painting bore a sorrowful expression, and even the axe in his hand appeared somewhat rusted. Eldest senior brother, why are you painting me? De Zhuang mumbled. Isn't this what you aspire to be? Lin Yuan replied with a serene smile. Look at this. You wish to protect Sanlian Mountain, yet your axe is rusted. How can you guard it? Your axe is meant to sever paths, not to gather rust. You desire to safeguard Sanlian Mountain, but it too must shelter you. Go forth and release your obsessions. Lin Yuan encouraged with a smile. With a newfound sense of clarity, De Zhuang bowed to his eldest senior brother and departed. Xiao Tian sat before a waterfall, as Tian Xiang emerged to protect him. Having absorbed a sufficient amount of soul power in purgatory, his human soul had grown significantly stronger. He was now prepared to condense his human form. The so-called form is a manifestation of one's strength. However, what kind of path, what kind of form, and what manner of manifestation should it be? Xiao Tian pondered. Since my cultivation began, I have relied solely on myself. Thus, my path and my form are simply an extension of my being. Xiao Tian's expression grew solemn as his human soul radiated brilliance, while the primordial energy of the heavens and earth surged forth. Converging upon him, the vitality within Xiao Tian waned. A series of thunderous roars emanated from his body, as if a tempestuous tide surged within him, manifesting a plethora of extraordinary phenomena behind him. Is this the manifestation of human form? Xiao Tian mused softly, his voice imbued with profound confidence. Mountain. With a punch unleashed, a resounding boom reverberated as the ethereal silhouette of the three-linked mountains materialized atop his fist. A palpable pressure radiating forth. This strike embodied not merely the essence of a mountain, but also its very form. Practitioners typically first grasp the shape before revealing the intent. Xiao Tian had long comprehended the fist intent of the heavy mountain fist. Yet his realm was insufficient to express the mountain form. Once his realm ascended, the manifestation of the mountain form emerged naturally. What a splendid transformation of fist into form. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. Little junior brother, allow me to receive your punch. A grand character from mountain descended from the heavens. The three mountains conjoined, utilizing the earth as momentum and the peaks as blades. Boom! Xiao Tian's fist collided with Lin Yuan's mountain character, unleashing a tremendous roar that reverberated, the resultant shockwave causing even the thunderous waterfall to momentarily still. Chapter 58. Let us go, to kill. Little junior brother's sister will gift you a sword, if you please. Above the waterfall, Zhizhi giggled, her long sword piercing forth, transforming into a dazzling beam. The sword light expanded incessantly. By the time it descended to the ground, it enveloped a radius of 5 miles. Xiao Tian's expression grew solemn. He sensed a formidable crisis emanating from this sword light, clearly indicating that this was no mere casual strike from Zhizhi. Heavy mountain fist, 3 linked mountains, 1 voice. Kill! Xiao Tian concentrated. In an instant, the world fell into silence. The aura of slaughter emanated from Xiao Tian's fist, specifically from the 3 linked mountains upon it. Crack! The sound of explosions echoed continuously. The shadows of fists collided with the sword light. The tremendous shock waves unleashed between them, causing trees within a 5-mile radius to topple. Dressed in gray and covered in dust, his robe adorned with leaves, he appeared disheveled, yet a smile could not be concealed from his face. These 2 little brats struck with such ferocity. Did they not consider the innocent? Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the lad was astute, using Zhizhi's momentum to counter that sword strike. Although somewhat crafty, he would not be beaten. The gray-clothed figure pondered. Zhizhi turned to leave above the waterfall, unknowingly casting a glance filled with color at Xiao Tian below before departing. De Zhuang was startled by the commotion, hastily rushing over, only to encounter the weary, gray-clothed figure. Master, where have you been? Were you caught peeping at the female disciples of the underworld sect while bathing? What nonsense are you spouting? The gray figure shot an admonishing glare at De Zhuang. Alas, it's truly disheartening when one is deemed useless. The master, who once held me in high regard, now glares at me with disdain. Will the next step be to hurl insults? I am so pitiful. De Zhuang lamented, a self-deprecating tone in his voice. Observing the gray figure's retreat, a sly grin spread across De Zhuang's face. He still wishes to contend with me. Little junior brother, are you all right? De Zhuang inquired with concern upon seeing Xiao Tian in tattered clothing. It's nothing, just a friendly spar with second sister, Xiao Tian replied softly. Have you lost your mind? You actually sparred with second sister. Do you not realize it could lead to fatalities? De Zhuang exclaimed. Astonished and filled with trepidation, I heard you wish to accompany second sister to kill. Xiao Tian smiled as he affirmed. Indeed, I yearn to grasp the essence of the second senior sister's path. However, she does not take me along. De Zhuang find himself in a state of helplessness. If that is the case, then let us depart, Xiao Tian said, patting De Zhuang on the shoulder. Depart? Where to slay? It has been quite some time since I last visited that city, where my old acquaintances and friends reside. Xiao Tian and De Zhuang entered the city, not heading straight for the city walls, but instead making their way to the home of an old soldier who had once fought alongside Xiao Tian. The house was bare, and an elderly woman in her 70s sat at the entrance, gazing at the bright sun in the sky with murky eyes, seemingly unbothered by its brilliance. Upon entering the courtyard, neither Xiao Tian nor De Zhuang caught the woman's attention. The war had resumed. Enyo had gone to the army, and his marriage plans had been set aside. The woman grasped Xiao Tian's hand, tears welling in her eyes. This war rages on year after year, day after day, and has persisted for many years now. Lives are continuously lost, and soldiers keep heading to the battlefield. The old woman understands that the men fight for the women and children in the city. Yet, once the men are gone, what becomes of the remaining women and children? She muttered to herself, Grandmother, once this battle concludes, there shall be no more war, Xiao Tian solemnly declared, offering his promise to a mother. Silly child, the old woman dismissed. It is merely the ramblings of an old crone. This city must not fall. If we lose this city, there are many more that will follow. Those creatures from the abyss will consume the living. Keeping them at bay ensures that at least more lives are spared in this world. The fewer scattered families, the better. The woman patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. Go on. Just being able to exchange a few words with you brings me great contentment. After all these years, aside from Chun, no one has visited me at home. When you reach the army, tell Nyo that no matter what happens in the future, he must marry a Chun. She has sacrificed too much for him. The woman waved her hand, signaling Xiao Tian to leave. Xiao Tian helped the woman sit down, kneeling before her and bowing his head 3 times with utmost sincerity. Grandmother, the war will surely come to an end in that time. There will be many reunions, and more women and children will find their homes. Xiao Tian rose at the Zhuang's eyes were red with emotion. Junior brother, we shall go forth to slay, to vanquish those damned creatures of the abyss. Xiao Tian remained silent, a tempest of murderous intent raging within him. Nyo had already perished, having fallen in battle during the last conflict. Before his demise, he had confided in Xiao Tian about his aged mother and his beautiful fiancée, expressing that he owed them the most in this lifetime. You should not have come. Ah! Xiao Tian let out a roar of fury, his voice piercing through the heavens. His shadows of despair now utterly vanished. Senior sister, I request to join the battle, even if it leads to my death. Xiao Tian proclaimed. Senior sister, I shall join the battle alongside junior brother. We must respond to this war. There are still many in the city. They have lost countless loved ones, thus they cannot perish. De Zhuang's spirit brimming with resolve, declared, Junior brother, this time, I shall lead you into the fray. Chapter 59. Where the trio of siblings stood atop the city walls, gazing across the vast wilderness in the distance. A pit exuded black mist, teeming with countless shadowy figures clad in tattered armor, emitting mournful cries. This moment shall mark the time for you to quell the tumult of battle. Should you emerge victorious from this confrontation, the city shall rightfully belong to you. You will forever be liberated from this abyss of darkness, no longer enduring the searing flames of the inferno. You shall be reborn, transforming into beings of true essence. Above the chasm, a throne constructed of bones hovers, upon which sits a pallid-faced man. The creatures beneath the abyss emit a low, mournful roar, seemingly in celebration. The man offers a cold smile, his countenance bearing a sickly pallor. Casting not a glance at those entities below, De Zhuang points into the distance. Xiao Tian, curious, gazes at De Zhuang, inquiring, Can you see? I can only sense it, De Zhuang replies, shaking his head, that I often perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. My master has labeled me as possessing a heart of child, though I am uncertain of its meaning. Xiao Tian's body trembles slightly. The heart of a child and the body of filth represent the two extremes of spirit and flesh. Those endowed with the heart of a child encounter no inner demons during their cultivation. Conversely, the body of filth symbolizes a physical form devoid of impurities, enabling rapid advancement in cultivation. Xiao Tian's heavenly soul has undergone substantial restoration, and his human soul is sufficiently robust, allowing him to sense the presence of that ominous figure from such a distance. There lies a king, having entered the realm of saints for many years. He is now likely at the second tier of the 3rd level of sainthood, a great saint. Zhiji's voice is grave. Even she harbors uncertainty regarding this entity. Eliminate him, Xiao Tian asserts, having experienced a meteoric rise in power since emerging from the inferno. Having absorbed the remnants of Ruo Feng's soul. Though his heavenly soul is not entirely restored, it suffices to wield his celestial aspect. A dark torrent steadily advances toward the city, an unspoken pressure quietly descending. There are no shouts, only the sound of armor scraping, carried by the wind, reaching the city walls. The defenders dwindle in number. The frequency of warfare has escalated in recent years, leaving almost no able-bodied men within the city. To defend our homeland unto death. This is a cry that resonates from the depths of their souls. The guards have long recognized those clad in tattered armor as their former comrades. If I perish, please ensure my body is utterly obliterated. I refuse to become such a being, muddled and lost, turning against my comrades, even my kin. One soldier states, gazing at the approaching enemy with solemnity. Regardless of who it may be, on the battlefield, they must be annihilated. And even if we obliterate them, What of it? How many among us have we ourselves shattered? Are they not still present? Zhi's voice grows somewhat hoarse. On the battlefield, as long as one acts without remorse, what does it matter if a deluge sweeps through after death? Kill. All voices rise in unison. Indeed, but we have only 3,000 soldiers. Zhi's gaze remains fixed on a man in white. He is her true adversary. I also wish to fight, De Zhuang exclaims, somewhat anxious. Third senior brother, let the junior brother lead the charge. I shall keep my eyes on the man in white. The walls are entrusted to you. Your task is heavy. If the walls fall, the entire city shall be lost. This city behind you is already riddled with wounds. Should it face further peril, rivers of blood shall flow. He pats De Zhuang on the shoulder. Yet, is there anyone willing to join me in battle beyond the city? Xiao Tian raises his sword with his right hand. I shall. Voices of agreement rise all around. Come, fellow comrades, let us venture forth from the city. Let us leave our most formidable silhouettes to those relatives who are in dire need of our care. Amidst the resounding drums of war, a group of doomed souls charged into the fray. Kill! Xiao Tian transformed into a streak of black light. With each sweep of his hand, another enemy fell in his grasp. The battle blade relentlessly reaped the lives of foes. Damn it, I've long since tired of holding back against you. Today, let us make it a swift and decisive slaughter. Even if I perish, I shall take a few of you down with me. Brother Wang, with a swift strike, Xiao Tian cleared a space, allowing the middle-aged man to collapse into his embrace. Brother Xiao, thank you. We are aware that you are no ordinary person, but to stand guard for us, we are truly grateful. This life has come to an end, having taken many foes. It is not in vain. If I were to become that way, Brother Xiao, do not show me mercy. The middle-aged man said with a smile that I shall take my leave. Brothers, I can no longer accompany you in this slaughter. In the next life, let us be brothers again and continue to slay our enemies on this battlefield. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I bid farewell to Brother Wang with 1,000 heads. Xiao Tian laid the middle-aged man down, his gaze icy as it pierced into the enemy ranks. With a single stroke, he felled hundreds, striking down dozens more. His blade had already been replaced thrice, and far too many had fallen at his hands. The man seated upon the throne of bones took note of Xiao Tian's presence, but paid little heed, casually waving his hand as a tide of darkness surged toward Xiao Tian. Since you can kill, I shall see just how many you can slay. Brother Xiao, it is a true pleasure to fight alongside you against our foes that I too must depart. Could you grant me 1,000 heads for my farewell? Someone remarked, 1,000 heads to send our comrade off well. Xiao Tian's voice was hoarse. At this moment, his killing intent was palpable. Chapter 60. Soul Devourer, a faint crimson aura enveloped Xiao Tian. His eyes clouded with bloodlust. Without employing his essence, he relied solely on the strength of his flesh. With the aid of elixirs, he had become an unyielding combat machine, harvesting lives upon the battlefield. As comrades fell in increasing numbers, nearly 100 still struggled to hold on. Brother Xiao, after our deaths, we shall be worth 1,000 heads. Someone laughed heartily. I will now send you all 1,000 heads. Xiao Tian bellowed, kill. With that command, his form surged, growing to a height of 10 zhong, the blade in his hand emanating a light that stretched nearly 20 zhong. This was the first time Xiao Tian had tapped into his essence. Revealing his true might, slash, the blade descended, creating a long chasm that spread forth, a black torrent parting within. The ravine was filled with the bodies of the fallen. This spectacle captured the attention of the man in white. Yet it was merely a glance that he raised his hand once more, 5 shadows merging into the black tide, advancing toward Xiao Tian. Heavy mountain fist, mountain descends. Xiao Tian unleashed a barrage of punches, 10 strikes in the blink of an eye. Each punch compounded, the mountain's might overlapping, immense pressure descending from above. 10 great mountains faintly appeared in the sky, crashing down upon the black horde. Someone sighed deeply. Our junior disciple is risking his life. To display such power now is undoubtedly to invite calamity upon oneself, De Zhuang anxiously exclaimed. Many things on the battlefield are beyond control. Our junior disciple has always been composed. He must have his reasons for acting this way. Zhi spoke softly, as if to console herself. What reason could there be? So many enemies. Even if it cost lives, we could overwhelm the little junior brother. Moreover, there are still masters on the opposing side who have yet to make their move. De Zhuang declared loudly. Under the immense pressure of 10 mountains, 10 shadowy figures raised their hands, bracing against the force above, effectively halting the oppressive might of the 10 mountains. I am curious to see how much you can endure. Xiao Tian scoffed coldly, launching another assault, delivering 10 powerful punches. The 10 mountains once again loomed ominously, and the 10 figures in black found their legs sinking, half of their bodies disappearing into the ground. Their armor shattering. It's you. Xiao Tian recognized one among them. Zhao Ku, with whom he had clashed before. This is the realm of our Ming sect. Our presence here is entirely normal. However, how is it that you find yourself here? Zhao Ku sneered, pushing against the mountain above him with great force. Then I have come to eliminate you. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened, and he discerned that the Ming sect members were indeed utilizing this method to collect souls. Haha, you think you can kill us? One of them spoke up, removing his mask to reveal Fong Hong. Xiao Tian's celestial soul quivered slightly, sensing the soul energy, the normal soul energy, converging towards the white bone throne. In that case, I shall accept this soul energy, celestial aspect. Xiao Tian's celestial aspect emerged. Suck! The celestial aspect opened its mouth, and the boundless soul energy surged towards it in a torrent. How dare you? The man in white finally spoke, his murderous intent palpable. What is there to fear? Under the devouring force of the celestial aspect, the vast soul energy continued to pour into its maw. Countless beings had perished on the battlefield, and the wandering souls in this realm, abundant in soul energy, were continually nourishing Xiao Tian's celestial soul. The injuries on the celestial soul were gradually healing, the process swift. In the inferno, a method had already been discovered. It was now merely a matter of execution. You seek death. The man in white moved, commanding the white bone thrown toward Xiao Tian. Have you finally made your move? I have endured for far too long. The murderous aura radiated from Zhiji atop the city walls, her presence exuding an aura that could alter the very heavens and earth. This was her path of Shura slaughter. Soul, the voice emitted from the mouth of the man in white. Xiao Tian's expression paled. He felt his soul under siege. The closed eyes of the celestial soul emitted a beam of light, enveloping the human soul, creating a brief moment of blankness before stabilizing. Oh, you do possess some skill. The man in white's gaze sharpened, fixated on Xiao Tian. Seeking to uncover his secrets, the crimson sword light descended from the heavens, suffused with boundless murderous intent, enveloping the man in white. The man in white furrowed his brow. Zhiji, must you interfere in this matter? I have guarded this place for 3 years. It is not that I interfere, but rather I have long been involved. Zhiji's sword light was domineering, brimming with lethal intent. Bang! The man in white raised his hand, meeting Zhiji's sword light with a palm strike. The ensuing shockwave obliterated everything in its path, indiscriminately annihilating friend and foe alike. Clad in battle attire, Zhiji reflected the cold moonlight, the blood-red longsword in her grasp, radiating a bloodthirsty glow. I know not how many such places exist within the endless nether. But should I find one, I shall destroy it. You are forcing me to kill you. The man in white's gaze turned frigid, fixed firmly on Zhiji. You are still unable to do it. Zhiji directly employs his most formidable attack, a ruthless display of strength. The man clad in white lets out an angry grunt, only to be suppressed by Zhiji's overwhelming force, rendering him completely at her mercy. Their battle is a terrifying spectacle, as they continually vacate the battlefield, heading towards the distant abyss. The black torrent continues to surge forward, undeterred even by Xiao Tian's desperate resistance. Soul! Xiao Tian bellows, as the heavenly soul once again opens its mouth, devouring the wandering spirits. Today marks your demise. The sight of old foes ignites a fierce intensity. Xiao Tian engages in a fierce melee with the disciples of the underworld sect, since they are here. There is no need for any reservations. Xiao Tian swiftly draws a scroll from his back, seizing the flowing wind and misty rain painting. This is Xiao Tian's trump card, even unknown to the one in gray. A divine artifact. It is truly a divine artifact. A voice exclaims in astonishment, "Swallow!" The flowing wind and misty rain painting unfurls in Xiao Tian's hands, making everything vanish, including the city defenders. Xiao Tian stows away the painting and strides towards the abyss. The great goose has already entered the flowing wind and misty rain painting, and Xiao Tian has promised that all spoils will belong to him after these individuals meet their end. This lad, finally generous for once. I must seize this opportunity. Before he has a chance to free his hands, I will eliminate them all. Xiao Tian's speed intensifies, and he gradually hears a rumbling sound. Catching sight of the abyss in the distance, resembling a dark pool capable of swallowing everything. Is this what you wish to convey? Zheji scoffs coldly, deeming it utterly meaningless. Kill! Xiao Tian continues to advance, his heartbeat quickening, an insistent call echoing in his heart, guiding him forward, and this call originates from the depths of the abyss. Could it be that there truly exists a soul-settling stone, with just one soul-settling stone? My heavenly soul could awaken, granting me complete mastery over the celestial phenomena. Xiao Tian licks his lips, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Sister, I come to assist you. Xiao Tian rises, soaring into the sky, the sword in his hand radiating a dazzling brilliance. So reckless, then perish. The man in white glances at Xiao Tian, pointing his finger like a sword, drawing blood from his fingertip, and directs a lethal strike towards Xiao Tian. Do you dare? Zheji snorts coldly, her body transforming into a streak of red light, pursuing the sword light of the man in white. Chapter 61. The abyss. Zheji's eyes blaze red as she charges toward the man in white. The latter's expression grows grave. Zheji exerts tremendous pressure upon him, particularly when he had just attempted to strike Xiao Tian, feeling the overwhelming fury and murderous intent emanating from her. Soul. The man in white points, and the silent abyss roils, a strange power coalescing at his fingertip, forming a gray visage that lets out a roar directed at Zheji. Slash. Behind Zheji, a scene of carnage unfolds, crimson staining the ground, and cries resounding through the air. Is this the path of the Azura? The man in white murmurs softly, sensing the intense stench of blood through the scarlet haze. Every being possesses a soul. What does it matter, even if you are an Azura? The man in white raises his hand, the face at his fingertip lunging towards Zheji with a furious roar. Boom! With a branch in hand and a sword poised. Her hair appeared to be stained crimson by blood, cascading down her back. Blood continuously dripped from the blade, pooling into an endless sea beneath her. The blood tide surged, and the glint of the sword flickered. A wave of blood surged skyward, rushing towards a visage. Under the impact, Xiao Tian plummeted into the abyss, his gaze profound. The strike of the white-clad figure was insufficient to inflict serious harm. He merely sought a pretext to descend into the depths. That is my son. I implore you, allow me to vanish. Let me disappear. Where is this place? Release me. I must return to the battlefield, to slay the enemy. I must protect my kin. A cacophony of voices echoed. The souls of the fallen converging here, imprisoned within this abyss. As Xiao Tian descended towards the abyss's depths, he brushed past those souls. With a mere gesture, the white-clad figure summoned forth the abyssal power once more. A tempest erupted within the chasm, shredding the souls into pure energy that surged towards the white figure. In that moment, Xiao Tian too felt an immense force pulling at him. It was also at this instant that he sensed a faint call. Indeed, it was here. Regaining his breath, Xiao Tian executed the Pluto shadow step, racing towards the underworld. As he delved deeper into the abyss, the pressure intensified, his garments completely torn apart. At the abyss's bottom, a tricolored crystal pulsated with light. Seemingly breathing, Xiao Tian stood transfixed. Before him lay the soul-settling stone, yet it differed from the one in his memory. A faint black aura enveloped the stone, unsettling him. Each breath surpassed his understanding. They were cultivating soul puppets. Xiao Tian inhaled sharply. Yama, what is your true intent? To use my soul power as a foundation, to condense the strength of myriad souls, and forge a soul puppet with the fortune of thousands. The infernal codex, soul devour. At this moment, the heavenly soul opened its mouth, drawing in the souls above the abyss. A vast multitude of spirits surged toward Xiao Tian's heavenly soul, which swallowed them whole. His eyes abruptly opened, a sharp light piercing towards the soul-settling stone. At this juncture, the stone emitted a piercing shriek, sensing an impending threat. The infernal codex, soul extraction. The heavenly soul raised a hand, pointing at the stone. A golden thread connecting them. The stone's pulsations quickened, black mist roiling as faces emerged, some howling, others struggling. Shatter. The heavenly soul spoke again, its voice chilling, and the black mist dissipated. Countless souls erupted from the darkness, transforming into ethereal white forms, kneeling before Xiao Tian's heavenly soul, expressing gratitude with fervent voices. The white-clad man engaged in combat with the branch wielder paled, suddenly sensing the soul fluctuations from the abyss below. Crossing his arms, he formed a seal, thrusting outward towards the branch wielder. With a gasp, she spat blood, her resolve unyielding. Her sword continued to glimmer, fixating on the white-clad figure, as if regarding a corpse. Let this end today. Should there be further entanglements, do not blame me for disregarding our familial ties. The white-clad man huffed in anger, preparing to depart. You are no longer worthy of existence, Zhezhi scoffed coldly. The bond between the two families? Truly laughable. The path of Shura is one of slaughter. With a single sword, it commands the rise and fall. The path of Shura is one of bloodshed. With a single sword, it stains the void red. The path of Shura is one of severance. With a single sword, it cleaves the heavens and the earth. The path of Shura is one of annihilation. With a single sword, it slays the three souls. Zhezhi struck again, unleashing 4 consecutive swords, a spectacle that astounded the heavens, as he became entirely enveloped in crimson, the sky itself transforming into a blood-red expanse, beneath which lay an inexhaustible intent to kill. The Codex of the Underworld, a lamentation. The Codex of the Underworld, a soul's binding. The Codex of the Underworld, a shattering of bodies. The Codex of the Underworld, a soul extraction. The man in white moved his fingers, and the skeletal throne beneath him plunged into the abyss. The bones disintegrated, reassembling into a colossal skeletal beast that let out a roar, charging toward the chasm. The wandering souls upon the soul-binding stone were drawn forth by Xiao Tian, pure souls swirling around the heavenly soul, perpetually in reverence. Merge. The heavenly soul inhaled deeply, engulfing the myriad souls into its belly. Absorbing and fusing all the souls, Xiao Tian's heavenly soul grew even more unfathomable, emanating an aura that sent tremors of apprehension through all, even obscuring its own vision of itself. The heavenly soul opened its eyes, its brilliance subdued, fixating intently on the soul-binding stone, for there lay the most alluring treasure. The soul power within the soul-binding stone was that which the king of the underworld had separated from the three souls during his zenith. At the height of his power, the king of the underworld was unparalleled, having ascended to the pinnacle of cultivation without a single soul in pursuit of him. His soul was so formidable that even a mere fragment of its power could exponentially elevate Xiao Tian's soul. Chapter 62. Soul Puppet. At this moment, the strength of Xiao Tian's human soul surged to the peak of the 3rd level of saint, even conjuring a golden divine embryo that flickered above his brow. The primordial spirit, a manifestation reserved for the mightiest of divine beings, more formidable than the soul, with fluctuations that were more acute and conducive to seizing the initiative. Xiao Tian, merely an embodiment of heavenly law, had already formed a shadow of the primordial spirit. His gaze, piercing and luminous, soared upward, his demeanor inexplicably transformed, becoming more serene, as he regarded the man in white with a calmness akin to the depths of an abyss. "Who are you? You are not dead." The man in white's face darkened with malice, his expression contorted, having shed his earlier tranquility. "It is you. You shattered the soul-binding stone." "No, the soul-binding stone has vanished." The man in white spoke coldly. "Somnian Mountain, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, I will eradicate the entirety of Somnian Mountain." The Codex of the Underworld, soul extraction. Xiao Tian raised his head, his eyes profound. As the heavenly soul opened its gaze, fixated on the soul puppet, the man in white screamed, black mist swirling around him as streams of souls erupted from his body, hurtling towards Xiao Tian. With a crackle, the man in white shattered, revealing the black form concealed beneath his garments. From his body, a chant began to resonate. As he disintegrated in the melody, the soul separating from him, bewilderedly observing his surroundings, until his gaze fell upon Xiao Tian. Why? Why can you invoke the lament of souls? This is the supreme technique of the underworld sect. How could you possibly? The body of the man in white writhed violently, eyes wild with madness. Even in demise, I shall make you all pay the price. Explode! The figure clad in white began to stir, as the souls rapidly converged, accumulating power with relentless intensity. He was on the verge of self-detonation. This is my domain. How dare you attempt to self-destruct without my consent? Xiao Tian scoffed coldly, raising his hand once more. The celestial spirit uttered its incantation. Yinming Codex, bind the souls. A character representing bind flew from Xiao Tian's palm, landing upon the figure in white. The tumultuous body stilled, and the souls that had been surging forth began to disperse into nothingness. The soul puppets were formed from the convergence of numerous spirits. Extracting souls from him at this moment was akin to a drawn-out execution. No, you are clearly a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. How can you possess such power? The figure in white exclaimed, desperation in his voice, that I implore you, erase my consciousness. 320 locations, you say? Xiao Tian muttered to himself that in other words, there are 320 soul binding stones here, that if I absorb the soul energy from these stones, I should attain the pinnacle of divine path, shouldn't I? Yinming Codex, sever the soul. Xiao Tian pointed his fingers like a sword, striking down toward the figure in white. With a chilling sound, the soul of the figure vanished, utterly dissipating from this world. Sister, we must depart swiftly. The soul puppets have disappeared. The experts of the underworld sect will surely sense this. Once they arrive, our escape will be exceedingly difficult. Xiao Tian spoke with urgency. The body of the figure in white completely dissolved, and the souls returned to the void, leaving behind a solitary black orb, which Xiao Tian grasped tightly in his hand. Who has destroyed the soul puppet? The branch of Somnia Mountain lacks such capability. Could it be that the gray attire has intervened personally? Impossible. I can sense he has remained at Somnia Mountain all along the pinnacle of the underworld sect. A middle-aged man gazed northward, seemingly piercing through endless distance to behold the abyss above. The sound of clanking chains echoed as the man rose, his foot stepping forward toward the north, each stride spanning miles, until he appeared above the abyss in mere moments. Everything appeared so natural. Unknown to them, above, a figure entwined in chains observed the scene below. His gaze fell upon Xiao Tian, instantly discerning his cultivation level. He shook his head, then turned his attention to De Zhuang. Among the three of them, Zhiji possessed the greatest strength, having sustained considerable injuries in the battle against the soul puppets. Those two youths, with their meager prowess, could not possibly have obliterated the soul puppet. The middle-aged man shook his head, pondering who could have vanquished the soul puppet. His cold eyes surveyed the city beneath, since the soul puppet had vanished. Your existence holds no significance. The chains upon his body soared upward, transforming into a colossal black serpent. This territory has been safeguarded by my disciple. That a figure in gray materialized, standing opposite the middle-aged man. You know me. I have always been protective of my own. Gray attire. Last time I allowed your disciple to run amok, I showed enough leniency to Somnian Mountain that not presume that I am incapable of taking your life. Ma Mian retorted icily, the chains in his hand clattering ominously. Kill me. This is something the king of hell has contemplated for many years. Gray attire laughed heartily. What audacity you have to speak of killing me. During our last confrontation, we both knew the truth. It was not that you did not wish to kill me, but rather that you were powerless to do so. However, I possess the ability to eliminate you. The garments adorning the figure in gray shifted from a somber gray to an inky black, while the pupils of the gray-clad individual transformed entirely into a void-like black, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. It was a moment to ponder whether you were the one who had slain me, or if I had extinguished the cult of the nether. Xiao Tian navigated the throng, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes that swept over him. infused with palpable ire and devoid of any semblance of compassion at this juncture. He knew he must exercise caution, for the opposing party was undoubtedly a member of the Nether cult, possessing several realms of superiority over him. Even with his formidable soul realm, he knew he could not contend with such an individual. "Junior brother, what are soul puppets?" Zhezhi inquired, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Tian. Soul puppets are manifestations of the soul. They amalgamate the emotions of myriad beings, intertwining endless grievances, feeding upon souls. Only those of extreme malevolence would dare cultivate soul puppets. Chapter 63. A timely return, I yearn solely for bloodshed, and fortuitously. I find myself upon the city walls. Were I to ally with the Nether cult, this conflict might have reached its conclusion long ago. However, at present, I seek more than mere slaughter. My killings must resonate with my true self and align with the will of heaven. Zhezhi murmured to herself. The trio advanced swiftly, each absorbed in their thoughts. "Sister, have you ever heard of Fengdu?" Xiao Tian broke the silence. Upon hearing his words, Dezhuang and Zhezhi suddenly lifted their heads, fixated upon him. "Fengdu?" Zhezhi echoed, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Are you familiar with it?" Xiao Tian's heart raced. Fengdu was the birthplace of the Nether King, a place of profound significance for him, as he sought the Earth's soul there. Fengdu, the sacred ground of the Nether cult. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lin Yuan, the trio felt a palpable discomfort, particularly Dezhuang, who fidgeted restlessly. "What troubles you? Why the silence?" Lin Yuan inquired with a grin. "Senior brother, in your presence, we are hesitant to speak," Dezhuang replied. "Hesitant?" Lin Yuan scrutinized Dezhuang and the others. "You venture to the north to battle the soul puppets of the Nether cult, unafraid of life and death. Yet you fear me, your senior brother?" Dezhuang faltered, unsure how to respond. "Senior brother, Zhezhi began, but was swiftly silenced by Lin Yuan. "What ails you? The female god of death from Sanlian Mountain. Do you believe the world is at your mercy for slaughter? What is one soul puppet in the grand scheme?" Lin Yuan retorted, fixing his gaze upon Zhezhi. "Are you aware that the curse of a soul puppet can render you a mere shell of your former self? Do you understand that soul puppets can wield the Nether cult's arcane arts? Are you cognizant that a soul puppet carries a lifetime of malevolence? Do you realize that coming into contact with such entities could lead to your demise?" Lin Yuan's voice crescendoed. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. The muscles in the gray figure's face twitched momentarily before falling silent. As the eldest brother of Sanlian Mountain, Lin Yuan typically exuded a demeanor of tranquility. Yet when roused, none dared provoke his wrath. "That I wonder how the battle between Master and the revered Mom Mian has fared. Has he returned grievously wounded?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Tian and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with trepidation. According to their elder brother's deductions, Master must have departed Sanlian Mountain and engaged in a confrontation with Mom Mian, their current level of cultivation. Figures like the gray-clad individuals would not act lightly. The only plausible reason for their intervention would be due to his own actions. "Master, I am truly sorry." Though Dezhuang was not particularly astute, he grasped the gravity of the situation. "Has the Master of Horseface appeared in the north?" Zhezhi squinted, declaring, "I shall head to the underworld sect. Anyone who emerges shall meet their demise. Elder brother, I apologized, we were mistaken. Henceforth, we shall not dare to err again." Xiao Tian winked at Lin Yuan. "Having discerned the crux of the matter, that in the future, if we encounter perilous situations, we will certainly inform elder brother, allowing you to serve as our guardian." Lin Yuan snorted coldly, admonishing, "Such words must be etched in your hearts. A true man values his promises. Of course, rest assured, elder brother," Xiao Tian hastily responded. "Elder brother, could you possibly inscribe a few more characters for me? The last piece you wrote has greatly benefited me." "Master, are you well?" Zhezhi softly inquired. There was no conflict. Even if there had been, that Horseface could not withstand a single blow from me. Hui looked at Zhezhi with satisfaction. The once icy girl seemed transformed, now willing to approach others and accept their concern. "What characters?" "I am unaware," Dezhuang interjected. "Elder brother, I cannot recognize the words you wrote. Are you merely flattering him?" "Lin Dezhuang, be off to the Ironwood Forest to chop wood." Lin Yuan bellowed, delivering a kick to De Zhuang's rear. With a cry, De Zhuang became a streak of black, vanishing into the wilderness, and a long while later, a wail echoed through the Somnian mountains. Laughter erupted among the crowd, the anxiety of having escaped disaster dissipating into thin air. Many suffered backlash, sustaining severe injuries. At that time, the citizens of Fengdu trembled, reluctant to speak above a whisper, and they dared not venture beyond the city, fearing a separation from the living. The inhabitants of the city were even more apprehensive. They feared that outsiders would invade and slaughter the entire city. Lin Yuan's voice grew hoarse, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Many yearned to flee, to escape Fengdu. In that moment, Fengdu acquired another name, the City of Ghosts. Under the dominion of numerous powerful figures, survival within the City of Ghosts was utterly impossible. Undoubtedly, that eminent individual was formidable enough. The barriers left in place safeguarded Fengdu. This instilled terror in the powerful beings beyond its walls, prompting their departure. After they left, crimson stains appeared upon Fengdu's city walls and streets, marking the entire realm. As the formidable ones departed, all Fengdu's citizens heard a roar. Even if the king of the underworld perishes, you are not worthy to taint his legacy. Following that upheaval, Fengdu vanished. It disappeared into the boundless realm of the underworld. No one able to pinpoint its location, not even the several Yama of the underworld sect. It continuously leaped and shifted. Tears, stained with blood, welled in Lin Yuan's eyes. Was it the spirit of Fengdu speaking? Xiao Tian's heart tightened. Elder brother, Lin Yuan shook his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. I am but a citizen of Fengdu, saved by my master after leaving. I shall assist you in investigating the Xiao family. Do not fret excessively. The depths of the underworld harbor many unpredictable dangers, yet also numerous fortunes. You may proceed. Master awaits your return, eager for you to find the lost holy city. The figure clad in gray gently patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. Turning around, Xiao Tian began his descent down the mountain. Suddenly, a pair of arms enveloped him tightly from behind, a gentle form pressing closely against his back, whispering, "Return soon, Somnian Mountain. Someone is waiting for you." Chapter 64. The journey begins at that moment. The Ming sect issued a task named Heaven's Decapitation. Any outer sect disciple who managed to slay Xiao Tian would be promoted to an inner sect disciple, enjoying the privileges granted to the top 5. Moreover, an inner sect disciple who killed Xiao Tian would be rewarded with a divine artifact. Due to such tempting rewards, many, despite knowing Xiao Tian's formidable strength, were driven by greed, valuing profit over their own lives, especially when it came to taking another's life. Xiao Tian traversed through the boundless realm of the netherworld. This land, even the creator could not fully comprehend its mysteries, as it had not been completely awakened. On the third day, Xiao Tian encountered the first wave of ambush, 3 outer sect disciples of the Ming sect. He granted them no mercy, leaving their corpses sprawled on the ground. The great goose swaggered alongside Xiao Tian, reveling in the prospect of wealth. Kid, in this 30,000 miles of netherworld, how many can you kill? If you slay 3 a day, each with a savings of 10,000 spirit stones. That amounts to 30,000 spirit stones daily. Just think, in a few years traversing this 30,000 miles, I could strike it rich. The great goose's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought, especially now that their journey had commenced. Hey, you lurking cowards, why don't you show yourselves and await your doom at my hands? The great goose shouted behind him, since you have seen through my movements. There is no need for further concealment that a figure, a man less than 6 feet tall, appeared before Xiao Tian. The great goose widened his eyes. He hadn't truly detected the presence of the other. But after days of ambushes, he had become accustomed to being followed, and his words were merely casual banter. Ming's sect disciple. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, sensing no fluctuation of soul power from the old man, nor any indication of his cultivation level, suggesting the man was either an ordinary person without any strength or a practitioner of significantly higher realm than himself. A weeping city? Xiao Tian inquired. Puzzled. Indeed, the entities within the netherworld have all heard its mournful cries. It is truly tragic, the old man replied, tears beginning to well in his eyes. You do not know how sorrowful it is. It waits for someone for a millennium. Could you inform me of the location of that city? Xiao Tian asked humbly. Did I, too, require your assistance? The old man said, his eyes brimming with tears, fixated on Xiao Tian. Please speak, Elder, Xiao Tian said, his heart filled with caution. Sensing something amiss, Mwai-san has been grievously injured and requires human blood for his recovery. I have scoured 100 miles and found you, a living soul. Can you save my son? The old man looked at Xiao Tian with a pleading expression. Human blood? Xiao Tian stared intently at the old man. Oh, you wish to use my blood to save your son? Oh, kind-hearted stranger, please, lend your hand to save my son. I have but one son, and should anything happen to him, I shall have no hope left. The old man sighed deeply. Xiao Tian found the situation somewhat amusing. It was rather comical that the old man, in his quest for his own blood, spoke with such grandiloquence, devoid of any sense of guilt. Was it absolutely necessary for him to seek my death? Xiao Tian took a step back, creating distance between himself and the elder. I cannot kill, he declared. My son has been poisoned and requires the blood of a living being. If murder were an option, I would have acted long ago, rather than humbly beseeching you. The old man spoke with resignation. I had no intention of approaching you, waiting instead for those who pursue you to arrive. Yet, days have passed with no sign of them. My son can wait no longer, so I must implore you to save him. Rest assured, I will ensure that you are laid to rest with the utmost care. This land is extraordinary. Your soul shall find immortality here, and you will surely discover a new vessel, once again becoming a formidable presence. The elder's tone was nearly pleading. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's expression darkened considerably. Heavy mountain fist, mountain collapse. With that, the power surged forth from Xiao Tian's right hand. Boom! He was violently thrown back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, for that punch had collided with an immovable boulder, resulting in tremendous recoil that left his insides churning. What manner of being is this? To possess such strength? Xiao Tian focused intently, watching the massive hand descending towards him. Celestial aspect. The king of Hades battle for emerged, lifting its gaze to confront the enormous hand. 3 linked mountains, with a punch that was several times more potent than Xiao Tian's previous strike. It was sheer physical might. Boom! In this clash, neither party yielded an inch. The celestial aspect stood proudly, bracing against the descending palm. Netherworld Codex, soul extraction. The celestial aspect intoned, unleashing a force of tearing energy that directly targeted the soul of the elder. Damn it, what kind of technique is this, capable of assaulting the soul? The elder bellowed. Flower and tree shift. Bang! The elder's form vanished, replaced by a colossal tree that could be encircled by 10 men. In an instant, the tree withered at a visible rate, its vitality dissipating. Xiao Tian's expression turned complex, tinged with embarrassment. Are you certain? Of course I am certain. As long as you agree, even if I fail to revive my son, I shall let you go, the elder proclaimed with grandiosity. Then I shall grant you this favor, provided you do not impede my progress, Xiao Tian replied, gracefully retreating to widen the gap between himself and the celestial aspect. The elder grinned malevolently, contemplating that if he could seize this body, he would immediately claim Xiao Tian's life. Xiao Tian, too, awaited his moment. His heavenly soul had arrived, empowered beyond recognition after the battle in the northern frontier, where it had devoured the soul-guarding stone, becoming even stronger. If there was to be any unexpected advantage at this moment, it would come from the heavenly soul or the elusive flowing wind and misty rain diagram. Chapter 65. Beings of the Netherworld. The imposing goose strode forth nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Tian's scornful remarks. Instead, it pointed behind. You deliberately left the celestial aspect for that old man, did you not? Your heavenly soul is formidable, luring the elder to possess it, and then using your heavenly soul to devour him. Impossible. How could I be so nefarious? It was he who sought my celestial aspect and gravely injured me. I had no choice but to leave it behind. Xiao Tian protested vehemently, yet his attention remained fixated on his own celestial aspect. The cries grew increasingly desperate, yet ever more feeble. Humans possess 3 souls, the celestial, the earthly, and the human. With one of Xiao Tian's 3 souls missing, the human soul became severed from the celestial. The celestial soul bore numerous wounds, which found some respite in the depths of purgatory. While in the abyss of the north, those injuries had largely healed. The soul anchoring stone had fractured, with 2 of the 3 strands of spiritual energy absorbed by the celestial soul. The king of the underworld scattered his 3 souls and 7 spirits, with the celestial soul suffering the gravest damage. The human soul, having matured over many years, had merely returned to a state of normalcy, no longer possessing its former might. The celestial soul had remained in a state of dormancy, still harboring the potential for restoration to its peak, and its current state was nearly divine, though each exertion exacted a considerable toll. The divine soul was immensely formidable, while it was not yet fully divine. It was nonetheless the celestial soul of the king of the underworld, a soul that once looked down upon the heavens and the earth. Who are you, and how could you possess such a powerful celestial soul? Moreover, why are the 3 souls separated? The roar echoed forth. No, I cannot perish in such a manner. I must become a leader, the most powerful entity in the realm of the dead, the codex of the underworld. Anchor the souls. The celestial voice spoke coldly, and dark forces surged forth, engulfing the elder's spirit, as a single word, anchor, firmly settled upon the elder's soul. The treasures of heaven and earth are to be shared. How can you claim them all for yourself? Half an hour has passed, and since you have taken nothing, I can only conclude that you do not desire them, and thus they are left for me. Xiao Tian shrugged his shoulders. The great goose's face flushed crimson, for the detestable Xiao Tian had dared to place the items within the flowing wind and misty rain map. Though he could traverse that realm, retrieving anything from it was utterly impossible without Xiao Tian's consent. An influx of information emanated from the celestial soul, manifesting in Xiao Tian's mind. The elder was a native of the realm of the dead. Born of the earth and sky, he had originally been but a worm, who upon mistakenly consuming a strand of underworld grass, awakened his consciousness and embarked on a lengthy path of cultivation. He had usurped the body of a human explorer within the realm of the dead, becoming a human cultivator of notable renown in this territory. Indeed, the elder had a son, but his son was not a worm. He was a true human. His wife had perished, drained of her blood, and the son required a constant supply of blood to survive. What manner of race is this, that it necessitates the continual consumption of human blood? Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, pondering if it were the fabled god-slaying mosquito from ages past. Ever since the king of the underworld forged the realm of the dead, he had unleashed numerous beings within it, all of whom he had once subdued. The realm of the dead boasted boundless territory, and placing these beings therein did not disrupt the cycle of the underworld. Guided by the elder's memories, Xiao Tian arrived at the cave where the elder resided. Before he could draw near, a violent voice erupted. I demand blood. I crave blood. Hurry, bring me blood. Without blood, I shall enter a deep slumber, and you will never see your son again. You, a mere worm, have a son. How absurd. The voice persisted, taunting. And you had the audacity to slay my mother, to kill your wife, and to devour her blood. Ha! Truly, there is no humanity within you. If you are not human, then what claim have you to humanity? You are but a usurper of a corporeal form, hardly deserving of being called a true human. Xiao Tian sighed deeply. Come forth. Who are you? You are not that old worm. A man, entirely cloaked in green, emerged from the cavern, adorned with 2 antennae atop his head and a long tail trailing behind him. Your aura is steeped in malevolence. How many have you consumed? Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. Ha ha ha! Just devouring humans. Who keeps count? The creature bellowed with laughter. Aren't geese, not avian by nature, fond of insects? Behold, one stands before you. Will you not force yourself to swallow it? Xiao Tian addressed the goose. Such a repulsive thing, and you expect me to consume it. The goose retorted angrily, glaring at Xiao Tian. His formidable strength was evident. Could you not sense the demonic essence pulsating within him? Since you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands. Xiao Tian stepped forward, poised for action, and no need for that. Since he is my subordinate, allow me to handle it. The goose's eyes whirled, seemingly pondering the validity of Xiao Tian's assertion. By slaying you, I shall savor the exquisite taste of fresh blood. Human blood, a true delicacy. The creature sneered, charging at Xiao Tian and his companion. With a cry, the goose soared into the sky, leaving behind a phantom of itself. Emitting a resonant call that a wave of sound rippled outward from the goose, bearing down upon the monster. The creature hesitated, momentarily stunned by the sonic assault, and let out a furious roar, unexpectedly taking flight as well. It possessed wings, truly astonishing. Xiao Tian beheld the 4 translucent wings fluttering behind the creature, ascending into the heavens. Indeed, it is a mosquito, the goose exclaimed in realization. Demonic art, restraint, a massive goose claw descended from above, aiming at the monster. With a flick, the creature's long tail lashed out, a large appendage glowing with a venomous tip, striking towards the enormous claw. Demonic deity technique, bind. The goose acted once more. The monster's body abruptly halted. Suspended in midair, the gigantic claw reappeared, lunging for the creature. With a crunch, the monster's bones shattered into countless fragments. Ah, it shrieked in agony. To challenge me is a folly of grand proportions, the goose scoffed. Hovering above the creature, reveling in its struggle, but a colossal beak extended towards the goose, aiming to descend upon the monster. The creature howled, writhing in desperation. Be careful, Xiao Tian cautioned. Despite its thrashing, the monster's eyes betrayed no fear, only a sinister glee, as if a plot had come to fruition. In the instant the beak descended, the monster's body exploded, transforming into a pool of sanguine fluid. Without hesitation, the goose consumed the blood, the essence of the monster. A green figure simultaneously entered the goose's form, merging with it. Possession. Xiao Tian's pupils constricted. He had confirmed his suspicion. It was the mosquito he had captured years ago. Ah, how is this possible? You are not a true being. You lack a corporeal form. The creature's voice echoed. Nonsense. I am a spiritual entity, you insignificant insect. The goose proudly proclaimed, its body radiating with brilliance, and with a few flickers, the monster's howls faded into silence. Having devoured the monster, the goose felt a sense of satisfaction. As Xiao Tian had indicated, the creature's essence was abundant, greatly benefiting its own strength. This journey not worth the effort. Deep within the realm of the dead, there lie even more intriguing matters. Xiao Tian smiled as he remarked that perhaps this expedition to the underworld would lead to your complete restoration. According to the memories of that mosquito, this area is home to several formidable entities engaged in a fierce struggle for dominance. To the north resides a mountain leopard, to the east are 3 wolves, and to the south there exists a small tribe. These powerful factions maintain a delicate balance, rarely resorting to open conflict. However, the small tribe remains a common target for all. Within this tribe is enshrined a mysterious artifact that captivates their interest. The existence of such a small tribe is indeed astonishing in this desolate underworld. Xiao Tian pondered as he set his course toward the direction of the tribe, after consuming the essence of the monster's blood. The great goose entered the cave, swiftly emptying its hoard before emerging in high spirits, offering a couple of grunts to Xiao Tian. Come, let me take you to see that tribe. They must worship me, boasted the goose, strutting confidently. They walked for an entire day. Though their pace was not rapid, they still had yet to discover this so-called small tribe. Run! The wolves are coming! A frantic voice rang out. These damned wolf pups manage to track our movements every time. Xiao Tian expressed his confusion. Wolves are inherently suspicious. The goose replied dismissively. It is highly likely that they have suffered considerable losses at the hands of the tribe over the years, thus becoming patient, waiting for the opportune moment. But I must say, you truly possess a keen intellect, Xiao Tian remarked, patting the goose. That is how it is. Xiao Tian's gaze deepened. He discerned another pack of wolves lying in ambush 3 miles ahead of this group, patiently waiting to strike. Indeed, they exhibited a level of intelligence, understanding the tactic of encirclement. Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh. Moreover, the ambushing wolves would not attack hastily. They would pursue relentlessly, biding their time until their adversaries exhausted their strength, before effortlessly devouring them. The great goose also fixed its gaze ahead. Since we are heading to the tribe, we might as well establish a good rapport with these individuals first. Xiao Tian concealed himself, blending into the shadows as he approached the group. Retreat! Xiao Tian suddenly bellowed from the rear of the crowd. A wolf's howl erupted, and soon after, over a dozen wolves emerged from the darkness. Their greedy eyes fixated on the crowd, drool dripping from their mouths. Chapter 66. The Wolf King, a group of 9, witnessing the encircling wolves and the unfamiliar youth appearing behind them, were taken aback. Little brother, though we are strangers, it seems today we may be destined for the underworld, laughed a middle-aged man clad in animal skins, clearly the leader of the group. Why should we fear the underworld? Aren't they merely wolves? Xiao Tian shook his head, scrutinizing the alpha among the pack. 3 wolf kings, each possessing strength rivaling that of a sage. Although 3 wolf kings had appeared today, their power remained formidable. If the tribe's leader were present, there would be no fear, but as it stands, we would only serve as their next meal, sighed the middle-aged man. 1 must experience certain events to truly understand their implications. Xiao Tian replied coldly, his gaze firmly fixed on the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf felt increasingly uneasy under Xiao Tian's penetrating stare, yearning to eliminate the human who dared to maintain such direct eye contact. A howl erupted from the mouth of the lead wolf, prompting the pack to respond in unison. Swiftly, they began to encircle the 9 individuals, their gazes filled with a savage ferocity that hinted at the imminent possibility of a violent onslaught. Xiao Tian remained poised, eagerly awaiting the chance to strike down the alpha wolf with a singular, decisive blow. His mind replayed countless scenarios, yet no matter the angle from which he approached, the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike to the head wolf remained elusive. How far are we from the tribe? Xiao Tian inquired softly. Approximately 10 miles, came the reply. Yet at such a distance, no one will alert the tribe, and no one will be aware of our ambush. The burly man sighed deeply. The area surrounding the tribe is perpetually rife with slaughter. Such disturbances occur with alarming frequency. This implies that our only hope lies in our own hands, to either break free or send one person to warn the tribe. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. In the event of a battle, while it was conceivable to annihilate the wolf pack, there were still those who could not be safeguarded. Then let us slay them. Men, after years of battling these creatures, today we shall bring a definitive end to this. The burly man unsheathed his stone knife. Kill! The 9 cried in unison, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Even the youngest among them brimming with fervor. I will intercept the Wolf King, Xiao Tian declared, charging towards the alpha. The Wolf King seemed to anticipate this, letting out a furious howl. 3 blades of wind tore through the air. Hurtling towards Xiao Tian, he deftly shifted his stance, evading the king's assault, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King's expression was one of derision, lowering its body and suddenly propelling itself with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, the Wolf King evaded Xiao Tian's punch while landing a claw upon him, ripping through his garments and leaving faint white marks on his skin. Xiao Tian pivoted, extending his long leg like a whip, striking fiercely at the Wolf King. With another thunderous roar, the Wolf King unleashed its wrath, its long tail sweeping toward Xiao Tian's leg in a violent clash. The impact echoed resoundingly, forcing Xiao Tian to retreat and vanish from sight. A tuft of wolf fur fell from the king's tail. With a sweeping gaze, the Wolf King, now incensed, ground its razor-sharp teeth in fury, unleashing a brutal domain that enveloped Xiao Tian. Heavy Mountain Fist. Ascend the 5 peaks. Xiao Tian unleashed a barrage of 9 punches, the immense pressure radiating throughout the sacred realm, each strike akin to a meteor, crashing towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King roared, and phantoms of the Wolf King emerged in the sacred realm, dozens of figures appearing from all directions, howling at Xiao Tian before simultaneously lunging towards him. Open! Xiao Tian bellowed, his feet crashing into the ground as he propelled himself into the air. A formidable force emanating from him, a tempestuous power radiating outward. At that moment, the battles in other directions came to a halt, all eyes fixated on the clash between Xiao Tian and the Wolf King. Even the wolves were no exception. There can be no retreat. How long has our tribe lingered here? I cannot even recall. What purpose do we serve by guarding this place? Enemies lurk everywhere, poised to annihilate us. Indeed, our tribe has faced extinction countless times. Now, at long last, we can finally establish ourselves in this perilous land. The middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly. Boom! The battle between the Wolf King and Xiao Tian has reached a fever pitch. With the two clashing no less than 100 times like a tea last, Xiao Tian bears wounds upon his body. Though they are slight, they nonetheless bleed slowly. Meanwhile, the Wolf King suffers a broken leg and a severed tail. Roaring at Xiao Tian, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a furious howl, the Wolf King unleashes a whirlwind, and with another roar, conjures yet another, summoning a total of 4 tornadoes that swirl around him. Xiao Tian remains composed, fully aware of the Wolf King's true prowess. Such an assault he can effortlessly withstand. Celestial Aspect. Summoning the Celestial Aspect, Xiao Tian points towards the pack of wolves, and it darts forward with purpose. I wish to ascertain the limits of my own body. Can this truly be the attack of a mere novice saint? Xiao Tian refrains from channeling his elemental energy, relying solely on his pure physical form. With a magnified palm, he strikes down towards one of the tornadoes. The remaining 3 whirlwinds intertwine and rush towards him, intent on tearing him apart. Yet beneath Xiao Tian's palm, the tornado dissipates into nothingness. While the other 3 continue their assault, standing firm, Xiao Tian remains unyielding amidst the tempest, his expression unchanged. Is this truly your attack? It is but a trifling matter, harnessing the force of the wind. He soars into the sky, a palpable aura of killing intent radiating from him as he locks onto the Wolf King. Youngster, this Gale Wolf shall return to its true form. At that moment, the great goose emerges, transforming into its true self and charging at the Wolf King. A massive white wolf speaks with human words. Its soul has been devoured by me. What right does it have to claim the spirit of heaven? Moreover, a mere Gale Wolf dares to ascend. How laughable! The great goose, eager to sow discord, taunts the 2 Wolf Kings. Well, in this realm of the underworld, you are the first to dare provoke us brothers. The war god, upon witnessing the 2 formidable Wolf Kings, turns pale as death. In his understanding, only the clan leader can rival the might of these 2. To contend with 3 Wolf Kings would require the use of their clan's artifact. Yet, the youth before him appears scarcely older than 18. How could he possibly stand against such power? The 2 Wolf Kings. The war god approaches with a bitter smile. This youth merely passes through. Your target should be our underworld clan. Silence. One Wolf King retorts coldly. What you insignificant ants to me? Even your clan leader is but a mere ant with a modicum of strength. Were it not for your clan's artifact, you would have been exterminated long ago. Though we may be weak, or perhaps relying on our resources, we have survived and continue to grow stronger in years to come. It will not be our underworld clan that faces extinction, but you beasts, the war god proclaims proudly. Today, we shall annihilate your tribe. With the death of our 3rd brother, we are free of reservations. To avoid a direct confrontation with the underworld clan is merely to deny others an opportunity. We will slaughter your tribe, seize your artifact, and depart the underworld. When we return, who shall stand against us? The human Wolf King coldly declares, all of you shall accompany my 3rd brother to the grave. Brother Xiao, I apologize. This time, we have drawn you into our troubles. The god of war let out a deep sigh, contemplating that he would offer his apologies to the young brother only upon traversing the path to the underworld. One must never speak lightly of death. It is essential to harbor a thirst for life. You have stood guard here for so many years. Do you truly wish for it to end in this manner? Numerous things can only be understood through action. Xiao Tian's expression remained unchanged. Even when confronted by the 2 Wolf Kings, he maintained a calm demeanor. Thank you for your guidance, young brother. The middle-aged man chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head. Although he agreed with Xiao Tian's words, he still held little hope for survival today. Never before had he had the opportunity to employ his former techniques, previously fearing suspicion from others. Here, where no one knew him, there would be no conjectures regarding his identity. Thus, he thought to himself, let me see how much I can still recall of those skills. Xiao Tian burst into hearty laughter, invoking the Underworld Codex, declaring, Punishment, Chapter 67. The methods of the king of the underworld, the god of war, proclaimed with a resounding voice. With the blood of my underworld kin, I ignite the glory of our lineage. Burn! Boom! Chun Jinan's aura surged instantaneously, rising from merely the realm of the void god to the pinnacle of the heavenly law manifestation. behind him materializing two ethereal figures that surveyed the surroundings with disdain. Xiao Tian's gaze turned frigid, resembling the sovereign of the underworld. As his words fell, a surge of soul power erupted forth, aimed directly at the Wolf King. The Wolf King's body convulsed. Its soul, at that moment, felt as though struck by lightning, enduring immense suffering. Underworld Codex, devour and exhale. Xiao Tian waved his hand once more, effortlessly wielding the Underworld Codex as if he had practiced it countless times, seamlessly integrating it into his very essence. The vital energy of the underworld surged, coalescing in Xiao Tian's hands into a substantial sphere of energy. Continuously compressing, the power contained within the energy sphere grew increasingly terrifying. Even the Wolf King sensed impending doom, its fur bristling as it fixed its gaze on Xiao Tian, emitting a low growl. Go! The energy sphere shot forth from Xiao Tian's fingertips, hurtling directly towards the Wolf King. Slash! The Wolf King opened its mouth, unleashing a tempest of wind blades to cleave through the energy sphere. Another Wolf King roared in fury, launching itself at Xiao Tian. Underworld Codex seal, Xiao Tian's internal energy surged, manifesting a towering 3-zhong high seal before him. Boom! The Wolf King collided with the seal, resulting in a thunderous roar. Ultimately, the Wolf King was tossed about, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Shaking its head as it sought Xiao Tian's whereabouts once more, a faint smile lingered on Xiao Tian's face. The recent impact had inflicted no harm upon him, for at the moment of collision, he had retreated. The domain of the Grey Wolf. The Wolf King bellowed, unleashing its sacred domain. The Celestial Wolf Domain. At this moment, the humanoid Wolf King also released its sacred domain, the two realms overlapping to create a nearly tangible domain. Xiao Tian, suspended in midair, found himself unable to evade, channeling his energy to brace against the Wolf King's claw. Boom! Another claw struck, shredding Xiao Tian's garments and leaving behind horrific gashes, deep enough to reveal bone. At that instant, the Wolf King's claw found itself inexplicably ensnared upon Xiao Tian's back. You seek death. The Wolf King rose on its hind legs, preparing to deliver a crushing blow with its other claw. Is that so? I am most eager to witness how you meet your end. Xiao Tian scoffed coldly, disregarding his wounds as he summoned his soul power. As the claws of the Wolf King halted mere inches from Xiao Tian, its gaze suddenly lost in a daze. The Codex of the Underworld rend asunder. Xiao Tian's soul power instantly transformed into a sharp blade, violently stirring the extracted essence of the Wolf King, causing it to shatter into fragments in an instant. The Codex of the Underworld devours souls. With a deep inhalation, the Wolf King's spirit was entirely drawn into Xiao Tian's mouth, becoming sustenance for his soul. Boom! The massive form of the Wolf King collapsed, its eyes filled with terror, as if confronted with an unbelievable occurrence. The humanoid Wolf King's pupils constricted. You have obliterated the soul of my second brother. Not only shall his soul perish, but yours must also be extinguished. Xiao Tian grinned savagely, utterly oblivious to the pain coursing through his body, allowing blood to flow freely. The great goose seized the moment, devouring the flesh and blood of the second Wolf King, leaving behind only a desiccated pelt. Song Wolf. The humanoid Wolf King let out a furious roar as a shadow of a wolf surged forth, howling as it lunged at Xiao Tian. Heavy Mountain Fist. 3 peaks, a punch arced through the air, shattering the wolf's shadow. Decapitation. The celestial wolf sprang forth, its form nearly corporeal, its razor-sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, tracing a deadly arc aimed directly at Xiao Tian's head. 3 peaks, a cry resounded, the sound of weeping intertwined with the wolf's howl, effectively suppressing the latter. Crack! The collision of Xiao Tian's fist with the wolf's shadow led to a stalemate. Blood erupted from Xiao Tian's knuckles, while the wolf's shadow began to dissipate at that very moment. 3 wolves converge, slay the firmament. The Wolf King roared, blood seeping from its lips, continuously casting spells, as 3 wolf shadows emerged simultaneously, their 6 piercing gazes bearing down on Xiao Tian. The trio of wolves attacked from 3 directions, tearing through the air, roaring as they charged straight for Xiao Tian. Just as Xiao Tian intended to summon the celestial aspect, he noticed Chen Jinan stirring within the crowd and retracted his action. Since they wished to join forces, so be it. Xiao Tian moved with remarkable swiftness, unleashing the heavy mountain fist, 3 peaks, with a decisive shout. The lethal move was the most devastating strike within the heavy mountain fist. Enveloping the surroundings in a chilling aura of slaughter, boom, the 2 wolf shadows surged in, colliding with the force of Xiao Tian's fist, unleashing powerful shockwaves that compelled the members of the underworld clan to retreat. Kill! Chen Jinan bellowed, lunging towards one of the wolf shadows. You seek death, the Wolf King roared, pointing a finger, an invisible force descending upon Chen Jinan's back. Ignoring the pain, Chen Jinan pressed on, unflinching in his assault on the wolf shadow. Xiao Tian's fist had already subdued the 3 wolf shadows, yet victory remained elusive. 3 peaks, standing tall in the heavens. 3 towering summits manifested beneath Xiao Tian's fist, descending upon the 3 wolves with lethal intent. A figure, drifting like a white cloud, pointed at one of the wolf shadows, which instantly faded into nothingness. An axe soared from the mountains, cleaving the other wolf shadow in twain. You, young man, truly make things easy. A gray figure atop the 3 peaks shook its head in resignation, its gaze shattering the remaining wolf shadow. Die. A woman clad in armor let out a cold huff as a torrent of sword light burst forth from the 3 peaks. Enveloping the Wolf King, a crimson radiance swiftly engulfed the surroundings as a massive sword shadow pierced through. The Wolf King howled in agony, daunted by the bloodlight, its body rendered nearly immobile amidst the formidable and fierce sword aura. Ah, what manner of fist technique is this, capable of harnessing such powerful attacks? The voice of the great goose resounded in Xiao Tian's mind. He scoffed inwardly, questioning when you had ever taken action. Was it not only during moments of profit that you chose to emerge? Sleep, let your slumber prolong as much as possible. So, it turns out you are quite reluctant to part with me. I, the deity, have resolved to digest these essence and demon energies in the shortest time possible. The voice of the great goose echoed once more. Xiao Tian stood there, momentarily speechless. He had devoured the soul of the 3-headed Wolf King, greatly enhancing his spiritual power, with flashes of brilliance occasionally gleaming in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Tian pondered over his mountain-crushing fist, which astonishingly could penetrate space, borrowing the attacks of those in gray. With the most ferocious assault coming from Zhiji, who, unwilling to see Xiao Tian harmed, unleashed her lethal move. Indeed, the mountain-crushing fist was unfathomably profound, yet he wondered if it could transcend time, delivering a punch that pierced through time to summon a powerful being. Xiao Tian shook his head, realizing his thoughts were wandering too far. Merely penetrating space was already a challenge beyond his grasp. War God, the offspring of the underworld clan, assisted Chen Jinan to his feet. Chen Jinan, his bones nearly shattered, lay like a heap of mud in the embrace of the underworld disciple, struggling to part his lips. Yet no sound emerged. Xiao Tian swiftly approached, directly producing a pill and placing it in Chen Jinnan's mouth, simultaneously channeling his energy to aid in the absorption of the medicine's potency. Before long, the sound of bones knitting together resonated from Chen Jinnan. Thanks to the returning essence powder Xiao Tian had concocted, a remedy well-suited for the injuries of a body-refining practitioner. Looking at Xiao Tian with a face full of remorse, Chen Jinnan's lips moved, yet ultimately, no words came forth. Only a heavy sigh escaped him. Since everyone is no longer in peril, I shall take my leave, that we are not far from your esteemed clan, and there are no dangers nearby. You may return without worry. The commotion here has been considerable, and no doubt your clan will send someone to inquire about the situation, that I shall not impose further. Xiao Tian said with a smile. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he rose to depart, his silhouette exuding an unutterable elegance. War God, are we to let our benefactor depart so easily? The clan is just ahead. We can extend our hospitality, someone whispered. How I wish to welcome our benefactor into the clan. Yet every clan has its own rules. But chief, the clan. Chen Jinan began to speak, but was interrupted by the elder. If we must guard against even our benefactor, then even if the clan were to thrive, it would merely be a hollow semblance of strength. The elder raised his hand, signaling Chun Jinan to cease his words. Young brother, I am the chief of the underworld clan. Wang Yudin, on behalf of my people, I express our deepest gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Our clan lies not far ahead. I implore you to accompany us for a discussion. It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed elder. Xiao Tian halted, his voice solemn as he caught the blood that spilled from his lips with his right hand. I must take my leave. Just as he took a step forward, he collapsed with a thud. The elder's figure flickered as he rushed to examine Xiao Tian's injuries. Several members of the underworld clan gathered around. Concern etched on their faces. Chief, is our benefactor unharmed? The internal organs have sustained shock, and his energy has been greatly depleted. We must take him back to the clan at once. As Wang Yue furrowed his brows. He was already aware that Xiao Tian was merely at the realm of the laws of heaven and earth while examining his injuries. He had crossed boundaries to commit murder, having taken the lives of 3. Wang Yue murmured softly. With his skills, he could have easily retreated unscathed. Why then would he stake his life to save the likes of Chun, Jinan, and others? Even if it were a feigned act of self-sacrifice. It seemed rather too genuine. It was not until the following morning that Xiao Tian regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, a piercing ray of sunlight assaulted them, causing him to wince in pain. Struggling not to close his eyes, he began to survey his surroundings, which were utterly unfamiliar to him. Where is this place? Just as he prepared to rise, a wave of pain surged through him, forcing his half-propped body back onto the bed, eliciting another grimace from him. Benefactor, you are awake, a voice exclaimed in astonishment. Tribe leader, war god, the benefactor has awakened. Shortly after, Wang Yue and Chun Jinan entered the room, followed by a steady stream of others, making the modest space feel somewhat crowded. He is the hero who slayed 3 wolf kings, someone whispered. Not just 3 wolf kings, but even the little wolves. Tribe leader, how did you bring me here? You need not concern yourselves with me. I can manage on my own. Xiao Tian scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. We of the Ming tribe are not ungrateful wretches. How could we abandon our benefactor in the wilderness? Wang Yue stated with a serious expression. Perhaps we are a bit cautious, but we certainly understand the value of gratitude. You have misunderstood, senior. Xiao Tian quickly waved his hand in explanation. I merely did not wish to disrupt your lives. Disrupt? Not at all. Wang Yue gestured dismissively. All right, you all may leave for now. The young brother will temporarily reside within the tribe, and you may all see him. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd as most began to exit. My injuries will heal swiftly. Once I am able to rise, I shall depart the tribe, Xiao Tian remarked, looking at Wang Yue. Young brother, you have misunderstood. Wang Yue shook his head. It is not that our tribe is overly cautious. Rather, this realm is exceedingly perilous. The Ming tribe was once a great clan in the Ming soil, holding near dominion over all. However, a sudden upheaval rendered everything a mere illusion. The tribe vanished, and the mightiest of leaders perished. In the Ming soil, various races existed in a state of peace, and even when conflicts arose, large-scale slaughter was uncommon. However, after the sacred city was besieged, chaos erupted throughout the Ming soil, igniting discord among the races that a look of melancholy adorned Wang Yue's face. Are you referring to Fengdu? Xiao Tian inquired cautiously. You know of Fengdu? Wang Yue regarded him with suspicion. Why master spoke of me as a remnant of the upheaval in Fengdu. I wish to find my home, to see my kin. Xiao Tian murmured softly. I have never met my parents. Yet I feel as though I have seen them. Xiao Tian did not wish to lie, but he could not reveal that he was the reincarnation of the king of the underworld. Such news would be too shocking. Thus, he resorted to a small deception to mask the truth that, it is. Wang Yue nodded. The sacred city is a revered place among all races in the Ming soil. It is home to the creator of the Ming soil. And the Ming tribe also descends from the creator's hand, that we revere the creator with utmost sincerity. Wang Yue began to unveil the secrets of the tribe. Dozens of masters besieged the holy city in vain. The holy city vanished, and those formidable entities descended into the netherworld, commencing a brutal slaughter of various tribes. The Nether tribe also fell victim to this malevolent force. The chieftain perished at the hands of a figure with an exceedingly dark complexion. That person was immensely powerful. effortlessly toppling the statue of the deity. Wang Yue's eyes were glazed with confusion. The statue of the deity? Xiao Tian inquired solemnly. It is the statue crafted by the chieftain from memory, a representation of the creator of the netherworld, to which the masses kneel in reverence. Wang Yue replied with a smile. The statue had shattered into 4 pieces, and the tribe's strongest warriors exerted their utmost strength to hold back the dark-faced man. The fragmented statue was lifted by the tribe's people, who fled in all directions. There should be many tribes like ours in the netherworld. They are waiting, amassing strength. Wang Yue proclaimed with vigor, the nether tribe shall not perish. We will surely grow strong and cleanse the shame of our past. Was the 3-headed wolf king after the statue? Xiao Tian mused. But what could possibly attract them to a statue that is already fractured? Those demon cultivators had coexisted peacefully with my nether tribe for thousands of years. Their betrayal stemmed from that dark-faced man. The dark-faced man instilled a notion in their consciousness, a desire to destroy the statue. Wang Yue spoke with fierce intensity. Dark-faced? Could it be the king of hell? Xiao Tian's heart raced. As he encountered more and learned further, his understanding of the king of hell deepened, yet remained perplexed. Why memories are fragmented. But what could have transpired to provoke such hatred in the king of hell? Xiao Tian pondered internally. I must find Fengdu and merge with the earth soul, that I wish to comprehend why the brothers who once fought for dominion turned against me. Once my wounds have healed, I shall vanquish that leopard, Xiao Tian asserted, nodding firmly. The netherworld was vast and boundless. Even during the nether tribe's zenith, they had never fully dominated it. Wang Yue shook his head. The 3-headed wolf king is dead, and the leopard poses no threat now. I can eliminate it. Chieftain, may I pay my respects to your statue? As Xiao Tian began to speak, he immediately regretted his words. He was striving to dispel misunderstandings, yet had made this request at such an inopportune moment. I apologize, Chieftain. I mean no offense, I merely feel a sense of familiarity here, hence my desire to pay homage to the statue. Xiao Tian explained, I see. Wang Yue responded, by saving Chun Jinan and others, you have salvaged the hope of the nether tribe. I shall merely show you the statue, even if you wish to act against it. This old frame of mine is still sturdy enough. Observing Xiao Tian's flustered expression, Wang Yue couldn't help but chuckle, akin to watching a junior. A misty white vapor emanated from Xiao Tian, and under the nurturing of medicinal pills. His injuries were healing rapidly. After this battle, Xiao Tian gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Without utilizing the heavenly aspect, he believed he could contend with and slay an ordinary sage. His physical form had already become comparable to that of a sage. Most astonishingly, the heavy mountain fist possessed boundless potential, capable of penetrating space, allowing him to draw upon his senior brother's assistance. Xiao Tian's mind was a flurry of thoughts. The heavenly soul was formidable, yet each usage incurred significant consumption. Currently, he could only employ it 6 times. After 6 attempts, it is essential to allow for a period of rest and replenishment before further engagement. Xiao Tian shifted his gaze towards the Tianhun. Within this realm of the dead, the Tianhun found great enjoyment, and the souls here were particularly suited for absorption, being pure and untainted. The spirits of Fengdu, having disengaged from the realm of disputes, danced joyfully. Perhaps the essence of Fengdu originated from my own earth soul. From the words of the tribe leader, it was evident that the Yama King had once set foot in the realm of the dead and had been quite ruthless towards its inhabitants. He was not the only visitor, but what could be the reason for this? Xiao Tian was perplexed, unable to grasp the crux of the matter. Fengdu. I must discover Fengdu. Once I merge with the earth soul and unify the 3 souls, I shall reclaim the memories of my former life. Many things will no longer remain a mystery to me. Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly. Tribe leader, are you truly going to take him to see the idol? Chun Jinan's gaze fell upon Xiao Tian. Indeed, Wang Yu affirmed resolutely. However, he is not of our clan. Even if he is a remnant of the holy city, there is no need to show him our ancestral idol, which embodies our faith and the endless hopes of our kin. Chun Jinan wrestled with his thoughts, sensing that Xiao Tian bore no malice, yet his heart remained loyal to his tribe. He was merely a child who had risked everything to save you. If we must be wary of such a child, then we are indeed vulnerable. and no more words are needed. My mind is made up. Wang Yu watched as Chun Jinan departed, a thought unspoken in his heart. Should any misfortune befall the idol, let my old bones serve as its burial companion. There was yet another matter Wang Yu had not disclosed to Chun Jinan. When faced with Xiao Tian, he felt as though he were in the presence of another divine idol. The following day, Xiao Tian stepped outside, observing the throngs of people with an unexpectedly tranquil heart, breathing deeply and slowly releasing his tension. I can sense its presence, as if it were summoning me. Chapter 69. The secret of the idol. As Xiao Tian emerged, he instantly attracted a multitude of young admirers who gathered around him, chattering incessantly. Brother, the uncles say you are incredibly powerful, having slain the three-headed wolf king, exclaimed one child with youthful innocence. The god of war uncle is also quite formidable. Why haven't you gone to train? Xiao Tian patted the head of a child and replied, training is rather dull. It's all about the same set of punches, which I mastered long ago. That a chorus of cheers erupted as the children led Xiao Tian to their training area. Prepare, called out a larger child. The solemn faces of a dozen children began to assume their stances with gravity. A series of 36 punches flowed through the hands of the young ones, each movement exuding vigor, especially before Xiao Tian. The children exerted themselves even more, and after a round, they were already drenched in sweat. In the distance, applause resonated, with some women watching their children from afar, their faces adorned with proud smiles. Xiao Tian reminisced about his parents, a bittersweet pang striking his heart. It had been a year since he left home, and he wondered how they were faring. Brother Xiao Tian, how is our boxing practice coming along? Inquired a youthful child. Quite well, this set of punches, not called the king of the underworld fist? Xiao Tian asked. Brother, how did you know? A child responded swiftly, as the adult stood on high alert. Xiao Tian revealed a smile, for he too possessed the knowledge of this martial art. Let us practice together, he proclaimed. Seemingly oblivious to the changes around him, Xiao Tian extended his fist before the children, invoking the Ming Wang fist. Rooted in the essence of the underworld and guided by primordial energy, dominating the realm. First punch, Ming Wang's defiance. Under Xiao Tian's guidance, the children practiced with increasing seriousness, their faces adorned with determination and a deep-seated faith in the Ming Wang. This martial art, once incomplete, was now perfected by Xiao Tian, who imparted its entirety to the children with seamless understanding. In the distance, Wang Yu observed, unable to suppress his nod of approval, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes as his final doubts about Xiao Tian dissipated. Brother will teach you a method of harnessing power known as the stacking technique. It allows one to layer punches, one upon another, each strike compounding the last. Xiao Tian's gaze was gentle as he discerned the surprise and anticipation reflected in the children's eyes. Upon hearing the term stacking technique, Wang Yu trembled with excitement. This was exclusive to the Ming Wang, a tradition once upheld by their tribe, yet lost since its fragmentation. To this moment, he harbored no doubts concerning Xiao Tian's identity, even feeling a burgeoning respect for him. Chieftain, is he truly one of the people from the holy city? Chun Jinan whispered, the significance of the Ming Wang fist and the stacking technique now rendered inconsequential. Both belong to the Ming Wang, our tribe's divine being. We must revere the Ming Wang. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Tian was led to the ancestral hall, where instead of kneeling, he stood transfixed before the divine pedestal, gazing at the golden-hued hand that emanated an inexplicable aura. Upon entering the hall, the hand appeared to quiver slightly, conveying a sense of joyous intent. Wang Yu also sensed this shift, suppressing his inner excitement. Do you recognize this hand? I do not know this hand, yet it feels strangely familiar, as if it beckons to me, Xiao Tian replied, stepping closer. This is a hand that fell from the statue of our deity long ago, a representation of our tribe's spirit. Beyond us, there must be other members of the Ming tribe within this realm, venerating different parts of the statue. When we grow powerful enough, we shall unite to reassemble it, and it will lead us, the Ming tribe, back to glory. Wang Yu spoke softly to Iesi at the statue. Xiao Tian pondered, momentarily dazed. The chieftain once foretold that the reassembly of the statue would herald the rise of our Ming tribe. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor. It will guide us in avenging our grievances. Come, I have sought you for so long. Xiao Tian gazed at the hand, speaking softly. The hand trembled incessantly, as if struggling. Together, we shall ascend to greatness, Xiao Tian declared once more. The hand finally ceased its quivering, transforming into a stream of light that soared towards him. Xiao Tian raised his left hand, and the hand descended, merging seamlessly with him, swiftly permeating his flesh and blood until it vanished without a trace. This, Wang Yu's gaze became vacant. Wang Yu of the Ming tribe, I pay my respects to the esteemed Ming Wang. Wang Yu immediately knelt before Xiao Tian, gazing at him with reverence. The Ming Wang shall not forsake us. He will surely not abandon our people. Ancestors, do you perceive it? The Lord of the Underworld has returned. The Lord of the Underworld has returned. Xiao Tian felt his left hand. There was no discomfort, only the sensation of newfound strength surging within. Should he encounter the Wolf King again, a single punch from his left hand would suffice to shatter it. The Wang Yue clan, you say? Xiao Tian assisted Wang Yue to her feet, declaring, the Lord of the Underworld has perished. I am not he. Yet, though he has passed, his deed shall continue through me. You are his followers, and shall undoubtedly receive his protection. Since the Lord of the Underworld is no longer with us, I shall take on all that remains. That a quiver coursed through Wang Yue's brow, and a moonlight symbol emerged. You are the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld cannot die. Xiao Tian sliced open his left hand, allowing a drop of crystalline blood to fall upon Wang Yue's brow. In an instant, a radiant crimson light surged from her forehead, and the moon-shaped mark twisted and transformed into an eye. Wang Yue's third eye. The Wang Yue clan was born of the moon, and this third eye was bestowed to draw strength from the moon's essence. On the night of the full moon, they would become the most formidable beings. Wings, Xiao Tian called out, and another drop of blood fell from his fingertips onto Wang Yue's third eye. Wang Yue ascended into the air, her garments tattered, her back a gruesome sight, as a pair of wings unfurled, extending from her back. With a whoosh, 2 wings, each measuring 2 zhang in length, emerged, lifting Wang Yue's form. Her demeanor transformed, her gaze enchanting and fierce. Yet before Xiao Tian, she remained unfailingly docile and respectful. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld. It rightfully belongs to you. There is no need for gratitude. You have endured much these years, Xiao Tian replied, casting a weary glance at Wang Yue. Go now, deliver this to your kin. He released a large bowl of fresh blood. Wang Yue gazed at Xiao Tian with fervor, a hint of ferocity flickering within her. Her bloodline had awakened significantly, yet it remained incomplete. She required more of the Lord of the Underworld's blood to fully awaken. Do not entertain thoughts of consuming me. It is futile. The blood of the Lord of the Underworld within me has been depleted. Bestow this blood upon the children. They are the future of the clan. Consider this blood a reward for your years of safeguarding the Lord's left hand. Xiao Tian, feeling fatigued, closed his eyes. Wang Yue roared, attempting to charge forth to slay Xiao Tian. At that moment, he possessed no strength to resist. With his eyes shut, he awaited the gifts the Lord of the Underworld's left hand had granted him. Knowledge such as how to awaken the bloodlines of the Wang Yue clan and how to command its members. Yes. Wang Yue's reason overcame her bloodlust, her gaze shifting back to one of reverence as she turned to leave the ancestral hall. Only Xiao Tian remained, shedding his fatigue as a spark of vitality ignited in his eyes. The blood just released was from the Lord of the Underworld's left hand and bore no significant connection to him. Thus he felt no weariness. It was merely a test of the Wang Yue clan leader. A bowl of the Lord of the Underworld's blood, once diluted, was shared among the children. Wang Yue did not utilize every drop, preserving a small portion for unforeseen circumstances. This was the blood bestowed by the Lord of the Underworld. Once fully absorbed, they would achieve complete awakening of their bloodlines. The Wang Yue clan shall grow powerful, able to rank among the top 3 even within the formidable realm of the Underworld. Wang Yue was the first to kneel, followed closely by the members of the clan. Xiao Tian observed the Wang Yue tribe with a tranquil gaze, devoid of any turbulence, asserting, you need not follow anyone but yourselves. No matter how formidable others may be, they cannot shield you indefinitely. Only by becoming truly powerful can you seize control of your own destiny. Yet every member of the Ming clan must understand that they have something to protect. Their loved ones and friends, as well as their beliefs. At that moment, Xiao Tian's voice resonated throughout the entirety of the Wangyue tribe. Chapter 70. The enemy attack. The Wangyue clan was engulfed in excitement. The children had consumed the blood of the Ming king, and their bloodline would undoubtedly awaken in the future. It was evident that the Wangyue clan would rise as a dominant force in the realm of the Ming. Xiao Tian did not rush to depart. Before him lay an ancient map submitted by the clan leader of Wangyue. The map was worn and tattered, exuding an aura of antiquity, depicting a majestic city surrounded by various tribes that encircled it. This was the fabled sacred city of the Ming land. Fengdu. Xiao Tian's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the city before him, as if an endless allure emanated from Fengdu, amidst the vast expanse of the Ming land. A dilapidated city lay in quiet repose, its myriad lights flickering in the night. For countless years, its inhabitants had thrived within Fengdu, living in self-sufficiency and comfort, faithfully journeying to the towering center of the city to pay homage to the Ming deity. At the pinnacle of the Ming Tower stood a statue, motionless, basking in the reverence of the populace. With a compassionate expression, the statue gazed upon the citizens, revealing a profound sorrow, as if burdened by both reluctance and unfulfilled desires. Fengdu's people, I have safeguarded you for millennia. Alas, I fear my departure is imminent. My strength has reached its zenith, unable to withstand the onslaught of Yanluo Tianzi. The statue murmured softly, its voice tinged with melancholy. Human souls, celestial souls, where are you now? Fengdu teeters on the brink of collapse. I am on the verge of dissipating. The statue's gaze drifted far into the distance, seemingly catching sight of Xiao Tian's presence. Fengdu emitted a sorrowful wail, resonating with the statue's words, lamenting its countless wounds. You have awakened your consciousness, yet the ravages of time have taken their toll. The statue sighed deeply, attributing it all to the Ming king. Because you were born of the Ming king's essence, you were granted sentience. Enemy attack. A cry of alarm echoed through the Wangyue tribe. Xiao Tian folded the map and emerged from the chamber. His countenance darkened with murderous intent. Having just witnessed a scene that stirred his heart with despair, the sudden ambush ignited a fierce wrath within him. The Wangyue clan had already activated their protective formations, keeping the assailants at bay. Xiao brother, this was the agreed-upon address between Xiao Tian and Wangyue, a safeguard for their identities, as Xiao Tian's current strength was still insufficient. Who dares to launch an attack? Xiao Tian nodded in inquiry at a leopard, accompanied by a pack of wolf cubs, and it appears there are some humans as well. Xiao Tian peered through the formation, catching sight of the eerie blue eyes that surrounded the entire village. Furthermore, there stood a towering black panther, incessantly emitting a roar as it demonstrated its might towards the village. Previously, the wolf pack and the black panther were sworn enemies, yet they had inexplicably united to launch an assault against us. Something must be amiss. Chun Jinan's expression was grave. Can the formation withstand this? Xiao Tian inquired, turning his head. The wolf cub should pose no issue, but the panther presents a significant challenge. Moreover, with the presence of humans, the formation will likely prove ineffective. It seems we can only resort to a desperate fight. Wang Yu's eyes glowed red with a thirst for blood, her lineage fully awakened, igniting the bloodthirstiness inherent in the Wang Yu clan. Xiao Tian was persistently searching for traces of humans, convinced that they must be disciples of the underworld sect, whose target was himself. If he could venture out, the pressure on the village would undoubtedly lessen. And with Wang Yu's combat prowess, overcoming this crisis should not be insurmountable. Xiao Tian, are you searching for me? A woman shrieked sharply, her voice piercing and laced with contempt, revealing her presence amidst the wolves. You lack the qualifications, Xiao Tian replied softly. Do. The woman seethed with rage. A doomed person, so defiant. I shall see if you can maintain such spirit amidst the wolves' onslaught. You will have no chance to witness this scene. As Xiao Tian's words fell, a shadow darted through the night directly towards the woman. Her eyes widened in horror as a tall, dark figure materialized before her, expressionless and striking like lightning, swiftly crushing her neck. The woman did not even have time to emit a scream, collapsing amidst the wolf pack. I can slay you like a D-O-G. And O1 responded. Yet the wolf pack surged forward, encircling the gaunt wolf and obscuring Xiao Tian's line of sight. Among the wolves, a figure observed Xiao Tian, clutching a jade pendant, a precious gift from a powerful figure in his sect before his departure, capable of controlling certain creatures within the realm of the underworld. Upon realizing he could command the wolf pack, he was filled with unbridled joy, sensing his fortune had arrived. No matter how strong you are, you cannot annihilate so many wolves, spat the underworld sect disciple among the wolves. I, Yu Feng, will undoubtedly rise, he proclaimed fervently. Once I slay you, I will ascend to become a core disciple of the underworld sect, gaining access to abundant cultivation resources, and perhaps even have an ancestor take me on as a disciple. This time, Yu Feng employed the strongest resources of the Yu family, vowing to eliminate you here. His gaze was venomous. The Yu family held considerable power within the underworld sect, yet the direct descendant Yu Feng lacked sufficient talent. Despite his grandfather secretly bestowing upon him extensive cultivation resources, it still could not elevate him to prominence within the sect. Other heirs of the Yu family advanced rapidly in their cultivation, earning significant renown within the underworld sect. This time, as Yu Feng joined the hunting party to encircle Xiao Tian, it represented his last desperate struggle. Yu Feng's grandfather had also entrusted him with the family's treasured inheritance, urging him to shine brilliantly in this hunt. I shall undoubtedly become the heir of the family. I will become the head of the Yu family and a core disciple of the underworld sect. Yu Feng's heart roared with fervor, his gaze upon Xiao Tian intensifying with fervid intensity. Why delay any further? What are we waiting for? Yu Feng coldly commanded. The wolf pack howled as they charged towards the village. The Black Panther's body suddenly swelled, resembling a small mountain, its claws slicing through the air as they descended upon the village. You seek death. Wang Yu soared into the sky, a pair of black wings unfurling from his back, his gaze burning fiercely like fire as he dove towards the Black Panther. Impossible! Chun Jinan's blood boiled, unable to restrain a furious roar. Damn it! Annihilate this pack of wolf cubs. Flowing wind 9 styles. Slaughter. The long sword danced. A tremendous force surging into the blade, the sharpness of metal and the ferocity of fire erupting simultaneously, casting a massive sword shadow upon the wolf pack. Blood splattered, wolf corpses littered the ground. With a single strike, he had slain 100 giant wolves. Everyone's eyes widened, deeply shaken by this spectacle. I have not practiced the path of the Azura, yet I have taken many lives. That my senior sister once said that many matters in this world must be resolved through bloodshed. Now I believe it. You are merely the beginning of my carnage. Your blood shall consecrate the sword in my hand. Xiao Tian lifted off the ground, executing flowing wind 9 styles, shattering mountains. Another sword flew forth, its magnificent radiance illuminating the wilderness, falling upon Yu Feng's pale visage. Boom! Once more, hundreds of corpses lay strewn about. The wolf pack stood no chance against Xiao Tian's long sword. The 3 wolf kings possessed the strength of a sage, while the wolf pack was merely at the void god realm. At this moment, Xiao Tian's vitality and spirit reached a harmonious pinnacle, far beyond what these wolves could withstand. His momentum must not continue to rise. Yu Feng, though insignificant in the Yu family, was ultimately a disciple of the inner sect of the underworld cult, wielding sage-level cultivation. The underworld codex, the Requiem. Yu Feng struck, emitting a shrill cry filled with soul-shaking power. Attempting to unsettle Xiao Tian's mind, Xiao Tian sneered. Such an attack was too feeble. Allow me to show you what a Requiem truly is. Xiao Tian executed the king of Hades shadow step, weaving through the wolf pack. In mere flashes reaching Yu Feng's front, suddenly lifting his head to meet Yu Feng's gaze with 2 piercing eyes. Boom! Yu Feng felt his soul violently collide, nearly shattering, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. As he fell from the wolf's back, the underworld codex's cultivation was a complete mess. Xiao Tian raised his long sword, aiming it at Yu Feng. Thud! A wolf shadow leaped forth, crashing into Xiao Tian's sword, deflecting it by a foot, allowing Yu Feng to escape certain death. The wolf, however, was reduced to a mist of blood, its bones obliterated. Yu Feng, drenched in wolf's blood, stared at Xiao Tian in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably under Xiao Tian's overwhelming presence. Suffocatingly powerful. Spare me. I beseech you, release me. I shall be your slave, a dog-like servant. Please, let me go. Yufeng suddenly fell to his knees, terror overwhelming him as he faced Xiao Tian. You on what grounds? Xiao Tian scoffed. Just as Yufeng was about to speak, a chilling voice interrupted him. You have brought disgrace upon the Yu family. What right do you have to live in this world? Chapter 71. The Yu family, a tall woman, stood before Xiao Tian. Her gaze fixed not on him, but solely upon Yufeng, leaving her completely vacant back exposed to Xiao Tian. Upon her appearance, Yufeng's expression turned even more ghastly. Save me. Cousin, please save me. Yufeng pleaded with a mournful face. You have brought shame to the entire Yu family. What right do you have to continue living? The woman spoke coldly, declaring that the three-headed wolf king had already succumbed to death, rendering the ancestral artifact in your possession utterly meaningless. How naive of you to contemplate utilizing the wolf pack against Xiao Tian of Somnian Mountain. Is this enough? Xiao Tian interjected, refraining from seizing the opportunity to strike, regardless of whether it was a deliberate ploy or mere carelessness on the opponent's part. Ambush was not his style. In the face of absolute gain, what value does familial affection hold? Especially considering that Yufeng remains so utterly inept, yet the clan leader bestowed the family's secret treasure upon him for selfish reasons. The woman shook her head. Perhaps you are not yet acquainted with me, that I am a core disciple of the underworld sect, as well as the young lady of the Yu family, Yu Qingxin. The woman raised her eyebrows, striking a captivating pose. Are all the women of the Yu family as uninhibited as you? Xiao Tian cast a glance at Yu Qingxin, since she was sent by the underworld sect to eliminate him. Then let it come. Why Yu Qingxin's expression soured. Her earlier display was not mere flirtation, but rather a collaboration with her enchanting technique, which had no effect on Xiao Tian and resulted in her being mocked, igniting a growing desire for vengeance within her. Since you seek death, I shall escort you on your journey. Yu Qingxin soared into the air, unleashing a formidable sacred domain. Xiao Tian felt a wave of warmth envelop him, rendering his body languid, tempting him to lie down and simply drift into slumber, disregarding all grievances and enmities. The most perilous realm is that of gentle allure. Let us see how you resist my tender embrace. Yu Qingxin let out a light laugh, her body swaying once more. Before Xiao Tian appeared a figure, radiant and alluring, smiling sweetly while sensuously twisting her form, igniting the flames within him, his eyes reddening and his heartbeat quickening. No man can withstand my tender embrace, especially a naive youth such as yourself. Why Yu Qingxin remained motionless, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Tian. Yes, she observed his eyes gradually clouding with desire. Her smile blossomed even brighter. She approached him step by step, her garments fluttering, a smile gracing her lips, urging him to unveil his past. When Yu Qingxin was merely inches away from Xiao Tian, she could distinctly hear his heavy breaths and the rapid thumping of his heart. Am I beautiful? Yu Qingxin whispered into Xiao Tian's ear. Beautiful. You are truly beautiful. Xiao Tian was rendered speechless, swallowing hard. Look into my eyes. Why Yu Qingxin giggled incessantly, swaying gracefully, her gaze locking with Xiao Tian's as her soul power surged, penetrating into his consciousness. Boom! Yu Qingxin was abruptly hurled backward, crashing to the ground, her face a mask of astonishment as she stared at Xiao Tian. What was that? What lies within your soul? As Yu Qingxin's soul force attempted to permeate Xiao Tian's essence through his eyes, his celestial spirit suddenly opened its eyes wide, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that shattered her soul power. You should not have provoked him. Xiao Tian shook his head. He could have savored the experience of the spiritual attributes domain further. Why Yu Qingxin pointed at Xiao Tian. Incredulous, you were not ensnared within my sacred domain. Almost there, but still quite formidable. Xiao Tian's soul was powerful, his mental fortitude even more so, having reached the pinnacle of the sage realm, comparable to that of a saint king. In the sacred domain, I have experienced much, Xiao Tian murmured softly. Now allow me to show you the true nature of my sanctuary. As his voice faded, a wave of power, radiating a soft golden hue, erupted forth, expanding outward from Xiao Tian's being and engulfing the pack of wolves, with Yu Qingxin being the first to bear the brunt of it. Her gaze gradually turned vacant, filled with terror. Before her eyes were bodies scattered chaotically, brain matter mingling with blood, forming a river of crimson beneath her feet. Ah! Yu Qingxin cried out in alarm as a withered hand grasped her ankle. "Let go of me!" she exclaimed in panic, and a sharp blade flew from her hand, landing behind her. Somewhat interesting. Yet merely that, a domain is but a domain, and mine ought to be more profound. Xiao Tian's murderous intent surged as he regarded the wolves explode. His voice resonated like an incantation. Boom! In an instant, every wolf ensnared within Xiao Tian's sacred domain had its skull shattered. This scene profoundly shocked everyone. Even the Black Panther engaged in battle with Wang Yue halted at that moment. Trembling involuntarily, gazing at Xiao Tian in terror, wondering from whence this harbinger of death had come. Die! Yu Qingxin bellowed, her hair billowing as powerful waves of primal energy emanated from her being. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Yu Qingxin's attack struck the ground, creating a deep chasm. "What is your name?" Xiao Tian inquired, his countenance grim. The recent expenditure of energy had taken a toll on him, and now he intended to confront Yu Qingxin with her own methods. "I am Yu Qingxin, a scion of the Yu family." Why Yu Qingxin's gaze grew vacant, the once formidable aura dissipating entirely. "What power does the Yu family hold?" Xiao Tian pressed on. The Yu family is one of the 5 great families of the Daxia dynasty, a behemoth beneath the imperial lineage. Alongside the Yu family stands the Xiao family. However, the latter has been waning and will soon become a vassal of ours. Yet the Ming sect transcends worldly concerns. Thus, the progeny of the Yu family within the sect have diverged increasingly from the Yu family of the Daxia dynasty. The Why Yu Qingxin divulged the Yu family's secrets, completely unaware of her own naivety. "How many members of the Ming sect have been dispatched to kill me?" Xiao Tian spoke coldly. "Approximately 10 core disciples, no fewer than 50 inner disciples, and the number of outer disciples remains uncertain. The elders of the sect have issued a bounty, igniting the ambition and desire of many disciples, all eager to claim your head for the reward." A flicker of struggle appeared in Yu Qingxin's eyes. Xiao Tian's mental energy was severely depleted, and he was now on the brink of exhaustion. Retracting his domain, Yu Qingxin broke free from Xiao Tian's spiritual domain, staring at him in horror. "What have you done to me?" "I have never held an affinity for older women, especially those who flaunt themselves," Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, retreating to increase the distance between them. "Xiao Tian, I will undoubtedly kill you, whether for my family or to avenge today's humiliation. Your soul power may be formidable, but at present, your spirit is frail. I shall see what grounds you have to defeat me." Unbeknownst to her, a blade had materialized in Yu Qingxin's hand, glistening with a chilling radiance, occasionally flashing with the hue of blood. In the realm of the dead, I'm not the only one cultivating the path of the Azura. I, too, am Yu Qingxin. Today, allow me to demonstrate whether my path of slaughter is more lethal than that of Zhiji, who embodies an iron-blooded resolve. Yu Qingxin's gaze turned frigid, her hair shifting from black to crimson, and the pupils of her eyes transformed entirely into a shade of red. "If that is the case, then let us see for ourselves." That a playful smile graced Xiao Tian's lips as he proclaimed, "The heavy mountain fist, 3 linked mountains." With a cry of slaughter, the shadows of his fists surged forth. The mountains trembled, and upon the peak stood a woman clad in battle attire, observing with a cold demeanor. "Senior sister, she wishes to ascertain just how inferior your path of slaughter truly is." Xiao Tian spoke, oblivious to whether Zhiji could hear him. As Yu Qingxin beheld the scene before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated Xiao Tian possessing such wondrous capabilities to summon Zhiji. When she met Zhiji's icy gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably. "You are far too weak." With a swift motion, Zhiji brandished her longsword, unleashing a torrent of blood that surged like a tempest. The sword conjured a crimson dragon that lunged toward Yu Qingxin with lethal intent. "Then let us test this." Yu Qingxin regained her composure and mirrored the action, her surroundings resembling a desolate graveyard, imbued with an aura of death and desolation. This, too, was the path of slaughter, a silence and ferocity that followed death. Clang! The swords clashed, producing a deafening roar. The 2 masters of the path of slaughter collided, and an invisible shockwave radiated outward. Xiao Tian stood before the onslaught, emanating his formidable aura, as the four mountains converged to shield against the aftermath. Boom! The shockwave shattered the four mountain ranges, sending Xiao Tian hurtling backward. Chapter 72. Captivity. The overwhelming shockwave reverberated through Xiao Tian, yet he summoned the heavens to his aid, halting his retreat and safeguarding the protective formation of the Wangyue clan. The low hills surrounding the Wangyue clan were flattened, and the Black Panther was sent flying, its fate uncertain. The clan leader of the Wangyue looked on in horror, his heart racing wildly. It was too powerful. As the shockwave dissipated, Yu Qingxin remained standing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With a single strike, she was already on the verge of exhaustion. She faced Zhizhi, the most formidable of the three linked mountains and the deadliest figure within the entire underworld sect. Moreover, Zhizhi's years of cultivation far surpassed Yu Qingxin's, as her strength was derived from the art of slaughter, while Yu Qingxin stemmed from diligent practice. Her eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and a burgeoning sense of dread toward Zhizhi. Had my path of slaughter been misguided? Why was the disparity so vast? Under Zhizhi's path of slaughter, I felt an inclination to submit rather than resist. Xiao Tian's gaze flickered, and a soul imprint soared toward Yu Qingxin. He required a pawn, one who understood both herself and her opponent. Did she still aspire to contend with my master? Yu Qingxin recalled Xiao Tian's earlier fist technique, from which Zhizhi had emerged. If Xiao Tian could summon the Gray-Clad or Lin Yuan, she might truly leave her life here today. How many times could such a technique be wielded? Yet she remained undeterred. Please, senior brother. Xiao Tian moved, drawing forth the heavy mountain fist, three linked mountains. With a resounding wish, the phantom of the three linked mountains reappeared, Lin Yuan standing atop the peak, garbed in flowing white, resembling a celestial being, nodding in acknowledgement toward Xiao Tian. Please, senior brother, take action. Xiao Tian bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. Seal. What Lin Yuan presented was not a word of death, but rather a word of suppression. He discerned Xiao Tian's needs from his bow, understanding that his junior brother required this captive. His presence was meant to intimidate and subdue further adversaries. A word of constraint shot forth, carrying immense pressure. Yu Qingxin forced a smile, her blood staining the vast sky. Her long sword danced, infused with the condensed essence of her energy, slashing towards Lin Yuan's word of suppression. The word showed no signs of wavering, effortlessly dispersing all the sword light, vanishing into nothingness. Unimpeded, it soared before Yu Qingxin, enveloping her completely. Under the weight of the word, Yu Qingxin found her cultivation sealed, her body rendered immobile, and she glared at Xiao Tian in fury, accusing him of lacking the courage to confront her directly, relying instead on the strength of others. What manner of man was he? Our brotherly bond is akin to that of kin. My elder brother's intervention is for my own good. Xiao Tian remained unfazed. Bowing once more to Lin Yuan, I apologize for interrupting your cultivation, elder brother. Lin Yuan shook his head, a wry smile flickering before he vanished. In Xiao Tian's hand, a character for solution materialized that on Sanlin Mountain, several individuals gathered, their expressions grave, all eyes fixed upon the figure clad in gray. Master, the junior brother's martial arts can summon our presence and harness 50% of our strength. Such a technique is indeed remarkable. Lin Yuan spoke softly. This is quite a commendable technique. T.O. be able to summon us in dire moments. Master, was this set of martial arts taught by you? Zhizhi's words were laden with intrigue. What ability do I possess? Lin Yuan retorted. This martial art was realized by your junior brother himself. As for its principles, I cannot fathom them. However, this technique nurtures a sense of luck in your junior brother. Every time he summons you, the challenges become easily surmountable, which may hinder his path of cultivation. The figure in gray rolled his eyes. If Xiao Tian could hear the gray figure's comments, he would surely spit blood in indignation. Cursing, what kind of master would not protect his own disciple? The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while their intervention posed no issue, it would indeed lead to the junior brother's complacency. T.O. journey through the realm of the dead was inherently a trial of cultivation, enhancing one's prowess between life and death, breaking through limits, that if we continually intervene, how could he ever experience the gravity of existence that, if we refrain from acting, would that not be excessively heartless? It would render the junior brother feeling neglected. He trusts us enough to entrust his life and death into our hands. Yet we. Zhiji hesitated, then continued. Let us do this. In the future, when the junior brother employs this set of martial arts, we shall intervene based on the situation. As he grows increasingly adept with this technique, our own capabilities will also expand, allowing us to better assess the circumstances and act accordingly. Lin Yuan established the tone of the discussion. Xiao Tian remained blissfully unaware that this small meeting would lead him into numerous perilous situations in his subsequent journeys, where he would encounter death time and again. Xiao Tian exchanged glances with Yu Qingxin. A fierce wave of spiritual energy surged through their eyes, penetrating into Yu Qingxin's consciousness, awakening the previously implanted spiritual mark. If you wish to survive, you must heed my words. This journey into the realm of the dead may well elevate your cultivation further. Do not entertain thoughts of striking against me. You truly are no match for me. After contemplating for a moment, even if I do not summon my senior brothers and sisters, you remain no match for me. Umph. Yu Qingxin scoffed, evidently unconvinced by Xiao Tian's words. As a core disciple of the underworld sect, how could I ever yield to your threats? Even in death, I would not be compelled by you. Death is not so easily attained. Look around. This realm is teeming with wolves, tigers, and leopards, as well as many other peculiar creatures that would surely relish the presence of a human woman. Who knows? You might even propagate in the underworld and create an entirely new race. Xiao Tian remarked languidly. Yu Qingxin trembled at the thought, appalled by the depths of his depravity and lack of boundaries. Xiao Tian seemed oblivious to the countless murderous glances directed at him by Yu Qingxin. He pointed towards the character Zhen, which vanished and merged into her very being. That why Yu Qingxin regained her ability to move. Her cultivation restored in an instant, her vital energy flowing. Do not entertain notions of being my opponent. I've already stated, you're not my equal. Furthermore, you might as well attempt to channel your vital energy. Xiao Tian said with a smile, gazing at her. As Yu Qingxin began to channel her vital energy, she felt an unfamiliar power within her. She could sense it but could not grasp it. Xiao Tian continued his advance. Yu Qingxin let out a piercing scream. Just moments ago, as Xiao Tian turned away, her soul had convulsed violently, sending waves of excruciating pain through her being. Hero! Hero! The Moonwatcher clan members within the formation looked on with frenzied eyes. Roaring at Xiao Tian, they had witnessed his valiant slaughter of the wolf pack and his merciless annihilation of Yufeng. What they cared about most was Xiao Tian's formidable prowess in the underworld. Strength determines a person's worthiness of respect. It is the very law of survival in this realm. Many from the Moonwatcher clan fell to their knees. Benefactor, even the clan leader knelt, his heart racing, realizing that he had once contemplated devouring the very person before him. The Moonwatcher clan expressed their willingness to follow their benefactor into battle in the underworld. Xiao Tian waved his hand. Yu Qingxin gazed at Xiao Tian's retreating figure, suddenly feeling as though she were confronted by a towering mountain. His demeanor had shifted dramatically, leaving her momentarily dazed, caught in a facade, possessing extraordinary beauty. Yu Qingxin appeared to the Moonwatcher clan as an ethereal being untouched by the mortal realm, a woman far beyond the capabilities of their tribe to cultivate, attracting the admiration of many men, albeit mostly in reverence, with no inappropriate thoughts. In their eyes, Yu Qingxin was already Xiao Tian's, and they could only offer their respect to the benefactor's lady. The protective formation of your clan is too feeble. Here are some modifications I devised after observing your formation. If you lead your kin in making slight improvements, it should suffice to withstand beings of the Sage Realm, Xiao Tian said, handing a sketch to the Moonwatcher. The Moonwatcher clan possesses its own cultivation methods, but with the current awakening level of your bloodline, you cannot yet attain the inheritance that I have analyzed your meridian structure and will leave you with a set of cultivation techniques that can greatly enhance your bloodline awakening and enable you to harness your full potential. Xiao Tian reflected, revealing the reason for his extended stay with the Moonwatcher clan. Thank you, benefactor. The Moonwatcher clan leader knelt once more, seeing in this young man a respect greater than that which he held for the underworld king he had never met. It is but a trifling matter. In a few days, I shall take my leave to thrive in this realm of the dead. One must possess the requisite strength, The Wolf King and the Black Panther have already been vanquished, and that mosquito has also met its demise at my hands. For now, this place is secure. You may take the capable members of your clan to their lair and retrieve the resources they have amassed. Chapter 73. Journeying the world, it has been quite some time since the turmoil of the Wanyue clan subsided, and Xiao Tian and Yu Qingxin have been away for 3 days. Their pace is leisurely, marked by pauses, as if awaiting something. The war god of the Wanyue clan has been following us all along. Do you not intend to let him go? Yu Qingxin remarked calmly, having discovered over the past few days that Xiao Tian is indeed a man of considerable depth. Let him leave? Why would I wish for that? Xiao Tian gazed into the distance. His strength is feeble. Accompanying you will only bring more trouble and could very well become your Achilles heel, subject to coercion. The realm of the dead is enigmatic, and no one has truly traversed it. It is rumored that great upheavals have occurred within, rendering many places inaccessible. Yu Qingxin stated solemnly. Now that the two of them have become intertwined in fate, there are matters that must be clarified. No one shall be my burden. I possess only friends and foes. My friends are my allies, bound by brotherhood, not encumbrances. Enemies are merely adversaries, and there is no time for burdens when swords are drawn. Xiao Tian spoke softly. Once, I had a band of brothers, a group to whom I couldn't trust my back. Yu Qingxin's expression shifted slightly, her heart tinged with bitterness. She had no true friends. Even among her blood relatives in the clan, there was wariness and intrigue, a struggle for resources, power, and everything that could be contested from the moment of birth. I can only hope he will be your brother. Why Yu Qingxin remained reluctant to believe in the existence of such camaraderie. Xiao Tian ceased to elaborate. Some matters require no explanation, only time. Where shall we go? Yu Qingxin broke the silence. That is it not said that the realm of the dead is a sky unto itself? Xiao Tian replied with a smile. I shall take you to traverse the world. Xiao Tian's journey was by no means aimless. He pursued a path that led to places once graced by Fengdu. From Wanyue, he had gleaned additional information regarding the numerous divine sanctuaries hidden within the realm of the dead. Xiao Tian possessed a key related to one such sanctuary, though it was merely a fragment of what was needed to unlock it. Where are you headed? The trio hastened to catch up with Xiao Tian, greeting him warmly. Are you also en route to Liuxia City? We seem to have lost our way here and do not know how to find Liuxia City. Xiao Tian's mind raced. He had no knowledge of Liuxia City, and even Wang Yue was unaware of its existence. Let us go together, then. It just so happens that Liuxia City has much to behold, and I shall protect you when the time comes. One of the young men among the trio laughed heartily. I am called Hu Yin Ta. The two middle-aged men beside Hu Yin Tuo furrowed their brows slightly, eyeing Xiao Tian and Yu Qingxin with evident caution. Xiao Tian saw through their cultivation levels. They were merely at the realm of the earthly law manifestation, and Hu Yin Tuo before him was merely at the void god stage. Xiao Tian's displayed realm was that of the void god. Thus, Hu Yin Tuo's two bodyguards regarded him with disdain, their expressions predominantly warning. Young master, there are numerous significant matters awaiting us in Liuxia City, so let us not trouble this young gentleman. A middle-aged man spoke in a low tone. The implication of his words was clear. Hurry along. Avoid meddling. We have pressing affairs to attend to. Hu Yintao appeared to disregard the warning entirely, striding directly toward Xiao Tian, muttering to the two wooden figures. You've nearly suffocated this young master. Come, let us converse as we walk. Upon hearing Hu Yintuo's words, the two middle-aged men were left speechless, realizing they had been enduring their discomfort the entire journey. I am Xiao Tian, and this is my wife. Yumerin. Xiao Tian introduced himself. This introduction. Yu Qingxin shot him a glare, her heart feeling somewhat relieved. Every woman yearns for praise from a man, especially regarding her beauty. Why Yumerin? Hu Yintao scrutinized Yu Qingxin, a look of distress crossing his face as he sympathetically regarded Xiao Tian. Brother, can such a woman truly be called a beauty? Even my family's wet nurse surpasses her in allure. Xiao Tian stifled a laugh, responding gravely. Regardless of what young Master Hu Yin considers beautiful, in my eyes, only my wife, Yumerin, holds that title. To me, she is the epitome of beauty. At that moment, Yu Qingxin's appearance hardly qualified as that of a beauty, even failing to rival the women of their tribe. Xiao Tian's claim was already a stretch. Now, her embarrassment was palpable as he extolled her virtues. I hail from a small tribe, where Yu Marin is revered as the most beautiful. Xiao Tian continued, why good brother, when we depart Luxia City, I shall take you to Huyin Great Tribe, a place where beauties abound, far surpassing your Yu Marin. She shall no longer be known as Yu Marin, but rather Yu Jing Tian, a visage that is shockingly unappealing. Huyin Tuo continued. The two middle-aged men sensed an unusual tension, yet dismissed it, recognizing the source of the unease was the woman being ridiculed by their young master. Do you dare defy me and question my perception of beauty? Yu Qingxin retorted coldly, her privileged upbringing having shielded her from such indignities, and now she teetered on the brink of fury. Xiao Tian had no intention of intervening. In fact, he secretly wished for Yu Qingxin to teach Huyin Tuo a lesson. Oh, little wench, to call you ugly would be an understatement. Do you believe anyone can provoke this young master without consequence? You must have accrued some virtue to elicit even a few words from me. Huyin Tuo scoffed. A woman of your status should be relegated to slavery. To defy your master warrants a most severe punishment. Yu Qingxin could no longer contain her wrath, launching an attack with a swift, decisive motion, the atmosphere around her thick with tension, unleashing the Shura killing path. The two middle-aged men, sensing Yu Qingxin's sacred domain, cried out in alarm, Young master, flee quickly. This woman is a saint. Xiao Tian remained unfazed, standing leisurely beside Yu Qingxin. See, I told you so. My wife's temper is rather volatile, and look, you have incited her wrath. At this juncture, even I would not dare to intervene. Kill. Yu Qingxin summoned the power of death that lingered behind her, merging it into her long sword, transforming it into a blade of light that flickered ominously at the length of a foot. The sword light. It was indeed a sword light. This woman had concealed her prowess from the very beginning. She is a sage. One of the guards exclaimed, I am not a sage. The path of a sage is not my pursuit. What I can achieve is merely to kill. Yu Qingxin retorted coldly, advancing step by step towards Huyin Tuo, an icy murderous intent enveloping him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably like sifted chaff. Are you truly so frightened of women in the tribe? Xiao Tian jested, in the tribe, there exists no woman as formidable as this. Huyin Tuo cried out, his voice quaking with fear, pleading with Xiao Tian. Brother, save me. Tell my sister-in-law to cease. Then tell me, is my wife not the beautiful you? Xiao Tian inquired with a smile. Indeed, my sister-in-law is the most exquisite woman in the world, without exception. Any woman standing before her is but a mere flicker of starlight. Overshadowed by her brilliance, Huyin Tuo immediately retorted, Are you mocking my wife? Xiao Tian frowned, Am I truly so unappealing? Huyin Tuo, I thought his words were abruptly interrupted by a series of violent blows and anguished cries. After a considerable time, Yu Qingxin ceased, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she clapped her hands. Huyin Tuo, why are you still lying on the ground? Stop feigning death. As her words fell, Huyin Tuo sprang up from the ground, rushing to Yu Qingxin's side. Goddess, what is your command? Indeed, you are worthy of the title of the ugliest in the world. Yu Qingxin appraised him with a critical gaze, pleased with her handiwork. You too, tell me, is your young master handsome? The lady is the most beautiful woman under heaven, the unrivaled beauty. A torrent of praise flowed from the lips of the two middle-aged men, fervently lauding Yu Qingxin. My dear, they have been extolling you for half an hour. Shall we not let them off the hook? After all, they are newcomers, and it is understandable that they are unaware of the ways. Xiao Tian interjected, attempting to mediate. Then I shall spare you this time. However, from this moment on, we shall be your attendants, accompanying you into Luxia City, Yu Qingxin replied. Upon hearing the word attendants, Huyin Tuo collapsed to the ground once more. Goddess, I cannot. How could I allow the goddess to become a servant? I shall serve the goddess. Do you think my response was insufficiently severe? Yu Qingxin scoffed coldly. Did I wonder if I were to sever an ear? Would you comprehend my words? Huyin Tuo's countenance drained of color, terror-stricken as he gazed at Yu Qingxin, filled with regret. What madness possessed me to provoke such a fierce woman? I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. And she is so formidable, capricious in temperament. Since we are to be your servants, you shall do as the goddess commands. That do you not know what it means to act? Xiao Tian and Yu Qingxin played their roles, one taking the part of the villain and the other the hero. My dear, why are you angry again? Do we not just engage in a skirmish? Very well, I agree. Huyan Tuo quickly acquiesced, his face pale as he gazed at Xiao Tian and Yu Qingxin. A quartet of travelers journeyed towards the city of Liuxia, with two middle-aged men bringing up the rear, silent and brooding. The leader, Huyan Tuo, dared not utter a word, opting instead for a quiet march. Master, did you traverse this way in silence all along? Xiao Tian finally spoke. Isn't such a journey rather dull? Traveling the world should entail some amusement. Chapter 74. Qualification. Huyan Tuo had grown accustomed to the presence of Xiao Tian and Yu Qingxin by his side. The trepidation that once filled him had dissipated. Engaging in brotherly banter with Xiao Tian left the two guards both astonished and apprehensive. The young master indeed possesses commendable character to converse so amiably with Xiao Tian. One middle-aged man remarked with a wry smile. Their discerning eyes had noted, through days of observation, that while the enchanting Yu seemed formidable and resolute, she invariably acted in accordance with Xiao Tian's cues. This indicated much. In truth, it suggested that Xiao Tian concealed his prowess, or perhaps, within their dynamic, he held the true noble identity, relegating Yu to the status of a mere attendant. Rise, Xiao Tian commanded. Let us converse as we walk. I find myself unfamiliar with this Liuxia city. With a wave of his hand, an unseen force lifted the two men from the ground. Their faces turned ashen as they lowered their heads. Trailing behind Xiao Tian, awaiting his inquiries, I abhor deceit, he continued, his tone unfazed. You shall have but one chance. Either reach Liuxia city safely, or meet your end in the wilderness. Even the Huyan clan would hesitate to provoke us. Your demise would matter little. You may fear not for your lives. Yet consider how your families will fare in your absence. What fate awaits them among your kin once you are gone? Xiao Tian's voice remained calm and composed. Yet the two men paled further, consumed by thoughts of their wives and children, pondering the grim realities they would face, perhaps entombed alongside them or reduced to servitude. The emergence of Liuxia city had been abrupt, as if conjured from thin air. Several tribes had dispatched individuals to investigate for some time, yet yielded no clues. Eventually, these tribes received a blood letter from Liuxia city, prompting them to cease their inquiries. The depths of Liuxia city were profound, Xiao Tian mused. Such a place was indeed ripe for opportunistic ventures and violent skirmishes. Moreover, Liuxia city had dispatched formidable warriors to a prominent tribe, eradicating them overnight without mercy. Sparing neither age nor gender, a once powerful tribe vanished into the abyss. Since that calamity, no one dared to disturb the tranquility of Lufeng city. Xiao Tian pondered deeply. Such a prominent force in the underworld had not been met with the annihilation of the Ming sect, suggesting it might be a power secretly bolstered by the sect itself. Alternatively, Liuxia city could very well be the creation of remnants of the Ming clan, allowed to flourish by the sect to lure forth the arrival of Fengdu. There existed yet another possibility. Liuxia city may not belong to any faction, its appearance entirely fortuitous. Observing Xiao Tian's contemplative silence, the two men were drenched in cold sweat, fearful of any misstep. What brings us to Liuxia city? Xiao Tian smiled, restoring an air of calmness. The ancient repository of the Ming clan has been unlocked, and numerous tribes have sent emissaries to seek their fortunes. However, entrance to the repository requires a key, which is exclusively held by the branches of the Ming clan. Within the vast expanse of the Huyan region, there exist remnants of the Netherfolk, yet these individuals are mere wanderers who have strayed into Huyan, lacking any keys of significance. Our journey, accompanied by the young master, is primarily to the illustrious city of Liuxia, allowing him to witness the grandeur of the outside world and understand the formidable strength of its denizens, thereby avoiding the pitfalls of complacency. After engaging in conversation, Xiao Tian gained considerable insight into Liuxia, including knowledge of the surrounding Netherlands. The Huyan region, while self-proclaimed as a major power, is nothing more than an inflated title. Beyond Huyan, there exists a unique group of cultivators who refer to themselves as walkers. These individuals traverse the realms, experiencing the myriad laws of existence and harmonizing with the cosmos, earning the additional designation of ascetics. They have established a distinctive presence outside Liuxia, forming a unique faction. Furthermore, there are truly noteworthy clans, some of which boast sages among their ranks, with rumors suggesting the presence of a Saint King as well. After a fortnight of travel, we finally arrived at the outskirts of Liuxia. Along the way, we encountered various passers-by, yet none exchanged greetings. Each merely regarded the other with indifferent glances before parting ways. The area surrounding Liuxia buzzed with activity, as numerous chariots queued to enter the city. The towering city walls, adorned with glazed tiles, exuded opulence that far surpassed that of Lufeng City. The walls alone soared dozens of zhang high, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure that made it difficult to breathe in the presence of such monumental architecture. Above the city gates, two intricately carved stone beasts loomed, their lifelike expressions surveying the surroundings. When Xiao Tian gazed up and met the eyes of the stone creatures, he felt an uncanny sensation, as if they were observing him in return. It was peculiar, for they were mere inanimate objects. Yet they emanated a breath of life. This city is indeed extraordinary. Observe the guardians atop the walls. Among them are beings of sage caliber. Wei Yuqingxin was equally astounded by the imposing fortifications before her. Let us proceed inside and explore, Xiao Tian suggested as the group made their way toward the gates. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shook the ground, raising clouds of dust. A chariot pulled by 5 majestic unicorns thundered forth from a distance. "Make way! The Lingxian clan approaches," cried a voice from the chariot. The crowd gasped and scrambled to avoid the oncoming vehicle. "Damn it!" Huyin Tuo shouted. "What are you yelling about? Are you blind? Can't you see the queue ahead? Just because you have a few oxen doesn't make you special." Upon hearing his outburst, the 2 guards exchanged concerned glances. After all, they were dealing with the Lingxian clan, a faction several times more powerful than their own. Even those who felt anger dared not voice it, as the young master had flown into a rage. "Young master, they belong to the Lingxian clan," one guard cautioned. "Who cares about their clan status? Causing trouble here is unbecoming." Huyin Ta dismissed their concerns, helping a fallen woman to her feet. Regardless of their origins or status, bullying the weak is intolerable. "Humph! Move them aside," a cold voice emanated from the chariot. The 5 unicorns abruptly accelerated, charging toward Huyin Ta. With a fierce shout, Huyin Tua rushed toward the oncoming unicorns, fueled by youthful blood and fervor. Boom! Huyin Tua collided with the foremost unicorn, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. Dust billowed, the ground trembled, and all eyes turned to witness the unfolding spectacle. Huyin Tua unleashed his full power, his cultivation in the realm of the void god, enabling him to steadfastly withstand the headless unicorn bull. Though the unicorn bull was indeed a rare breed, its worth as a steed could only be deemed average. Humph! A cold snort emanated from within the chariot, imbued with an icy aura, directed straight at Huyin Ta. Huyin Tuo's expression shifted dramatically, retreating 3 steps before he could steady himself, fixating intently on the war chariot. "Begone, you wretched creature grappling with beasts," a voice from within the carriage uttered icily. "Even if you are a noble of the Lingxian tribe, your behavior is utterly excessive. How dare you allow my Huyin tribe's young scion to be subjected to such insults?" 2 of Huyin Tuo's guards stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Little did Huyin Tuo realize that his impulsive fervor had summoned dire consequences for his 2 uncles, nor could he fathom the potential calamity it would bring upon his tribe. "The Huyin tribe? How dare you utter such words in my presence? Even Huyin Sheng would cower before me, let alone his wretched offspring. Bow and confess your transgressions at once, or the Lingxian tribe shall dispatch forces to Huyin, teaching you what it truly means to be a formidable tribe." The occupants of the chariot continued to sneer, dismissing the Huyin tribe with contempt. The arrogance of those within the chariot was palpable. Xiao Tian observed the unfolding situation, having initially felt a kinship with Huyin Ta, merely due to the altercation with the 2 guards. Now, as he stepped forward to voice the concerns of the common folk, his stature rose significantly in Xiao Tian's eyes. Rubbing his nose, he hesitated before advancing. "Qualifications?" Xiao Tian cast a glance at the war chariot, uncertain of what qualifications were required by the esteemed individual within. Boom! Xiao Tian struck directly, his fist crashing into the chariot. The 5 unicorn bulls crumbled into a mass of flesh beneath the force of his blow, the chariot itself careening several paces away. One could only wonder if such qualifications were sufficient. Xiao Tian's voice was frigid, sending shivers through the onlookers. Chapter 75. The key behind Xiao Tian stood 3 individuals from the Huyin tribe. Huyin Tuo's eyes sparkling with admiration as he licked his lips. Big brother, you are so valiant and heroic. You are my idol. A grand idol indeed. The expressions of Huyin Tuo's guards were complex. On one hand, they were grateful for Xiao Tian's intervention, which shielded them from calamity. On the other, they were apprehensive, for once Xiao Tian took action, the prospect of reconciliation dwindled. Xiao Tian could depart at his leisure. Yet the Huyin tribe could not simply uproot themselves. Many gasped in astonishment. The might of Xiao Tian's punch was truly astounding, even sending the chariot flying. An enraged roar erupted from within the chariot. As a young man with crimson hair emerged, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Tian. You seek death. Have those inside take action, or you will perish, Xiao Tian replied softly. Who might you be? I do not recall the Huyin tribe having a youth of your caliber. An elderly figure stepped out from the chariot, his expression grave as he scrutinized Xiao Tian, sensing the formidable strength behind Xiao Tian's recent punch. They are my subordinates. If you insult my subordinates in my presence, am I the one courting death? Or are you? Xiao Tian assessed the elder with a glance, gauging the opponent's prowess through his aura. Humph. I care not for your subordinates or their status. Should they cross the path of this young scion, they deserve death. The Huyin tribe, you shall pay dearly for this. The young man with crimson hair roared in fury. Humph. Xiao Tian let out a cold grunt, his sharp gaze piercing directly at the young man, a chilling aura of murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. The red-haired youth staggered back 3 steps, his face as pale as death, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Tian, a low growl escaping his throat, akin to a beast suppressing its ferocity. Indeed, it was not you, Xiao Tian mused. Might I inquire if you wish to oppose the Ling Xian faction? An elder placed a hand on the shoulder of the crimson-haired youth, casting a wary glance at Xiao Tian. Although he was apprehensive of Xiao Tian's prowess, it did not imply he was incapable of contending with him. Young clansman, our purpose here is of a different nature. Please prioritize the greater good. Ling Xian faction, what is that place? I have never heard of it. Since we have already offended the Huyin faction, adding another enemy in the form of the Ling Xian faction is of little concern. Xiao Tian provocatively regarded the red-haired youth. His words were laden with significance, undoubtedly aiding the Huyin faction in distancing themselves from the animosity of the Ling Xian faction, while simultaneously provoking the crimson-haired youth further. Humph, young man, did your family not teach you that one must remain composed when faced with adversity? Not every power is one you can afford to offend. The elder stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, revealing himself to be at the saint realm. Nonsense. If you seek my qualifications, I shall grant them to you now. Xiao Tian retaliated with another punch, a surge of energy erupting. The elder countered with a palm strike, the shadow of his hand magnifying as it descended upon Xiao Tian. Boom! The collision of fist and palm produced the first tentative clash. Xiao Tian continued his assault, his third punch layering upon the second, its might even more fearsome, stirring the very air. Domain, the elder scoffed, extending his sacred domain, his wide sleeves billowing like a curtain, obscuring the sky within his domain. He then pointed a finger, directing it towards the shadow of Xiao Tian's fist. As the fingertip descended, the fist shadow dissipated within the elder's sacred domain, leaving only a vast curtain that relentlessly enveloped Xiao Tian. The laws of heaven and earth, is it? So he is not yet a saint. The elder advanced, feeling sovereign within his sacred domain. Shatter, Xiao Tian sneered, displaying no intention of unleashing his own domain, opting instead for a bare-handed confrontation. His physique was exceptionally robust, having been tempered through numerous trials, now rivaling that of a saint, rendering such power inconsequential to him. Heavy mountain fist, Xiao Tian struck once more, shadows of fists cascading through the air, the visage of mountains descending. Upon witnessing the mountain shadows, Yu Qingxin's expression shifted, recalling the few prodigies within the Tri-Mountain range, especially the sword that had cut through a sea of blood. The two engaged in relentless exchanges, their confrontation escalating into dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. Neither yielding an inch, locked in a stalemate, Xiao Tian gained a profound understanding of the elder's strength. While he could contend with him, achieving victory would be exceedingly challenging. "Kid, this ends here." The elder's gaze grew increasingly luminous, radiating light from his chest, as a beam of brilliance surged forth, manifesting the ethereal silhouette of a unicorn. A totem. Xiao Tian leapt back, sensing an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from the unicorn's apparition. He was reluctant to employ his celestial manifestation and equally hesitant to invoke his soul power. Uncertain whether demonic arts could prevail against the totem, an idea sparked in Xiao Tian's mind. "Summon the demon god." Xiao Tian bellowed, his chest glowing as well. A magnificent goose soaring forth from within him, stretching its wings and elongated neck, epitomizing grace and elegance. "Unfurl your wings and emit a resounding cry towards the heavens." Throughout this spectacle, the great goose cast not a single glance at the unicorn, striving fervently to showcase what it believed to be a splendid physique. "Mighty spirit," the elder bellowed with fury. "Moo." The unicorn let out a thunderous roar, its enormous eyes wide open, as the light upon its horn coalesced, releasing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the surroundings. The great goose lazily glanced at the unicorn, undeniably lethargic. Even this fleeting look seemed exceedingly reluctant. "What? Have you established your own domain? Have you become a mighty spirit?" Upon uttering these words, not only did Xiao Tian and the elder stand frozen in shock, but so too did everyone else. The two formidable beings summoned had inexplicably recognized one another. This scene was profoundly bizarre. What was initially a confrontation had transformed into a dialogue. The unicorn fixed its gaze intently upon the great goose, its eyes shimmering with light, as the radiance emanating from its horn gradually dissipated. "Are you the Lord of the Demons?" came a tentative voice, trembling with excitement and anticipation, an amalgamation of intricate and inscrutable emotions. Aside from the divine being, who else possesses such exquisite beauty? "Niu Ba, where are the other demons?" The great goose's eyes glinted with nostalgia. "Lord of the Demons, you truly are the Lord of the Demons." The ethereal figure quivered, tears shimmering in its eyes. "Your subordinate, Niu Ba, pays homage to the Lord of the Demons." The unicorn knelt before the great goose, offering its respects. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, shaking their heads in confusion as they attempted to decipher the situation before them. "Is this truly a fight? I am utterly bewildered," one exclaimed. "Is there even a need for combat?" The totem has already knelt. At that moment, the elder from the Lingxian faction found himself in the most lamentable predicament. Summoning the totem had severely drained his vital energy. The unicorn's ethereal form continued to absorb the elder's energy, and the elder soon realized that he had lost control over the totemic arts. Unable to retract the totem, "Mighty spirit, I am nearing my limit," the elder ventured tentatively. "Incompetent fool." The unicorn's voice resonated with authority, a mere cold snort causing all onlookers to buckle at the knees. The elder's countenance turned pale with fear. "I dare not." "Very well, Niu Ba, you may disperse for now. This matter is concluded. I shall seek you out in Lingxian to gather the demon clans and vanquish the demon dragon Taoist." The great goose waved its wings. "Were it not for the Lord of the Demons, you would have perished today." The unicorn regarded the great goose with utmost reverence before dissolving into the sky. "Thank you, Lord of the Demons. Thank you, Lord of the Demons." The elder repeatedly bowed before the great goose, harboring no doubt about the mighty spirit's words. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the chilling intent to kill emanating from the mighty spirit. "Enough, I require rest," the great goose declared, flapping its wings a few times before vanishing into the sky. "My lord, it was our impudence that intruded upon your presence. Please forgive us." The elder, visibly flustered, approached Xiao Tian and humbly bowed. "No harm done. Have you come here in search of the divine tomb of the underworld?" Xiao Tian inquired with a smile. The elder's complexion paled, and with a long sigh, he conceded, "Very well. Since you have come for the divine tomb, Ling Xian shall present you with a key." A stone key fell into Xiao Yan's hand, devoid of any discernible aura. Even the presence of restrictions was imperceptible, yet it exuded an air of ancient time. Xiao Tian unceremoniously accepted the key. "Should any matters arise, come directly to me, that I shall summon the Lord of the Demons to assist you." Xiao Tian concealed the key and said, "You are the prominent ones. Please proceed first." The elderly man's complexion paled, and he responded, "I dare not. I beseech you to go ahead." Xiao Tian smiled indifferently, showing no inclination to defer, as he strode confidently towards Liuxia City, accompanied by Hu Yintao and the others. The spectators gathered around began to disperse, murmuring amongst themselves, "You've bullied others for too long. It seems you've finally encountered a formidable foe." Someone reveled in their misfortune. "You are from the Ling Xian faction. You should lead the way." Another echoed Xiao Tian's earlier emphasis, "I dare not. I implore you to go first." Laughter erupted from the crowd, while those from the Ling Xian faction wore grim expressions. Their urges to retaliate suppressed by the elder, "We can annihilate them all right here." A voice with a deep timbre, belonging to a red-haired figure, remarked, "Young clan member, do you know the source of your strength?" Chapter 76. Liuxia City. The scene outside the city was fully observed by the guards of Liuxia City, who made no move to intervene, treating the unfolding events as if they were mere phantoms. As Xiao Tian and his company entered the city, they encountered no curious gazes, only a deep-seated disdain reflected in their eyes. Xiao Tian smiled faintly, choosing to remain indifferent. Upon entering Liuxia City, an inexplicable ambience enveloped them. The inner city felt like an entirely different realm. The vitality of heaven and earth within the city was thick and palpable, tenfold more intense than outside. The ceaseless clamors of vendors filled the air, and the city bustled with life, brimming with prosperity. After wandering around for some time, they located an inn. The room rates were exorbitantly high, causing Xiao Tian to frown upon hearing them. "Isn't this a tad overpriced?" he inquired with a smile. "Overpriced? Well, you're under no obligation to stay," the innkeeper replied impatiently. "Opening a business is fundamentally about profit. Are you not concerned your manner of treating customers will drive away business?" Xiao Tian maintained his composure. "Profit?" The innkeeper scrutinized Xiao Tian, seemingly unable to detect any potential for profit. "To be frank, all inns in Liuxia City are state-owned enterprises. Since you are not charged an entry fee, you should count yourselves fortunate. The concentration of heaven and earth's vitality within the city is so rich that even absorbing it comes at a cost." It dawned on Xiao Tian that the inn's lodging fee included the expense of harnessing the vitality of heaven and earth. Indeed, maintaining the gathering spirit formation in Liuxia City was quite costly. Given the richness of the energy compared to the outside world, the lodging fees were relatively modest. "Modest, you say? Then do produce the spirit stones." The innkeeper stated coldly that, "I require a private courtyard. I shall leave these spirit stones with you for now, and we will settle the account upon departure." Xiao Tian tossed a pouch filled with spirit stones. Nearly 100 pieces of mid-grade stones, sufficient to cover the rent for a private courtyard for an entire year. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit stones. "Server, hurry and escort our esteemed guest to view the accommodations." "What are you waiting for? Right away." The server guided Xiao Tian and his companions toward a private courtyard. "It seems these rooms are interconnected," Yu Qingxin remarked for the first time. "You possess a keen eye." "Esteemed guest, our inns in Liuxia City are properties of the city lord's mansion. All inns merely serve as facades. All residential areas are interconnected, and the rooms are shared," the server explained. Indeed, clustering the residential areas together eliminates many inconveniences. "The local residents shall not be disturbed. Should any changes arise, the lord of the city can swiftly regain control of the situation," remarked Xiao Tian. "Truly, the lord is an extraordinary individual," the innkeeper proudly responded. "Indeed, the lord possesses remarkable talents and vision." "Very well, esteemed guests," the innkeeper continued. "Ahead lies your private courtyard. Should you have any requests, please utilize the communication device. Someone will be designated to attend to your needs." "Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Tian said, discreetly slipping a few spirit stones to the innkeeper. "I have other matters to attend to, and shall not disturb your rest." The innkeeper subtly accepted the spirit stones and turned to leave. The courtyard, though modest in size, exuded tranquility, with a gentle stream weaving through it, enveloping the area in a misty haze. Xiao Tian's expression shifted slightly. This Liuxia city was indeed remarkable. "What have you discerned?" Yu Qingxin asked gravely, sensing an underlying tension since their arrival in Liuxia city. Though unable to articulate it, "Observe, that is no mere river, but rather liquid heavenly essence." Yu Qingxin's heart sank at this revelation. Meanwhile, atop the city walls of Liuxia, a fully armored general stood before a kneeling figure, the very innkeeper who had escorted Xiao Tian to the courtyard. "What have you observed?" The armored figure's voice resonated like metal striking stone. "After close observation of my subordinates, I noted a group of 5, led by a young man," the innkeeper reported. The armored figure murmured to himself, "Continue monitoring them closely. Should there be any unusual movements, notify the military immediately." "Yes," the innkeeper exclaimed, leaping from the towering walls with remarkable agility. "It seems we're being closely watched," Xiao Tian remarked, a sense of unease creeping over him. "It feels as though someone is constantly observing our every move." The voice of the great goose echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. Naturally, he remained oblivious to the presence of this divine entity, which was merely focused on this area, even feeling constrained from stepping outside for fresh air. The great goose expressed mild irritation that a sudden shock coursed through Xiao Tian. He too sensed this unsettling awareness. Ever since entering Liuxia city, he felt a pair of eyes fixed upon him, scrutinizing his every action. The observer's strength was formidable, likely surpassing the sacred realm, possibly a divine being. With his powerful soul, Xiao Tian was confident in confronting any prying eyes beneath the divine realm, yet the source of this gaze eluded him. This sensation was disconcerting. Without control, he felt utterly vulnerable. The north of Liuxia city stood an unremarkable peak, scarcely noticeable and nearly devoid of visitors. This mountain was perpetually shrouded in darkness, evading numerous prying eyes. Atop the peak loomed a vast palace, surpassing even the height of the mountain itself. The central hall of the palace, nearly 100 meters tall, towered above the city walls of Lufeng. Above the hall sat a grand black chair, upon which reclined a figure with cascading long hair obscuring their face. Only their glowing eyes pierced through the tresses, fixated on Xiao Tian within Liuxia city. Had Xiao Tian been present, he would have instantly recognized this figure as the very one he had encountered before. The demon, the malevolent entity he had vanquished. "Why do you exude a familiarity that resonates with me?" The shadowy figure rasped, its voice sounding as though its vocal cords were torn. "Liuxia city, my Liuxia city. Here lies the essence of my being, scattered and diminished, within this boundless realm of the netherworld. Yet amidst this eternal darkness, his earthly soul remains, and I shall await the emergence of Fengdu to consume that very soul. The age of the king of hell has drawn to a close. I keep you not for your strength, but rather because I wish for the king of hell to not vanish entirely from this world." A cold, detached voice penetrated the ears of the shadow, simultaneously reaching the ears of Xiao Tian within the city of Liuxia. Stifling his impulses, Xiao Tian gazed upward toward the void of the heavens. Though he could not perceive Yin Luo, he could feel his presence. "It truly is you. Why? Why must you do this?" Xiao Tian's expression twisted with rage, his heart clenched tightly, suppressing those emotions that ought not to exist. He began to meditate amidst the swirling spiritual energy. He reconfigured the formation, enriching the elemental energy within the courtyard. Upon entering, one could feel the viscous essence of the heavens and earth seeping through the pores into his very being. The prowess of an individual hinges on 2 aspects: the realm they inhabit and their combat techniques, as well as their cultivation methods. The higher the tier of the technique, the more formidable the unleashed power. "Esteemed guest," the voice of the innkeeper's assistant resonated from outside. Hu Yinta ushered the assistant into the courtyard, continuing his practice. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian's presence, the assistant's face lit up with enthusiasm, as if he had spotted a rare spirit stone. "Esteemed guest, recently, Liuxia city has become a gathering place, attracting numerous formidable individuals. The assistant spoke, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Tian. "Thank you, young assistant, for gathering this information." Xiao Tian tossed him a spirit stone. Chapter 77. Gathering of heroes. After listening to the assistant recount the general state of affairs in Liuxia City, Huyen Tuo wore a dejected expression. In just a few days, Liuxia City had amassed a considerable number of people, all of whom were distinguished talents from various tribes, many of whom Huyen Tuo had heard of before. The territory governed by Liuxia City was vast, encompassing tribes within a radius of several thousand miles, while the legends of divine treasures concealed within its borders had stirred the ambitions of numerous clans. In the past millennium, no one dared to act against Liuxia City. Throughout that time, Liuxia City had failed to obtain the divine treasures of the Nether Clan. Subsequently, Liuxia City proclaimed that divine treasures belonged to those of virtue, no longer monopolizing the treasures of the Nether Clan. Everyone understood that it was not that Liuxia City did not wish to seize those treasures, but rather they were incapable of breaching the defenses surrounding them, relying instead on the strength of various tribes to wear them down. After years of probing, people finally discerned a clue. The descendants of the Nether Clan could approach the divine treasures, leading to the concept of a key. Thus, various tribes scrambled to capture the descendants of the Nether Clan. This time, a month from now, the treasures would once again be unveiled and major tribes would arrive, each bringing forth their accumulated resources to contend for them. That it appeared as though all factions had reached an unspoken agreement, as no party dispatched their strongest warriors. Instead, they sent forth the younger generation of experts. This served both to refine their skills against one another and to ensure safety, for Liuxia City was formidable, and no one could guarantee that they would not suddenly strike, annihilating the strong from every tribe and forcibly unifying them. Let us discuss these individuals. After sending off the assistant, Xiao Tian spoke softly to Huyen Tuo. "Who is strong and who is weak? And who is that Deng Zilin that instills such fear in you?" As Huyen Tuo's body trembled, a profound sense of reverence for Xiao Tian enveloped him. With a mere glance at himself, he discerned the intricate nature of his relationship with these individuals. Deng Zilin was a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Grove. This grove was exceptional, not a tribe, but a sect established by the 7 elders of Purple Bamboo. Deng Zilin, being a shared disciple of these venerable masters, possessed formidable strength, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. Reluctantly, Huyen Tuo remarked, "Your father must have had some dealings with the 7 elders of the Bamboo Grove." Xiao Tian replied with a serene smile, "They were likely rivals, not friends. If you were friends, you would have more affection toward Deng Zilin rather than hostility." "Then they must be enemies," Huyen Tuo countered, "for only foes truly understand one another. Your father mentioned that the 7 elders could contend with Liuxia City, which surely implies he has crossed swords with them." "Remarkable, boss! You are truly remarkable," Huyen Tuo exclaimed, swallowing hard. "You have hit the nail on the head. My father's enmity with the 7 elders is no ordinary grievance. It is a life-and-death rivalry. My conflict with Deng Zilin is merely a continuation of the previous generation's grudges. Yet I find myself at a disadvantage, perpetually overshadowed by Deng Zilin." With a deep sigh, Huyen Tuo continued, "The others are indeed leaders of various factions, though none possess strength comparable to Deng Zilin. The youth of the Lingxian tribe are no weaklings either. He carries the bloodline of the totemic power, which, when awakened, allows him to battle at the saint level, and he has, on occasion, challenged opponents beyond his rank." Huyen Tuo's gaze wavered slightly. "Recent intelligence from the tribe?" Xiao Tian refrained from exposing Huyen Tuo's diversionary tactics, instead providing him an avenue for escape. "Are the 7 elders of Purple Bamboo perhaps transformed bamboo spirits rather than human cultivators?" "Indeed," Huyen Tuo affirmed with a nod. "Before embarking on my journey, my father urged me to memorize certain details, emphasizing the importance of knowing both oneself and one's adversaries, advising that should I encounter someone I couldn't defeat, I ought to flee. I am inherently lazy. Although I verbally agreed, I did not take it to heart. I thought that even if I were to falter, I had 2 uncles to back me up. Surely my life would be spared." Huyen Tuo shook his head, reminiscing about his departure from the tribe, when he encountered a few petty thieves, whom he dispatched with ease. Later, When I faced somewhat stronger opponents, my uncles intervened. And with the reputation of the Huan tribe backing me, I managed to navigate through without grave peril. However, upon meeting you all, I realized that the name of the Huan tribe held no real weight. True strength lies in one's own prowess. When I confronted the war chariots of the Lingxian tribe at the city gate, I was acutely aware that they far surpassed the Huan tribe. Yet I chose to engage nonetheless. I simply could not tolerate their arrogance, especially when parading it before me. Huanchuo continued. When the war chariots charged toward me, I felt the chilling breath of death drawing near. It was a terrifying sensation. Xiao Tian wore a smile, patiently listening to Huanchuo's tale without interruption. When I witnessed the boss shatter the Huan tribe's war chariot with a single punch, my heart surged with exhilaration. From that moment, I knew I wanted to follow the boss. Huanchuo's eyes sparkled with fervor. The boss's domination over the saint of the Lingxian tribe affirmed my decision was not only correct, but profoundly so. For over a decade, Huyan Tuo has been muddled, but this time I have made the right choice. Young clansman, an attendant could not help but exclaim, young Master Xiao Tian is immensely powerful. Following him will lead to a brighter future. However, the tribe needs you. The elder of the clan is aging, and someone must inherit the legacy. You truly believe I lack intellect. My brothers are all vying for the position of clan leader. If it were not for my father, I would have perished countless times already. I cannot lay a hand on them. They're my brothers. Huyan Tuo halted the middle-aged man's words. Were it not for the need to protect someone, I would have followed young Master Xiao Tian. Even if I were 10 years younger, at present, I desire to accompany young Master Xiao Tian. After all, the young clan is merely a young clan, and its aspirations are beyond our reach. The two figures departed from Xia City, their backs desolate. In just half a day, the news of Huyan Tuo's expulsion from the Huyan clan spread to Xia City, providing the populace with a long-awaited topic of conversation. In the very heart of Xia City stood not the Lord's mansion, but the premier tavern, Wang Xia Lu, the foremost establishment beneath the Xia King. Within, a multitude of young individuals congregated, each exuding charisma and confidence, striding with an air of authority. They hailed from various powerful factions, gathering to vie for the treasures of the Ming clan. The fact that Huyan Tuo was ousted from the Huyan clan was deemed sheer folly. Rumor has it that Huyan Tuo offended the Lingxian clan, and in a bid for self-preservation, the Huyan clan had no choice but to abandon him. What a cowardly tribe the Huyan clan is. Merely offending the Lingxian clan led to the forsaking of a young clansman. However, it was a young man who acted that day, single-handedly suppressing the red-haired one, shouldering all the blame. The Lingxian clan evidently bullies the weak. Unable to contend with others, they chose to vent their frustrations on the Huyan clan. Are you not aware? Not only was the red-haired one beaten, but even the key was seized by the opponent. The young patrons of Wang Xia Lu spoke freely, each backed by formidable support. While they eyed each other with caution, the competition among them was fierce, and it was not uncommon for them to take advantage of each other's misfortunes. If the Lingxian clan cannot even handle an obscure youth, it seems they may need to replace their heir. I have heard that even the totem of the Lingxian clan has been so frightened as to kneel. Whether this is true remains uncertain. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the red-haired one, intent on provoking him, uniting to diminish a rival, the red-haired one. Do you know who it was that struck you? A man clad in white inquired, his tone devoid of respect or reverence. I am aware that your Feiyu clan has close ties with the Huyan clan. However, even combined, the Feiyu and Huyan clans cannot rival my Lingxian clan. Xiao Tian, do you possess the audacity to confront me? The red-haired one entered Wang Xia Lu without hesitation, ascending to the second floor, disregarding the clamor behind him. The red-haired one truly radiated an imposing presence. A cold laugh resonated from the second floor, that I have no qualms about engaging you before the treasure is unveiled. The red-haired one was forthright. The frustrations endured outside Xia City would be unleashed here. Master, this is indeed Wang Xia Lu. Observe those carriages ahead. Their value is evident, and they should fetch a handsome price. Indeed, this place is quite remarkable. The first remark was commendable, indicating that these vehicles could fetch a handsome price. The second was a straightforward compliment directed at Wang Xiaolu. Here is Wang Xiaolu. where young talents gather. You lot, step aside. The guard station at Wang Xiaolu bellowed, "Duh-oh, young talents, my master is not present. Who dares to claim the title of young genius? And you, which family S-hound are you? You are quite blind to bite at random. Be cautious, or you might find all your teeth shattered." Chapter 78. Conflict. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Tian and his entourage. Such ostentation was not characteristic of Xiao Tian. He had originally intended to gather information here and perhaps encounter the so-called prodigies. However, recalling the considerable treasures he had expended at the Wangyue clan left him unsettled. And upon seeing the various vehicles parked outside Wang Xiaolu, a scheme formed in his mind. What audacity! Within a radius of several thousand miles of Liuxia City, numerous clans abound, and each minor clan boasts its own young geniuses. Not to mention the direct disciples of reclusive sections. Someone snorted derisively. How dare you disregard the various minor clans? Mere heavenly law manifestations are not to be boasted about. Pray tell, what is your cultivation level? Xiao Tian replied with a smile. I am Lu Qingfeng from the Dijun clan, here in Liuxia City with my clan's younger generation. The individual straightened his posture, adding, as for my realm, I am at the pinnacle of the heavenly law manifestation. So, another of the heavenly law manifestations. No wonder he was tasked with guarding the entrance. Xiao Tian feigned enlightenment. Very well, you may step aside. After uttering these words, Xiao Tian, accompanied by Hu Yintao, strode into Wang Xiaolu on the second floor of Wang Xiaolu. Chi Fa trembled involuntarily upon hearing Xiao Tian's voice, suppressing his anger. He could not act. Do not be hasty. We are merely here to observe the spectacle. This is a calamity incarnate. Let us see who will be the unfortunate soul today. An elder from the Ling Xian clan chuckled maliciously. Hu Yintao, halt. This is no place for you rabble. Vacate the premises immediately. Lu Changfeng bellowed in fury, humiliated by Xiao Tian's mockery, and then ignored as a member of the Dijun clan. He could not tolerate such disrespect. Dijun clan? What kind of place is that? Is it formidable? Can it contend with the Ling Xian clan? Xiao Tian inquired as he walked. Certainly not. The Ling Xian clan is a true major clan, whereas the Dijun clan is merely a second-rate tribe, unworthy of comparison. Hu Yintao replied, clearly dismissing Lu Changfeng. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut. Yu Qingxin snorted. Lu Qingfeng's outstretched hand immediately crumbled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at the woman behind Xiao Tian. Just one glance rendered me powerless. That woman must be of the holy realm, Lu Qingfeng murmured to himself, wanting to alert his master, but the sight of Yu Qingxin's back instilled fear in him, preventing any movement. Young geniuses congregated at Wang Xiaolu. Since they were predominantly spirited youths, the city's strict prohibition against private duels was somewhat relaxed. As these individuals were the future powerhouses, as long as there were no fatalities, the authorities would turn a blind eye. The cacophony in hall suddenly fell silent, with every gaze fixed upon Xiao Tian at the entrance. They had been intently observing the commotion outside the building, and every word spoken by Xiao Tian was thoroughly overheard. Upon seeing Xiao Tian enter Wang's residence unscathed, they were taken aback. What is this? Xiao Tian's expression was peculiar. He could only continue to feign composure. These individuals were the protectors of the young talents, essentially their attendants. They were not guardians and lacked the qualification to accompany their young master to the second floor. Hu Yintao's voice was loud and unrestrained. Wasn't Hu Yintao merely a stray dog cast out from his home? Someone retorted scornfully at a stray dog. Hu Yintao let out a cold sneer, stating, I have merely become a free man, unlike you who are but a lapdog. Know your place. Here, you are the real dogs that ate you, Yintao. You seek death. A person rose abruptly, intending to confront Hu Yintao. Hu Yintao laughed heartily. Seek death. Today, I am indeed seeking it. Do please kill me. His gaze turned icy, fixated on the individual before him. This was a strategy concocted by Xiao Tian and Hu Yintao to provoke Hu Yintao into a tirade, subsequently inciting those arrogant young talents to take action. Xiao Tian would then step in to engage with them, perhaps even gamble a bit to earn some extra coin. A middle-aged man stood up, advancing towards Hu Yintao. That the flicker of panic crossed Hu Yintao's eyes. He was merely a minor character in the realm of the virtual gods, although the other party was a servant. He possessed the strength of a pinnacle practitioner of the earthly laws that a single encounter could spell his doom. Humph. So they wait for Hu Yin Tuo to leave the clan before seizing the opportunity to strike? Such despicable behavior. Yu Qingxin spoke coldly, casting a glance at the middle-aged Hu Yin Tuo is now accompanying my young master. Thus he is one of us. Should anyone wish to be the first to rise against him, I would not mind seeing more bones littering Wang's residence. That Why Yu Qingxin regarded the middle-aged man with a piercing gaze. The man was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though Yu Qingxin's stare was akin to a sharpened blade sweeping over him. On several occasions, he felt an icy chill creeping along his neck. My apologies for the disturbance, Xiao Tian said with a hint of regret, glancing at the proprietor who was watching the spectacle. No need for concern, the proprietor replied nonchalantly. People die every time, as long as you do not exceed the quota. It is acceptable. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, the entire first floor fell silent. They sensed the oppressive aura radiating from Yu Qingxin, a blend of authority and a chilling murderous intent. Are you the one who intends a strike at Hu Yin Tuo? From the Dijun family. Yu Qingxin stepped forward. I dare not. I do not dare. The voice of the Dijun family member trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. N01 is unafraid of death, especially when it lurks so close, amplifying their fear of facing such a fate. Enough. How disgraceful. A cold voice emanated from the second floor as a strikingly handsome man appeared at the staircase. Regarding Xiao Tian and his companions, you truly intend to shield Hu Yin Tuo? The speaker was Di Shirlu, a young scion of the Dijun family. His gaze passing over Xiao Tian to rest upon Hu Yin Tuo showed no fear, adopting a defiant posture. Exuding the demeanor of a pig unbothered by boiling water, Di Shirlu's complexion turned pale, the weight of immense pressure bearing down on his heart as he warily gazed at Xiao Tian. Indeed, your profound abilities are remarkable. Then, I ask you to step aside, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. This scene profoundly shook the numerous young talents on the second floor. Merely the sound of footsteps caused Di Shirlu to spit blood. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Yuan Qingfeng of Tianyuan Mountain. Previously, Tianyuan Mountain was quite respectable, yet in recent years, it seems anyone could be accepted. Even a character like Yuan Qingfeng can become a disciple of the sect, suggesting that it has become rather ordinary. Hu Yin Tuo smirked. Hu Yin Tuo, am I to interpret this as a provocation towards Tianyuan Mountain? Yuan Qingfeng retracted his smile, glaring fiercely at Hu Yin Tuo. Think as you wish. It has nothing to do with me, Hu Yin Tuo replied nonchalantly. Did Hu Yin Tuo perhaps believe that by aligning himself with a master, he had elevated his status? A woman clad in purple rose to her feet. Her gaze not on Hu Yin Tuo or Xiao Tian, but rather on Yu Qingxin. Under the scrutiny of the woman, Yu Qingxin felt somewhat uncomfortable, the mist on her face thickening. You conceal your face. Could it be that you harbor something unspeakable? The woman in purple spoke again. Xiao Tian frowned. He bore no hostility towards anyone present, merely wishing to earn some extra coin, yet the woman's words irked him. Deng Zilin, you remain as sharp-tongued and caustic as ever. I truly wonder how Yuan Qingfeng manages such restraint and meekness, Hu Yin Tuo scoffed. You seek death, Deng Zilin exclaimed, raising her hand as a purple ribbon shot towards Hu Yin Tuo. Such a sharp-tongued girl, her strikes exceedingly vicious, that Yu Qingxin shifted her stance. The flash of her sword, severing Deng Zilin's ribbon. My master is one of the 7 elders of the purple bamboo. You dare offend me. Even in Luxia City, they must show respect to my master and honor me to some degree. Deng Zilin snorted coldly. What are you to dare strike at me? It is only because Luxia City recognizes your master. We have no knowledge of what the 7 elders of the purple bamboo are. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, stating, if he were truly a venerable elder, I, Xiao Tian, would naturally show respect. However, to produce a disciple as ignorant, arrogant, and unreasonable as you is hardly commendable. You insult my master. Today you must die, Deng Zilin declared fiercely. Junior, considering your arduous cultivation, if you bow and confess before my lady, we may spare your life. Otherwise, even in Luxia City, this old man shall take action. An elder with a few leaves atop his head appeared behind Deng Zilin. coldly regarding Xiao Tian. With you? Xiao Tian raised his head defiantly. Because we know nothing of the 7 elders of the bamboo grove, we must apologize to her. Xiao Tian sneered. Have you ever heard of Somnian Mountain? Offending us means offending Somnian Mountain. What's Somnian Mountain? Where do these wildlings come from? The elder from the purple bamboo grove rebuked. One individual from Somnian Mountain is sufficient to erase your purple bamboo grove from this world. Xiao Tian's gaze turned icy. Everyone has their vulnerabilities, and the parents in Lufeng City were his, just as Somnian Mountain served as his. You seek death. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, the elder unleashed a force unique to the realm of saints. Death. Yu Qingxin released her sacred domain, transforming the surroundings into a true realm of demise, where flora withered and bones littered the ground. The elder fixed his gaze intently upon Yu Qingxin, sensing the imminent danger. Indeed, she possessed the cultivation of a saint, which explained her audacity in this place. You have offended the purple bamboo forest, and even with your saintly prowess, you shall not leave here alive. Might I request, esteemed guests, that you grant me a favor. Today, we have gathered in Wangxilu to discuss the divine repository of the underworld clan, not to engage in reckless bravado. Though I do not know you, I extend this courtesy. Xiao Tian and his companions approached the table of the red-haired figure with familiarity, uncertain if they could take a seat. That, of course, you may, the red-haired guardian replied promptly, a smile illuminating his face. Thank you kindly, Xiao Tian nodded. Please refrain from regarding me with such eyes, and harbor no enmity towards me. We have no grievances nor past conflicts. Moreover, many here harbor hostility towards you. We ought to consider ourselves as allies. Xiao Tian felt his reasoning sound and nodded repeatedly. The red-haired figure, however, wore a face of displeasure. To him, being insulted and then dismissed was a profound humiliation, regardless of Xiao Tian's perceived innocence. Naturally, the elder murmured. The young master of the Soft Fate Valley has already begun to exhibit the aura of a leader among this generation, and only Xiao Tian can keep him in check. That red-haired one. May I pose a question? Xiao Tian asked, somewhat bashfully rubbing his nose. Ask away. The red-haired figure maintained his aloof demeanor. Which young master here is the wealthiest? Xiao Tian inquired eagerly. Who possesses the most heavenly materials? Earth treasures or magical artifacts? The red-haired figure regarded Xiao Tian with a peculiar expression. All those seated here possess considerable riches, but if you seek the wealthiest, it must be Nan Huairo of the Soft Fate Valley. They have long claimed a medium-sized spiritual vein, their greatest asset. The purple bamboo forest boasts the most heavenly materials and earth treasures, for the 7 elders of purple bamboo have cultivated 7 types of bamboo into spiritual beings. Thus, the spiritual herbs within their domain are abundant. Huyin Ta interjected, Do you not expect me to intervene on your behalf? While I too find that Dangzaline intolerable, your affairs are yours alone, he added, casting a glare at Xiao Tian. Huyin Ta spoke truthfully. The purple bamboo forest's abundance of spiritual herbs was no secret in the Liuxia City region. The strength of the 7 elders, radiating the essence of wood, attracted numerous spiritual herbs, thus fostering their proliferation. As for the most magical artifacts, that title belongs to Yuan Qingfeng, the red-haired figure continued. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression of delight, the others felt a chill run down their spines. It was truly terrifying. Is the Ling Xian faction a significant force here? Xiao Tian inquired cautiously. Absolutely. Only a handful of factions can rival Ling Xian here, the red-haired figure proclaimed with pride. Then our course is cleared. In a moment, you shall act as my dealers, Xiao Tian declared, rising to his feet. We come from all corners of the world. Our gathering here is a rare fortune. Let us raise a toast to this precious chance. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Tian, bewildered, yet they still raised their cups and drank in one gulp. That on such a significant day, how could there be no auspicious beginnings? Xiao Tian proclaimed loudly, I am Xiao Tian, hailing from Somnian Mountain. Today I wish to bring joy to everyone by challenging the illustrious first celestial wind of Tianyuan Mountain. Upon his words a ruckus erupted. Those who had arrived in Liuxia City were all rivals, and at this moment, some were eager to engage in combat. For anyone, the chance to exhaust an opponent would be beneficial. Even if Xiao Tian could not vanquish the first celestial wind, they could still inflict mutual damage that in the forthcoming struggle for the Divine Vault, two formidable competitors would be eliminated. The expression of the first celestial wind darkened. He was not blind to Xiao Tian's intentions to wear him down. Are you intentionally opposing me? He gritted through clenched teeth, knowing he must suppress his fury. Unfazed, Xiao Tian continued, I have long admired the extraordinary techniques of Tianyuan Mountain and have yearned to experience them firsthand. Today, it is fortuitous that I encounter the mightiest of the younger generation from Tianyuan Mountain, the first celestial wind. Naturally, I wish to seek your guidance. Humph. You merely seek to hinder my advantage in the impending Divine Vault contest. Xiao Tian, I shall not be the only participant in this struggle. You too must contend. Such exhaustion serves no purpose in the contest for the Divine Vault. You shall understand the caliber of the individual you have provoked. The first celestial wind's words undoubtedly indicated he had already taken a step back. Oh, Wind Brother, I harbor no such intentions. That I merely admire the skills of Tianyuan Mountain. Even if I were to perish at your hands, I would hold no grievances. Xiao Tian spoke with righteous fervor, asserting that his intent was merely to enliven the atmosphere for all. Soon, conflict was inevitable. They might as well find joy in it. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. The first celestial wind spat through gritted teeth. Xiao Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. He was fully confident in his ability to defeat the first celestial wind. The toll of this confrontation was negligible for him, as he possessed ample elixirs to swiftly recover. Perhaps even profiting from the situation, he exchanged glances with Hu Yin Ta, who promptly rose, declaring, such fighting is hardly entertaining. Hu Yin Ta, wager 30 spirit stones on Xiao Tian's victory. A wave of incredulity swept through the crowd, yet soon others began to chime in. Very well. Since both of you are so inclined, I shall wager 50 mid-grade spirit stones on the first celestial wind. Bets began to escalate. I, Ling Xian, shall take the role of bookmaker. Young Master Xiao Tian is our friend. We shall wager 300 spirit stones on his victory. The flesh of the red-haired man's face stiffened. 300 spirit stones, an amount equivalent to half a month's expenses for the Ling Xian faction, had just been squandered, leaving him feeling as though his heart were being sliced. Thank you for your generous support, Ling Xian faction. Should I lose to the first celestial wind, I shall bestow all my possessions upon Tianyuan Mountain. Xiao Tian provocatively gazed at the first celestial wind. If I were to fall at the hands of Xiao Tian, all my treasures, including those gifted by my sex elders, shall be given to him. The first celestial wind declared fiercely. What about the odds? If your Ling Xian faction wishes to act as bookmaker, you must provide fair odds, someone shouted. The red-haired man glared fiercely at Xiao Tian. Upon noticing Xiao Tian gesturing towards him, he nearly erupted in a fit of rage upon seeing Xiao Tian's fingers indicating the odds, 10 to 1. I wager 1 yuan on Qingfeng. The high odds coupled with the stark disparity in their realms led nearly everyone to bet on Qingfeng's victory. The variety of treasures being wagered was astonishing, leaving even the lesser clans of Lingxian dazzled. Uncle, the red-haired man began to speak, only to be silenced by his protector. All consequences shall fall upon me. The loss of these spirit stones will likewise be my burden. However, should we win, all spoils will belong to the tribe, the protector declared solemnly. Xiao Tian observed as the crowd's betting reached its peak, circumventing Qingfeng and making his way towards Deng Zilin. But if I win against Qingfeng, would you be willing to spar with me, miss? On what grounds? An elder beside Deng Zilin suddenly stood, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Xiao Tian. On the basis of my fortune. Should I triumph over Qingfeng, I shall possess untold wealth. To that point, I would challenge you, with my entire fortune as the wager. Xiao Tian regarded Deng Zilin with a playful glint in his eye, a mix of mockery and disdain. Very well. I accept your challenge. Should I lose, I shall provide you with an item of equal value to my fortune. No, it shall be double your fortune, Deng Zilin retorted with a cold scoff. Xiao Tian beamed with unrestrained joy and, without concealing his elation, navigated through the throng to stand before Nan Huairo. He hesitated, raising his hand several times, only to swallow his words. You wish to challenge me? Nan Huairo asked, frowning. Xiao Tian sheepishly scratched his head. I would like to give it a try. However, that hinges on my victory over Qing Feng and Deng Zilin. If you manage to defeat them, I shall accept your challenge. Be aware that in Royuan Valley, we are never short of spirit stones. When the time comes, you may dictate the amount, Nan Huairo stated. Xiao Tian rejoiced. Thank you, young Valley Master. Should you lose, not only will I claim your fortune, but I shall also demand your life. Nan Huairo's gaze bore into Xiao Tian's, her eyes dark and bright, akin to a flame flickering with intensity. What is but a life? If I lose, I shall willingly offer it to the young Valley Master. Xiao Tian laughed heartily. Qing Feng, I, Xiao Tian, challenge you to a life-and-death duel. Do you dare accept? Do you dare accept? Do you dare accept? His consecutive inquiries rendered Qing Feng's complexion pale, putting him at a disadvantage. Chapter 80. The attitude of Liuxia City. Xiao Tian's challenge was meticulously crafted. His formidable soul power had already assessed the strengths of those present. Among the younger generation, the three strongest were Nan Huairo, Deng Zilin, and Qing Feng. Of the trio, Qing Feng appeared relatively weaker, making it seem as though he had little confidence in his chances. Any true warrior would typically select the mightiest opponent to confront, as that would carry a greater deterrent effect. Since you all possess such refined interests, why not proceed to the arena in Liuxia City? The proprietor of Wang's establishment addressed the gathering. Liuxia City welcomes your presence and holds young talents in high regard. It is only fitting that we provide some venues for your sparring, lest the battles outside the city impact the innocent. His words struck a balance of firmness and grace, offering both respect and implicit threat. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, harboring a strong aversion to the demeanor of Liuxia City. However, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. The city concealed numerous ominous presences that sent shivers down his spine, likely emanating from Saint King or even a formidable divine being. Summon the arena, bellowed the proprietor. As the battle drums resonated, a platform gradually ascended before the king. At the sound of the drums, every native of Liuxia City heard the call and swiftly converged towards the descending king. The emergence of the arena was an unprecedented event in a century, someone murmured. The last time the arena was raised was 100 years ago. Back then, heroes flourished, and even the young prodigies of Liuxia City returned defeated, outperformed by those from the soft Fate Valley. It remains to be seen who could instigate the king to elevate the arena this time. Before long, a throng of citizens gathered before the king. A dense crowd with fervent gazes fixed upon the platform. Xiao Tian and his companions stood beneath the arena, which was adorned with archaic engravings, while similar patterns extended beyond the arena, linking it to the entirety of Liuxia City and stretching into the distance. Esteemed citizens, today the young luminaries of various factions shall engage in a contest here. The Battle King Arena before the king is now open for them, and indeed for all of you. Announced the proprietor. Please, City Lord's Manor, activate the defensive formation. The voice of the City Lord's Manor responded affirmatively. Boom! The runes surrounding the arena suddenly illuminated, isolating the entire platform. The runes outside also ignited, creating a vacuum between the arena and the spectators. Xiao Tian grew increasingly intrigued by Liuxia City. The formation before him exuded overwhelming power, and notably, the source of this formidable energy was not spirit stones, but rather drawn directly from the earth's essence, an infusion of natural vitality. No wonder Liuxia City could rise under the dominion of the underworld sect. It indeed possessed some extraordinary methods. Then let us raise the stakes, declared an elder from the Ling Xian faction without hesitation. Rest assured, he will certainly triumph. The odds were adjusted to 1-13. The red-haired individual gritted his teeth and shouted. As soon as these words fell, many began to place their bets anew. At that moment, the most difficult to endure was the enormous goose within Xiao Tian, who, upon witnessing such substantial stakes, was already itching to act. However, due to the formidable entities in Liuxia City, it could not silently exit Xiao Tian's body and could only continue to squawk in frustration. This is unjust, utterly unfair. What does this signify? While this deity cannot emerge, you resort to such trickery to amass spirit stones and heavenly treasures. The goose bellowed in indignation. I'll let you extract the essence from that bamboo later, Xiao Tian consoled. I it not merely a ploy to compel this deity to intervene, a share of the profits. The goose haggled. In Onid, I can defeat her myself. Those demon essences hold no value for me. Xiao Tian dismissed the goose's pleas. Above the arena, the natural vitality twisted and coalesced into a grand luminous screen, magnifying the scene of Xiao Tian and Yi Yuan Qingfeng confronting one another. This screen amplified their contest manyfold, allowing every spectator to witness the unfolding duel with utmost clarity. Xiao Tian secretly nodded. Indeed, the prowess of Yi Yuan Qingfeng was formidable. The heavy mountain fist. The mountains might serve as the most prudent defense against the gentle breeze. Swoosh! Yi Yuan Qingfeng struck, unleashing two attacks akin to a refreshing breeze. The mountain's force surged forth, countering the zephyr emanating from Yi Yuan Qingfeng. The gentle wind, sharp as a blade, relentlessly sliced through Xiao Tian's mountain, eroding the very peak itself, while another gust darted over the summit. Rushing directly towards Xiao Tian, I shall see how many mountains you can cleave. Xiao Tian retaliated, delivering 5 punches in rapid succession, conjuring 5 mountain shadows that stood resolutely before the oncoming breeze. Spring winds transforming into rain. Yi Yuan Qingfeng let out a cold hum, raising the sacred domain, as the gentle wind dissipated into a fine, drizzling rain. Each droplet that fell struck the mountain's might, and every drop was a manifestation of pure elemental force. Penetrating the ethereal mountain structure, Yi Yuan Qingfeng's heart sank. Although he had not witnessed the true mountain's descent, he could feel the omnipresent weight of its pressure. Indeed, one who had not yet attained the sacred realm. If you were a genuine sage, your might could certainly withstand my winds. However, you are not. You can only conjure illusory mountain shadows, which, despite their grandeur, remain mere figments of existence. Xiao Tian offered a bitter smile. It appeared he would have to rely solely on himself. Is this your mountain? Yi Yuan Qingfeng leapt into the air, sweeping his sleeves. Unleashing a torrent, a colossal pillar of wind coalesced in his hands, surging forth toward Xiao Tian's mountain might, its momentum awe-inspiring. Boom! Under the onslaught of the tempest, the Triad Mountain shattered, the hurricane's fury unabated. Sweeping towards Xiao Tian, wind slash. Yi Yuan Qingfeng bellowed, the cyclone fracturing as countless massive blades of wind sliced toward Xiao Tian from every direction. The distance between them was less than a yard. In such proximity, Xiao Tian found himself unable to evade, facing an indiscriminate assault from all sides. Spectators could not help but gasp, utterly enthralled. Yet many sighed, feeling that such overwhelming dominance lacked excitement. Xiao Tian possessed at least 5 methods to counter the impending wind blades. The Underworld King's Shadow Step was merely the most rudimentary option. However, he sought a visual spectacle rather than an ethereal manifestation, wishing instead to confront the wind blades with sheer physical prowess. Rather than relying on the Heavenly Soul's rebuke to dissipate Yi Yuan Qingfeng's assault. Whoosh! All the wind blades vanished, and Xiao Tian reappeared on the stage. A horrific wound marred his chest, the blood had ceased flowing. Yet the stark whiteness of bone remained visible. The elder brother is truly formidable, absolutely astonishing. Huyen Tao paid no heed to Yu Qingxin's reprimands, entering a fervent mode of admiration. Meanwhile, the red-haired observer, tightly gripping his fists, finally relaxed his hold. His concern lay not with Xiao Tian's fate, but rather with the compensation that Ling Xian's faction would have to pay should Xiao Tian be defeated. Intriguing, yet merely somewhat intriguing. Had it not been for Yi Yuan Qingfeng's unstable aura just moments ago, that wind blade could have easily slain Xiao Tian. Nanhuaro's gaze was icy. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient realm. Yi Yuan Qingfeng held an absolute advantage from the outset, and the earlier lethal strike had forced Xiao Tian to endure. This would inevitably impact Yi Yuan Qingfeng's combat mentality. In this battle, he was destined to falter. Deng Zilin observed the arena, his previous arrogance entirely dissipated, replaced by a demeanor of calm composure. The lady's words held merit. Yet, one must not underestimate Xiao Tian. He, too, was lacking in realm. His internal vitality insufficient. Otherwise, he could have easily evaded that blade of wind. Moreover, his physical strength ranked among the top 3 of all the cultivators I have encountered. The elder of the purple bamboo forest intoned solemnly. Now it is my turn. Xiao Tian sneered, unleashing the heavy mountain fist. 7 mountains descend. 7 towering mountains surge forth, directed at Yuan Qingfeng, as 7 mountain shadows flickered above Xiao Tian's fist. The mountains overlapped. Xiao Tian spoke again, the 7 mountain shadows shifting to form a colossal mountain. A tempest, 3 whirlwinds coalesced behind Yuan Qingfeng, which he then grasped in his hand, striking fiercely toward Xiao Tian's mountainous assault. Boom! The mountain trembled, the 7 mountains separating. The 7 mountains converged, Xiao Tian coldly declared, continuing to unleash his punches. The 7 peaks encircled Yuan Qingfeng at the center. A mere parlor trick? Yuan Qingfeng retorted sharply. As the 3 whirlwinds expanded outward, intent on shattering Xiao Tian's 7 mountains. The mountains crumbled. Xiao Tian's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 81. Striking Rich, the proprietor of Wang Xiaolu, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, now changed his expression, witnessing Yuan Qingfeng ensnared among the 7 mountains, alongside the 3 whirlwinds striving to breach their confinement. A guaranteed kill. The boss spoke gravely. Such an assault must also exact a tremendous toll on you. His gaze shifted to Xiao Tian, noting the fresh blood seeping from the wounds on his body, staining his attire crimson. Such a price for a guaranteed kill. Truly a man of decisive action. The gravity on the boss's face dissipated, for Xiao Tian's willingness to pay such a cost aligned with his logic. No one at the heavenly law manifestation realm could utterly suppress a sage. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The light curtain beyond the arena flickered incessantly, sweeping away the residual force of the shattered 7 mountains. At the very center, Yuan Qingfeng was left battered, his body incomplete. Gazing at Xiao Tian with venomous intent, "I will certainly kill you." Xiao Tian, gasping for breath, blood also trickling from the corner of his mouth, replied, "You must think carefully, should you perish on this stage. The inheritance of Tianyuan Mountain shall no longer concern you. Moreover, even if you were to kill me, Tianyuan Mountain would not dare to act against me. This is Liuxia City." Xiao Tian's words struck like a hammer upon Yuan Qingfeng's heart, causing him to spit another mouthful of blood. Yuan Qingfeng roared in fury, knowing the truth of Xiao Tian's statement, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Only by surviving could he have the chance for vengeance against Xiao Tian. Once he mastered the entirety of Tianyuan Mountain, his confidence would swell. However, should he choose to gamble his life, I can assure you, you stand no chance of slaying me, that I can still unleash that attack at least 3 more times. Xiao Tian spoke again. The guardians of Tianyuan Mountain surged to the foot of the arena, gazing at their young master, their faces rife with murderous intent. Yet for the greater good, they could only grit their teeth and concede. "We of Tianyuan Mountain surrender." Seeing Yuan Qingfeng remain unresponsive, the proprietor of Wang Xiaolu nodded, indeed, knowing when to advance and retreat. This was his evaluation of Yuan Qingfeng. Xiao Tian limped down from the arena, as Hu Yuntao rushed forward, supporting him. "Boss, are you all right?" Hu Yuntao inquired with concern, mixed with fervor. "It is of no concern. Let us proceed to the side of Qi Fa," Xiao Tian weakly uttered, upon seeing Xiao Tian approach. Qi Fa was rendered speechless. He had always found himself at a loss for words in Xiao Tian's presence. However, the recent battle had instilled in him a newfound gravity toward Xiao Tian. "How did we fare?" Xiao Tian inquired, somewhat abashed. The nascent goodwill he had just begun to feel was swiftly dissipated by Xiao Tian's words. "Our total earnings amount to 200,000 spirit stones, along with a considerable collection of rare treasures." Qi Fa stated impassively. "That is splendid, truly splendid. Fortunately, we did not suffer defeat. Had we lost, it would have been a grave disservice to Ling Xian's faction." Though Xiao Tian expressed his apologies, there was no trace of remorse upon his countenance, utterly absorbed in the prospect of the substantial gains. "Young Master Xiao Tian, how could one possibly face defeat?" The elder from Ling Xian's faction chuckled amiably. Brother Feng. Xiao Tian hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject. "Given my grievous injuries, should not your wager be honored?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yuan Qingfeng spat blood in fury. Do you not see that I am nearly incapacitated? A wager must be honored. You do not intend to back out, do you? Hu Yintao interjected an opportune moment. The proprietor of Wang Xiaolu also directed his gaze towards Yuan Qingfeng. I shall act as a witness. Since a wager was established prior to the contest, it must be fulfilled. Humph! You insolent brat, when I encounter you in the divine song, I shall ensure your demise. Yuan Qingfeng hurled a storage ring at Xiao Tian, which contained 3 sacred realm treasures and various refining materials, valued at no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. Everyone could sense the bitterness and murderous intent laced within Yuan Qingfeng's words, articulated through gritted teeth. Yet within their hearts, they derided him. Having been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, he still prattled on as if a hero, utterly shameless. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Feng. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution henceforth and refrain from granting you any further opportunities. Xiao Tian stowed away the storage ring and deftly examined the soul imprint upon it, probing the contents within. The smile upon his face grew increasingly pronounced, oblivious to the severity of his injuries. It appears you are quite pleased with my fiancé's collection. Deng Zilin interrupted Xiao Tian's reverie. Might I inquire whether you possess the strength for another battle? My collection in the purple bamboo forest is equally rich, certainly not inferior to that of Tian Yuan Mountain. That goes without saying, Xiao Tian instinctively replied. His words startled everyone, despite his grievous injuries. He was willing to accept another challenge. It is worth noting that Deng Zilin's prowess far surpasses that of Yuan Qingfeng. Then please, take to the arena, Deng Zilin declared. Stepping onto the stage first, Xiao Tian feigned a sudden realization, wearing a wry smile. Ah, Miss Z, you truly are a master tactician. With a resigned sigh, I shall gamble my life in this endeavor. The proprietor of Wang Xiaolu furrowed his brow. Xiao Tian, you may request a respite to recuperate before engaging in another battle. Xiao Tian covered his mouth, coughing violently a few times, blood seeping through his fingers. With great difficulty, he raised his head to regard Deng Zilin upon the arena. Since Miss Z is so eager to avenge her husband, I shall accompany you to the death. Deng Zilin frowned deeply. As Xiao Tian's words had taken absolute precedence, I grant you 1 hour to recuperate. Xiao Tian let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, How can a man keep a woman waiting? He beckoned, Come, let us engage in battle. The onlookers shouted with fervor, for in their hearts, Xiao Tian had become a monumental figure. This is what a true man is. Someone could not help but cry out, Xiao Tian, we stand with you. Xiao Tian's heart raced, sensing something amiss. He was merely putting on a facade, yet it had proven to be astonishingly effective. Young man, have you had your fill of this charade? Do you not see? They are rallying behind you. This pretender, you feign injury when you are unscathed. He unleashed all his resentment through his words, vehemently attacking Xiao Tian. What do you know? This is called heeding the will of the people. The citizens of Luxia City need a hero like this. Xiao Tian was evidently engrossed in the performance. Warning, do not expect to gain any advantage from me. There are no benefits to be had. Young man, you are quite shrewd, He retorted indignantly. You old codgers, what are you staring at? Is a mere earthly law avatar realm worth such attention? You have caused me great loss. Xiao Tian stepped onto the stage, his steps unsteady, yet his gaze remained resolute as he faced his opponent, that on the lower Sanlian mountain. I, Xiao Tian, humbly seek guidance from Miss Z. I dare not, replied the young lady from the Zijou forest, Deng Zilin, with a smile. You must think carefully. Once you strike, there will be no opportunity for respite. Should you find yourself outmatched, yield quickly, and I assure you, I shall not take your life to worst. I might sever your limbs and cripple your cultivation. Miss Z, you are so fair, yet possess such a cruel heart. How astonishing! Xiao Tian exclaimed, pointing at Deng Zilin, his body trembling as if he had heard something unfathomable. Her words echoed through the arena's formation, reaching the ears of every spectator. In an instant, discussions erupted, most directed at Deng Zilin and the Zijou forest. The elder from the Zijou forest wore a grim expression, astonished that Luxia City would show them such disrespect. Kill! Before Xiao Tian could finish a sentence, Deng Zilin made her move. Her purple gown billowed in the wind. exuding a potent vitality as she lunged towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's figure flickered, employing the shadow step of the Underworld King to evade Deng Zilin's strike that a green sacred domain unfolded, and within Deng Zilin's domain, sounds of rustling echoed, reminiscent of leaves brushing against one another, or the sound of foliage decaying upon a corpse. Die. Deng Zilin gripped her slender, narrow sword, slicing toward Xiao Tian. Her speed was astonishing, and combined with the sword's slim design, her technique left no discernible trajectory. Xiao Tian continued to evade, keenly observing Deng Zilin's swordplay, unleashing his vast spiritual power for comprehensive defense and detection. 3 Linked mountains. Is she resorting to the same trick? Deng Zilin scoffed, her narrow blade striking with such swiftness that it shattered Xiao Tian's offensive before it could take shape. 3 Linked mountains. Xiao Tian retreated half a step, shouting kill, as the manifestation of the 3 linked mountains appeared atop his fist. Though it lacked that frigid silhouette, Xiao Tian inwardly lamented. In this life-and-death moment, his second senior sister had not made her appearance. Puff! The narrow sword pierced through the Somnian mountain, directly arriving before Xiao Tian. Aiming for his left chest, Xiao Tian raised his right hand, firmly grasping Deng Zilin's sword. Blood trickled down the narrow blade, soaking his entire sleeve, as a torrential surge of primordial force collided incessantly. Is this your boxing technique? Utterly feeble, Deng Zilin sneered, striking the sword hilt, causing the narrow sword to emit a resonating hum, exhibiting a tendency to spin. Xiao Tian sensed the transformation of the sword in his grasp, and with a whip-like motion he lashed out with his left leg towards Deng Zilin's waist. Chapter 82. Battle with Nanhuaro. Deng Zilin unleashed a frenzied assault, executing lethal techniques that incessantly bombarded the flowing wind sword formation. However, every strike was absorbed by the formation, converting into the very energy that powered its operation. This was the true terror of the flowing wind sword formation. It could absorb both the sword light and the primordial force within the techniques, rendering it an absolute counter for any sword practitioner. The most straightforward method to breach this formation was to unleash a force that exceeded the limits of the formation itself, thus scattering it. Although Deng Zilin was indeed more powerful than Xiao Tian, he was ultimately only a single realm stronger, incapable of employing such a direct approach. First move, Flowing Wind Slash. Xiao Tian activated the sword formation, striking down towards Deng Zilin within the formation. The sword light surged dramatically, exuding a terrifying radiance. The Zilin sword technique, one strike unleashed, annihilating 1,000 blades. Sensing the impending crisis, Deng Zilin swiftly altered his sword technique, layering one strike upon another, the power continuously compounding, reminiscent of Xiao Tian's own accumulation technique. The first sword absorbed the primordial force of the second, amplifying its might, as the second sword faded into nothingness, followed closely by the third. Truly, one sword unleashed, 1,000 blades extinguished. The sword radiance swelled, as Deng Zilin accumulated a total of 123 strikes, elevating the narrow sword's power to a fearsome level, capable of even threatening those of higher realms. Boom! Xiao Tian executed a strike, leveraging the power of one sword with another, as the 9 styles of flowing wind unfolded in his hands, engaging in fierce combat with Deng Zilin. The aftershocks of their battle continuously battered the arena's barrier, causing the light screen above to flicker incessantly. 9 swords united. Xiao Tian gripped the sword with both hands, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. As he swung the long sword, cracks appearing along the blade, unable to withstand the primordial force he unleashed. Bamboo Grove. Seizing the opportunity as Xiao Tian struck, Deng Zilin leapt from the sword formation, bamboo shoots sprouting around her, forming a powerful rune. The moment the rune took shape, it erupted with overwhelming pressure, causing even the arena's barrier to emit an unprecedented brilliance, a manifestation of the combined efforts of the 7 elders of the Bamboo Grove. This is the rune forged by my 7 masters, usable only 3 times. Consider yourself fortunate. To perish beneath the rune of the 7 elders of Bamboo Grove is your greatest honor, Deng Zilin remarked coldly. Someone seeks to slay me, and I should feel honored? How amusing. Xiao Tian was further incensed by Deng Zilin's words. He detested such extreme arrogance. Celestial aspect. Xiao Tian shouted, and a figure identical to him materialized before him. Yin Ming Codex, Soul Capture. The celestial aspect cast a glance at Deng Zilin, and in that instant, the celestial soul within the celestial aspect opened its eyes, releasing a surge of soul power that surged towards Deng Zilin. Buzz, 7 bamboo stalks emanated a formidable aura, ceaselessly shifting their positions and exuding a spectrum of colors, thereby forming an intangible defense that thwarted the soul-capturing force. The Spectral Codex, a guardian of souls? Once more, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted forth, akin to a colossal hammer descending forcefully upon the barrier constituted by the 7 bamboo stalks. Crack! In the purple bamboo grove, hundreds of miles from Liuxia City, the 7 stalks shook violently, and the leaves cascaded down from their branches. Who has breached the forbidden instrument prepared for our little Z? A bright yellow bamboo sprouted a human visage, bellowing in fury. It has devoured the fragments of our spirits that were left upon it. The opposing soul's realm is extraordinarily potent. Even we are not their match. Who could it possibly be? Even the supreme leader of Liuxia City does not possess such strength. The purple bamboo grove fell into a state of chaos as the 7 ancestors shouted incessantly. Deng Zilin's complexion turned ashen, terror-stricken as she gazed at Xiao Tian. Her soul still lingered, yet she had just sensed an overwhelming vastness of spirit. A single wave crashing down could render her without a grave. Tian Xiang cast a cold glance at Deng Zilin, displaying no interest in her meager soul. It was far too feeble. Shall we continue to battle? Xiao Tian regarded Deng Zilin. Deng Zilin forced a bitter smile, helplessly shaking her head. At this juncture, to strike again would only mean her demise. I concede. Deng Zilin directly tossed forth a storage ring, containing 3 sacred herbs, 1 demigod herb, with the remainder being spiritual herbs over 10,000 years old. Nan Huairou shook his head. He possessed his pride and was unwilling to engage Xiao Tian through attrition. He desired an honorable duel. If I were to recover, you would no longer have a chance. Xiao Tian consumed several pills, replenishing the within his body. Utterly audacious, Nan Huairou scoffed. Had it not been for your profound soul realm, you would not even be able to contend with Deng Zilin. That is indeed my realm, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. You have triumphed. My life is yours. Everything I possess belongs to you. However, you must allow Hu Yin Tua to depart. Should you lose, I shall demand 30 million mid-grade spirit stones and 100 top-grade spirit stones. Xiao Tian fixed his gaze on Nan Huairou for an extended period before shaking his head. Your life is of no interest to me. Another voice chimed in. Then let me be the house, shall we wager? The proprietor of Wang Xiaolu smiled amiably at the assembly of formidable beings. I shall act as the house, and I will place my bet first, betting on Xiao Tian's victory. The wager is an ancient weapon of Sage Realm. With so many participants, how can one ancient weapon suffice? Then let it be one for each. What are the stakes of everyone else? The proprietor of Wang Xiaolu shook his head in exasperation. Since Bashir is so inclined, I shall accompany you in this wager. I bet on Nan Huairou's victory, and my stake is also an ancient weapon of Sage Realm. Old man shall offer a Sage Realm pill formula. Nan Huairou waved his grand sleeves. Since that is the case, I shall exert only 90% of my strength. Then I thank you, young Valley Master. Xiao Tian's assessment of Nan Huairou dropped a few notches, finding him exceedingly hypocritical. Your stakes are rather high. I, Nan, seldom take advantage of others. Should you win, I shall grant you 3,000 top-grade spirit stones and 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. Nan Huairou smiled and said, of course, it requires you to have a life to take it. The heavy mountain fist, 9 mountains emerge. Xiao Tian let out a cold snort and swiftly moved, unleashing 9 punches that sliced through the air. A tremendous pressure surged forth, solidifying the atmosphere on the arena. This caused Nan Huairou's movements to momentarily pause. Only when he truly faced Xiao Tian did Nan Huairou comprehend the terrifying nature of his opponent. Exploding forth, Nan Huairou remained unfazed, raising his hand as a pure stream of primordial energy surged out, producing a deep, resonant boom. 9 mountain suppression. Once again, 9 fists struck, engulfing Nanhuiro in a torrent of fierce punching shadows. Primordial hand. With a great sweep of his hand, Nanhuiro stirred vigorously towards the sky, shattering the 9 mountains that had gathered. 9 mountains burst. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened. The 9 mountains collapsed in an instant, unleashing overwhelming force that reverberated against Nanhuiro. Heavy mountain fist, majestic peaks. Xiao Tian struck with ferocity, his fists pounding incessantly, wildly drawing upon the primordial energy within him, manifesting shadows of mountains with each punch. Within the blink of an eye, he unleashed 81 punches, 81 mountain shadows descending in suppression. At that moment, even the formidable Nanhuiro's countenance changed. Under the immense pressure, the flow of his primordial energy slowed, and his body sank deeper, leaving 2 distinct footprints on the rune-covered arena. Thunderclap hand. Nanhuiro's palm transformed, entirely assuming a purple-gold hue, as terrifying primordial energy coursed through it. The thunderclap hand, though executed slowly, brightened the sky slightly with each strike, alleviating some of the pressure. The 81 mountains in Nanhuiro's grasp were leveled within less than 5 breaths. Xiao Tian gasped for breath. The 81 mountains represented his current limit, and combined with previous exhaustion, he now felt exceedingly weak. Death. For the first time, he sensed death so closely, yet what of it? Xiao Tian let out a hearty laugh. Kill. Chapter 83. The soul-stabilizing pearl, soul-severing finger. Nanhuiro sneered, gazing at the now feeble Xiao Tian, that if you do not summon your celestial aspect, you shall die. Nanhuiro's finger grew larger, descending towards Xiao Tian's brow. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian retreated while forming seals with his hands, the turning sky seal, flashy yet ineffectual. Nanhuiro's finger pierced through Xiao Tian's turning sky seal effortlessly, maintaining its speed toward his brow. Thud! A blood hole appeared at Xiao Tian's brow, blood trickling down his cheek as a soul-shattering power surged into his mind, seeking to sever his soul. Xiao Tian's soul suddenly opened its eyes, and facing the oncoming force, he let out a roar. A pure wave of soul energy radiated forth, flattening all vibrations, even severing the connection between his finger and Nanhuiro. Nanhuiro staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, your soul realm is formidable, but it is of no consequence. Celestial aspect. Xiao Tian's voice was low. He had suffered horrific injuries, and if he continued to battle, he would perish upon this arena. The Netherworld Codex, soul suppression. The celestial aspect spoke coldly, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that surged directly towards Nanhuiro. Nanhuiro wore a smile at the corners of her mouth, standing resolute and indifferent as she gazed at Xiao Tian. Such an assault held no significance for me. A black orb hovered above Nanhuiro's head, radiating a dark luminescence that enveloped her entirely. No matter how forcefully one might strike with spiritual energy, this barrier could not be shaken. The soul-settling pearl. The onlooker's eyes narrowed, particularly the strong from Liuxia City, who, upon sighting the orb, inhaled sharply, their minds swirling with thoughts. Regardless of the outcome, this pearl must remain in Liuxia City. Undoubtedly, Roaring Valley was unworthy of possessing such an artifact. Xiao Tian's expression similarly shifted, realizing it was the soul-controlling stone. Moreover, it was a complete soul-controlling stone, unrefined into a soul puppet. His gaze darted around, noticing several formidable figures above, and he pondered strategies on how to silently procure the soul-controlling stone. The Infernal Codex, Exorcism. Tian Xiang spoke once more, his voice resonating with melodic chants. Buzz! The soul-settling pearl began to tremble, the barrier wavering. Nanhuiro's countenance changed drastically as she quickly channeled her incantations to stabilize the soul-settling pearl. The chants grew louder, and Xiao Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, his appearance solemn, joining Tian Xiang in the melodic recitation. The soul-settling pearl vibrated incessantly, the barrier expanding, enveloping both Xiao Tian and Tian Xiang within. Nanhuiro labored to control the soul-settling pearl. She could afford to lose this battle. But the pearl must not be lost. It was the treasured gem of Roaring Valley. Fortunately, the soul-settling pearl remained under her command, yet could not be summoned to harm the enemy. Almost all of its soul energy had been absorbed by Xiao Tian, who pointed towards the soul-settling pearl. 3 distinct beams of power surged from the pearl. One was swallowed by Xiao Tian, another absorbed by Tian Xiang, and the last entered Xiao Tian's consciousness, merging with the Earth's soul essence he had previously acquired. Nan Huairou sensed a change within the soul-settling pearl, yet was unaware of the source from which Xiao Tian had drawn the essence. Oblivious to the fact that even the latent soul energy within the soul-controlling stone had been devoured by him. Gazing at Xiao Tian, Nan Huairou let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "Even if your soul realm is superior, what does it matter? Can you truly shatter my soul-settling pearl?" Soul-severing finger. Once again, she unleashed the soul-severing finger, imbued with the power to sever souls, directing it toward Xiao Tian's brow. Xiao Tian did not evade. Allowing her finger to land between his brows, blood gushed forth once more, and the brilliance of the soul flickered at his forehead, as if the strike had directly impacted his essence, intent on severing his soul. Spitting blood, Xiao Tian stared in horror at Nan Huairou, exclaiming, "You have managed to injure my soul." Nan Huairou withdrew, the soul-settling pearl above her continuing to flicker, streams of soul light cascading into her body, cleansing her essence. Were it not for the soul-settling pearl, I could certainly kill you, yet it would consume much time. Now I shall simply take your life. The Infernal Codex, Soul Capture, Tian Xiang, standing behind Xiao Tian, glared coldly at Nan Huairou, uttering a deathly command. Impossible. How could you possibly breach my soul-settling pearl?" Nan Huairou retreated in alarm, having just felt a surge of soul energy that nearly shattered her own essence. A tiny soul-binding orb cannot bridge the chasm that lies between us. With a cold sneer, Xiao Tian felt the wound on his brow relentlessly tearing, as if it had endured immense suffering. The Infernal Codex Soul Shock. Waves of soul-stirring chimes reverberated, incessantly assaulting Nan Huairou's spirit, causing it to tremble violently, his visage paling further as he desperately activated the soul-binding orb. The orb continued to emit its radiant glow, yet it could not withstand the onslaught of the chimes that struck at the very essence of his soul. "Where are you?" Xiao Tian bellowed, his voice crashing down upon Nan Huairou's spirit like a thunderclap. Gush! Blood spewed from Nan Huairou's mouth as he gazed at Xiao Tian in terror. "How could you possibly reach me? How could you break through the confines of the soul-binding orb? Surrender. You think too highly of yourself. Even if my oil lamp were to extinguish, slaying you would be as effortless as plucking a flower." Xiao Tian's steps were unsteady, as if each stride could lead to his downfall, yet he persevered. Staggering forth for over a dozen paces, the primordial thunderclap. At the moment Xiao Tian advanced 20 steps, Nan Huairou suddenly surged forth, unleashing his most formidable power, striking fiercely at Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian lifted his gaze, sharp beams of light emanating from his eyes, a mocking smirk curling upon his lips, as if he had long awaited this very strike from Nan Huairou. Soul suppression, Xiao Tian uttered softly. The soul-binding orb suspended above Nan Huairou's head erupted with blinding radiance. Engulfing him, a torrent of soul-binding energy surged forth from the orb, weaving into a net that ensnared Nan Huairou's spirit, rendering his body utterly immobile, a lamb to the slaughter. As Nan Huairou's body lay helpless, he glared at Xiao Tian, unwilling to concede. "Xiao Tian, I refuse to accept defeat. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly triumph over you. So, you wish for me to slay you, and in turn, seize your spirit stones and soul-binding orb?" Xiao Tian raised his head, his gaze piercing like arrows, striking deep into Nan Huairou's heart. The Valley of Soft Affection surrenders. Before Nan Huairou could utter a word, the Guardian declared his surrender on his behalf. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Tian as he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Indeed, as Nan Huairou had stated, he had reached his limit. Even if he had bound Nan Huairou, he lacked the strength to truly extinguish him, having lost even the energy to move. Witnessing Xiao Tian fall, Nan Huairou erupted in a furious roar, not directed at Xiao Tian, but at the heavens above. This battle was meant to be his moment of glory. It was also a crucial battle in establishing his invincible resolve. Furthermore, It was a battle to assert his dominance among the younger generation. Yet glory eluded him, and in that final moment, his belief in invincibility wavered, leaving his so-called authority in tatters. In this battle, he lost everything. I did not lose to you. I lost to myself, Nan Huairou proclaimed loudly. The spectators erupted in cheers, celebrating Xiao Tian's third consecutive victory, equally lauding his final act of valor in overcoming the once mighty Nan Huairou. Nan Huairou feared death more than Xiao Tian did, and thus he was defeated had he unleashed his full might from the onset. Xiao Tian would have had no chance whatsoever, not even the opportunity to summon the celestial phenomena. His arrogance proved to be his downfall, believing oneself to have secured an overwhelming advantage, only to ultimately dress the opponent in bridal attire. This is the assessment of the formidable denizens of Liuxia City regarding Nan Huairou. As Nan Huairou gazed upon the unconscious Xiao Tian sprawled on the ground, an abyss of murderous intent surged within him. He could effortlessly slay Xiao Tian without expending any effort. Naturally, they intended to wait until Nan Huairou had dispatched Xiao Tian before making their move, thus only incurring the ire of the meek Ruyuan Valley while diverting the calamity, allowing Xiao Tian's powerful sect to sweep through Ruyuan Valley. What they failed to anticipate, however, was that even if Nan Huairou were to kill Xiao Tian, his sect would undoubtedly obliterate Liuxia City in retaliation. Chapter 84. Harvest. It was not until the third day that Xiao Tian finally stirred from his slumber, lying in bed, his hands restlessly exploring, uncertain whether it was the pain within his body compelling him to grasp something tightly, or the solitude of his surroundings urging him to seek solace. His hands firmly clutched the softness at the edge of the bed. For the past 3 days, Yu Qingxin had vigilantly stayed by Xiao Tian's side, even as Hu Yin Tuo refrained from approaching him, leaving her alone in her watch. She was baffled by her heightened sensitivity, her mind perpetually on edge, yet feeling the warmth transmitted through her hand. She finally exhaled in relief. Though she could have ended his life and thus regained her freedom, why had she refrained? Yu Qingxin questioned herself, asserting that she was not one to take advantage of another's vulnerability. If she desired freedom, she would do so openly and honorably, free from his control. Moreover, she was unaware of the restrictions he had placed upon her. What if he perished and the repercussions fell upon her? Yu Qingxin incessantly sought reasons to justify her inaction, each excuse sounding increasingly implausible, yet she needed only to convince herself, indifferent to the opinions of others. How tightly he holds on. Such a little lecher. She mused softly, scrutinizing Xiao Tian, who was in truth rather handsome. She reached out, gently rubbing the knot upon his brow. Is it painful? Xiao Tian gradually quieted, straining to open his eyes, only to succumb once more to deep slumber. The 3 battles had drained him to the very dregs. Even his robust physique had reached a point of irreparable exhaustion. Only through profound sleep could the vital energy within his body gradually replenish, allowing for recovery. In the realm of dreams, Xiao Tian continued to clutch Yu Qingxin's hand tightly. Yu Qingxin dispelled the mist that veiled her face, revealing her breathtaking beauty, a smile gracing her lips that momentarily stunned the world. In the Ming sect, Yu Qingxin was among the most exquisite beauties. However, her remarkable cultivation talent led others to focus on her prowess, often overlooking her striking appearance. When Hu Yintao entered the room and beheld Yu Qingxin smile, he was left utterly astonished. This was not the Yu beauty he had known, but a complete redefinition of his understanding. Such unparalleled beauty could only belong to someone like Xiao Tian. I appear so unattractive? Yu Qingxin, aware of Hu Yin Tuo's presence, inquired upon seeing his expression. Have encountered such a stunning woman. As the sun began to rise, Xiao Tian awakened from his deep slumber, feeling the warmth in his palm, and turned to see Yu Qingxin, peacefully asleep at the edge of his bed. The corners of Yu Qingxin's mouth glistened with drool as she slept soundly, utterly oblivious to her surroundings, occasionally smacking her lips. Xiao Tian quietly released his grip, adjusting her sleeping position for her comfort, and draped a garment over her. A wave of complex emotions washed over him. After a prolonged silence, he let out a long sigh. Must I incur another debt? You have worked hard these past few days. I no longer have pressing matters. Please take some rest. The remaining affairs can be entrusted to Huyin Tu. Xiao Tian examined his storage ring. He feigned ignorance regarding Yu Qingxin's feelings. Disappointment flickered in Yu Qingxin's heart, disheartened that Xiao Tian seemed to regard her merely as someone who had worked hard. Yet, relief washed over her as well. For her innermost thoughts remained concealed from Xiao Tian, just as before. Huyin Tu arrived, and upon seeing Xiao Tian awaken, wore a fawning expression. "Boss, you are finally awake. I've been terribly worried these past few days. Then why was I not greeted upon waking? Must I rely on someone to inform me?" Xiao Tian retorted, casting a contemptuous glance at Huyin Tu. "Boss, it's not that I didn't want to come. The enchanting you may has been glued to your side. During your unconsciousness, not even a fly could approach you. With her fierce demeanor, if I dared to take a step closer, she would surely tear me to shreds. I assure you, I am not exaggerating." Huyin Tu responded earnestly. "With such a formidable master guarding the boss, I had no choice but to keep my distance. However, you and Yume are indeed a match made in heaven. Her devotion to you is unquestionable that on the day you collapsed, several major factions attempted to intervene, but Yume unleashed her power." Unbeknownst to Huyin Tu, the words he spoke carried significant weight for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's expression turned icy. Had they dared to lay hands on Yume? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Tian, Huyin Tu felt a shiver run down his spine. He had initially intended to take action, but thought better of it. "I am fully prepared to follow you to the ends of the earth. But at this moment, the people of Liuxia City have stepped forward, particularly the owner of Wang's Tavern, who is allied with us, which compelled the major factions to withdraw." Huyin Tuo's remarks effectively pronounced the death sentence for those factions. As for their heirs, I have not laid a hand upon them. To think they would dare to strike against us. These individuals have no reason to continue existing. Calm yourself, boss. Those factions are the most powerful within 1,000 miles. We are not their match, Huyin Tu hastily urged. "Originally, I had no intention of contending for the treasures of the Underworld clan, but it seems I must now engage in conflict. I care little for the Underworld clan's treasures. However, they must not fall into the hands of the three major factions." Xiao Tian's tone was chilling. Struggling to rise from the bed, Xiao Tian felt a surge of pain coursing through his body. He needed medicinal pills for recovery, but the ones he had stored were now of little use to him. Excessive consumption would only leave a residue within him. "I intend to concoct a batch of medicinal pills. You must guard the area. No one is to disturb me," Xiao Tian stated solemnly. "Well," Huyin Tu hesitated, searching for the right words. "Simply inform her that I am refining